Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Bro, whoever is saying Hall of the Lice, you are crazy ill. You are crazy ill. Hall of the Lice. Hall of the Lice. Fix your hair. Bro, I need to shave this fucker off. I need to shave all of it off. It's the only way to fix it. Hall of the Mice. Chow, what's popping? What is popping? Bro, stop saying L snooze. Quick, I'm in the supermarket. What do you want? I'll get a... Can I get a... Actually, I just ate an apple. I just ate an apple. So I'll take a banana. You got a protein Nutella. Oh my god, man. I need to get back into the rhythm of actually exercising. I need to fucking... I wanna play sports. I wanna play sports, chat. Does anyone want to play sports with me? Anyone want to play? I feel like sports is such a... It's a gatekeep game. You need people to play with. How do you play it solo? Why don't they invent a sport where you can play solo? Literally gatekeeped. Play the horse game? Okay, hold up. Is this fucking horse game... Wait. Is this horse game on Steam or not? Oh my god, it is. Wait, it's free. Wait, it's a free game. It's a free game. We'll play it next week. We'll play it next week. Next week we'll play it. Next week we'll play it. Okay? You can hold me accountable. Next week we will play it. You can hold me accountable. On Grump. On Grump. What is this song? Oh, it's Pace FM. Someone made me a playlist called Pace FM. Shout out to that guy. Okay, what's the date today? Today's the 17th. Connor wants to do a Soul Link on the 24th or 27th. Let me see. Let me see if we can do that. Man, the problem is, like, when everything starts, like LEC starts, weekends are cooked. LCK starts, mornings are cooked. Lost Zone scrims, evenings are cooked. Every day's cooked. Everything's cooked. Let's see. Absolutely cooked. Wait, when does LCK start up again? It starts on the 23rd. So it's Genji Humble Life first game. And then T1 Genji on the Friday. That's crazy. That's next week. That's next week. Holy shit, bro. LCK is just going. It is just going. Start times are quite nice, at least. DK Bro, DK FearX. Wait, so 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. But, hold on. LEC starts... When does LEC start? Why saying LEC EU? When does LEC start? On the 2nd of August? So next weekend is free. Wait, let me message Connor. Wait, he says 24th, 25th, 27th. 24th, 25th, 27th. So 24th is KD. 25th is T1 Gen G Day. 27th is the Sunday. T1 Nongshim. Ooh. Chat, what time is it in Japan right now? What's the time diff? What's the time diff? It's 5 p.m. So what is the time? They're... Hold up, that means that they are 7 hours ahead, or what? No, 8 hours ahead. No. 7 hours ahead. I'm right? 7 hours ahead? 7 hours ahead of UK, or 8 hours ahead of UK? It's 5 p.m. 8 hours ahead of UK. Which is like 8 p.m. Japan, I guess. Okay. Okay. Math isn't mathing. Okay. The Nuzlocke is cooking. Okay, what is this? What is this? IG roster change is incoming. There could be a roster change on an IG starting player. One player has asked to terminate their contract. Who the fuck is leaving IG? Also, Hacker also leaked that the team terminated contract with a very popular player. JJ is also leaving IG because they're signing Wei. Yeah, I know that JJ might be leaving because Wei is joining IG. Hang on, why did one player want to terminate their contract? Why is IG making changes? They just finished 3rd. What's wrong with that? Oh no, we only finished top 3. I want to leave for a different team. Who's going to pick you up, buddy? The second or first? They're not going to pick you up. BLGAL. What is that? We saw the EWC drama. It was nice to see Hums being happy about Caedrel rating him.
960. That's the high. Caedrel, thank you so much for the fuck. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you, brother. Now I can stream in peace. I can finally make a living. I am no longer homeless. I am no longer homeless. No, don't run ads. Please, guys, do not run ads.
Someone says Hums is so illiterate he struggles to read numbers.
39,960.
Oh my god. Chat, AEW wrestler Claudio Castagnoli, formerly WWE Cesaro, was wearing an LR jersey. Oh my god. I haven't been following wrestling recently. Cesaro, but that name sounds familiar. Didn't he do something with LTA or something? Damn, he looks scary. He did something with LTA or LCS, didn't he? NA, LCS. WWE Cesaro is close to being silver in league. His account is changed. He had an event at NXT versus WWE with Tyler 1, I'm a Cutie Pie, and Cesaro was part of Team WE. Bro, he's a long-time league enjoyer. Long-time league enjoyer. The Glaze XCD, what the fuck is this?
On a scale from 1 to 10, how good is Caedrel in League of Legends?
6.
Probably like a 9.5.
7 or 8. He's a challenger player, so he's pretty good.
Pretty very good, 9.9.
5.1. I would say 7. One of the goats in the jungle. Solid 9.5.
What? What? Wait. We need to talk about a lot of this. Hang on.
Caedrel in League of Legends.
How good is Caedrel in League of Legends? Faker says 6. 6? Why is he saying 6? Brother, don't... The next time I'm having an interview with him, I know what the first question is. 6. 6 in comparison to what? 6 titles? What are we saying? Does he know the question? 6 out of 10? What a helly? We're co-workers. Not even a 7 out of 10. He was being generous. I will ask him. I'll ask him what he meant by 6.
Probably like
What did Cap say?
9.5.
9.5 W Caps. That is not AI. He did say that. The greatest Western player ever thinks that I'm 0.5 away from him because he's a 10.
7 or 8. So he's
7 or 8. Now listen to what he says after that.
a challenger player, so he's
He's a challenger player. This chat just got absolutely exposed.
pretty good.
Pretty very good. 9.9.
9.9! 9.9! Top 280 carry in the LEC, saying that I'm 0.1 off of his skill level. 0.1 off of his skill level. That's crazy.
5.1.
Okay, Super must have thought it was out of 5.5. Or like Expedia, like stars, 5 out of 5. He said 5.1. He's obviously been completely misunderstood the question.
I would
Inspired?
say
Own a Pixel?
7.
Own a Pixel says 7. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Because he's gotten very good at the game. And he's competing against Eastern teams. That's good. That's good.
One of the goats in
One of the goats
Jungle?
in the jungle.
solid 9.5.
9.5. I feel like they're very fair answers. Very fair answers. Very fair answers. I think Supa was a bit delusional and Faker is going to get interviewed and interrogated. Everyone else, pretty accurate, I would say. Pretty accurate. It's not a paid segment. It's not a paid segment. What is this?
But are you what do you say? Are you waivers? Well, Nemesis is just too good, honestly, like at the game. So
I mean, he is good, yeah.
no, he's too good. He's not good. He's too good. You could be good, but that guy is.
How did their tournament go? Like, was it actually just a
Okay,
fucking train wreck?
Okay, I think it's for you. I think it's for you. Yeah.
So Camillus?
Yeah.
It was a train wreck, wasn't it? Who was inting? Who was inting? Be honest. Balsi was inting?
We are bullying him. We can
Yeah,
even
yeah.
dive him, by the way. I have ulti.
Yeah.
You wanna dive?
I'm looking mid. I'm looking mid first. I'm looking mid first.
Slow push stop really. Slow push stop really.
No, we don't have time now.
Ooh, Velia clean.
We can poke him this
Yeah,
way. and
Yeah,
then
I'm running top. I'm running top. Does JC have TP bows?
He's 050 lethality Vi.
Do you know?
Yeah, should
No, I'm just giving him pressure.
Listen, Bals is not
Good.
exposed
Good
by
idea.
shit.
I have ulti.
He's playing in a new team, new
Run is around.
environment. He's playing against an LEC team. He's trying his hardest. It's a hard game. Where's the other series?
I'm playing into it.
Here.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I got you.
Every time I see this new tag name, I think of DRX. Oh my god, I keep seeing it.
Ulti.
Let
Get in,
them walk in. Let them walk in. Look here.
I'm ulti. They
Oh
look
my
hard.
god, they're getting murdered.
Hard, yeah, can't say this.
Get out,
Oh
get out,
my
get out.
god. What did he say? What did Velia say?
I've been so wrong for so long. Chat, I'm sorry that you had to watch this, okay? I'm truly sorry. And, yeah.
It's so funny to watch streamers' VODs when they have the music like tuned out and they're like singing. They're like singing to themselves and you're like, oh.
Happens. Now I'm exposed. I'm a fraud. I can only win in competitive because of lesser tones. I'm not good enough. That's why I was hard stuck in EBL in Balkan League for 4 years, and I was always last place because I'm actually trash. Without the fakers as my teammates, unfortunately, Baus is not enough.
What the fuck? Why is he doing bounce
Yeah,
catching
man.
traits?
That's it, man. That's it. Like that's it. Like maybe I should end my career. Maybe Caedrel deserves to go jungle.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
Was he actually like tilted from the
My
games?
I'm exposed.
Was he actually like tilted? No, he wasn't. Bro, I feel like Velia is untiltable. What did Baus do?
I'm fine. No, I'm fine. They're looking on
They're on me, they're on me.
We are kind of first.
Two ultis, three ultis, every ulti.
You can take my prayer?
I feel like watching Baals escape in like games where the game is even is crazy. But this game is so fucking lost that it's like nice that he escaped, but it doesn't do anything. You know? Normally you're winning and you're hitting their top tier 1, their top tier 2, you're fucking hitting this, hitting that.
So should I go?
Yeah, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. They are looking on the
They're on me, they're on me.
We are kinda first.
Two ultis.
Ezreal stole Drake from him. Chat, how good is Yunara? I see Sexmaster is playing Yunara right now. Is he tilted or is he happy? Is he having a good day?
I feel like it's fine because my Leona is too weak level 1 to stat check. Because even if she is, we lose.
Is Yunara good or not? It's an AP champ? Wait, really?
Oh, she has iron balls? Or what? They're made out of iron?
Is he fucking what? Did he say iron?
Iron.
Why can't he say iron? Why does he say iron balls? He's streaming on YouTube? What is that thumbnail on his YouTube? Six Master Academy? That's his thumbnail? Six Master? Okay, bro, look at this video. Lost Ratones, Crown Shot, and Caedrel Duo Bot. Look at the thumbnail.
Hello? What's your in-game?
I'm gonna give him a room.
Someone's here.
Oh,
Okay,
my
double
Lux.
trap.
My Lux was crazy. We lost that game.
Need to go.
Then, Sir available for NNO tournament. My Bard is a classic.
Timers. Cast flash. Like any second now she has it.
Chat, if I was to hypothetically sub in for Lost Ratones next week, what role should I sub in for? In the world of hypotheticals. Jungle? Jungle? Yo, Unk might still got it, you know? Unk might still got it. What you mean? Shopkeeper, Waterboy, Media? You will do good in any role. So true! So true! Okay, so I'm getting... the best answer, I think, is jungle. I think the best answer is jungle. Okay, we'll do jungle. We'll do jungle. Okay, I was having on Reddit. New tournament idea, worst stand with the introduction of first stand EWC. The top level pro teams have been jumping to attempt 2 international events a year to 4 with MSI and EWC back to back. This increase in events is putting too much strain on top teams. In order to alleviate this pressure, I propose a new tournament that will replace first stand called worst stand, where each region sends their lowest ranking. Bro, I've already been preaching this, and I know it says humor, but I do think the worst teams of every region need to get together. Calling it worst stand, sure. Battle of the Frauds, not sure if I like that one either. This tournament offers a number of benefits, such as figuring out... so, what do you mean the toilet bowl? Which is truly the worst of the worst teams? Okay, what else? Any links? Did I... wait, where's the League of Legends stream? Oh, it's here. I'm not hanging around to watch EWC, but please fucking finish Hollow Knight. I am very close to the end of Hollow Knight. I am very close to the end. I will finish it. I'm very close to the end.
Stuff. So, as you were mentioning, definitely pretty competitive so far.
I'm getting very close to the end.
Look at some of more of the highlights from the day. Definitely a fun day of games so far, but now as we move into knockouts eventually after our first couple of best of ones today.
But in between the LCK co-streams and shit like that, The horse girl will be played.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And they will be sent to the glue factory.
Team at this event. You know, I was really looking forward to having more NA teams here, but you know, I guess just FlyQuest again.
Yeah, FlyQuest kind of carrying the banner now for the LTA.
Is it only EWC today? Yeah, the Lost Ratones boys are scrimming today, but I'm gonna do EWC today. So if you want to check out the LR scrims, they're starting at. Actually, I have no idea what time they're starting.
We do have 10 more keys still available and alive, vying for that title. Standing by right now is Kitty and Hysterics.
Hey everyone, it is week 2 at the Esports World Cup.
Good day, Hysterics.
Welcome, Jake. We are in front of the key wall right now for League of Legends day number 2. A little bit of a recap from yesterday. We've had 2 teams eliminated so
and one of them was NA second seed. People saying they should be going to MSI, but look at Cloud9. Their key is bent. Absolutely destroyed by Fury yesterday. And then, of course, Gam versus CDBC Flying Oyster, another grand final rematch.
The blue on Billy's key looks kind of clean.
Tragically for Gam Esports, but we've got 4 more today that we're going to crush as well.
Yeah, 4 more teams ready to be on the stage, and also we have best of 3s today. So for the first half we will be on best of 1s, for the second half we will be entering into best of 3. So I can't wait to see how that plays out.
It's reflection,
Jake.
yeah, I know.
Back to you guys at the studio.
I know it's a reflection, chat. I'm not.
Thank you very much, Kitty.
not.
There are 10
stupid.
teams still alive in the tournament, which means 2 will sit out today. It is our top 2
G2-1,
from MSI
G2-1,
and T1 and Gen G.
G2-1.
Do
hey.
battle tomorrow against the
chat. If you this is gonna sound very. Okay, maybe it's not gonna sound silly. Hopefully, it doesn't sound too silly. If you eat an apple and a banana every day for breakfast, is that a good breakfast? Because people sometimes say like fruit is just sugar. It's just sugar. No. Why not?
Has defeated a North American squad in League of Legends.
Yeah, you know, it hurts a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it was very expected. You know, I think coming into this, a lot of people, and myself included, really thought C9 was going to have a good performance, but
everyone's saying you need protein. And, you know, guys, are you saying that I need protein because I need protein, or are you saying I need protein because I need to go to the gym and start lifting some weights?
Yeah, you speedrun it.
Yeah, you definitely got to
because brother, I don't lift weights.
This very difficult GSL best of 1 format. Yesterday, Movistar Koi and Hanwha Life Esports were able to get the victories over GAM Esports. And
this chat is
CSO,
such a this chat is fraudulent. You're sitting there in the chat saying you need protein, oats, make sure you get a bit of carbs and have some fruit. When in reality is you're fucking waking up and you're having like a snooze and a coffee and that's it. Shut up.
Reactions that we've had to the key crushing as Doggo put the Vietnamese team to the sword.
There's no way.
Yeah, eliminating the team from his own region.
A cigarette and a coffee.
A rematch of the finals there from their local league. Just so good performances. He's a little bit startled by the crushing of the key of GAM Esports.
Yeah, so with that, here is the prize pool update with GAM Esports.
Chat, 4 teams are getting knocked out today. 4 teams.
On your screen right there on the right.
They got more. They came last in EWC, lost both games and played for 1 day, and they got more than if you win the LEC split. That's crazy. LEC split 2 months long and you have to win.
Now you're starting to think,
this
is more like the
1 day lose both games.
Format where we've practiced all year long and we're more comfortable with the draft at that point.
Let's have a look at this. Oh, Movistar Koi won 40k for winning LEC. That's crazy.
Were seeded into the knockout phase because they had finished higher at MSI. They get to just stick with the
absolutely smoked. Easy clap.
I think in the beginning of the year when this new format was introduced, I think we saw a lot of teams put heavy emphasis on kind of designing their own approach to how to deal with this new format. We saw CFO with the 2 top laners. We see MKOI with its really explosive drafts. And I feel like you don't really get to show all the things you practice in just a best of 1. And I think now we're going to start to seeing all the different colors of these teams,
protein
all the
and vitamins.
prepared for us and all the different nuances the drafts can give us.
Well, we did have 8 best of 1s yesterday, which gave us a ton of great reactions. Let's take a look at some of them in our Crunchyroll top reactions from yesterday's matches.
So you pay 20 million for a spot for a chance to win 40k a split. That's exactly it.
Reactions, a lot of European reactions as well as G2 and MKOI had successful days. FlyQuest got themselves a win. So maybe we'll see them in there as well. But great to see the players on stage smiling, popping off, and executing as we know that they can.
Chat, I feel like...
Yeah.
You know how in sports you have football and basketball and hockey and tennis and all that stuff? Did we just give up?
It was a win, but it wasn't
like
the best win that was up against Cloud9, of course.
Why is no one inventing more sports?
At least they did get the win in the end. But yeah,
where's the sports inventions at?
See some of C9 there as well. Here are some Furia reactions as they were pumped as they got the big victory yesterday against Cloud9. Yeah, I mean,
pickleball.
They're definitely happy.
Everyone's saying
pickleball.
pickleball.
For them. Definitely coming in as the underdogs. I don't think many people were expecting Furia to do as
Pickleball
well
is a paddle sport that combines the elements of tennis, badminton, ping pong. Okay, so we just basically copied 3 sports and put it into one. Okay.
You know, it's a good start for them.
Okay.
All right, if everyone's keeping track at home, every time that we've tossed about the Furia to Cloud9 victory, it's always ended
Like,
up
I
in
think we're on the
this
right
slab.
direction
So
with
I promise
esports
I will
merging
try
with
not to do
anime
that
horse
anymore
girls
on
racing
Slab
around.
Raven.
I mean, it is what it
But I
is.
do think we need to make more sports.
I'm an NA fan, I'm a C9 fan, and yeah, you don't always win, and that's okay.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Aramco power rankings that are updated. We will update these daily based off what we've seen teams do and not do. We've kept the same at the top with Gen G and T1 as the favorites. Contenders, AGAL and BLG still stay there, but then we've done a swap here of some of our Western teams. G2 moving up to the contenders.
G2 has moved up to contenders. I think deserved. Great game versus FlyQuest. Great best of 1. Big fan of the gameplay. Let's move them up. FlyQuest frauds. FlyQuest frauds. Facts.
It does feel like a blast of the past seeing all these teams. Gen G, T1, BLG, G2. You know, all these top teams.
Where's C9 chat? I can't see them.
They just
I don't
belong
know.
there at the higher tiers.
Yeah,
Someone saying, what the fuck is this?
You know, if you're wondering why FlyQuest may have been moved down, I think it was just because
Your favorite champions are now in the Discord shop.
And then, of course, Cloud9 got knocked out by Furia,
What the hell?
which is another one of the underdogs.
There's
So
a
it's kinda
Discord
like,
shop.
I don't know. Maybe again, it was just one.
What can you
best of
buy
one,
on
but at the same
Discord?
time, it gives us a little bit of a read on to where their form is at right now. And obviously, they can prove us wrong and do a lot better. G2 could also do the same in their best of 3 a little bit later.
Frames and banners.
For better or for worse, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Yeah, all the underdogs right now are the teams that are still fighting to move on to the next round. They're all still...
Okay, chat, final
at
question.
elimination
What's
point. They have to
healthier
win their
for
next game to
breakfast?
move on, so it makes
A
sense.
banana and an apple
Agreed.
or a
And again,
bacon
for those of you
sandwich?
wondering, AGAL is Anyone's Legends with a partnership with AG for the Esports World Cup, so we will be calling them AGAL throughout the tournament. All right, now let's take a look at today's schedule.
Aha!
It is the
Aha! You'd expect it to be the apple and banana, but no, the whole chat says bacon is better.
It starts off with the champions of Europe against the champions of the Pacific, LCP champs, CFO against Movistar Koi. Then we move on over to FlyQuest versus Furia for the North versus
Chat,
South
all of these
battle
are
of
elimination
the
games.
LTA.
Losers
Then
are out
we get
all
to
the time.
Best of threes. The best of 3s in the quarterfinals are all single elimination. So AGAL, who's been sitting watching idly, have to win, even though they haven't had the chance to play on the stage yet. Humble Life Esports, they had 2
So
games under
EU
their
is
belt
definitely going to
to
win
get
today.
business. Same thing with G2, 2 games under their belt in the group stages. Now play BLG, who have been waiting, idling by, trying to prep their drafts and glean as much information as they can moving into this quarterfinal match.
I mean, there's just so many good games today. Honestly, like, there's a lot to look forward to. My eyes
Okay,
are,
better
of course,
was the
on this
wrong
first
word.
game
Maybe I
that's
should have used the
coming
word
up soon.
healthier.
The CFO versus MKOI, the rematch from MSI. If you remember, MKOI was knocked out by the Flying Oysters in that best of 5 series, a 3-1 score for the CFO. So this is a big grudge match. Really would like to get back and get some little bit of revenge, and of course secure that spot in the playoffs for MKOI.
What else jumps out of you here, Valdez, when you take a look at that schedule?
I mean, it's definitely the AGAL and Humble Life Esports match. I think that's one we've been looking forward to for quite a while. You know, we assumed that HLE would make it through in first place out of this, you know, to qualify into the knockouts and be matched up against AGAL. And, you know,
it could go either way. I think that Humble Life Esports, if they're on their game, they looked good yesterday, but they also got challenged by a couple of our underdog teams here. So AGL might be just licking their chops.
Do you want to know who the inventor of Domdrell is?
You know Han was hungry. They want to prove to everyone they should have been at MSI, and this is kind of their chance to do it. They're playing against AGL, the #1 team from China. So
I met her at the fan meet, and she made a tech talk about it.
I think for me, obviously, I'm looking forward to the.
And she came to the fan meet, and she was like, she was crazy. She was like freaking out. And then she made the Vedidrell and Drake-Drell as well. I was like, what the helly? I was like, what the helly? I need to stop saying what the helly. I need to stop saying it. Stop saying it.
How Protea does against a battle-tested FlyQuest. Now for a caster check-in, let's send it on over to our pair on the first call of the day. That's Hysterics and Ox.
Chat, I'm run ads now and then ads after draft. Chilling.
I'm Hysterics, and we're ready to get you into day 2 of the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. Yesterday, bro. Oh, it was a rough day for some regions, eh?
We had some grudge matches. We had 2 teams sent home. We said goodbye to GAM and Cloud9. Domestic knockouts already.
Feels good as an EU caster to send Anna home a little bit early, but today, yeah. No, I've got to. We've had a rough time of it. Today's different though, right? Today there's some big matches, and we move.
How
into
did Baus
some
and
best of
Velia
threes
do
as
yesterday?
well.
Apparently they didn't do very good. There's no apparently.
That one is such a banger.
That's our SMB match of the day as well, by the way. Don't forget to tune into that one as we get into the best of threes. Orcs and I will see you around, but we're going to send it back to the stage to get the day started.
Hang on a second. Her TikTok thing said he was so cute, legit the cutest 5'10" rat I've ever seen. That's complete Capachungus Deluxe.
Nice little shout out there for the AGAL and Hano Life Esports match, which will be coming up in a little bit. But now it's time to set the table for our first series here, the best of 1 elimination match and key crush match. It's CFO versus MKoi. Let's start off with CFO for the Pacific. These guys have been pretty great, traveling all around the world from the LCP.
Please, Koi, please win today. Please don't troll me.
Getting here safely thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. If you need to make a deal, go to Jamil. As CFO looking to make a big statement here against MKoi, who are trying to,
I feel like yesterday, even though it was only a best of 1, MKoi's early game was abysmal, but their team fight and their objective force was great. Okay, Driver's in. Please ban Sion. Chat, final question about food. What's healthier, an apple or a banana? What's healthier?
He's really good at these blind pick kind of tanks. I think of the Ornn, I think of the Kazakh,
banana.
I think of the Gragas
Apple?
and the Sion.
Banana.
All these champions, he's just such a
Aren't you fucking casting? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Hello?
Volatile.
You were literally on my screen 30 seconds ago.
You know, they've kind of had their
Why are you in the chat? Why are you in the chat?
for CFO,
I live here. Okay, dude. What are you doing? Just sitting there like on the caster desk watching with me on full volume?
That I almost expect to see
Is that what you're doing?
MKoi take away because
while you're waiting
in
for a
lot of
toss
these
to cast?
matches, I think it's his most comfortable champion. If you look at his stats throughout the year, it's
This
his
is
most
my house.
high
Please stop
win
bullying
rate.
me. Okay,
So I definitely expect that
My
to be
bad,
an area
my
that
bad.
MKoi would look to punish. And then, you know, you have Merwin. He's been playing great. He's
Depends
very
what
versatile in
vitamins
how
you
he
need.
plays,
Since
so
you're pushing 40, a
that's
banana
definitely
is a
an
good
area that if
choice.
I was MKoi, I would look to try to get an advantage in.
Yeah, I just
I feel like bananas taste
MKoi
healthier,
definitely
you know?
have a chance here, but it's another best of 1. I think if you were watching CFO over at MSI, you see them come over here and they lose that first match to Humble Life Esports. It feels a little bit crushing as a fan of CFO, but remember that it's Humble Life Esports who are here to prove something, as you were saying, Medios. They look really strong, and I think CFO as well, in their victories, looked incredibly strong. So for me, they're the big favorites in this one.
Okay, this is just ridiculous.
Well, we
What?
had a long
What?
journey to get here, so have CFO. So let's take a listen on how they've been able to get here.
What is that bullshit?
我觉得大家的状态都还是在的差不多，然后我们会利用 A 赛的经验来打这次比赛。从 A 赛的经验来看的话，我们可能打团前的站位，我觉得有很多可以值得我们进步的。我觉得全局 BP 这个模式对我们来说应该算蛮好的，因为我们还有2个上路可以多多轮换嘛，然后我们就大家的英雄值都很，就让这游戏变得特别有趣吧。T1 作为去年的 EWC 的冠军，我觉得他们应该会变得更强，因为他们本来就是一支就很会。
The winner of CFO versus Koi plays against T1 tomorrow.
捐剧跟 T1 吧，因为他们是 A 赛的冠亚军。目标来 EWC 的目标应该是先进小组赛吧，就进个8。
Did you ever play against Faker? Yeah, I played against him a couple times in solo queue. That's it. In 2017.
Great to hear from them, and the goal was set. Top 8 would feel pretty good. And the thing that I liked that he called out about T1 is that it wasn't just, hey, here's a technical aspect of it. They're just good at improving, right? For the longest time, the LCP was dominated by Talon. CFO seemed to be the new big dogs, and they've now had staying power going to internationals for...
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, last night I got really excited. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna play CS because Premier is back and Cash is back. There's no Cash. It's only Overpass. I got really tilted. Where the fuck is Cash? Cash is the best CS map ever made.
And usually the team that wins the tournament is the team that topples those issues. And to me, like when he said T1 is so good at improving, that just struck up to me because they feel like a team that they come into a tournament and it's like all the issues they previously had before the tournament, they just solve them and they just adapt so much to the atmosphere.
Ooh, Cobblestone is good as well.
And they just always topple that kind of pressure environment. I don't find a better word for it. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and again, I always love when we have the opportunity to give shout-outs to Coach Chowie, one of the long-standing great mid laners in the LCP, then shifted on over to Coach, did some time over at TSM, learned a lot about problems and problem solving there, and now heading on over to CFO and finding success. So best of luck to CFO, but now time to look at their opponents. It is the Kings of Europe. It is MKoi.
I'm getting rage baited so hard.
They're leading the way.
Jojo
It has been the play of all the players combined as one team. Merwin experimenting in the top lane. Elyoya driving the pace forward. Super doing the damage. And Alvaro just constantly finding these engage angles. Very reminiscent of Delight in finding ways to set up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think, you know,
it's crazy, right? So the prize pool, I'll give you a real rundown real quick. So this is the game that they're playing right now, Koi and CFO. If they lose this game, they finish 9-10, so they get 75k. But if they win this game, they're guaranteed 110k. Because they're going 5th to 8th.
I do think that they have a chance here, but I'm curious about how they're going to manage it in this best of
it's a best of 1.
Really
Lock the fuck in.
Yesterday against Scam, because one of the hardest things about playing internationally is the pressure, and to me, I really like the patience that they showed, because even though early game wasn't going too well for them, top
it's a
lane
BO3. No, this is the best of 1. Okay, so I'll give you the rundown. So this is the final. This is the final game of the group stage. It's Koi versus CFO. It's a BO1 final game of the group stage, and it's Fly versus Furia.
First, 20 minutes or whatever of the game.
These are the 2 final games of the group stage today. Also today is Gen G.
He just kind of patiently farmed up,
and
got his items, waited for an opportunity, and then that Otacon fight we saw earlier was just huge.
We have Gen G versus the winner. So okay, I'll give you the order of games. You have these 2 best of 1s today, and then after these best of 1s finish, we have G2 versus BLG.
So exciting. Jojo Pyun no longer a rookie. He came in, took
Genji's not tomorrow, chat. It's not tomorrow.
He's now the
Chat, you're trolling me. There's 2 best of 3s today and 2 best of 1s.
Who is the young guy? Who is lighting up the international stage? And I feel like a lot of focus is going to be there because we
look at this. Oh, it's AL. Wait, I thought it was Gen G. They changed it. Oh my god. Okay, so you see this? Look, MKoi CFO BO1, Fly Furia BO1. Then AL HLE and BLG G2 today. Oh my god. These 2 series are gonna bang. Absolutely bang. And then tomorrow it's T1 versus the winner of this. And FlyQuest and Genji versus the winner of this.
Saving the game
I
and
believe.
getting his team back into it. I think game was looking really sketchy before this, but this really.
I think it was Genji that was supposed to play today, wasn't it? But they probably just changed it because of the... It doesn't really make sense, I guess, for Genji to play against the winner of a game that happens the same day. It was like that. It was. I'm convinced.
And then Driver
They rescheduled it.
with his Gragas flank that did come in just a little bit later with a 3-man body slam. And the team fighting from CFO has been incredible, but
Chad, you're rage baiting. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it now. Now. Stop it now.
Well, it has been a long journey for everyone. We got to hear CFO's journey here. Now it's time to listen to MCoys.
When does C9 play?
I'm pretty confident coming into this EWC. We are really grateful for this chance that we have to prove ourselves again. My main goal this EWC is gonna be that I perform well. I think the main thing I have improved on since MSI was my preparation, my mental preparation. I wasn't ready for an international. I didn't have my head where it had to be. So I made some adjustments and hope it will be this time.
Yeah, I would say what we worked on after MSI to this EWC is just sharpening what we learned from MSI and trying to keep it in our game without losing it. So I would just say, yeah, just keeping the fundamentals we learned from MSI. Playing in internationals and MSI compared to LEC or even LCS is always going to be such a big difference because you're versing the best teams in the world. You get to learn what you're doing wrong, the teams will punish way more, and you get to improve so much faster. And any personal goals would be probably just versing the top teams and just winning.
Well, if you win this today, you're against T1 tomorrow.
Dominantly, I would say that's my personal goal. You really have to not take it for granted whenever you go internationals and just try learning as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next step for this passionate fan base. It's now building upon what they've already had and getting some titles, getting over the hump in the international stage. They've been able to conquer Europe, but keeping the growth and the momentum, just like what CFO said, right? It's, are you able to problem solve and get good during the short time frame for the squad here, Finn?
Yeah, and something Elio has been very vocal about in these last couple of internationals is that the fact when he goes to internationals, he feels like he gives the East Asian junglers a little bit too much respect. He feels like he makes himself a little bit too docile, and it kind of like he doesn't push himself as much. And I really think today against Junji, who is still, in my opinion, one of the top junglers, he is such a force for the CFO roster. And I think this is a great game for Elio to finally conquer those demons and kind of think, okay, I'm on the same level as these guys. I can compete. I just need to play my game, bring my thoughts to the matter, and I will get it done.
Yeah, I know a lot of these teams have talked about taking what you learn from MSI and applying it, but sometimes I feel like that's harder said than done because a lot of times when you lose to these top teams from around the world, it's not always obvious why you lost. Sometimes you might think it's something, but you know, in your effort to correct it, you might cause other problems, you know, fixing things that weren't broken within your team. So
oof. I was talking to really Riot about competing for Lost Ratones next week, and now I have to go through a behavior check
if they want to keep going,
and a vetting of like my accounts.
For a deeper insight, let's take a look at Super.
Chat, when I played on those accounts, was I flaming? Nah, I don't flame, right?
The first pre-match interview by my side is MCoy Super. Welcome. So you guys had an intense battle against Hanwha Life yesterday. So how do you feel right now going into today?
I'm really excited to play because I think I prepared really well from the MSI to here, and I want my revenge today.
And of course, you guys are
EU is on their revenge arc today.
And I know there's a little bit of a rivalry between you two because CFO didn't limit
you got a chat behavior last week.
MSI, so what are you planning
on
doing
I wrote,
to them
I
today?
understand. Is that bad?
I need to be thankful because they give us more time to prepare and vacation for the eSport World Cup. So I will let them better vacation so they can prepare for Worlds better.
Yeah, and last message, because we know that C9 unfortunately got eliminated yesterday, and surprisingly EU is doing quite well this tournament. So is this
EU's doing well equals G2 beat FlyQuest in best of 1. Hell yeah, brother.
We don't need to over complicate the things. EU was not that bad. People is not that good. I think we are in a really close level, and I believe who prepare better for the official day is who's gonna make the difference.
I hope this doesn't age weirdly after the game, but best of luck today, and I'll see you on stage. Back to you guys.
Thank you again to Kitty asking the hard.
There was like there was this thing where in pro play, every time you compete, Riot needs a list of all your accounts.
So let's start on
But the player
outside
has
in.
to
We'll start
list
with the
them.
medios.
So you have
Who
to
you
tell
got
your
here,
general manager,
winning, and why?
these are my accounts, this is the summoner
a
names.
really tough
But
one
every
for
pro
me,
player would
but
hide at least one of them.
I think Imkoi
They would give
will
like
win.
2, and
I
the
don't have a
third
great
that they
reason
played on a
why,
little
'cause
bit
it's super
that they know
50-50,
was
but,
completely cooked, they just never
I don't
submitted
know,
the
just from
name.
how they've played, I think they can do it.
Happened to everyone.
Yeah,
Every
I'll
single
take
one.
it from
Loads of
here.
pro
I
players had
think that
accounts where they
CFO
were
will
just
take it down.
fucking
I think it's
flaming
going to
everyone
be,
in like 2017,
relatively
2018.
easy for them.
And then they
I think
just didn't
MKOI is
add
a
it to the
pretty good
behavior
team,
checklist.
But I think that CFO have proven that they're on a different level at the moment. I would say it's like 75-25 for me.
All right, Finn, give it to us.
Well, we have converted the American into a believer of European League of Legends. If that doesn't tell you how favored MKOI is to win this game, then I don't know what to tell you. I think it's gonna be an easy sweep for MKOI. I think they got it in the bag, and I think they are the better team. Supa said it themselves. It's about who prepares harder on the day, and the other teams are not that good.
Wow.
The other teams are not that good,
right,
so
I
we
guess-
are
I
better.
guess
That's
it.
right, Finn. Tell him.
That is what Supa said. Now it's time to put aside the talking and time to do the playing. It is the #1 seed from the LCP, CFO, looking to try and make it to the knockout stages and do what they did yet again to MKOI, the reigning kings of Europe. Will they be able to make their squad proud, or will their key get crushed? Let's find out. We start day 2 for the Esports World Cup right now.
Let's go, Koi. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Chat, I think there's an audience today. You're right.
Yesterday started steady. But as always, we ramped up the pressure.
Now
Teams
we're into the
blinked,
real games.
and
Well, not
before
yet.
They knew it, they were back checking in bags at Riyadh Airport.
This is League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. And now it's down to 4. 4 different regions, 2 chances to stay alive.
We got 2 quarterfinals coming up, but before that, a crucial best of 1. Win it, and you get a spot in the playoffs where Giants T1 are waiting for you.
And the stakes could not be any higher. You got a club championship points, legacy, and a shot at $2 million on the line.
By the way, if like me, you are a key-crushing super fan, do not worry. 4 of them will be shattered
4 keys
on
today.
stage.
4
here
teams out today.
Now, I don't know if you heard earlier, but we've got some mega fans in the building over here.
Oh, is it Las Carpas?
Fancy.
W Koi fans.
Let's give them what they want.
Wait, we got a trumpet?
It's Movistar Koi!
We got a trumpet at EWC, but we didn't get a trumpet at MSI? What a helly! Hey! We need trumpets! Play that trumpet, play that trumpet.
Their opponents avoided being KO'd once already. Can they complete the lower bracket run to playoffs? It's CFO!
Oh yeah, I said the thing again. Oh my god, my bad. I need to stop saying it. You're too loud for a small rat. Shut up.
A quarter-final slot will be locked in. A key will be crushed. It's the Esports World Cup. Let's get back to business.
Let's get back to business.
We are back to a qualification match. We are back to elimination. That really feels like the story every day. Myself and Orcs will take you through yet another game between CDBC Flying Oyster and Movistar Koi. A game, or rather series, that we only recently just saw, where everyone's pick'ems were destroyed at MSI. You all out there know how I feel. I'm with you. And in a 3-1 fashion, Koi were eliminated from the tournament. And CFO created what I think was one of the biggest upsets, at least of the tournament.
And you know, they had their,
Did you miss any games?
after
No,
that to face,
we're starting right
You know, they had some pretty big
now.
matchups. You know, went 3-2, well 2-3 against T1, who made it all the way to finals. So
We've
really
got
good to show their
drums?
stuff,
Yo!
I think, at the tournament, and a lot of respect.
We've got a whistle as well.
And now, Koi have the opportunity to get some revenge here.
Yo, crowd mic higher, crowd mic higher.
Showing some good form to get to this point. You know,
They got
both of
drums,
these
they got a
teams
fucking
having
band.
Beaten Gam, but losing to HLE. HLE obviously a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
Hard to judge. You saw some disagreements on the desk as to who's going to take this one. I think either team could take on the day. Obviously, it being a best of one as well.
That's the
It
thing,
really
isn't
just
it?
comes down to the approach. You know, we often talk about how Fearless has, there's so much impact in draft when it's Fearless.
Yeah.
That's also the case when it's a best of one, because, you know, you only get one draft to come out with. If you make a bit of a fumble, you don't get time to adjust. You don't get time to sort of shake things up as you go through a longer series. So whatever you end up with in this one game, you're stuck with.
And that's what leads us into our draft for this only game. Center so far yesterday, exceptional performance. 3 out of 3 wins. Yesterday as well, we saw a lot of Annie, a lot of Talia. Things we should also mention is things in jungle pairings like the Xin Zhao. Sejuani Yone, I remember you came into the day yesterday and you were like, man, Sejuani Yone, like,
here we go.
There's a lot of angles for it here. That's one of the first bans we go into pick and ban here for CFO.
Scion ban
maybe
good,
that
Gragas
pairing
ban
taken away
good,
as Sion
Talia ban
against
very
Driver.
good, Pantheon
Sion
open,
makes a lot of
Pantheon
sense.
ban last, Jojo
So,
Punazir,
heavily
thoughts?
targeting Driver.
We got a good situation here, we got a good situation.
Yeah, and I remember Sion as well.
Ooh,
in
take the
series,
Pantheon
these
for
two
Yoya.
played against each other
Don't
in-
give him
at
Pantheon,
MSI, you know,
don't
him
give him
getting solo
Pantheon.
kills on that Sion, which is something you don't really expect to see, but it was such a big factor.
They will
So
get Annie though, they will get Annie
leanings
maybe.
and
Is Honkyu and
respect
Annie
given
They
over.
could
That
take
Pantheon
Aurora.
phase, we've seen that a lot
They
at
could
this
go
tournament, a lot of
Aurora
priority
Wukong,
towards
they
that,
could do that top on
that
3.
early pressure
Think about
in the
Gwendline, they
jungle.
took the
Look
Rumble,
at
they took the
Rumble
Rumble.
coming through for
What
Driver.
about
We get a
Mirwin
Xin Zhao
Ornn?
Part 2. Jun just smurfed on that yesterday.
Holy
He
shit, that
was
trumpet
so
is
good. You know, we had
completely
some
out of
fantastic
tune.
Xin Zhao
Someone needs to
yesterday,
tune
and
that
he
shit
was
up
the best.
ASAP, get it
And that was
oiled.
tough to have that.
Rumble
His Skarner is
Skarner.
okay.
Fuss?
Yeah,
Are they going to
doesn't
play
end up
Victor
locking
on
that
3?
in. I think the Rumble Skarner combo, we've seen that have some power. You can kind of just, you know, toast them over the fire.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Skewer them
Galio?
and hold them there.
Aurora?
When you get deeper into the game, you know, the Pantheon has pseudo tankiness from
Gwen,
you know, the fact
anyway?
he can block damage, but overall is a pretty squishy champion in comparison to the Skarner. You have that
Aurora?
solid front line.
Nice. Good pick. I think it's good
Quite
denial
well
from
looking, that Aurora,
Hong
we've seen that
Nice.
pick at
Yeah, the
8
Aurora
value,
Teemo, that's a
MSI,
classic
Jovi in particular
2-3.
had some fantastic games on it, and then that Jojo Pion has picked up himself.
Remember as well, can be top lane for Mirwin. Mirwin is no stranger.
He's going to go Victor on 3. Fao
to
Shao.
picking out some, you know,
Please pick a
potential
good champ,
lane
Mirwin. Please, please,
Aatrox
please.
thought
It's
about there.
BO1.
Could
Please
also
pick a
be
good champ.
realism
Please,
as-
please, please, please pick a
I
good
mean,
champ.
You know,
Kaisa.
Instead, okay.
Could also be an
Kaisa.
Aurora flex, something I wanted to
Yeah,
mention.
it's a flex,
Some
it's a flex.
comments that suggested it. We have seen Aurora into Rumble before. Probably going to be mid. Something to mention.
Yep.
Kaisa does suggest they kind of want to sort of lean a bit more into that sort of dive, which fits the theme of the first 2 picks they have.
Yeah, I told you he was going Victor on
And
3. Look at their
CFO,
comp.
you know, they have a pretty strong front
Nice.
line with that.
This is fine for
Skarner.
Koi.
They're looking towards his
I
Victor.
do think
so much AoE damage already.
MF ban,
And considering all of MKOI's composition so
Jhin
far,
ban,
it's quite squishy.
100%.
You could just shred through targets. You know, you think about the Arcane Storm, the
They
resets
might ban
you get.
Gwen.
We've had fights where, you know, you get a
They
couple
might
of kills
ban
with that
bum
ultimate,
bum
and it just
bum 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 bum
expands
bum
so
bum bum
quickly.
bum bum bum. I have no idea
Going
actually what else they could ban.
Is going to be a little bit scary.
I mean, they
up
could ban Ornn
against this
Galio, but I don't know if it's
composition.
good.
Now, we go to
They
the
could ban
second
engage supports as
phase,
well, but
off the draft. Could look to target top lane a little bit if there's some matchups you're not too comfortable with, but you know Rumble tends to do so well into a lot of scenarios. I also think banning away
hard bans for
supports that match up
CFO.
well with the Kai'Sa
What do you ban?
is a big one. We've often
Kai'Sa
seen
didn't
paired
ban.
with
Nautilus,
Kai'Sa.
right?
Oh my
Go
god.
for the casting ban, so you know aware that
They might ban
potentially the Aurora could
Alistar
go
as well,
top,
you know.
and worried that casting could be something that could
Oh my
just
god,
scale
they
up
banned
against it.
Alistar.
There'll be a
What?
problem
I
later
thought
on.
they would ban Alistar.
Take
No.
that away. Maybe they get rid of something that can bully the lane a little bit, something that has tend to
Okay.
survive the lane. Again, Aurora, we're talking about in
Well, they're
flexibility,
sniffing
but
a rel.
They're saying that, yo, Mirwin might actually just take this top because of the matchup itself. Alistar's going to be one of the bans. Supports that maybe CFO will fish for on 4 or 5.
What are they gonna do?
As you
Alistar
said,
Brown ban?
Kai'Sa pairings are
They're gonna
still
give Doggo,
many with
MF,
things like
or
Rel,
Jhin?
With Nautilus,
Oh
Nico,
my
you
god,
also
I don't
mentioned
like
there
the
as
way
well,
this
maybe
is going,
CFO
Scooby.
will be able to utilize that better.
Scooby, I don't like the way
Well,
this is
Nico,
going. Yeah, they're gonna ban the
do you
Brown.
Brawl.
So
Kinda
MF
suggest
and
maybe
Jin
they
are
just wanna
open.
go for the Nautilus.
Yeah.
I guess they're thinking of, yeah, Ezreal Senna as well.
Like it's kind of crazy left that one.
Yeah, maybe banning ADs
especially,
is useless.
You know, the front to back from CF4 already so strong.
True.
You're gonna have to work really hard.
So I'm guessing it's what Rel. And what's a Jojo Pune champ? Don't tell me it's Yone.
Pick Nautilus yourself.
Please don't go Rel Yone.
Senna Nautilus, which is a really strong combo. There's that option for CFO. But looks like they might actually just go for the Rel themselves. Not wanting to give away too much.
Oh,
you know,
do we
Rel
play
with the
Nico
Alistar
now?
as well,
Poppy support?
Keeps that AD carry option available. Senna could still be an option.
Oh,
still
Yone's
there,
bent.
but want to see a little bit more and just happy to pick
What do you
up
play?
that
Poppy
engage
support, Nico support?
Now for MKOI,
Nautilus
you know,
kind of
Nautilus
shitty.
as an option. They have the Nico as
Nautilus
option
kind of
to
shitty.
support role. We will get to
oh
see
my god,
where
we're
this Aurora is
outdrafted.
going.
It's a Aurora mid,
Galio
or is it Galio mid?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Could be either.
You know, we saw Galio really show up first in the meta, played into
be
the
either.
Rumble in the top lane. I mean,
they're last
honestly,
picking MF maybe.
You could go either way. I think it probably would be the Galio top, but you know, we'll see what they end up going with.
Technically, you're right. You could mismatch.
Yeah,
swap around.
Really means it's important that you get a support. That
Rakan, what about Rakan? I think Rakan is the best.
Because
yeah,
you want to set up that Galio.
Best balance.
I actually like the Rakan
Chat,
a bit more.
Oh, please, no! No, don't go Nico.
No,
mama. Oh,
shit,
fucking fuck.
So that the Galio can ult to them. And the Nico
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, Tier 1 on Twitch, 5 and a half subs channel. Don't want to back against something like this. Man, I really prefer.
Really strong.
Not that I don't like the Nico, but look at their comp. Kai'Sa, Galio, Aurora, Nico.
Maybe thinking the Senna might be a little bit
I think
hard
just
to
put the
defend.
Rakan in the bag.
Sivir though, the spell shield, a lot of value, but Jhin can just play at
Oh
range.
my god, CFO's comp is monstrous.
I mean, they do have
CFO's
range
comp
advantage.
is
I think
monstrous.
most Sakoi, a lot of tools to close the distance. You know, their comp thematically fits together. A lot of dive pressure. On the other side, CFO, a lot of AoE damage, and it feels like they just want to play those 5v5s in a more front-to-back style.
Yeah.
But I think both comps pretty exciting. You know, we know how they're gonna try and
is it
outplay each
Aurora
other.
top? It must be, yeah.
They sort of have different win conditions for the fights. And really, I think it's going to come down to execution.
I feel like MKOI's comp, just to niche it a bit, there's a lot of committal engage, right? Like, there's a lot of all-in.
Yeah.
Once you're in, you're staying in. For CFO, you talk about range, and I see Rumble, I see Victor. Yes, very crucial ultimates to set up for any team fight.
I mean, a lot of the MKOI champions are quite short range.
They are,
like,
yeah.
Into like a Victor, Rel, Skarner, Rumble.
Yeah.
A lot of churn and burns. That's why these engages have to be crisp, precise. You need to land on the right targets. Because if you fumble it, you're going to pay for it.
It's MKOI's strength. They're great team
He's
fighters.
got a megaphone!
All year round, we have been spruiking that this Spanish organization, this Spanish team of young upstarts are so good at the 5v5 because a lot of the time they'll just hand stiff.
They have drums, megaphone, whistle, and trumpet.
Go, hey, guys, first 15 minutes.
Why can't we have this in the studios?
I could speak better English to you, but ladies and gentlemen, you know who I am. I wouldn't give you a day of your life in English. Does that make sense?
No.
It's so funny talking about I can't speak English properly and then I just...
You can speak Australian perfectly fine, though.
Yeah, but it's sometimes just my brain doesn't keep up. Well, with an elimination best of one, I hope it does because this should be gruesome and hopefully it is explosive as well. Let's see, MKOI versus CFO, a qualification match. Another key to be crushed for the loser. And more importantly, the winner goes on into the next round, the quarterfinals. Orcs already drawn yesterday. I'm looking forward to it because CFO and MKOI have something to prove to each other. A 3-1 at MSI, where Europe was let down by their first seed. Now in a single game, can they redeem themselves? Or are the Flying Oysters once again just annoying fresh seafood?
I think something for me in this game, you know, the fact that they
Yo,
have
the trumpet
this
goes
Galio
hard.
Pantheon duo, the double globals, right? Also that CC setup, that damage. You know, you have the range top laner, you have the double range bot lane as well. You're going to have priority in those
Can
sides.
you hear his
and then you
fucking
have
megaphone in the
double globals
background?
And those skirmishing half the mid jungle. So I really think MKOI, you want to get the ball rolling. A composition like this from ahead feels so much better.
Yo, Whistle guy, chill out then.
We'll see what they're able to do.
Whistle guy, chill out, chill out. It's level 1, Whistle guy.
Flash early, put him behind. Find any way to free up Jojo Pion and Elyoya to move around the map.
Whistle guy's
free up
going
that Galio
crazy.
To make an impact. I feel like the game just gets so much easier.
An agency on Elyoya is something I feel confident
Yo,
about
there's
as well.
quite a lot of people in the crowd. What the hell?
Super fans have grown.
Stop saying heli. Stop saying what the hell.
That many.
Stop it.
We've
Stop
definitely
saying what the hell.
grown the audience. At the start of the show, the super fans were like 10, 15. Now there's 30. CFO fans are out as well. Yeah, big.
Alright, stop saying that then.
I see what I think is either Jayo. I cannot read
You can't read?
No, okay, yeah, sorry.
There's some competition in the crowd. Good to see the support. I think that is one thing, though, when there's some really hardcore fans there getting the chance going.
CFO
it kind of
fans.
spreads, you know, permeates throughout the crowd. We're sort of seeing that happen.
Chat, the amount of people at MSI who had Timo hats, Poro hats was crazy.
And again, like, the CFO fandom is growing, not only because of LCP now, you know, looking after multiple regions in one. Obviously, VCS, LJL, OCE combined with it.
Come
OCE
on, come on.
Includes New Zealand as well. Shout out to New Zealand.
Bro, that
Everyone
guy's
gets
megaphone
New
is
Zealand.
not serious, by the way.
No, but you didn't go, did you, when you went down?
No.
Did you go to New Zealand?
No.
It's
My parents went to New Zealand, you know. That's a nice trip there.
New Zealand is actually goated. Like, I'm an Australian, but I like New
Oh,
Zealand.
yo, yeah, he's patting
Man,
top.
I'll
He
tell
says
what,
You already annoyed Atlas so much yesterday. You're gonna be bothering him.
Look, we bag out people from New Zealand, but it's just such a lovely place. And there's not many people there, and I think that's always nice.
There's hobbits there.
There's hobbits there. There are hobbits there. I want to apologize to any nocturnals I offended yesterday. Any marsupials.
Nice poke, nice
They're
poke.
not
Good
the
pace,
same
good pace.
thing. Marsupials and
Talk to me,
nocturnals
talk
aren't
to me.
the same thing. I had a brain.
If you had to apologize for everything you said on cast, we'd be here all day.
Oh, we would be listing it out. And mostly I want to apologize to Atlas just for letting him down.
Ay,
as another
junge
Australian.
spacing.
Well, we'll hold aside.
Don't get
because,
full shot, don't get
we're
full shot.
finally back in the game if you couldn't already get that by
Oh
the game
my
sound.
god. This
But
game, I'm not
2
feeling good
Fox
about
said
it, man. I'm not...
MCOY need to get the ball rolling soon.
Something about this
And
game, I'm
in
not
the
feeling
early
good
game's
about
gonna
it.
be really important. 2v2 is quite impactful. as
Fuck, no.
scaling
Don't
from
be that
Super,
guy.
but
Don't be that
Nico
guy.
always changes the lane, but a flash engage. Super in trouble. Ignite down, double shattering strike, deadly flash. Oh no, flashing in front, Doggo, no. Super can't escape.
Really clutch play there from CFO, managing to push the wave a little bit quicker. Doggo got the bouncing.
Doggo
grenade
is just
in,
our
and then that level
father.
2 hits faster.
Doggo is the
Super had
father of
ghost,
Europe.
Didn't have cleanse, gets
Doggo
caught
and
out.
Kaiwing.
You saw Alvaro went for the minion.
Why
there.
doesn't Super have
Goes too little,
cleanse,
too
bro?
late, and that is such a
Ooh,
bad
big
start
gank
to
from
the
El
game
Yoya
bot
here.
lane.
Love this gank.
Love a start Koi.
Level 3 on the wave.
Level 3 hit from Hong Q, but look,
There it
pushing
is.
up to the wave. There's going to be an instant flash. Justice punch, but
Oh,
a quick stand.
it's not a kill.
Under the gravity field, Hong Q feels okay. He's burned his flash
That
at the
Victor
cost
W
of
was
one from Jojo.
crazy.
You know, I still think you'd be okay with how the gank went, right? You got the flash from the Victor, return gank, likely to be successful.
Please don't tell me this is
but
going to
a
work.
Good play from Honky
Nah,
there
it
to
shouldn't work.
avoid
This shouldn't work.
Going down.
This shouldn't work,
but
right?
As I said, this is kind of what I see being the win con for MCOY is that you put pressure on the Victor, find opportunities for...
Bro, that whistle guy is going
He is now
crazy.
being ganked, though.
Vice versa for the
Phase
pressure.
rush.
Justice punch, but
Boom.
in the way, Kaiwing, great gank, another shattering strike.
Oh god. Oh putain de merde, ça va. Ay, scheiße, Junge. Really? It's just EU getting
Such a good
fisted, is
start
that it?
For CFO, and we see here, so you know, I think maybe Super goes for the Q there. Not enough damage done to the minions, maybe a bit too much focus on the poke from Alvaro, and then Super just gets demolished there. Doggo with a great flash over the root there to finish off the kill. And the fact that you get that kill, and then Kaiwing moves mid, gets killed there as well.
Okay,
Phenomenal
Koi's early
start.
game is
Already
not that
CFO
good.
2 on
It's
the
okay,
board.
we're chilling.
About 1,000 gold lead. This is the start they really want.
2 for their carries that are going to play so well on zone control as well that we talked about in draft. So it was like early game is now really chill, and the onus is on MCOY. We've already said it. MCOY need to really get the ball rolling, and so for CFO, if
my
they
God,
can
CFO's
mitigate that,
draft is
it's like
just so
15,
chill,
20
isn't it?
minutes,
Skarner,
they still like some of these
Victor,
kills add a
Rel,
lot of
la
pressure
la la
that
la
MCOY
la
might not be able
la.
to deal with.
Where's the
Top
trumpet
lane's
at?
chill so far.
Hey,
You
it's
know, I
only
think
2
Dragon
kills.
did a
Get
pretty
that
good job
trumpet going.
farming in the matchup.
Who let him
Not the
stop
most
blowing
fun
the
playing into range
trumpet?
Top laners, I'm sure. Every top
Did he go to the
laner
toilet?
knows
What
that
is this?
experience.
I've seen this matchup get bodied from the Rumble's perspective, so the fact he's actually up in CS, even early game, kind of nice.
Doing pretty good. And I think, you know, if the game does end up in a neutral state, it's not like it's over for Stakoi, because if they get a big engage on the right targets, that's fantastic.
Jojo.
But a lot of their picks will feel a lot more
Jojo.
flat if they are behind, you know, or even just even doesn't feel as inspiring.
There we go, he's back in the bathroom.
You see CFO with a lot of control in this lane right now.
He's back on the megaphone.
Still early days. We do have that flash from Honkyu about halfway off cooldown. I really want to see some window where
No,
nine. Punish, but in return,
just in trouble again. He still doesn't have that flash. So Justice
What? That's how that works?
Against the wall, he will stand.
That doesn't seem fair. Hey, that's not fair. That's not how that should work.
Kill. This time one over to Junja.
That's literally called Justice Punch, and it gets cancelled by a fucking rat.
Onto this Scorpion, it's trouble as Alvaro. He's locked in place again. It's another great Shattering Strike. A quick cleanse away from the Tangle Barbs, and at least something back for MKOI, but there is nothing going right here for the Spaniards in this game.
You know, I'm talking about how I think the focus was really needed to be on this Victor.
Get the trumpet going.
It was MKOI who went for that first gank, who burnt the Victor's flash, and yet the return has been from CFO. They just keep punishing.
Tabe was right,
fix
fix the lanes.
Flashed early, and here he's playing a melee champion into the Skarner, tries to sort of use his dash into him, just gets pulled into the wall, immediately
the trumpet guy gave up.
He is having such a rough game, and if your Galio falls behind, gets trapped in lane, the comp's going to start to fall apart.
If this Victor could just start one-shotting waves earlier than expected.
I mean, he already has that lost chapter.
Yeah.
Really nice to get that one down early on. Not too long until his flash is available as well, so I mean, he's fine just wave clearing, you know, and the wave, it consistently feels like whenever we look towards mid, the wave is in an uncomfortable spot for Jojo. He has to be pushed up as a melee champion.
No flash gene.
Puts him in a threatening spot, in an uncomfortable position now. Alvaro hovering.
If he gets Tangle Barb, something could be done. Remember that Galio has ult, so we're just talking about how Jojo's in a rough spot, but now he can move the map. Now if he sacks the wave, something else can be done elsewhere.
Galio ult ready.
Well, they're not overstepping, and as they hover around top side,
guys, we have Pantheon Galio against Skarner. Can we force a bit?
Mirwin, please don't get solo ball, please. As Oyoya rushes there too.
Felt like there was a bit of a bait there from Alvaro.
Oh yeah, big one.
Up, but
right there, boom.
Fall for it.
Yeah.
Has the backup from his jungle a little bit later, so
oh,
solid lead there for the side of CFO.
The Victor has phase rush.
And I think really they're fine just chilling out now. Ginger as well has the early double giant spell, so he's super bulky already at this point if we get into those early skirmishes.
All good, all good, all good, all good, all good.
So he's walking
Can even stay for the wave if you want.
And the timing could not be worse here. Dragon, Grubs, take your pick here as Junja has now hit level 6 as well.
And he's going to be trapped in lane. You know, if you're not able to move.
He doesn't have TP. I think he should have stayed for the wave. I feel like Galio can cheat it because you have W, right? And the Victor has no ult, so you just have to walk up, Q auto, the cannon rage, and then just play.
Recently, the bot lane
actually, he doesn't.
Doggo and Kaiwing have been playing
really
he lost
well,
the cannon. So, you know, if you're not able to unlock that Galio, CFO is going to be able to play the game at their pace. And speaking of which, they are starting up this dragon. I don't think any contest is going to come through.
All 5 lanes are lost.
And nothing happens topside in the meantime. It's not like
and what's your point?
With his
Does winning lane mean win game? No.
Maybe there's something can be done for the bot lane that's
it's
slowly
2025,
pushing in. You can see Jojo's also hovering.
Where's the trumpet
Pings
guy
are going down. CFO are not overstepping. They know that this Galio really needs to move to get the game back on MKOI's side, but they're being really cautious here. You can see, look, Doggo's just stepping back, and River's just going to be given over to MKOI in the interim. Curtain call.
Well,
Alvaro, flash, engage, Magnet Storm.
Oh, that's just great. He even predicted the flash. Oh, we're just cooked. We're cooked. EU's cooked. It's all cooked. Everything's cooked. I'm so cooked. Everything's cooked.
Yes, Grubs will be taken, but look at Mirwin bot. It's turning into a dive.
And
easy
Mirwin's dead.
Kill. We don't even need to see
we're getting perfect games. That's fantastic.
CFO are going to find plating through bot. The push in top. Grubs are the only retribution that MKOI are going to be sitting on.
It's just disaster after disaster right now for the side of MKOI. I mean, you know,
their key's about to get crushed.
On the bot side, like that can happen, right?
I guess we just have to pray for G2.
Dies there. The setup from Kaiwing Doggo, they've just had their
I guess G2 is gonna have to carry us.
2v2, the confidence to go for that play.
But G2's against BLG today. Surely they'll win, right?
That easy to pin it down, right? When she has that W, when she has that clone to sort of give us some space with the movement speed and with the disruption. But Kaiwing has just never hesitated when going for this Nico and constantly found angles, and there, the fact that the flash was burned and that shot still connected.
Okay. We're going to have a bit of sky falling onto Driver. Flash away, a stun, Alvaro's here, but Tangle Buff doesn't connect, so the damage is not going to follow up super. Also ghosted to try and be in range, but because no CC landed, there's no killer instinct.
Yeah.
It's okay, we have 3 grubs, just back off.
Up in time, and this feels so bad because you're committing a big cooldown, you're committing your jungle to the top side. Sure, they'll be able to get some plates, but You know, it's not really that big of an advantage. And also, there's a limit to how much they can push because Driver's ult is coming up soon. So, you know, they'll push this wave in. They can't take any more because the next wave, Driver can just ult it if he really wants to.
Now we've put ourselves under the tower. Are we gonna die?
Kaiwing,
okay.
They can continue to zone Mirwin away here.
Well,
a 2K for now. That's
respect to the Koi fans. They went to Riyadh.
Yeah.
They could only be there for a game. If they got knocked out, that's it. They brought the whistle, they brought the trumpet, they brought the flags, they brought the fucking megaphone. And they're going to watch them lose in 25 minutes.
Yeah. They're going to clear this wave. They will actually get some more plates. So actually working out better for MKoi than I
That's
thought
dedication right there.
Driver does have his ult now, though, so that's where the pressure ends. So actually, working out pretty positively for MKoi, all things considered.
Jojo stepping forward through
Phase
the
rush,
gravity
baby,
field.
phase rush,
Nice
Meowdy.
play, but again, Ishtal's impact gets him in range, and Judge's now looking. Impale out, yes, in the Justice Punch with the Chaos Storm on top.
We're saving our flash for summer split. That's good to know.
As Hong Q already
That's good to know.
On.
2 times in a row, we've seen MKoi members flash and still go down. It's got to feel bad, and CFO 6 on the
Mirwin
board at this
song.
point, and you know, 2 kills on both their carries, 2 on the Skarner. He's going to be super bulky later in this game.
It's a 1k gold lead on Hongq. I mean, this is the dude that gave Faker a run for his money in that best of 5. And everyone's saying he's a prodigy. Like, we're going to keep an eye on this kid. You know, he's so young, but he's so talented. 1k gold lead on Victor already with a Blackfire Torch is going to shred through this tank Galio and any other bruiser on the side of MKoi. It is a bit of a disaster in the early game. It is encroaching 3,000 in the lead here for the LCP
MKOI's spot
representative.
isn't that bad,
more
someone says in chat. You think so? Let's check notes.
They have not been able to use these semi-globals.
Drake to CFO, 0 for MKOI, 6 kills to 0. They have a scaling comp with more frontline and better team fights.
Galio hasn't come through yet.
And it's okay for us. Okay, I mean,
Aurora's being cooked in lane.
let's look at the good things for Koi.
It feels like, you know, if you end up in a 5v5,
all right, they have 3 grubs.
Such a disadvantage.
Okay, let's play the game.
It's going to be a struggle to pull things off. They need to kind of use these tools to find numbers advantages, and it feels really bad to be at 12 minutes and already talking about, hey,
no flash in river. That's not legal. Legal check. Where's my Kali ult? Where's my Kali ult? Where's my Kali ult? Where's my Kali ult? There it is. Boom, that's a kill. Nice. Nice, that's a kill. That's a kill. That's a kill. That's a. Why is my Aurora TP?
We sit 1-7, but Brazil's not showing up to this game. We'll hold for a second as Mirwin teleports in. It is just a simple trade for now.
We can invade his red with this.
Great though. I mean, normally if you're trading when you're behind,
Base checking into a Skarner. Flash away from Elyoya for the red buff. Okay, but Mirwin needs to pull his weight.
Son of Sky! Son of Sky!
Great job at Junja as he finally autos away with his passive.
Okay, we got Victor TP.
Trade. Teleport up from Hong
We got Victor TP. First blood tower to Superstar. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Hold the line.
When you're 3,000 gold behind, now you're only 2 orcs. I think you just take.
Look, the blue. I see blue. I see blue.
Same before, you know, 1-for-1 trade, considering they committed a TP and a
I see blue on the screen.
Good, but you know, getting another kill trade. Jojo Prince gonna get some plates here.
Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
Now on the board. The gold lead closing a decent amount. You know, needed to get some kills, and they have gotten that. So
2 plates as well for Jojo, and Jojo was 1,000 gold behind.
Boom, E out, boom.
He's just picked up
Q,
300
backwards
from
Q.
Plate.
Yeah,
boom.
W.
Ooh, nice. Hey! Alvaro, these E's. Where are we Eing? Where are we? Can we fuck it?
No kill threat just yet, but it's enough to send Alvaro away.
Yeah, I think even if the root had connected,
the blue is disappearing.
Nico, so probably
the blue is disappearing.
Kill, but would have chunked him out more. Maybe could have set up for that dragon. But to be honest, I think when you're still a bit behind, it's fine just to let this
losing
one go.
2 Drakes to Victor Skarner. Mama.
Obviously doesn't feel good to give it over, but I think wait until you're in a better position to fight.
Is Nico a bait pick?
Super. Let's be careful. Kaiwing has his flash available.
Oh man, I like that Super is back in the game.
The supercharged route.
But he doesn't have cleanse.
Looking for Jojo again. Jojo giving up the wave, giving up the pressure, and with it, Hongq will be able to match that first turret that MKoi obviously found in top.
Yeah, we'll open up the lead a little bit more and getting that dragon as well. CFO still definitely ahead in this game. And Hongq the most ahead on this Victor in a comfortable spot. I think as well, another thing to be mentioned with this composition that MKoi have, it's really important that when you're going into big fights, what you are going to start seeing as we get later in the game, right? Second dragon taken, next will be that third, that sole point.
Yeah.
Having Summoner's Burn And if you can find like small scraps, maybe it's like an even trade, like a 1-for-1, or just like a quick engage where you get a summoner spell, can be so good to find that before a big fight starts. You know, a minute or two before it starts, that a cleanse or a flash isn't available. Because if you go into a big 5v5 and Hongq and Doggo have flash, you're probably just going to lose.
Because we spruiked about MKoi being all in. And
A Herald would be lovely.
Engage, but the carries on CFO are not mobile.
Yeah.
So further to your point, those summoners are going to mean so much here. As Koi
Now, do I want Herald and lose the game? No. Do I want Herald and run away? Yes. Now let's run away. Lovely.
But Junja with an impale ready, wants to come in. Driver flashed over the wall for this.
Fast.
Elyoya is the only one cooking for now. Pop Blossom off the side hits no one between.
What a heli.
Doesn't do much, but the Magnus Storm does.
No flash on Rel.
Nice,
Super.
Junja doing the same with an
Big taunt.
A scrappy, messy fight.
Get the plant, Super.
Shredding down and charging everyone. An order that won't reach
1-for-1 and Herald is not bad. Nico is speaking a lot of English right now, and we need to do something about that. ¿Dónde está el español? What is going on?
Yeah,
bro, they're getting so many flowers. Is it rigged?
So I think they're pretty okay with how that one went. Looked a bit scary. There was definitely a point there where it was a bit concerning. MKoi able to navigate that one pretty well, all things considered. They do end up getting this. I think some abilities whip. That's something to be said for MKoi. It could have actually gone better for them. But you see, Alvaro's ult doesn't actually connect onto anyone. It chooses a little bit defensively. Doesn't actually clip on the driver.
Hit Rumble.
And then the taunt from the Galio here. Trying to get as many targets as possible. I think only gets Hongq here. Oh, it does get Junja as well, actually. But, you know, was maybe looking for Doggo too.
Wait. Did you watch Super in that? Super just dodged everything.
He was pretty clean.
I feel like he's the reason that
we're a bit stressed.
I mean, he definitely was. He ulted into the back. And, yeah, 1,800 damage out of the Kai'Sa when Pantheon obviously is going to hit higher damage earlier on in the game. That's something to look forward to for MKoi fans.
We're a bit stressed.
It's
okay.
Fight like that where they skirt around.
And
we're good. Everyone relax.
You don't have Cleanse and Doggo. Flash down on Driver and Kaiwing. Obviously, Hongq and Doggo style flashes. Not ideal. Well, you really wanted those to be down, but
Victor is scaling a lot, and that my Nico is level 7, and I'm not happy about that.
Looking for this mid tower. TP coming
TP
in
from Aurora. Pantheon ult no one. Love that. Tank, love that. Yeah, they'll know now. They'll know now. Don't fuck with us.
A lot of resources committed to defend that tower.
Let them off this time, but not next time.
I don't know how much longer you can really maintain this, but for now. Tier 1 tower is live. You'll see though.
We need Hongq to run it down.
They're pushing once wait. I think this might just be gone.
With Equalizer, I think so. Might not have grubs, but they'll have the damage here as MKoi don't dare to step up. Jojo also on a ward as he came in for his flank.
We're gonna need Hongq to drop a couple in place.
The CFO.
You can see, just if you look at the minimap, there's some fantastic vision control around mid. There's like 4 control wards all around. And, you know, you'd think with, like, you know, Mira and the fact he was there, if he'd stuck around, there just was no... The division denial was so good that there's no way he could stick around and kind of punish that turret push. So really good homework from CFO to make sure they could go for that turret without the threat of, like, an engage or a dive. A lot of times, teams, you know, they heavily go for that tier 1 and they end
no
up
flash.
punished for it.
These are the kind of plays we need. Kills like this. Boom. Good stuff. This is what we need. This is what we need. Now we need a bot tier 1. Or we need a base. That works for me.
That's an important kill. And a wave denied.
This is what we need.
Good kill picked up, and you know, more picks they get like
Victor,
this.
no TP.
You talked about the gold lead being pretty significant.
Nice megaphone, guys. Back.
2-3k way earlier in the game at about 12 minutes. Now
only
1,000 at 18.
Oh god, it's a dragon fight and Super Yushi. Does he have rage bait in base, or is he gonna get cancelled by Jin W?
Bounties on Skarner, Victor, and Jin. One team fight could really turn this in favor of Movistar Koi.
And Super's actually up in
nice
gold.
Rage
now
bait.
Quinsu's picked up, by the way. Second
Alright, rage
item.
bait picked up.
So if any of those shutdowns go over to Super, he's going to be leading the charge. He's going to be onto that third item quicker, and that poke Kai'Sa will be online.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big spike for the Kai'Sa, the 2 items. Whereas with the Jin, the Ghostblade Rapid Fire doesn't feel as good. The 3 is really where you start to feel, you know, when you get the Infinity Edge.
Infinity Edge, yeah.
Yeah, so... They're feeling confident leading into this dragon. This is
talk to me. Someone talk to me. Someone say something.
The highest priority soul, but we're probably trying to find some setup here.
All about Alvaro with the Tangle Barbs as well.
Alvaro flashes up soon. They have a lot of poke. They have Jin, Victor poke.
Been the fear for MKoi. The support of CFO has been carrying through the last couple of fights.
Talk to me.
And don't forget, Hongq stronger than maybe you'd expect here on the Victor. As he's found such an
Alvaro flash
lead.
up really soon.
Mid versus top right now in the bot wave, matching each other as Super's hitting mid wave, but CFO are in river first.
Okay, big Nico combo there onto the ghost
Firing,
that was standing there that you didn't
threaten
see.
Jojo Pion here. But just lose some pressure towards, you know, that banana brush.
Get the ward over the wall.
I'm trying to get some mid priority, trying to move in, but CFO holding strong, denying
Nico
them
W
access
spam,
to the
love that.
area. And I
Keep
think,
that
you know,
bot
the
push,
fact that trying
nice.
to push
Don't
through
get
that
hit by the
one
skill shots, nice.
choke, really difficult into
Super,
Victor, into
Rel has
Rumble,
flash,
into
okay.
Rel.
Nice chunk onto this
Ideally, they
corner.
wanna find people coming
Bit of
out
bot
flank
push from
angles. They
Jojo
haven't
Pune.
really
Get
had
the
a
cannon.
chance to do that
Boom,
so
cannon
far.
minion. Nice positioning. Keep up the Nico Ws.
Now
What if
they're
we
just
rush
moving up
Atatatakan?
towards-
What
they're
if we
going for the
rush
Atakan. They're
Atatatakan?
actually
That
throwing
is a
Herald
clever
down.
call. That is a clever call.
forget it.
Boom!
That-
Koi, pull the trigger. Drop the dragon. Here we go.
Did he mean a sweep?
And we're gonna get it for free.
Like throwing the Herald down kind of gives away the play.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Kaiser does a lot of single target damage. Maybe he's just trying to distract
Okay,
them.
I
Only
kind of
Kairing
fuck
is
with it. I
here.
kind of fuck with
It's
it.
not Spellbook Rel, so no
He's
chance
rumble
to steal.
ulting the dragon.
I think
Like
this is
he's
already
that
a
angry.
trade. So, good move from
He is
Emkoi.
furious.
I mean, it's just a third dragon, right? And it's only a Chemtech Soul. If CFO do get Chemtech Soul, it's not the end of the world, and they don't have it yet.
Oh,
And
it
they
was for the
pick up
feats.
That,
He tried to
that
rush it or
account for
what?
free. It's a lot of XP. It's a lot of
That's
stats as well. You can
17
see,
flowers, by the way. That was what they got.
yeah, you can see now super higher level than Doggo. Jojo Pion higher level than Honkyu. It was a big influx. So actually a really heads up play from Emkoi there. Just to
We're
say,
evening
you know,
it up.
We can't find an angle into this river, into this dragon fight. We'll take this instead.
And the wait till Jojo's at two and a bit items as well, and that'll be around the third.
Jojo
fourth dragon
Pune,
rather.
Jojo Pune, Jojo
There's no
Pune. You have
turret here, so
ult,
Jojo's
right?
gonna bring edge
Oh
guard
yes.
impact into it.
Boom.
With the
You're fine.
Nifel
You're
up and available,
you're
waiting
so
in match
fine.
range.
You're
Jojo's
so
getting
fine.
help with a TP from his ally as well, but Alvaro's also on the way. Shielded
Big
around
combo, buddy, Aurora!
and Driver
Mirwin,
isolated.
ult, out.
Down between
Or
them.
there's Alvarito! Alvarito!
Alvarito! Mirwin zones on
Nice!
the rest, and Emkoi knows
That's
that
fucking
CFO
massive.
won't dare show their face for the rest of the fight.
Huge counter punch, and for the first time in a while, Emkoi have a gold lead.
Can we just fuck this Victor up or what?
Super
Oh, Super Yushi! Oh, he flashes the rail combo! Oh, what a monster! Yo, respect to Super. Respect. Yo, yeah, you win that? Kill his ass. Boy, what the hell? Okay.
Coming close.
Wait, we're so back.
Back in this game.
Now a significant lead.
Trumpet guy, go crazy.
The attempt to punish Jojo Pion there maybe is a response, losing the Atakan. CFO feeling some regret after that one, but they disrespect the composition of Movistar Koi, the speed at which they can join into a fight, and also the engage potential. They get caught up in it, and they get punished swiftly, and now losing turrets across the map. This gold lead just ballooning for Movistar Koi.
Those 3 grubs are now paying dividends. It was a big investment.
Nice dodge.
Jojo's not going to get Deadly Flourish. She's fine to walk it out.
I'm seeing blue.
But as you said, I mean, the Atakan's obviously made a big difference here, but they overestimated their damage onto Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Galio, you're quite tanky. You can also reduce a lot of damage, and Driver's waiting for cooldowns. The Taunt also gives a damage reduction. Mirwin gets in, does so much damage to Driver.
Oh,
who has to
Alvaro
flash
goes
kind of
crazy
into
there.
him to get away from the other targets. And the ult that comes
And then
out
Super
from
smurfs it.
Alvaro is massive.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, you think the play's done, but Honkyu walks up here, ends up getting caught out again. Alvaro with a huge play. Super goes in with the confidence, dodges the Magnus Storm.
Dodges everything.
And honestly, the only saving grace here is that Doggo doesn't go down, but it was so close.
They're back in this. 3K gold lead now squandered, now lost, now everything hurting for CFO. Their early game, so brilliant, so clean, really. Honkyu had such a lead.
Now we just need to get this next
All I
break.
see at the bottom is blue. All I see is once again Koi in a position to come back.
And now flashes down for every member of CFO. Those engages from Movistar Koi are going to stick.
As we talked about, the immobility to hurt CFO. Baron's up in a minute 5. That's the next objective to look towards.
Get the next Drake.
Remember, Dragon spawns 45 seconds past it, so if CFO can maybe, just maybe delay Dragon enough, or rather delay the Baron enough, I should say, then we have those objectives up at the same time. Maybe it's a solo angle, maybe an early Elder. I don't know what you think of early Elder, who it favors. Maybe it actually favors Emkoi.
I think it's hard to say at this point.
What about Honkyu to Fnatic?
Yeah.
Bro, we have
I think it's
Poby. What are you saying?
difficult. I mean, it's so hard playing around Elder because
We have Poby and you're a
so
baby.
flippy.
True.
Especially in a best of one where
What, you're
it's do or
Poby
die,
Delta
you
already?
know? It's a delicate situation to be in. Honestly, I think the early Elder favors whoever has control of the game at that point, because it's going to be really hard to contest. Right now, Movistar Koi have control of the game. You can see CFO a bit on the back foot, trying to push it and get some vision that is now being swept out.
I'm still waiting for Fnatic's announcement.
Movistar Koi might just look to threaten Baron as soon as it's up and available and force CFO to come in.
What about Dragon in 40 seconds first?
Baron's there now. 43, top right, you see it. That'll be next. CFO
no Infinity as
top though, and Jojo as he gets pushed in bot.
Level 14
will have to be some attention from Driver, who's just picked up his Bloodletter's Curse to go bot and receive that wave. But CFO, after they do their due diligence, they're going to get into River and get their wards down.
Lost Ratone's head. You see that?
As you said, it's the best.
Lost Ratone's head. Did you see
it? 25 minutes, it is leading
W Koi fan. W Koi fan.
With a 2,500 gold lead, a couple extra flowers that they found from the kills as well. They're in the driver's seat here as they approach. Third items on some big carries.
Yeah, I will say though, the Baron Pit, Victor gets so much value, Rumble gets so much value, especially with the terrain off the rift. So Dragon is spawning, let it go. This is what they're doing, they're getting some vision in the Baron area. It's the first Dragon for Movistar
now
Koi.
we can force him Baron
at this point of the game. So I think this is the right call. You just try and get a little bit of extra vision around the Baron area, you give up the Dragon, and more importantly, you wait for those flashes to be back up and available, which they're coming up soon. I think really CFO playing around the summoners is very important, and if you're gonna get back in this
they're
game,
really in sync, I'm not gonna lie. The fucking Carpas, the Koi fans,
it's gonna be around
they're in
Koi
sync.
being in a scenario where they're in a choke point like that Baron Pit, and you just punish them. You take advantage of that AoE that they have in those solo laners.
They're kind of frying.
Just a side note before we get to that fight. Super has gone Terminus third item, so it's not like he's got, you know, Nashes for enhanced W, for upgraded W. But Terminus means that the dueling power, the on-hit, is still very potent here, and Super, obviously, we've talked about how he wants to dive in. Makes his job a little bit easier here.
I mean, he also has so much objective damage.
He really does, yeah. That also helps a lot. Upgraded boots as well. Yeah, Super. He's hitting like the Flash. I don't know what the Flash is. I've never watched it, but I assume that guy hits hard, you know? At the move speed he's got.
He does
Alright,
hit.
Kai said 3 items.
Does he hit people? Is that what the Flash does?
Well, yeah, he can. He hits pretty fast, and you know, things that go fast.
Yeah, like some science.
Times acceleration.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, science lessons with Jake.
Okay, get to it. Orcs. That river is quite dark, and Baron is starting.
Baron Force, really? Baron Force, really? Really?
Yeah, not too much
really?
damage on it yet.
Really? I don't know about that.
Pulling off. They're trying to draw him in. Trying to draw CFO in. Tangle doesn't connect. Junja walking into the choke as well. Remember, super. That W doesn't connect, no upgrade either. Jojo coming in from an angle, but he's spotted out as well. So CFO alleviated from some of the pressure as Alvaro tries to get the ward over the wall, but again, good defense here.
Nico, level 10. All
from
good.
CFO.
Definitely feels like that.
Oh, we can. Why don't we Kai'Sa ult on a side lane?
Really
Thoughts
care.
and feelings
In
of
fact,
that.
Driver just does not do that much damage to him.
I think it's always scary playing the side lane in this situation because they could just have Super Elioya.
Is that cannon minion high? Come back, rat.
And you see both of them actually moving over now.
Good timing.
Yeah, and if Driver ends up overextending, he could die, and I don't think that CFO are quick enough to get in position around the Baron, start the Baron up, and finish the Baron before the response comes through. So he ends up having to back away. They get this tier 2 tower, and I feel like the game has slowed down recently. It's been MKoi just trying to find an angle to push the game further, and really CFO are holding on pretty well, but they do find a little bit of an advantage there. Now,
Ooh, we could cook this guy a little bit. Nice route.
Nice
Pantheon ult.
3 members on him now. 4.
Nice Kai'Sa W, watch out for you. Sidestep it. Beautiful kill, beautiful kill. Elioya blocks a lot there. That's gotta be Baron, just back him Baron. Easy.
Jumps into a Chaos Storm to a gravity field. Now flashes away from everything launched at him. Between worlds
that was a bit
from
too
the
close.
curtain call. MKoi have burned a little bit, but CFO used a lot to try and get something back.
Mirwin has
yeah,
TP.
Now Elioya's going to pick up the honey fruit. The TP
What?
there for Mirwin.
Baron hit
Without the
Mirwin?
jungler,
You
the
saw
DPS
that?
of
He was
Super,
in
they can
the
just take
bush.
this Baron with complete confidence.
What?
Those ults
The
not
spell
being
hit him.
available For CFO, I think makes him a bit too weak in this fight.
Mirwin's backing away, but he's got teleport instantly channeled.
Oh,
as
it's
he
hard to
returns.
finish.
3K, 3.5. Elioya zoned off.
Nice by
Flashes in,
Elioya.
Doggo
Nice by
cleanses
Alvaro.
up,
Nice by
There's
Jojo.
Jojo.
Nice Baron. Oh my god, I thought Victor stole Baron for a second.
Receives. Hongq with a trade onto Alvaro, but even though it looks like a 1-for-1, Baron still goes down to MKoi. They're returning this game now.
Man, Jojo's doing a lot of work. He really is.
Decisions made by Movistar Koi in this situation. The confidence just to start it up, even with 4 members of CFO alive. They knew those ults were down. The jungler's not available. Ends up being that 1-for-1 on the back end. But they get the Baron, they get what they want, and they'll take another tower. They are looking towards
Holy
top
fuck,
lane.
EU and best of ones. Name a more iconic duo.
And the gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
Okay, so if Koi wins this, which they are winning right now, that means they play against T1 tomorrow in a best of 3.
Was really a shining
After this game, it's FlyQuest versus Furia. Losers out. And the winner plays Gen G tomorrow in a best of 3. Then after that, it's G2 versus BLG in a best of 3 today. And then after that,
yeah, I think just a bit of
it's AL versus Hammerlife in a best of 3 today. Oh my god.
Into this composition, so much engaged potential. And
so EU's not going home today.
Not only the Pantheon to come on
G2 might go home today, but Koi's not going home.
And Super's damage now to cut through even a tankier member.
Oh, G2 is the last game? Okay, so it's AL HLE first.
And then here, they try to do the counter punch, but they don't really succeed because they get Elyoya low, but the Honeyfruit's there to heal. They get Mirwin low, but he just TP's back in.
I'm not ulting.
And then here, that flank from Jojopion so powerful to find Doggo. Yes, they lose Alvaro, but it's completely fine trade to make.
3k damage from a single fight.
By you.
He's been glazed enough this game.
You're telling me your region is built on game 1 envies? Listen, EU was forged in the fires of best of 1. We played best of 1s for 8 years straight or some shit, with a year of best of 2 in the middle.
Now we have like a 2-level lead.
Now we finally migrated to best of 3s, but we don't forget our roots. You know what I'm saying? We don't forget our roots.
The boots, right? The extra stats from the pedals.
Yeah.
If there's anything Europe's always been good at, it's best of 1s. Oh, World's group stage best of 1. Oh, we had a groups, baby. We had a groups. Swiss stage best of 3. Ooh, we kind of stuck in groups. You know what I'm saying? Best of 1s is where we shine. Put the Maokai in the bag, baby.
Can they kill Jojo?
Wait, hold up.
Against the turret, another Ishkal's impact. That's nice. Shut down. MKoi a bit far forward, but now the turret's down.
Okay.
Their leaning capabilities to CFO are minimized as Curtain Call's running into a simple
like Rogue and Mad Lions, they still made out of
shot
groups
will
when it was
dodge
best
to
of
the
1
right and it
format.
wins out. So
Ever since they moved
MKoi
to
gonna lose
Swiss
one, they open
stage,
up the
best
turret,
of
but
3,
that's
only
their
the best
seed
teams
coming
will
to an
go
end.
through.
Yes, they'll have to respect
Kinda cringe,
the
not gonna
CC
lie.
potential
Oh,
of
go
CFO.
Super.
Oh, don't do it.
Jojopion oversteps there, and you know, if Hongq would drop that Arcane Storm, I think he was looking for that next target to try and get the reset. Could have been big. Just didn't expect to be grabbed from over the wall there. And Hongq was moving over, and then I think he was waiting for Elyoya to potentially get a bit lower if he was going to Arcane Storm. If that had opened up, it could have been so much worse, but I think Movistar Koi managed to disengage from the situation. But it does buy time and sort of stall out the rest of that Baron buff.
Yeah.
Free kill.
Grand Skyfall.
He might flash, but
comes in. Kaiwing, no, he's dismounted, so he's slow as anything. Pop Blossom.
Super. Oh, wait, hold up. This is not
That's a 1-for-1 as Elyoya has to commit
This is
hard.
fine.
Look towards the right side of
This
the
is
screen.
not
Super
good.
is a new target, and
This
Junja
is not
finds him.
good.
And a wall. Another shutdown to the Victor. And MKoi, this game is not in the bag yet. They are throwing it away.
Starting to make some big errors, you know. I think the Jojopion death was excusable. Oh.
Mirwin has him. Again,
down in
is there enough
numbers.
damage?
Guys,
That's
that's
the
a
biggest
Skarner.
question. Equalizer comes down. Elyoya is going to trail to the right. Runs down river. No deadly flourish means that he can get away. Jojo, he's in position for a heroic entrance, but Mirwin
Shut the
will
fuck
not
up.
give him one.
There's nothing to play for right now.
Why
you know,
was
for
Supa
Movistar
doing
Koi, you've
0
lost
damage?
2 members, just back
That
away.
Victor was taking
Just
0
wait for
damage.
time.
Anyone else see
super
that?
strong Kaise
That's a
isn't
bug,
on
right?
the map right now.
Is that a bug?
I think the Jojopion death was excusable. You know, he got caught over the wall. It was a nice pick. But here, this just felt a little bit overzealous. You know, they look for Kaiwing. They don't connect. Super ulting in here. Focusing this Rel, who is still quite tanky despite being behind. And then Super ends up right next to Skarner, right next to Victor. A dangerous position to be in and does pay for it.
Again, Junja.
And look at that 1,087 gold over
Guys,
the Victor there.
He keeps setting
No.
up his team.
Okay,
and I mean,
that's all I'm
he
going to
sets
say.
up 2
No.
kills for Hongq.
Okay? No.
Hongq
Okay?
is now
You get
almost
it?
at 4
No.
items. This Victor has the capability to do what we set out here today in this draft. The big AoEs orcs, they're still trailing to that point. There's an Infinity Edge on Jhin as well. Like, if Koi keep making these mistakes, these fights
Yeah,
are
hear
going to
me?
turn into next Baron, into Soul.
I mean,
where's Trumpet guy? Lock in.
CFO.
I think it's clear that, you know, Movistar Koi are ahead. They have advantages, but if they mess up their win cons in the team fight, they can still lose. It's still very possible, right? And that Victor is very strong, so...
What is Kai'Sa building last?
With this far ahead, the game is done. You know, you have to be crisp. You have to be clean throughout. And you don't get a second chance on this, so... You just sharpen up for the rest of this one. Elyoya is waiting in the wings. We'll find Kaiwing, but... We're really able to threaten each other too much now. We do have Baron coming up in about 35 seconds. Next objective on the map. And they did a good job of setting up around that the last time.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can find an angle again.
Hold.
This Charles Impact being geared up for Junju. He's thinking about
it. Hold.
He's trying to steal his red buff away.
Guys, it's a red buff. It's a red buff. Short update. Don't need to die over a red buff. Dankeschön.
For Junja, just what he can. And a red buff for the whole team is definitely impactful.
Oh my god, don't look at Jhin items like he is actually really OP. Oh my god, he's 2k down, but he's so broken.
Get the Baron and get their siege back on. That's what's on the line.
I think CFO have done such a good job of just this defensive play, considering like they have had a big deficit, and yes, there have been some moments that Empire have picked up big leads, but you know, some teams would have just crumbled in the pressure, and the game would have been over by now.
They could try and rush Baron on the Drake spawn. Short update.
Going, there is still hope. Dragon in 20 seconds. There will then be 2 objectives up on the map, and we'll see how Sakura play around that.
Everyone has to be careful. Junja. He's angling for it as well. Kaiwing doesn't have his flash
available.
I'm
actually really worried.
He has a Magnet Storm.
They're 5k up, but I'm
forward.
They have a that Skarner.
Someone caught out of whack, and that's how dangerous it is for MCoy.
That Jhin also looks so broken. Like what the fuck? Look at him.
An angle here. Junja and Driver moving into position, but Jojo is spotted out. The winds of
maybe a Blast Cone taunt could help. Maybe.
Driver and Junja are unaffected.
No flash on Rel. We know that, right? Super, what are we doing? We're standing still. Oh my god, they're going in. Oh yeah, look at Jhin! Oh, Victor's dead! No Zhonya's! Oh my god, monster dive! Monster dive! What a crazy turn by Koi. I feel like Koi is so good at just baiting you in and then diving on you. Actually, that was a sick dive.
Beautiful engage.
That was a sick fucking dive. Mirwin from the left, Elyoya on top with Jojo and Alvaro from the side.
Will not be going home.
Crazy good dive.
Death blow to CFO.
The LCP will, though, in full completion.
Crazy good dive.
Now CDBC flying Oyster, but Koi get their revenge for MSI.
Yo, blow that fucking whistle.
To the quarterfinals at EWC.
Holy shit, quarterfinals, baby. EU, 2 teams in the quarterfinals. NA, possibly 0. We'll find out next game.
Would have seen that start and thought it's doomed, right? You're playing into picks like a Victor.
Crush the key. Crush the key.
They didn't give up. They held strong. They managed to bounce back and keep their hopes alive in this tournament. And it must feel so good.
It's such an insane game. Go.
It's best of 1. I don't give a fuck if it's best of 1. EU's had a fucking drought.
Again.
Oh, they're aura farming. Hey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This is amazing.
Oh my god, he dabbed. Oh no.
On the boat.
Oh no, he dabbed.
We all know it.
Okay.
Oh, he killed the whole play. He killed the whole play with the dab.
A little bit heartbreaking.
The dab killed the whole play. I'm not gonna lie.
There he is. There's a trumpet guy.
Trumpet guy saved the aura. Trumpet guy saved the aura. He saved it. He actually just saved the dab.
You know, had some great performances.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck that it's best of 1.
To take down.
EU has had a drought for years of international wins. I'm taking best of 1s and I'm eating them and I'm saying, suck it.
But Motherstock Koi got their redemption. And EU.
I'm drawing every conclusion known to man.
So far.
If G2 beats BLG in that best of 3, then Europe is back.
I can't believe it. Like, this is
no matter what.
Tournament. And Orcs, you know, with that,
I will conclude everything.
With T1, right? The B2 is their seed, and they'll be at the bottom side of the bracket. It's exciting for EU. It's just
someone in chat says that's pitiful. Do you know what's more pitiful? EU's results the last 3 years.
Thank you very much.
It's
this
disgusting.
Is your Amazon winners interview here with Elyoya.
I'll take anything at this point.
They've just sent
a best of 1, bro. It's like a world final to me.
And it's only been 12 days since they took you down at MSI. This must feel like sweet revenge.
It does indeed. I think, I mean, they're a really strong team. So it felt really great, the fact that we could get a revenge on them. And that, yeah, we'll eliminate them this time. So, yeah, I mean, it feels really sweet. It feels really great.
It must feel great as well, knowing that you've got this kind of fan support over here. And I imagine that they'll be backing you throughout this tournament. What does that mean to you, and does it help your performance?
I mean, it for sure helps. I think Like we just play much better when we can feel the home crowd, when we can feel them cheering for us. It feels like it's a 6-man in our team. So I think they are the reason of our win today.
Now look, we could spend time looking in the rearview mirror, or we could push forward to the danger that lies ahead. You are now in the quarterfinals, and you will be up against T1. Very formidable opponents, and you've never gone up... Bit of a boo there for T1. You've never gone up against them in this jersey. How do you feel about facing off against the Giants and last year's EWC winners?
I think it's going to be a really great series. I think they are obviously a super strong team, and we are really excited to face them and see how good they are. So we're really excited for this matchup.
All right, well, there's one thing we need to do right now. Would you like to crush a key at EWC?
For sure, as long as you tell me how to, I would.
Let's go. Let's do this. All right, we are heading down to the key crusher now.
Crush.
The first one of the day.
Ooh, it's a little bit to the right. It's a little bit too much to the right. I want to see it to the left a little bit more, but it's balancing pretty well. I need a snap today. Yesterday, I only got one snap.
Folded.
I need a big snap. Last time, I only got half a snap. Wait, this is a different crusher. They changed the crushing mechanism. It's got less of a circle and more of a flat. Did they break it? What the hell happened to it? Yes, yes, faster, faster, attack. Oh yes. No, back to the thing. Zoom in, close shot. Snap, snap. I need a snap sound. I need a snap sound. Oh, right in the middle. Snap. Oh. Okay, not a very good snap, but we'll take it. W, big W. Big W, Aljoja.
Vamos MKOI, Rey de Europe. Because I forgot how to say Europe in Spanish. I think it's Europa, but that's okay. They got the job done here over CFO after it looked dire. The exclamation point team fight here at the end, at the Drake, gets them into the knockout stages and resets the established order that we got used to for so long. With the dance moves and all, it is 2 teams for EU on into the knockout phases. A big victory here for MKOI. We say goodbye to CFO. We say goodbye to the LCP. But it's a mood enough for dancing. Welcome back to
the dab kills it
here.
The dab really kills it.
Finn and
Valdez, man, the dab, it really, bro, Mirwin, I was so on board.
14 right now. Currently standing by, though, is an interview with one of the players over at CFO and Kitty.
Now.
Hey everyone, Kitty live from the...
Oh. Now.
Hey everyone, Kitty live from the arena right now. By my side is Kaiwing, the support of CFO. Unfortunately, you guys were eliminated by MKOI. I know the start for you guys were actually, it was really, really strong, 0-6. So what actually went wrong today?
首先非常遗憾，你们可能就是输掉了今天比赛。但是呢，
Oh my
我们
God.
看到
Don't
在
ask him
游
about
戏
the
的
dab.
前期，
Don't
你们
ask
其
him about
实
the
是
dab.
取得了非常大领先的，一度达到了6比0的人头领先。那你觉得在游戏中发生了哪些问题，可能造成了今天这个遗憾的落败呢？
应该最主要是我们在团战的前面的布局跟处理没有很好，所以导致于我们该要赢的会战没有赢到。
I think that during the early stage we did get some early leading, but I don't think we coped that well during the team fight, and the synergy and strategies over there is not pulling really well. That's why we lost today.
Unfortunate to hear that. And of course, today we had a very back and forth game where we weren't actually sure who was going to take the win at the very end of the day, around 35 minutes. So please walk me through the team fights. What do you actually think went wrong for the team fights for you guys to get this result?
这是我们在游戏中期看到，其实是战况是非常焦灼的，甚至是在35分钟的时候，我们甚至都没有办法看出来谁会赢得今天的比赛。然后你觉得在团战中的话，就是怎么样处理的呢？
因为玩到中后期的时候，他们双系的那个等级拉得比较高，所以那个团战我们如果没有一些明显的优势去打的话，可能在中后期会达不到我们想要的画面，所以导致于后面的画面会比较不理想。
I think that moving on to the later stage during the game, I do think there's a big gap between the levels of the components and us. So I don't think we play that well during the team fight.
And because today is your last day at the Esports World Cup, we have some fans that also traveled all the way here to support CFO. So do you have any words for them?
就是比较遗憾，今天可能是在 EWC 最后一天了，但是有很多不远万里来到现场，以及在正在看直播的粉丝们，你有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就这一次就可能有让你们失望，我们没办法进到8强，然后可能我们回去第3阶段的时候会更努力的打好每一把。
We're quite sorry about not moving to the quarterfinals, but I'm pretty sure we can do something better during the next season.
Sorry to hear that. We will see you next time on the international stage and back to you guys at the desk.
Chat.
Thank you for the interview, y'all. And Kai Wing
I was going to ask you a question. I forgot.
CFO should be proud of what they've accomplished so far on the international stage. They do fall short here at the Esports World Cup, getting eliminated now, and will not be
I
to the
forgot.
knockout stages.
AGL is anyone's legend? Yes. Ooh, Alvarito. Alvarito. Oh yeah, the Atakan rush from Koi was great, by the way. Atakan is busted or what?
Let's start with the dance. Where did the idea from the dance come from?
I'm pretty sure it was Mirwin idea, but I think also everyone was down to do it because, as people probably know, like in MSI, when we lost into them, you know, like Driver did a dance on us. So yeah, we just had to do a little revenge.
Yeah, a little revenge. Did you realize the state of the game? Like early on, things weren't going your way. What were the comms like there?
I mean, the comms were fine. I think when we were like 4 kills down,
audio.
But when there was one bad play, I remember it was a bit more, I will say we were a bit more tense, but something that we really tried and we have been working all year long, I think, is the resilience. And yeah, I think it shows up like...
Yeah, I'm really curious about that Atakan rush. It feels like
the Atakan rush was crazy good.
So long, not allowing them to start the dragon. At what point were you like, oh, now wait, they can't join us if you go Atakan? How do you see that sequence?
So I think it's a lot of conditions. I think Jojo was getting tempo on bot side. Also, Rel didn't have any more wards, so if they wanted to face check into us, I don't think it's a good fight for them. And we were really valuing the risk of actually getting a fight. And you know, if you win this fight, of course, it's something that is good, but it's not really that easy because they are on their spikes, like they have items as well, and we need to walk into them in the day. So I think the best
there's a
decision
DJ in the house.
Okay, we control mid, then we decide what we do, and since we delay them that much, we have the opportunity to go into Atakan, and maybe also they get in panic and they come to face us in Atakan, and if they face check into us, it's actually better.
That was a great call.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a lot that went into that, and I'm curious about, you know, for the rest of the tournament, you've made it now through the best of 1 stage, and you have to go into some best of 3s against some really strong teams. What do you guys think about your chances moving forward in the knockout stage?
So we are facing Genji or T1, right?
It's T1.
T1.
It's T1?
It's T1.
Okay, so I mean, I'm happy because
What
I
is
think,
this?
for example, the player
T1 just signed a 3-year deal with the Saudi tourist developer at the EWC. We're thrilled to be sponsoring the T1 powerhouse.
I think everyone, like, I need to
I think they're sponsoring the middle of the jersey for 3 years.
They're my competitors. So, I mean, I'm really hyped. Like, for example, I never played into T1, and as I
Is
said,
it 3? Oh, yeah,
for me,
3-year
something
deal.
that is-
Oh my god.
Yeah,
3-year deal.
It's once in a lifetime, you know, because you don't get that
RS
much,
logo will be featured on the front of T1's
so
official uniform and become the
right
presenting
now, I
sponsor for
think we
T1's
are
YouTube content.
Today, for example,
So it's gonna be the front there's their t-shirt, and it's gonna be the
team that comes
someone
with
says
the
check
prepared
the
will
YouTube
take
thumbnail. Wait, hold up.
Alvaro, let's go through some of the highlights here. We've got 3 clips pulled out for you. First one was in the mid lane. Jojo kind of getting bullied pretty hard time and time again. Just getting
What do you mean
picked
check the
off
thumbnail? It's Dora and the Maiden.
I feel like that just seemed to be the clear game plan here.
Yeah, here I told him Rel can move.
Yeah,
because,
I mean, 3 years
he was full HP.
is obviously
And
a
since he
fucking
didn't
long
show,
time.
like, in
Holy
10
shit.
seconds, I think he assumed that he wasn't there. And the problem is that
3
in
years
that-
is a long
in that play,
time.
He didn't have phase rush, otherwise he could escape.
And
yeah, I mean, here is just... I think Skarner is so
T1 is the most popular team
Yeah, I think he could have actually,
And front of Jersey is the most expensive place. Like, this area of the Jersey is the most expensive by far.
But obviously, he is getting caught out by the edge of the Skarner E.
What does this actually say? We're thrilled to announce the sponsor of tapping the future of esports, spotlight, bold ideas, global connection, and more spin. We've two powerhouses, one shared ambition. Oh, Josh.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of information there, but
why is Faker so cute?
Research there by CFO. Then later on, this was one of the coolest replays I've ever seen. This was a race for feats of strength. You guys made the call to go to Otacon, drop the Rip Herald in the mid lane, and then Driver pops ult here with Junjia to try and burn it down. You guys barely beat them, 97 HP. Then the gank down here. And there's no way you guys knew that he had Rumble. Did you think he had Rumble?
I mean, we didn't know. Like, the thing is that probably, I mean, it happened to us also, you know, when you are a bit tense, I think you don't even think and you are like, I want to finish this objective as fast as I can, and he was thinking the ulti was the best DPS. But yeah, I think this fight, for example, we have a lot of tools that we can go into them. We have globals. So
one of the comments is great. Can we buy Zeus back now? What the fuck? Leave Doran alone. Doran's great, man. I mean, he's made a few mistakes in some game 5s, but
I mean, he was really confident. He was giving confidence to everyone. He's saying, "Let's go for this fight." As soon as I hit the E, he said, "I'm going in and I'm flashing in." So.
Yeah, well, we have Alvaro here now breaking it down, but we also have the team comms of what was happening at the time. So let's take a listen to that one there.
I can make so much time. Yeah, I think Super will be faster, okay? Okay. I will. Genie, stop. Genie, I'm gonna W.
I'm coming.
He's good. I can R. If you go. I go. I still have vault. Yeah, don't worry. Okay, don't go deeper, okay? No. Push me. Guys, I TP top. I can't wait to play the map. Yeah.
Here.
Can you push bot? Maybe. Only if they go too deep. Look. I'm here. Run no flash.
Careful, can you tank?
Someone tank. Ah!
Yeah. And here, I think it's Javi's out there as well, like fucking good.
Yeah. Let's play normal. Gen low?
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't see this.
Yeah. And now you get to see it. The meme.
They say congratulations, but oh man.
I mean, maybe it looks good, but we are not seeing, you know, in the back. That's the sad part.
I am buying shit.
He's taking the show from you.
When you look at the meme, do you know who's rowing?
Oh god, it's the dab, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Very accurate. Huge win there for you. And then we can fly the final fight and just kind of talk over it in general, just how this feels for you guys, because you know, the MSI performance wasn't exactly what you wanted. What does a win like this do for you, knowing that, hey, we can win in high-pressure best-of-1s, and now we have opportunity against the reigning world champs in T1?
I mean, how I actually see it is, since I really love competition, I think being able to...
What do you mean, bring back the dab?
Like having another day and having...
Bro, the internet was crazy in like 2016. Was it 2016, 2017, the dab, where everyone had fucking fidget spinners and were dabbing?
And
was crazy, though.
I think also winning them when we...
And everyone was listening to like Alan Walker. I'm faded. Bottle flip, fidget spinner, faded.
Even if you are behind, and all the things that you are actually doing in training, even if one day goes bad or anything, when you are actually doing the things correct, you can still win and show that you actually have the potential and the level.
How much do you feel like the mental game plays into how well you can play on the day? Do you feel like a lot of it is your actual preparation and the way that scrims go and stuff, or do you feel like it's a bit more up in here and how the team is feeling as a whole?
I think, for example, we're a team that in scrims doesn't play as good as usually other teams play, and I think we are more of a stage team, as we said. I think this is also because we are a bit emotional team, and you know, there is sometimes that the frustration can trigger on us, and we actually don't stop it on time. But also we have the tools, we have the stuff, and as players we actually grew up a lot. So I think mentally is really important, and also the confidence that you give to your teammates, because the way that you can express
the mannequin challenge,
how you are actually communicating.
Yeah, the mannequin challenge. What else is there? There's the fucking muscle called
when it comes to the game, because I think the work is already
and do
done,
the Harlem
like
Shake.
The game and outside of the ring.
So I was wondering a little bit, because obviously you play in Europe most of the time. Is there something you feel like you can punish more international play than just in Europe? Is there something that you kind of wish you can get punished more by in Europe?
Like, so I can get better on Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure. I
Punish,
think,
punish me.
The one that impacted me the most, it was the first international I played in Worlds 2024. I think it was the opening of the enemy support. Like in early game, for example, I think in Europe,
I have
mostly
a
the support
pineapple.
doesn't do much. Like he's just mostly opening mid or bot side. But I remember when I was playing in 2024, like openings on top side, coordinating with the jungler at level 4 or level 3, diving.
Okay, I'll shut up.
I think how they play with the tempo and how fast they play and how coordinated, I think is something that actually in Europe doesn't happen as often. Sometimes happens, but it's not something that is actually constantly, you know. And
finally,
yeah, I think when you play into these kind of teams, you actually need
pen,
to be
pineapple, apple, pen.
If you do one
You
mistake,
see, I know what that
they
means.
get a big
I know what
lead,
that means
especially into
instantly.
LPL, I think they play faster.
Pen, pineapple,
and then LCK
apple,
is
pen.
more stable and
I know what that means
more
instantly.
slow.
But you
All right,
didn't,
well, with
chat,
that
because
victory,
you're a
you make it
zoomer.
on into the knockout stage.
You're a zoomer.
Congratulations. Any final words to maybe all the fans, all the Europeans in the world that were
You had no
looking
idea.
towards you?
I mean, I'm happy because today, actually, our fans came to see us. They have traveled a long time and giving them a win so they can also see us tomorrow.
I'm
I think
22.
it's something that they deserve. And for all the people that are from home and also to my family, thank you so much.
Yo,
for
W
the
Alvaro.
support.
Chat, W
And
Alvaro.
Yeah, I wish that tomorrow we also have a banger series.
All right.
Yeah.
Alvaro,
Ooh, T1
everyone,
versus
the
Koi. I feel
victor
like that's
on
gonna go kind of
today's
hard.
Knockout match. They will advance and play
It's gonna
T1.
go kind of hard
We're gonna
because
take a
Koi's
short
probably
break.
gonna
When
get
we come
fisted.
back, one more
The better
knockout
mid lane,
match to
Gan
play.
Emo or
FlyQuest
Fnatic
versus
Humanoid?
Furia. The hosts of Brazil
Humanoid or
will be
PSG
the
Maple?
LTA
Maple.
World Champions
PSG
again. Don't
Maple
go
or
anywhere. You're watching the Esports
TL
World Cup.
Maple. Maple or Fly Quad? Quad. Quad or WBG Xiaohu? Xiaohu. Xiaohu or TES Cream? Xiaohu. Xiaohu or DK Showmaker? Xiaohu. Xiaohu or G2 Caps? Xiaohu. Xiaohu or LNG Scout? Xiaohu. Xiaohu or T1 Faker? Faker. Faker or HLE Zeka? Faker. Faker or BLG Knight? Faker. Faker or Genji Chovy? Faker. Who's the better man?
Chat, ads are gonna run during the ad break, you know the drill. Ah, a little bit of self-glaze. You gotta love it. I mean, if he was asked Faker or Caedrel, we all know what he'd say. He would say Faker. But it would be cool that they asked that question in the first place. Alright. I still can't believe they asked that thing in that TikTok. That's crazy. I can't believe they asked those questions. There's no way Faker said I'm a 6. Like, that's a crime. Stop saying 6 out of 10. Like, I can't believe they asked these questions.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how good is Caedrel in League of Legends?
6. Probably like
I can't believe he called me a 6. I'm a 6 out of 10? Really?
9.5.
7 or 8. He's a challenger player, so he's pretty good.
Pretty very good. 9.9. 5.1. I would say.
After all the things I do for Super Yushi, he calls me a 5.1. You know why he does that? And I get it, okay? There's a reason why. It's because he never played against me. I was before his time. He joined the LEC a couple of years after I retired. But Inspired, Hans, Caps, Bwipo, I played against all these players. I played against all of them. El Yoya, I played against him too. Every single person in this video, Faker, I played against him. Every single person in this video, I played against except for Super.
How good is Caedrel in League of Legends?
6. Probably like a 9.5.
7 or 8. He's a challenger player, so he's pretty good.
Pretty very good. 9.9. 5.1.
I would say 7. One of the GOATs in the jungle. Solid 9.5.
I feel like we ended on a
Yesterday was
Baiano!
insane. You know, on the stream, like
Baiano!
Brazil, we had almost 7,000 people watching. So,
Sensacional!
you know, for us in Brazil, we have to believe. We have to believe that we can win. And the next match against FlyQuest will be insane.
When it comes to wins in Brazil, famous wins in Brazil, what is another famous win in Brazil that this rank compares to?
We had some times in Worlds we can win like against ADG, like China, and like some match like that. But for now, that you know how it works, LTA, right? Right now we play South against the North, so win against Cloud9, win against FlyQuest is so huge for us, you know, because we get hope that we can win against the North teams, and we need that in Brazil right now. You know, we need that hope that we can win.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the rosters here for Furia after that huge upset victory against Cloud9. And I think everyone was battling the elements in the interview. You could see how red the eyes were. It was not an easy game for either opponents, but the job was done there by Toots and the gang. Medios.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the win against Cloud9. Not exactly what I was hoping for. But it is cool to see the South being a little bit more competitive. How have you felt so far about, the LTA merger, the North and the South battling each other? Because up until now, Brazil has kind of been in that wild card slot where now they've combined with NA and they're the LTA and, they're a major region now. So what do you think about that competition between the regions?
At the beginning, we thought that it was impossible to play against the North. Like, it's impossible. We have no chance. We're going to be smashed all the time. It's going to be so fucking hard. But now we can see, like I said, that's why it's so important, these games, that we can feel that we have hope that we can play against Cloud9, even FlyQuest, which is the best team, I think, outside the Asia right now. So we need that hub. And playing best of one, like, we have a chance. Like, best of 5 is going to be still hard, but best of 1, like this game, we can believe we have a chance.
Now, their opponents are FlyQuest, who are the reigning champs of the LTA North, had themselves a pretty solid run over at MSI, and Valdez, they're looking to try and get themselves into yet another knockout phase of an international event.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest definitely making a big name for themselves nowadays. I think they are the first name you think of when you think about competition from the LTA in general. And obviously,
sorry, Chad, I was yapping.
I was yapping. Strong teams. They have proven that themselves already. I think a lot of people have been inspired by Inspired and his play on the big stage. And yeah, definitely a very strong team. I'm curious, Bayano, going into, you took down Cloud9, but now it's like FlyQuest the next step. What is the big hurdle for you that you would say? What is the biggest issue potentially going up against FlyQuest? How can you take them down?
I think Bipu and Inspired, they are so fucking good. Like, it's so hard to play against them. Like, we were talking to Tatu, our jungler, yesterday, and he was saying, like, oh, Inspired, like, I learned to play with him, and now he's going to play against him. So it's so hard for us. But I think the jungle in the top can be really hard to play. But you still have a chance, if the team they are focused and we got a really good early game.
When is it best of 3s? This is the last best of 1.
Invading jungle.
This is the final best of 1, the last one.
Standing by right now with
the final best of 1. And now we're into best of 3s.
This is the pre-match interview with Fly Inspired. So tell me a little bit more about yesterday. You guys went up against C9 and G2. Now you guys are about to play your 3rd best of 1. So how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, feeling confident going into the game. I think yesterday our loss to G2 was a bit unfortunate.
I can hear the Koi fans, they filmed this before.
We all felt pretty tired, it was a long day, and today we are well rested and we are going to play way better.
Nice, and I did want to bring up the conversation that a lot of fans are having on the internet where they're considering you to be one of the best Western junglers to come out of European history. So how do you respond to that?
I mean, I don't really think about that. If people
Caedrel's
think like
still a little better, but
I'm really happy. I obviously try to play as well as possible. I think I play very well, so I'm happy people think like that.
Humble King.
Amazing. And also, you guys are going against Furio, which is quite unexpected, to be fair, because yesterday Furio going into the game as underdogs. So tell me a little bit more about what you think of Furio and how they play as a team.
And Furia looks like the best Brazilian team ever, honestly. I think usually the Brazilian teams were pretty easy to verse. Like it felt like they were not very good at laning. They in mid game they would not make correct decisions. And nowadays, at least when you play against Furia, it feels like they are actually the team that can compete easily. They have good mechanical players. They are an aggressive team, and you have to play very well if you want to beat them. So hopefully we don't get surprised today in the best of 1, and we will play a good game so we can take them down. But it's also gonna be a tough game.
Okay, hopefully we will see an exciting series between you two, and best of luck.
Thank you.
W on a pixel. Godolm there, Inspired. All right, less than a minute to the stage, so let's get to it. Medios, what do you got?
Well, I just wanted to ask Bayano, you mentioned that you think Inspired and Bwipo will be tough for your team, but what is Furia's strength? Who can you rely on to carry this one?
I think we have Tatu, like I said, like when he's confident, he can invade the jungle, he can play the game so fast. And for me, that's the point that we can win. And we hope that...
Yo, Bayano's looking good,
win.
bro.
Like, that's the way we're cheering for.
Yeah.
And let's go. We are the underdogs, but people home, just cheer for us. This is an epic game for Brazil. If we win this game, it's going to be epic for Brazil for all the history. So let's go. Let's go. Cheers for Brazil.
All right, there you go. Let's go. Furia versus FlyQuest.
Hey! Stop saying 6 out of 10.
Teams are dropping like
all right, final best of one.
from this
If
tournament
FlyQuest win
as
this,
our key graveyard
they play
continues
Gen
to
G
stack
tomorrow
up.
in a best of
As
series,
we now
best of
know
3.
all but
If they
one
lose,
of
they're
our
out.
quarterfinalists, one last battle of best of one must take place to lock in the final spot.
You're absolutely right, and a big win here secures that spot in the quarterfinal. And I can tell you now, we are lucky enough to see the players backstage, and tensions right now are palpable. That's because a win here is worth $110,000, Fancy.
That's a lot of
One
money,
best
so
of
let's
one,
welcome them to
100K on the
stage.
line. Oh my god.
We have in A's finest. Can they soar to the quarterfinals and keep their key from shattering? It's FlyQuest!
The beasts from Brazil are determined to keep their dreams alive. It's Furia!
Furia!
One more spot in the League of Legends. The EWC quarterfinals hangs in the balance. Who will grab it with both hands? Let's find out.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those introductions. And we are here. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf, and we're ready to get into FlyQuest versus Furia. North versus South. Wolf, for all of the marbles.
You know, if this was a best of series, say a best of 3 or a best of 5, I think you really give a pretty massive edge to FlyQuest. They've got a lot of draft flexibility.
Best of 7?
If it was a best of 7, that same rule would apply. If it was like a best of 11, same thing. But it's a best of 1, right? And I think FlyQuest are definitely the favorites, but anything can happen in a best of 1. And Furia has proven time and time again. We saw it at MSI. This team could take a game
You're
off
alive,
almost
yeah, I know.
anybody if they have the right settings, if they're in the right condition. And I do think that, you know, FlyQuest comes into this as favorites. I think it would be a massive disappointment to lose here, considering their MSI performance, considering how well they played at Worlds last year. There's a team that is very, very strong and one of the best representatives we've seen from North America against other teams, you know, internationally for a while. But they could drop out here. It's all down to one final game.
Exactly right. And of course, this is not exactly the momentum they were looking for either on the side of FlyQuest. G2 were easy opposition in Vancouver, and they were less easy to take on here in Riyadh. So we'll see whether they have got back on the horse after a good
we're locked
night's
in.
sleep, and we'll be able to take it to Furia.
We're good,
here
we're good,
today.
we're good, we're good.
There's one thing I want to mention.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an aside. Sure. And that is, I just saw
Why saying rat?
Thinkard's notebook, and it looks like he just got it from a pirate ship, like a sunken pirate ship from the bottom of the ocean.
I see that,
Look
yeah.
at it, man. It's so regal and beautiful.
Yeah, he's got...
There's lore behind
Imagine
that.
it was a world championship, a best of ones DK would
I
win.
want to read it not for the strategies. I just want to like hold the paper in my hand. Anyway, we're getting a little bit sidetracked, or I am. Let's dive in to the draft here for game.
Well, let's see. Yeah,
one.
Let's see if
Gwen,
Fox
Vi,
puts the
Poppy,
spot
Pantheon.
on an Azir ban in that final spot, because that is what FlyQuest have tried to rely on in their last two seasons.
Do you give Quad Azir first pick in a best of one? No, you don't.
Quad has
Ban
been
it.
really enjoying to play that Azir and trying to scale up.
Okay, lovely.
He's going to be that final ban. This is what I expected. I think FlyQuest
Yes,
have really
you do. Yes, you
leaned
do,
on him
Caedrel.
quite heavily, and they will have to adapt here this time around on the third time of asking. Kai'Sa priority has been going up a little bit, but I don't think it's really a first pickable champion in this scenario. I like the Varus a lot more.
I like Varus, I like Rumble as well, and Rumble in this spot for Furia could also be something pretty powerful. If you pair it alongside a Sejuani, for example, there are quite a few things. The Pantheon being banned away alongside the Vi, these have been sort of the top ticket junglers so far here at EWC, but that is a very early cow as the Zinzao are going to be locked in alongside it. That is like a 1-2 punch here from Furia for controlling team fights.
Really strong, robust.
Furia actually did the right thing here. Alistar Zinzao is good because you have Jhin on 3, but the problem with Alistar 1-2 is you walk into Brown, you walk into Poppy, or you walk into Sylas.
You know? Like
also, Zinzao walks into Wukong, and I feel like Trundle is also insane. You could go like Trundle Braum here, they're gonna go Rakan, also
sort
fine.
of AD carry we're gonna see out of IU here, though, with this Alistar, because you do budget a lot of your power. You know,
yeah, Rakan is good. I think Trundle here is really good.
This early.
Alistar, Zinzao, you just eat them.
It's already a strong lane bully.
Because they're going to go Jhin on 3.
Weak, so what kind of prio we're looking for
Furia will go Jhin.
Is going to be interesting. Now, this Trundle pick here, you already have 2 pretty decent subjugate targets, so I like that a lot. Also pretty strong into both of these tanks because they don't have great ways to get out if they are pillared. You know, if they're going in, they find themselves trapped inside. It can be very frustrating.
The 1v1 matchup into Zinzao is also really good for Trundle.
Yeah.
The good old being able to chomp away their ability to fight back is just not very fair.
It should be Zinzao. Oh my god, he's dropped.
That's a Yasuo. That's
is that IU Yasuo?
Okay, well,
it is, right?
That certainly is.
Maybe they were looking for his brother.
He went Yasuo bot for the best of one.
And he's like, nah, I'm sorry, he's not home.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately,
it's going to end either absolutely horribly or in a god tier way.
We're going to have to see what the rest of the draft is that they're going to try to build around it, because this is not your traditional, you know, Yasuo Gragas or Yasuo Diana situation. I mean, it could still be a Gragas, of course, if that is left available and they want to go for that in the top lane, but it's a pretty unique look here from Furia, so...
It's blind, Wolf.
Galio ban makes sense. Yeah, it's Yasuo bot. I know it's Yasuo bot. I mean, he did this at MSI, didn't he? In play-ins?
They could have just looked for an 80
he lost, I think.
Which also makes me wonder, you know, what
Oof, what does Furia's comp need? Yeah, Rumble, sure. Is Gwen's banned?
You know, we've
their
seen some of those,
comp
like,
needs
Yasuo lanes. We've seen some wild stuff. T1 has experimented with this as well, but
Sion ban
the
is
Rumble
good.
makes a lot of sense as a
Ornn
ban
is
here
hard
for
to play.
FlyQuest. We're probably still looking at this draft a little bit perplexed, but going, well,
I think mid
there's
on
some
4
top
like an
tier
Annie
stuff
would
we
be
can take
great.
off the board. You see the
Annie,
Sion, the
Gragas.
Galio are both removed here. It makes a lot of sense in this draft, especially the
Aurora is
power that you
okay.
can have with
Ari's
the Galio
pretty
in terms
good.
of global on the map.
But Sylas
Final
value
ban
right
here
now
might
is
just be an
insane.
80 carry
They need
ban
to be
if there's
really
something they're
careful of
concerned
picking
about
Ari
with
on 4.
Alistar to make
But
sure they
Quad
have
isn't
the
the biggest
pushing
Sylas
power
player,
with
and I
this
don't
Varus,
think Quad
but
would feel confident to play
a lot of discussion around
Sylas
it.
in a best of
just
1.
be the Jace here, so still kind of keeping things a little bit of a mystery here in terms of what FlyQuest's plans are going to be.
The Jace is also a really weird one.
Because they already have Gwen
Yeah,
banned.
Jace
you know,
doesn't
like,
really make sense to ban, but
There's
maybe
a
it's
lot of
because
AD
they're
on the side
blinding
of
something
Furia
specific,
already,
like
right? And we're
Renekton is
expecting-
open, and I think
don't know whether
Renekton
Toots is gonna
fucks
be
Furia's
playing.
comp really
From what
hard
I
right
can
now.
see, hasn't played
And I
very
think
much competitively in the past,
Oriana.
so that is going to be heading
Ooh, I think they don't ban
elsewhere.
Renekton, because if they go Renekton, they'll go Gragas.
bottom lane, yeah. So I just don't.
And
I don't think
into
it's
Oriana,
good.
you
I
go
don't-
Control
it
Mage
might
or
be
Akali.
When
You go
have this
Akali into
Alistar
Oriana,
now,
or you
if
go
they
Mage
prepare
into
it
Oriana.
really well,
That's
if they
kind
practice
of
they
it.
scrimmed
I
a
think
lot,
Ari
can catch
loses,
you off
Sylas
guard 'cause you're
struggles.
just not used to playing against a duo like this. But
Yeah, it's the Renekton. I think they
very
knew they would go
unusual
Renekton and they
setup
go
here. It looks
Gragas on
like we might
5.
see
Also, if they go
Renekton to
Akali,
come up
Gragas
here
value
into
is
the
also
top
very
lane, and we'll
high.
find out what that
Could go
counter
Hui,
pick is going to be
Hui,
here for
Victor,
Quad.
Yeah, and IU did
Syndra,
play it at MSI, so it does
Akali.
make some sense that the Yasuo would be going bottom side.
It's again, just because you've played and just because it has been viable in the past doesn't necessarily mean it works here.
And also, viable is a question mark word there as well, Wolf, because it didn't win.
I thought maybe we'd see FlyQuest just go for a Rise pick here to give them a little bit more global power for sides.
Syndra,
and
yeah,
insane
oof.
wave clear, extra damage, but they're going to go a completely different route here and go for this Syndra. You and I have been pretty critical of the Syndra that we saw already.
Surely you go Gragas. Surely you go Gragas. No way to go Atra. Oh my god. Chat ads. Sub to avoid. Don't have to sub if you don't want to. I know. I'm sorry. The ads are going to run now. Ads right now are weird because the time between games is really long. So I have to run ads after game, in the break, and then after draft. Otherwise it's cooked. Because there's 30 minutes between games. It's almost like a game is played and then a game is played but in the break screen and then the game is played again.
I suppose.
Also, like, it's really good into Syndra.
No, you don't have to. Okay, I won't. Never mind. You know what? I won't run ads anymore. You can just have the ads in a Baron fight, actually.
The sarcastic
Shut the
gameplay
fuck up!
button that we talk about all the time.
I mean, it pairs well with the Orianna pairs decently well with the Alistar. If you can hit a big knock-up with the Pulv, you know, there are ways to set up big ultimates in team fights. But the
when there's more people here and it's a Baron fight, that's when I'll let them run.
Me, Atlas, you know,
that's when I'll let them run.
It's got strong parts, and they can, in certain niche scenarios, work together very well, but it's premedicated on a lot of map control. It's premedicated on not falling behind early. If anything goes wrong for Furia in the first 15 minutes of this game, they find themselves at a 2,000 gold deficit. I just feel like this draft becomes unplayable. So insane confidence, you know, insane risk-taking, your key on the line, your tournament life here at Esports World Cup, League of Legends 2025 on the line. They lock it in again. We saw it at MSI, as you mentioned, but I'm just not sold.
Yeah, I'm sort of not either. And I also think that there's going to be a lot of fun to be had for Inspired on this Trundle and for this Rakan as well. I mean, if Rakan loves anything, it is a whole bunch of champions all grouped up standing next to each other so they can all get charmed. And
I mean, FlyQuest should win this. They should win.
AoE to come
but
through.
Yasuo bot, BO1,
very, very
Furia beat Cloud9.
So I'm a little bit worried here for Furia, but if they start running away with this game, I mean, their composition is a meat grinder, even if it is a very up-close meat grinder.
I think it has to run away with the game, though, because you know, they're playing Orianna. We'd set up some combos, and given, again, the right circumstances, do a decent amount of damage. But it's also more of a burst composition where the Orianna sets up a combo, you have the Yasuo, the Aatrox goes in, and you win the fight basically instantaneously. Because if the fight is longer, it's going to be so much tougher to play out here into the
G2 versus BLG
of
fearless
later on.
Yes.
And from a deficit, like I said, those opportunities, those combos you have to fish for become so challenging as everyone's super locked in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the Fury players, like, really doing the woosah, you know, like, making sure that everything is calm, they're ready, and looking confident here with this composition. I don't know whether that's how I feel going in, but we also...
G2 versus BLG is BO3, yeah.
We don't know. And up against FlyQuest here, there is a chance to take them, catch them off guard. That is the spirit of best of ones, right, Wolf? Like, best of ones, this is where you bring out the weird stuff, potentially cheesy stuff, try and take them down. And also going with comfort. Like, before MSI, this Yasuo bottom lane situation that they were running was undefeated. Wasn't exactly a large sample size, but I do like that.
Yeah, it's a risk for sure, and we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, let's dive onto the Rift here. This is do or die for both of these squads, Furia or FlyQuest. Which one will be advancing?
I missed
to the
MCoy
knockout
play.
stage?
Did they win? They did win.
As we are playing some
Alright,
cowbell
FlyQuest.
as well. You love to see it.
You get your rematch against Gen G if you win this.
Well is something that's really exciting.
Bro, I feel like FlyQuest
you know,
is just destined to play Gen G, and G2 is just destined to play BLG. Like, that is their fate. It's been decided, and that's how it will be forever. And until you beat that team, you will not get another. It's like you are the chosen one, and this is your bar. Surpass your bar, and you may find success, but if you do not surpass your bar, you will be stuck forever. And Mad Lions always get T1. Oh, you're mad? T1, 1647? Oh, you rebranded to Koi? Oh, here's T1 again.
And I hope that we just stay here the whole time as we pan away immediately. It's a bit sad. Inspired is traditional Trundle, so
now if Furia wins this game, that means Furia beats C9 and FlyQuest, and that means that LTA South is better than LTA North.
That's true. Oh my god, 5? That's infinity more than everyone else.
Ward spotter.
Nuts. Okay, and IU as well has gone for
I said
the
it.
most
I said it.
edgy
Your
Yasuo
region's
skin.
life is on the line
If you've,
right now.
ever played solo queue, you know this is the one.
And that means EU is worse than LTA North,
exhaust, which is
and LTA North is worse than LTA South. So EU is also worse than LTA South, and that means LTA South is the 4th best region in the world. NA is 5th, EU is 6th.
This Yasuo does not, or sorry, not the Yasuo,
LCP
the
is 3rd.
Excuse me, does not fall behind in this matchup.
And
LCP playing Yasuo bottom lane. You kind of just have to pick your battles perfectly. Look for your all-ins and your trades when you can. Utilize your shield to last hit minions.
How is that true? Oh yeah, EU beat FlyQuest. Oh, true. Wait, that means NA is the worst region in the world. Yeah, true. Oh, I love this tournament. Wait, hold up. Let's go, Furia!
Yeah, this level 1 is not the most powerful in the game. You're absolutely right. As Whippo with level 2, slicing and dicing and acting all cool, will be able to be followed up here by Guigo decently well. But doesn't hit level 3 yet, so doesn't have the Ruthless Predator. Can't show us that indeed the minions are not in as much danger as they were yesterday. As I find it crazy that Bwipo's played 2 games in a row.
If you're playing top lane and you get
Renekton,
push on the
when he
first
played
2
only
waves,
unique
then
champion.
click enemy
I was
camp
gonna
and put a
mention that
ward.
earlier. It was, you know,
If
funny
you can
that that's
crash
the one that
or
ends up
get
being-
wave really
It was
pushed
like
in,
13 in a
click
row,
enemy camp
unique
and press
champions,
ward
which is,
button.
like, pretty
That will
nutty,
save
all
the
way up
game
until
if
the
you don't have
Gragas
level
was
1 vision.
bookended by Gragas's actually. With his last game
Do it.
in the LEC being a Gragas game.
So far, this mid matchup relatively even.
I feel like
between these
Orianna
two.
Syndra is
So
Orianna
let's look for
favorite,
extended
but
trade.
it is quite skill matchup.
Ever.
It's Orianna favorite, but if you're a really good Syndra and you movement him really hard, you can have a lot of pressure in this lane.
You know, BDD versus Showmaker.
Yeah.
As okay, we are gonna have a bit of a trade up here on the top lane.
Here it goes. Are you Yasuo exhaust proc?
Down onto Master, who's trying to get himself out of there, and the last Steel Tempest not gonna
Go
land.
EQ Flash, do something funny.
As Ayu gonna try and find a tornado, doesn't quite get
Oh,
it. It's
level
not quite
3.
an all-in, but now going for even more as the grand exit to come on through. And now
Weepo.
Tatu, I mean, this is
Oh,
the
Xin
most
Cao
common
loses
gank
this
that we've
so
seen,
hard. Can't fight that
throughout this
Trundle. Run the
tournament.
fuck away.
And Inspired is there
Trundle
to catch
owns
it this
his ass.
time around. Like ships in the night, they're just gonna back away. That's not how the ships in the night thing works. That's when they walk by.
Hey!
I think the observers are
What the hell?
showcasing here really well how aggressive all 3 lanes are right now, like how on a knife's edge and how volatile all these matchups are.
That's what my stream did sometimes at MSI, right?
Hard to like focus on one thing in particular.
We're going to see that TP back in for both mid laners here, as that's going to be the end
I feel like
of
it's a
that
Twitch
knife's
thing. It
edge,
must be, right?
battle that we are having, as Bwipo continues to have a slight advantage here on the top side. Do you see Inspired wants to turn that into a larger advantage, though, here at level 4. See how Gigo responds. Does, of course, have his flash.
Yeah, in comes Inspired. Doesn't quite get the fadeaway there, as Gigo does have that Q charged up. Flashes pretty late there, but Inspired holds onto the turret aggro, and that is a gorgeous dive for first blood onto Bwipo.
Yeah,
it was closer than I thought.
All they needed to do. They have the setup. They've got the pillar, and down goes Gigo. So first blood over to FlyQuest here, and on the cross map, there's just simply nothing Tatu can do right now. He's still clearing that Gromp at the moment. Does have bot side prio, but really frustrating situation here for this early game for Furia, who find themselves nearly 1,000 gold behind. There's another all-in.
The flash pulve as they're layering the CC. Teleport to immediately come down, though.
Wow.
As
Bwipo's
Jojo, I
TPing
don't
bot
think
to
got
save
the
them,
memo
or like
that
to
they were
help them.
getting out of there because
And it's gonna
Bwipo's
work
coming
because
in,
Alistar has
and
no
he
flash.
really
And
wants
now
to stake.
Varus
He's
can
gonna
run
be able
top
to
and
pick it
Bwipo
up.
can take over bot and
No
Aatrox
more
fast pushes
cowbell,
top
at
and
least
Varus
for
is
the
there to
next
catch.
10 seconds.
Yep, this
When you
game's
go for these
completely
types of
over.
plays, the reason I call them all-ins is, you know, we saw the exhaust play previously, and then this one here, is there isn't really like a cancel button. There isn't really a, oh, well, we tried to trade here, but I guess we get out now. When you go and you have to get the kill as soon as possible, and when teleport is available, as it was there for Bwipo with the advantage he had topside, you don't get out. You lose. You know, you either have to get that kill or you're going to
He
pay
won't
with
catch
it,
much.
pay
Was
with
it a
with your
non-cannon
life,
wave?
and
If it was, oh, he
that's
didn't catch any of it
exactly what
actually.
happened down there in the
I guess it
bottom
was in
side
the
for
cannon wave, right?
Jojo, and so this is a really tough situation now as Masu goes top
Yeah, the game's looking kind of fried for Furia here. The Aatrox is really behind, and the Varus has tier 2 boots on his face, so...
the tempo advantage hugely flies.
Well,
Alistar's stun is big here.
As the trample looking to come down as well, but the scat of the week was so good. There's
Why
the
does he
flashing
W
from
flash?
Tatu though, but he gets knocked up.
Why did he
Lucio in
shockwave?
perfect
What the fuck just
position.
happened?
And there is the unleashed
Wait,
power
C9
to
lost to
lock
this?
down the kill for
What the hell?
Inspired. Jojo just trying to get himself out of
Why
there.
did he
He will be able
shockwave
to
there?
do so.
Did they know Syndra had flash?
Furia,
What?
they're clutching at straws, Wolf. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, this composition really cannot fall behind, but it is.
Weepo.
And this is starting to feel worse and worse.
Well, another fight here towards the bottom side of the map as Bwipo now with 2 kills after teleporting opportunely towards
Is it a
that
flash
bottom
W
side,
one shot here?
utilizing that as a lane swap as well. Oh
No,
man,
it's
not
not.
losing tempo and still being there.
Cloth
for
armor
the
dies a
counter gank
cringe.
was pretty ridiculous, and that means this crocodile is so powerful.
Really is. You know, Ayu here, you could see looking for trades like this and just losing so massively at this point. I mean, look at the itemization. He's got a Hearthbound Axe versus just the Greaves, but it's the range advantage that Masu has where he's like, okay, nice try, but on your way out, you're going to lose a fourth of your health bar. As this looked like a really big opportunity
So
here for
explain
the
this
side
to me.
of Furia. I think
Explain
Quad,
it
knowing that
in
both
English
the
right
support
now.
and jungler are nearby, feels pretty comfortable to kind of push this and,
Okay,
and
Quad
bait
is
this.
griefing with
And he's
Alistar
looking for
position.
something, right? And then look at how
W
well he
flash
plays
comes
this
out.
here.
Show me the
Has
shockwave.
double scatter, flashes away, buys a ton of time. Lucio comes
What
in
the
here, gets
hell?
backup, and at that
Oh
point
my
it's over.
God.
It's in.
Now, can you
They
tell
get
me
the
that in
kill, they get the
Fortnite
feat of
terms?
Warfare, and it's
Where
just
did-
a sick play.
Where did the shockwave go?
Yeah, it wasn't quite
It was on
the
cooldown.
mark.
really, maybe it was used a little bit early. So a little bit unfortunate there for Toots, but that's fine. As Guigo down to 300, Bwipo just gone. Oh my god, he just killed him!
Bwipo Rennington.
Okay.
Ooh, the crowd goes wild.
Well, that time he didn't hit a minion, Wolf.
Yeah, well,
I think he could have, and he may have still killed him, though.
The news doesn't get any better, unfortunately.
Did you just see him in the play?
Yeah.
NA fans in the crowd.
Well, when Bwipo is locked in, man, he's got his head focused. He is leaned into the monitor.
Oh, that's true. He does have, like, pretty ultimate gamer position.
Yeah, you know the gamer position where you're on the couch, you're kind of sitting back, but then suddenly you're like, I'm really gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Bwipo's always really gaming.
Bwipo is the best NA top
He's got
laner. You should import him.
He's got a cleaver online at 8 minutes.
Should we import
I
Bwipo,
can tell
really?
you guys about how bad this is going to be for Gigo for the rest of this lane, as those plated steel caps are basically made of paper in this scenario. And now looking to fight for grubs here. Busio does have level 6. I mean, all summoners available here for the bot duo. This is a really big risk here for Furia.
Ooh, that pillar.
It is.
This is trouble.
This is what their composition wants to do.
Inspired
the
can kill him.
come on
Boom.
through there, but he just gets eaten.
Wow, I think Furia might get perfect game. Does Grubs count?
And Busio still looking for even more. They'll take JoJo on their way out, and my goodness, this is an absolute shellacking here.
And, you know, we knew from the outset Isaiah will survive, but has to use his flash.
Does one grub count?
If this comp falls behind,
I feel like 2 counts as a feat, so 2 would be you're not getting perfect game. But if you have 1, nah, it ruins the scoreboard. It's not a perfect game anymore. It's not perfect. Because perfect, it's like casual playing Lee Sin. There's never a mistake.
They fell behind early.
1
Super
counts.
hard to execute on this composition. FlyQuest looked very ready for it. Masu and Busio handled the bottom lane all-ins masterfully, and Inspired has had an amazing game here, right? He's been everywhere he needs to be. He's absorbed that pressure. He and Busio both have really stopped every single angle that Furia have tried to find. And from behind in this scenario, like you said, your comp needs to fight early. It needs to get advantages, so they have to look for plays like this. They can't just simply give this up. But in the current game
I mean,
state,
FlyQuest are dancing on him. Well, it's nice that we get FlyQuest in the knockouts. I feel like the knockout teams are really strong.
Here in the mid lane.
Like really good matchups. AL Hamonite, G2BLG, Fly T1, FlyGen Decoy T1.
Has no idea what they're doing. If you're watching this home, it's just not true. But the composition dysfunctionally can't really operate anymore. There aren't really great choices to make at this point. You're really hoping for a big mistake from FlyQuest.
And honestly, you know, sometimes if you hope for these mistakes, they can happen. We saw even in our last best of 1.
Wait, who's 23 damage? Who is it? Who was it?
A bit of control by a CFO. Things can happen to bring it back
Wait, how?
around.
What?
As
Who's 23?
Taking a big old
Yasuo?
trade here from Quad, who is feeling pretty good on this
That
Cinder
can't be right.
now. Really
is that all game long? Didn't they have a bot fight?
The Blackfire Torch does come in as item number 1.
Or is it in that fight, I guess? He pressed 1E.
Blackfire, Cosmic Drive, and we get the Blackfire this early.
Yeah.
You're happy to just chunk anyone you interact with out of a mid lane matchup, and in this case it's Toots, unfortunately.
So he's playing the no boots Yasuo build.
Who is now going to be struggling to hold on. There's just get TP to come through here for the Rakan. This is going to be Drake Pryo on the lockdown here for FlyQuest. And even Busio spotting out where Tatu is here, just leaving nothing to chance, leaving nothing here to question. They have Bwipo with TP who could join this fight if it is a fight, if it is a contest. But frankly, I think Furia have no right to be anywhere near this dragon.
No, I don't think they're going to be fighting for this one. It's a very late dragon, actually. 11 minutes for first Drake of the game. I was looking at the top of the screen. I'm like, I mean, it's a fancy new UI. I guess I can't see
in an
the
elimination
dragons,
game, they picked Yasuo to carry. It's the Yasuo the problem, though. Think about it.
That's why that was a thing.
I think the mid fight was the
now going to
problem.
be moving 1 away from collecting the feats of strength as well, as far as those objectives are concerned.
Look at where Bwipo has the lane. He's like, I'm the only person they could try to dive or make a play on because we're doing dragon on the bottom side, and I'm just going to hug turret and keep the wave right here so I can both farm and you can't kill me. Okay, they're baiting him a little bit though.
He sliced and diced.
Bwipo will always get baited for what? They flash for that? Isn't he fine?
Let's see whether they can actually
He has
kill him.
Q?
He just needs 1 more Q and he's going to get all that health back. There it is, as they should be able to take him down. There is the kill. That's a good flash from Guigo as he makes his way out. And
Okay, he's
Tatsu
definitely
didn't
not
have
fine.
the turret aggro.
I thought he was
so
fine.
that is going to be a successful dive against Bwipo.
I feel like
Go Drinker Rennington lives there.
Credit
It's
for
true.
how he had the wave
He's
there
right.
and how he was like, nah, I'm not going to allow it.
Immediately sliced and diced.
But I do almost feel like I still was right. Like I feel like Bwipo was just like, no, hold on.
Bro,
I'm
I
so
actually think
fed,
Gore
I can
Drinker
actually
was a
bait them and
great
Inspired
item.
will clean up. And he went for it anyways, and then he ultimately did pay for it with his life. But This is one
Core
kill.
Drinker and Gale
This
Force,
is one
great
bounce back.
items.
It goes over
And
to
Everfrost.
Tatu on the Xinjiao. So does it feel great?
Those
He
were like
finally has that
the
first
Egyptian
item
god cards.
online.
Core
But you
Drinker,
need so
Everfrost,
much more than this.
and Gale Force.
You know, looking
and
at
Proudest
where
Claw.
Inspired
We'll
is
add
on
him
the
in
map
there.
right now, he's heading up
like
when
Karibo.
Bwipo does decide to make that call. And so I think Bwipo is thinking like, okay, I've got my ult here. I'm going to have the empowered Q for the heal. I mean, look at the heal that comes through here. Bam.
Yeah.
And Inspired is almost
Wow,
here
Bwipo
in
took a lot
time.
more damage than I thought he would.
I feel like it was an intentional choice
Well,
by Bwipo, but they didn't quite have the distance.
this dive gonna work?
Inspired wasn't quite there in time, I should
I
say.
guess with
This was
Syndra it
too
should
great.
work, right?
Well,
Yeah,
FlyQuest
dead.
is thinking about killing the turret, but Guigo was being
Syndra
cheeky and tried
helps
to kill
a
the
lot in
minions,
that
so they
dive.
had to kill him. Quad takes a turret shot, but that is about all that went wrong there on the side of FlyQuest. So the revenge
Why is it that
immediate.
yesterday Furia was 7-1 against
So it's
C9,
gonna get a play
and
here
now
in the
against
lane,
Fly
you
they're
know.
1-7?
Small victories, denying some farm as well.
Stop saying that.
You know, anything you can get. As unfortunately, this Yasuo, I don't know if it's ever going to be relevant in this game. Gets a flash, though, and that was, as you say, a well-timed one. But you can see, look at how much damage he takes on the attempt. It's crazy, and this has kind of been happening all game long.
On-hit Varus as well. This is not, that's not lethality damage. Did he take a turret shot? Maybe he took a turret shot. I'm not sure. That looked like he took a turret shot.
I don't know, but either way, the damage that came out from the Varus autos was what I was really looking at.
Yeah.
Which was a lot. And
do you know what the worst part is, Wolf? Furia, like, there is no one that can even go anywhere near the range of Masu right now. Like, as far as on-hit Varus is concerned, like, no one gets to, like, do the do-si-do as far as the range advantage.
Look at Gigo's items, or lack thereof. Like, I don't think he wins a 1v1 against Masu right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's just... There's not a whole lot of good... angles in this game. And I like, when you see a draft like this that's so all in, you know the game can end up this way, and Fury were very well aware of it when they made that choice, but they're unfortunately reaping the consequences of their choices now.
That was really cute by Jojo, actually managing to taxi his way out. Didn't have to use the flash, and by didn't have to, I mean he didn't have it. As now Tatu's going in as well. Lucio and Quad still in position, but it is just going to be half the health bar as these dark spears are really starting to hurt.
They don't know where Inspired is, but they're about to find out. And Gigo is not going to like it.
He's going to go straight past the ward as Guigo is just dead, guys. There is no way that he's getting out of that one. There is a teleport in, but now it's Toots just kind of here watching them kill his turret. He's going to have to wait for Tatu to make his way up.
8-1.
First turret is going to be
Wait,
fixed to strength
8-1. Is
over
that
to
Barcelona?
FlyQuest
No,
as
it's
well.
8-2, right?
And they are just going from strength to strength.
They wanted to make that play to try to play around the turret and punish there, but the turret gets killed so quickly and they TP topside. Guess what? They also lose bottom turret because Syndra is pushing that in right now. Quad actually could TP to this fight, but is it really even a fight that he needs to come to? It's just slow, casually played here by FlyQuest because like, oh, we slow this down, get the bottom turret. Quad can show up at any moment. Just play this slow, don't need to hard force anything. Just continue to snowball our lead. There's that bottom turret. Now Quad can back by and then TP in for the Herald contest. FlyQuest can really do nothing wrong at this point as Gigo also has teleport, but I don't know how relevant this Aatrox is going to be in this skirmish. The window is closing though, and I think FlyQuest may just simply have been a little bit too slow to show up on this one. So again, small victory here. Small
Sorry, I'm yapping.
pickup.
I'm surprised Furia got a
Furia.
Herald, but I guess Bwipo doesn't have
It's going to
ult,
be
right?
a lot of dominoes they're going to need to try to push over here to get back into this one, but baby steps,
5k
I
up losing
suppose.
Herald. Doesn't suka mucho.
10 seconds
You know what I'm
until
happy
the next
about?
Dragon, so that
I'm
might have
happy
been
that
what FlyQuest were
Syndra
aware
is
of, wanting
being
to make sure
picked
that they
more.
can get some priority on that
I'm
area.
happy about it.
That is exactly what it looks like. But Bounty Gold, actually kind of a big deal here for Furia to try and get themselves back in. When we say things like Bounty Gold, though, that shows that it is certainly an added layer of cope, because it is 4,000 gold the lead at 16.5 minutes. That is nothing to scoff at. They will be able to take an uncontested dragon here towards the bottom side of the map. Tatu wants nothing to do with it. He's just going to
wait,
take
there's an
himself
LR
back to
sign?
base.
Sorry, I'm
Still
just dealing with
holding on
something
to the
real
Rift
quick.
Herald. We'll see where Shelly
I'm
does
finished dealing
pop
with it now.
down.
Wait, there was an LR sign. Drop the clip
Here
now.
for
Was it the guy with the LR hat on?
Not the craziest for
Shout out to
either
Domi.
of these teams, but will be significant for the leader in
this game is
FlyQuest.
completely
I think a
cooked.
really lucky one for Furia as well, because
No, there's a different
they
guy?
don't
Wait,
really
there's two
care
LR
too
fans in the
much
crowd. WLR
about that
fans.
they're a wombo combo composition,
I'm watching
right? They have to
TikToks.
kill you instantly, so a bit
Nice
of sustain
cannon denial.
shouldn't
Or,
be
wait.
the end of the world.
It's kind of problematic with a Trundle and a Renekton this big, though, when you're trying to kill them fast, I suppose.
Yeah, that is the
Kraken Slayer Yasuo. Someone linked the clip.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could be worse. It could be a Hex Tech, you know, in this scenario where you're already super far behind with this low-range composition that is just going to get slowed and struggle to close the gap. And
someone has
you know,
a
I feel
sign
like
that
this
says,
is a composition here for Fury that went wrong that doesn't really sell how good this team is, how well this team has played internationally so far this year. And it's a sad ending. It's got to be crushing for the players to go out like this. You know, down 7 kills, down 5,000 gold nearly. Or 4,000 at this point. They did bring it back a little bit, and we're down 5K earlier. To be in a position like this where the rest of the world is watching, and perhaps not even necessarily
Is this the
understanding
ARAM
why
World
this comp
Championship?
can't function anymore. They just don't have any windows, man.
I mean, they're
it's
sieging
one of those
mid.
games that's
They
tough as a
don't.
commentator as well
This
to
is
try
the
to
awkward
find
thing. If
what could be
FlyQuest
the
got
angle, what
Herald,
could
they
the
wouldn't
way
be in
back
this problem.
It
Ripple,
just
what are you
feels
doing?
like checkmate was reached long
Why is
ago.
it tanking tier 2
Yeah,
shots for
it
the
does
wave?
certainly feel like that. And there is certainly angles, but it relies on FlyQuest making a mistake, overextending, giving away shutdowns. Like, killing
Some crazy Orianna combo.
Yeah, killing Inspired could be a big deal, right? Like, he's got the biggest bounty on
It's
his
funny
head
how
right now.
It's funny how like we're in 2025.
Yeah,
and people
like you were
think best.
saying,
I mean, people
also
are like
just
obviously
watching his
best
scores
of
here.
ones don't
Not
really tell you
looking
much
too
of
easy
strength of
for Fury
teams.
to find that angle.
But
And FlyQuest
EU
also
was
just-
rocking
the way
best
they're
of
playing
ones
This is incredibly respectful,
for 8
right? They
years.
made a lot of great choices. I mean, maybe Blippo's decision on the top lane earlier was not as respectful as it could have been, but otherwise, just not giving Furia any ins. They're like, well, if we just play this slow and carefully, it's literally unlosable. We're not going to take any risks. We're not going to play greedy. We're not going to showboat.
Is that why
We're
we
just gonna
suck?
Control the map. Set up deep
EU
vision,
was on
and
BO1
sit back
for
and
like
wait for
7 to 8
objectives
years,
spot.
whereas
Take
LCK and
those,
LPL were on
take the
BO3s.
win and take our spot in the knockout stage.
I'm pretty sure that's right?
And this is,
Is
one
that why
of
we
those
suck?
compositions that can do it so many different ways.
That's
as well.
why
It's a
we're
very
bad. It's the
flexible
format.
draft,
This
and
is just many
against
years of
what
format
they're
coming
against,
back to
they
bite
have,
us.
Like range advantage,
The only thing the best of one
you
format
were talking
prepared
about
us for
Flippo
was
giving
World's
away
Group Stage
opportunities.
best of
That
ones, and
wasn't
that's it.
quite but he
And now
was
that's
pretty,
gone. So the best of ones
extended,
preparation
but
all those
still
years
able
has
to
done
slice his
nothing
way
for us
out,
other
no
than
flash
hey,
required.
EWC, big W.
Okay, 2.5 minutes until
BO1s
the
are back.
Dragon,
We
even
win
though
those.
are
Both EU
heading,
teams out.
Looking down that way. And the Otacon going to be spawning on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's tough to imagine how IU
We need more
can
tournaments with best of
break
ones.
through in this team fight. Like, he has a Kraken Slayer.
He has a gold lead. Look at that.
Yeah, he does. The thing about the Kraken Slayer in this situation is it's going to require you to proc the Kraken Slayer by attacking people multiple times. I'm just not sure. if
Safe
that's
European
gonna
League of
happen.
Legends.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's the wrong build or anything like that. Just don't. It's just the circumstances are so rough here, and you're still trying to stick to your game plan. But I do think at any point, once these
Wait,
waves
there's
are
a
cleared
rumor
out,
going around
FlyQuest
right
can
now,
threaten
not to
Otacon
like
start and
distract
go for
people.
a turn so easily, especially with the
But there's a
Syndra.
rumor going around
And
that
Quad does have
BLG
TP, and he has
has
side lane control 'cause he has
swapped
such a massive
junglers with
lead,
IG.
Over this Aatrox that
So
is sitting on
BLG will
still
get JJ
just
after this
one
tournament,
item.
and IG will get Wei.
It's looking dire. 82 stacks
Oh
on quad as
my
well.
God.
Here's that
Otacon
Splinters
start.
up, and
Bro, if
yeah, there
BLG
is
get
vision.
JJ, that is an
And I don't know whether
insane signing, by the
really
way.
care too much about them being able to see
And
that
if
it's trying
IG
to,
gets Wei, that
bait
is
them into a
absolutely
fight, as
cooked.
Blippo's already ulted.
Or
And in
Beige
this
one. No,
interim,
they're sorry,
while
they're
they slow
benching
down and
Beige
control
one.
this Tri-Brush and force
What am I
control
saying?
to be used. They're going to get mid-turret.
Wei is
Monster's
going to
gonna take
IG,
that out,
JD
and
is going to
this
BLG,
is that
Beige
slow
one's getting
controlled,
benched.
great macro here from FlyQuest where they
Actually, I don't know what's
force
happening to
Furia
Beige one.
come
I
over
presume
and
he's getting
contest
benched.
Otacon, and then they just grab turret, and then they can collapse back in. And, I mean, this is going to be a sandwich here, potentially.
Yeah, you're already taking a third of his health bar there from a combo from Quad. As Furia, a bit of a desperation start like you were talking
big
about.
shockwave.
There is the shockwave
Doesn't
landing
matter though,
onto
I
a
think.
couple as Busio still
Oh,
not
3
taken
minutes
down,
done.
able to get out scat of the week onto the entire team, it feels
Yeah,
like. And Masu is just
It must feel
kind
kind of shitty for Beige one if he's playing this tournament and he knows he's getting benched.
He takes down the
Maybe he doesn't
Yasuo,
though.
and Guigo is just limping his
I'm
way
sure he
out.
does.
It looks like the consolation, or at least the prize of the Otacon
that
will
pillar
go
into
over to
Syndra Sun
Fly
was crazy.
without any more contest.
That is going to be such a huge win for them. Already, you know, a massive lead in pedals, and the XP is going to flow. And from here, I mean, everybody gets an extra level. You're looking at a 3-level lead in the top lane. And a full item lead.
3.3k gold.
Yeah. That Cosmic Drive is done here. Obviously, feats of strength. Like, how many more advantages can I read off here for FlyQuest?
Well, they now have Otacon, so they've probably got more pedals.
This is
as well.
JJ
that's what I'm getting at here. Is that just pushes
I mean, they go on
everything
Busio,
here.
they Oriana ult him, they got a lot of damage on him, didn't really matter. He got his ult off, W'd, E'd out, and then Pillar was disgusting into the 3-man stun. Or 3-man stun into the Pillar, rather. No one can move with this Pillar.
And they just chase them down and slice them to pieces. Not a chance, not a prayer for the Brazilian squad.
It was a decent little sidestep
Yay,
on that
let's go
piercing arrow
FlyQuest.
that allowed Guigo to at least get out with his life. But it's 11-1, guys. It's 7,000 gold lead. And FlyQuest seem to be able to do no wrong at
So
this
after
point in
this,
time.
it's
That'll be
Hamalife
Soul
versus
Point,
Anyone's
as
Legend
Inspired
best
looks
of 3.
to take down this dragon.
Pretty
And
good,
maybe
yeah.
a good thing here for Furia is
Pretty
the fact that
fucking
this is
good.
only Soul Point, because it was a very late first Drake. So here at
I would say
22 and a
that
half
these two
minutes, they
teams
don't
are
have to worry
probably the
about a
third
soul
and
just
fourth
yet,
best teams
but
in the world.
Man, that is not even a silver lining. That is like a gray that looks a bit shiny.
But it'll be interesting to see, like, okay, so AL lost to
lining.
Gen.G.
That's what it kind of feels like.
They lost to T1.
Lessons to be learned,
Do they lose to
I think, in
HLE
this
as well?
game about how
If so,
FlyQuest
that
played
means that,
from
like,
ahead.
LEC
Because,
runs the world.
We talked about so
not
much.
LEC,
Like,
LCK runs the
if they
world,
make a
sorry.
mistake, if they overextend, if they're sloppy, if they're greedy, maybe there's a way back in. This is about as textbook, you know, choke out the enemy, take all vision away, blind them, and cut them, you know, kill them with 1,000 cuts rather than just all-inning and being like, oh, we're so massively ahead. We just push in between these turrets.
I've been
and
doing
look for a crazy team fight.
this tournament. I'm doing a lot of lawyering for the LEC. Okay,
quick and exciting
we've got a lot of lawyering to do. We're trying to pull out evidence where we can,
with a lead like this, and I think they've nearly
and change the narrative.
100%.
Yeah,
that's my job right now.
They just won't give Furia any outs, any core. Look at where Toots is on the top side. He's the only one who's free to even move on the map, but even he knows once he hits that midway point, once he hits the river, he's like, that's as far as I can go. I can't touch that turret. There's no way I'm getting a bounty.
You're
and
also
to
never
breathe
allowed
is so hard.
You're never allowed to take your own jungle camps, right? So
Never.
Slowly but surely, FlyQuest will just get further and further ahead, no matter what Furia do, if the game stays in a position like this. And so their only option is to go for a desperation fight, which is always going to be on FlyQuest terms, as Tatsu is looking for that little flank angle. Scatter the Weak comes through. Are you not going to be able to follow up too much as Chains of Corruption comes on in? Tatsu takes half of his health bar just from that piercing arrow, rocking the Blight.
If Furia commit to a fight, they will get wiped and the game will end. So they have to just try to buy time. Desperately, that is all they can do. And with the Oriana wave clear, I mean, you can see here they can buy some of it, right? Like they have some
Sorry,
tools here
this game I have not
to
been
slow
focused
this
at
game
all. I
down.
apologize. I was dealing with
Baron's
something.
gonna
It's
spawn in
dealt
30
with now.
seconds here, though,
So
and that's when things
we're going to be
get
way more focused
really
for the future
problematic.
games.
That's when FlyQuest really start to threaten inhibitors.
But
They've
at least
already
it's a
gotten
stomp.
some damage onto that
So-
bottom inhibitor turret. The inner is already gone there. They have super clear, deep vision on the
This
bottom
one was
side
a
of the
pretty
map.
slow game anyway.
And they can just simply turn their eyes towards the Baron with
Are you
these
getting
resets
evicted?
coming through here.
No.
You see Quad is back, Masu is back, Whippo is buying here.
I will say the new
And he's
apartment
gonna
I
have
moved to
GA
in
potentially
England
after
now,
the next fight.
the last
If he's able
7
to get
months,
a few kills.
not a single neighbor
I mean,
complained.
At this stage,
The apartment in
as
Berlin
Furia,
that I was
you're
there
like,
for
what if they
5
group
years,
bottom and just take out our inhibitor? We have to be aware
about
of that possibility.
12
We have no
neighbor
vision. Look at
complaints.
how carefully
So
Tatsu
far,
has
we're
to
off to a good
surf
start.
around the top part of his jungle. He's like, okay, I guess I can get wolves maybe when those are up. But I can't really go any further than that. And FlyQuest at any point can just move towards Baron, but they're keeping their options open.
And on top of that, Inspired is about to like finish a Thornmail, I'm pretty sure. Like, then who kills him? Because Toots is just not doing any damage right now. There is nowhere near a Void Staff or anything like that. This Oriana has been pretty far behind throughout this game, but also Oriana, I feel like, needs a little bit of help, needs a little bit of acceleration to really be dangerous. And then the rest of the team is just physical damage. And yes, you can say that Yasuo takes 45%
It was
of
most
your
of the
armor or
complaints
something like
were
that, but
they were during the LCK streams at like
45%
7 a.m. in
of
Germany.
Infinity is still really large.
They would knock on the door at like
So
7 a.m., 8 a.m. being
Whippo
like,
fighting against Guigo here towards his bottom
I'm
side.
trying to
Inspired
sleep.
just waiting for his angle of attack. And now there are 3 people
I'm
here.
like, yo,
He's chasing
sorry, man.
after this Yasuo.
Oh wait, Whippo's dead.
The
No, it's
last
not.
breath comes in, and it's exactly that, ladies and gentlemen. There's the pulverize. It is going
Now
to
he's
connect
dead.
as Whippo finally will go down. It's a 1-for-1, so I guess that's good for Furia because the ones
Oh, nice
on the
flash by
side of
Toots,
FlyQuest
but
are
nice
way more
engaged by
dangerous,
Bussin.
but not anymore. The
He says, I'm
piercing
trying
arrow
to sleep,
coming
but I'm
down, the
saying, bro,
pulverize is there to
I know you're
protect
trying to
us,
sleep,
but
but
now he has to
DK's
get
kind
out,
of popping
and
off.
This turret should be following suit.
Yeah, a very strong fight here for FlyQuest, despite it being an even trade. They got rid of one of the threats.
Oh.
And this is a risky call here. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for Toots, but he's going for it.
We're gonna try
Yeah, I
and
think
take
they
down
have to,
Lucio.
right?
That
Game is
didn't
lost.
quite work out there, but the rest
Just
of
have
the
to
team
send
are
it.
now
Any
in
shutdowns?
position.
Who has the biggest
A
shutdowns?
possible flank
I guess
angle.
Syndra
There
with the
are
way
some
Aatrox is playing.
CDs that have been used up.
There's some
and
CDs
Lucio
what?
will be the
CDs
one to
what?
fall down first. They're
CDs
still
what?
trying to chase this one out. The dissonance
There's
will be
nothing
able
to do
to
here, I
help
think.
Toots catch up.
They're out. Oh,
And
he missed
Scatter
the
the
stun
Weak
though.
coming on down. Guigo dealing with
Do you
these
have
orbs
Reynolds?
coming on through, but he seems to be able to do so. Is now inspired in a fair bit of trouble.
Oh,
The King's Tribute
Syndra
not
missing the
helping out at all
stun.
because no one
Coming
died
back
on
to
the
bite
side
them a
of
bit.
Furia. And here
Oh,
is
another
some
missed stun.
shutdowns.
Bwipo's
Scatter
TPing
the
in.
Weak didn't
Was?
land because they
Oh, he has
ain't
ult up
weak
again.
anymore. Unless Bwipo
Bwipo.
has something to say about it.
Does he
Kelvin
kill everyone?
coming on forward there as Jojo
Yeah, I
will
think
be
he does.
going
Does
down.
Aatrox not
That
have
is
ult
a
up yet?
dangerous spear.
Riot,
And that is the
Renekton.
second one. The
Riot,
slices
Renekton.
and
Oh, he got
dices
pulled
are
back.
coming on in. He's put into the bouncy castle, but that is a double kill now for Quad. Really
I mean, this
asserting his
Yasuo
orb
pick
dominance on the
really
Orianna.
excited me.
Mid turret here, which is bounty gold as well. You know how we talked
But
about.
I feel
or
like
was
I
really
haven't
talking
seen
about
one
textbook how
Yasuo,
to
not a
play
single one.
perfectly and increase. They kind of got bored of that.
Yeah,
they were kind of like, you know what? I'm kind of done with this. A little bit slow. They could have just done Baron. His quad is
Not to say it's his fault or
also
anything.
extending quite
Someone's
heavily
had an
into
LR
enemy
Sally
territory.
sign.
He's
What the
got
fuck was
Bwipo
that?
with him, but
I need to open up
now we're
EWC
looking at,
YouTube.
you know, a
What was that
situation
sign?
here where it's still really bad for Furia, but I think this was best case scenario. They defended their inhibitor. The teleport play was extremely greedy and could have actually cost them. The game would have ended if that failed, but they were able to pull it off. They were able to execute on it well. Ocean Soul is going over here to FlyQuest, but it could have been a Baron and a Baron turn
When
here, but they
are
got
the Ratones?
eager
What
there
the
on
helly?
that bottom
Hashtag
side.
Sally.
Bwipo
Bro,
is
what
so
the
incredibly
fuck?
strong. I can understand the
You put
idea
what the
behind it.
helly on
He
a
actually
sign?
built
Are you
Death
fucking
instead
high?
of that GA I was talking about. So in these
Hey,
types of
that's
fights,
3
he
Lost
is
Ratone
nigh
signs.
unkillable.
Hey!
But you can see this flank here.
How would Lost
really
Ratones
does
do in this
pay
tournament?
off,
I mean,
and,
I think we
you know,
could.
with the pillar attempt here from
I don't
Inspire,
know,
you
actually.
could
I
buy
have
some
no idea what our
space, but
skill
they're just
level
not
is.
quite
I
able
really
to
don't
get
know.
away. Toots has the speed up.
We
of
won EU
course,
Masters twice.
With that ball, is going to be able to run them down.
The
Bwipo then
team that
decides
we
to
beat at
TP in
EU
here
Masters
and
beat
commit to the play
SK
further. He's
in a
so
tournament,
big
if you want
at this
to use
point
that
Taking
comparison.
him down is incredibly difficult.
I don't
He doesn't
know.
have Ocean Soul yet in this
I feel
fight.
like
They
we
get
could
it
be
afterwards.
competitive
If he
against
had it in
Gam.
this one, he might just end the game.
And maybe competitive against Furia.
They did a decent job.
So like those two teams, I think we could actually go toe-to-toe a little bit.
Straight into the action here as Tatu not going to get stunned
could
up
definitely
by
beat
the Scatter the
C9.
Weak,
No, I'm
but
kidding.
that pillar placement was just obscene from Inspired.
I have no idea. Maybe I'm underselling
Down
us.
goes the Xin Zhao.
Maybe I'm overselling us. I have no
Now,
idea.
No one's going to be able to get anything done, and of course the wallets are just that little bit too
Would be fun,
heavy on FlyQuest's side. No chance here.
I'm not
for
delusional
Fury
though. I
in a
think any
straight-up
first CT
5v5
Masu I saw that.
without
I
the
saw
turrets
that
helping
Masu.
out, without that positioning that they had.
Okay,
the
Yasuo
last time
ulted and
around,
his
without
next
Guigo now, that
Yasuo
will
pressed
allow
R
this
and then his
front door to be
Nexus
opened, and
exploded.
FlyQuest to just knock it down.
GG.
That should be
GG.
the end of this one. There was one heroic defense, one moment there for Furia at the end, but with a draft like this, the all-in attempt fails, and FlyQuest will soar into the knockout stage.
Really
All
good
right,
to see the bounce
FlyQuest Gen
back
G
here from
tomorrow.
FlyQuest. It was a difficult day yesterday. This time around, though, making it look not
Okay, now we
even
get into the big
close
ones.
in
Now we get into the
any
big ones.
regard.
Wolf?
Now we're in the
not
best of
really,
threes.
And I think the draft just left the options for Furia so limited with an early game like what we saw.
All right, ads
But
are
they
gonna
were
run
brave
now,
enough
then
to
in the
pull it
break, and
out.
then we're
It
chilling.
was cool. Everybody loves to see Yasuo.
Here we go,
Everyone
best
loves
of
to see
3 time.
Yasuo bottom lane.
Yeah.
It definitely kept it
Now
interesting
crush the key
for the fans.
and
It was
lock
a
in.
unique
It's playoffs
draft
time.
for FlyQuest. The massive favorites coming into this one, and they will stand tall.
Certainly will. Taking a bow here. Now get to think about the knockout stage. But before that, they get to do some key crushing, Wolf. And this is the first time that we have been on the broadcast ready to send you to a key crush, and I'm really excited about it. Certainly was the best part of last year as well, and already we've seen quite a few of them bite the dust. You can see Fancy collecting the key crusher himself.
I think Furia is a stronger team than what this final best of one really showcased. I think hindered by the game state in their draft in this one, but have had some pretty strong performances here across 2025. And their year is not over yet, but their EWC is, perhaps we'll see them return next year to try to compete to make that top 8. But I do think we got to
Now
give
the
this
Fly Crush
squad a
Korea,
shout
is
out
it
for some
confirmed
cool
that C9 is
drafting,
worse than
a lot of
Furia?
confidence, and I think performing performing higher than a lot of
C9
people's expectations across two
confirmed
recent
after they
international
lost.
events.
Oh my
I
god,
do
that
wanna
music
say as
switch
well
up.
that,
We are
like,
locked in.
Whippo's bounced back
Oh, no,
here
we're back
as
to
far
the-
as his
back
performance
to the
yesterday on the
violence.
Renekton to now. Like, he did, what, 40% of the team's damage on a Crocodile? That was pretty impressive. He did certainly get himself off to a great start, but man, must feel good to bounce back. But now it is time to throw
The
it
most
over to
EU
Fancy
thing ever
with
is
Masu
G2 get
alongside
2-0'd
to
by
crush some
BLG
keys.
today, and then Koi get 2-0'd by T1 today.
Thank
Tomorrow.
you so much, gentlemen. We are back on the stage after FlyQuest flying to the quarterfinals.
Masu crush
and a few
the
games
key.
away from earning this trophy. I have Masu with me, but before we start with the interview, I just want to say congratulations. You are the first ever Middle Eastern player that goes into the quarterfinals in EWC League of Legends history. Very, very happy for this moment. Just want to know, how does it feel to win at your home region?
It feels pretty good, of course. I don't know if there's any other Middle Eastern players right now that are here, so it feels good.
All right, so you guys lost to G2 at yesterday's match, but there's a chance that you might face them in the semifinals if you win against Gen G. So do you think you guys got it?
I mean, of course, if we're beating Gen G, I think we'll have a good chance to beat G2. But overall, I think individually, I have not been playing well. And as a team, I think we're also
Masu's
not
MSI
playing
was
well.
rough.
So I think we have a lot of time to ramp up. And then if we play up to our level, I think we'll be able to.
Absolutely. You guys have a tough road ahead to get to this trophy, but now that you've won an elimination match, you get to crush this key. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, let's do it. So we're moving to the Key Crusher to crush a key at EWC. As we know, this is what EWC is all about. As soon as you win an elimination match, you get to crush the key yourself. Masu, I'll let you enjoy this moment.
Masu crush. Masu crush. Come on, quicker. I want to hear a snap. Attack. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, come on. Come on. Zoom in, zoom in! Snap, snap, something snap, something snap. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I think it broke in two. Normally it only gets crushed. That one I think broke in two.
That has to be one of the best key crushes I've seen in the last, since the beginning of the esports
What's the
World
point
Cup.
of that?
That one was just dented straight
Why
through
not?
the middle, just like Fudia's hopes
Why
here.
not?
Fell short, never really had an opportunity in this game, except when the score was maybe 7-1 for a brief moment, and then FlyQuest quickly ticked that one over to 8-1 and took the wind out of the sails of the squad from Latin America South, or LTA South, as it is the LTA North, taking the victory and moving on to the knockout stages. FlyQuest
I feel like the
1-0
key
over
crusher
Furia.
needs to be a
Welcome
little
back to the
faster,
studio. Digon here,
like a
alongside
boom,
Medios
and it needs to have like a
Valdez.
tip to it.
That gold graphs says
Like
everything here, Medios.
Like that, you know, like, and he's like,
That was
bah, 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 bah.
insane game
Like
from
that.
Whippo.
That's what it needs.
He's one of the people that is so scary under Nectin. I think a lot of the time when people pick this champion, you know, it's something that you can go even on.
And they
hard
should
to
make the
punish,
team that
but when
lost
Whippo
line
gets
up
it, he
and
just
watch
runs
it
the
get
game
annihilated
over. I think
by a
Inspired did a really
jackhammer.
good job of getting him ahead early, and then he just ran the game.
See, bro, I just have these ideas. There needs to be a camera of them watching it get crushed.
Hey everyone, Kitty here. I brought Tuts from Furia. So
Yo, Tuts,
unfortunately,
you good, cuh?
guys are eliminated from the Esports World Cup with a quick game. So please walk me through the unique draft that you guys
He looks
decided
really
to bring
sad.
for us, and
I know he just
how
lost, but was he
ideally
crying?
it could have been pulled off.
I think we played this one in the LTA South and it worked out pretty well. I think that we made some mistakes early game that made the game super hard because it's a super no body comp, right? If you go behind, we have like 4 melees, it's going to be tough. So I feel like the mistakes we make early game are going to impact the game a lot. So yeah, after we start, the game behind is going to be super hard to come back.
It do be a feast or famine composition that you guys locked in today. And of course, I want to talk about your achievements. You guys were able to bring down C9 yesterday. And I think a lot of people on the internet have actually praised Furia for their strength. So do you think this is a good direction and positive message for the fans that LTA South is something to look out for?
Yeah, I feel like for sure we're a bit underrated. I feel like we are a pretty good team. I feel like we have a lot of strengths, but also we have a lot of weaknesses that shows a lot, right, when we're behind and things like this. So It's something that we need to improve on, but I feel like we made a decent statement. I feel like if we won today, it would be a huge statement for LTA South, but I think it's like
I'm trying to help
we had
Odo
an
with
okay
something.
run, you know. I think a good run would be if we made out of first stage.
Recognizing your weakness is a type of strength in itself. I'd like you to send a message out to the fans back at home or in the arena in Portuguese. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Bom, queria agradecer toda a torcida, todo mundo que apoiou a gente, que confiou na gente.
Odo sorted.
Pode ter certeza que eu dei meu melhor o tempo inteiro e muito triste a gente não conseguir passar de fase, mas eu espero que a gente tenha outras oportunidades futuramente para provar diferente e provar que a LTA Sul é uma região boa. Então, muito obrigado à torcida, muito obrigado aos fãs, amo muito vocês.
Chat, I can't translate it. I don't understand
That's all from
Portuguese.
us.
There's some words in Portuguese that kind of translate to Spanish a little bit, but most of it, it's really hard to say what it
obrigado
says.
to Furia for getting us to believe and dream for a little bit for the LTA South. Words there by Toots, who has fantastic hair. And speaking of fantastic hair, a man who has just as great hair. No, I'm not talking about myself. It's Whippo. Look at that hair, right?
Ah,
No, it
Whippo.
looks okay. Yeah, no, thank you. I think your hair looks better, actually.
Thanks, man. That's what I was looking for. Congrats on the win. I feel like it has to be the expectation here for FlyQuest. What was that match like for you?
I feel like Furia is a pretty strong team. I don't think we underestimated them. I feel like their preparation coming into the match was really strange. I feel like coming into an angle where they're discussing their draft, their first three, they obviously had Yasuo planned into Varus. Our team is probably the best Varus team on our side of the continent, right? Varus is a champion that is highly contested even by Asian teams across MSI.
On the
against us, because
continent.
Masu is an insane Varus player. And then you go 4-5 with Yasuo bot lane and you end up giving me Renekton as well on top of that, which again is a super contested pick when we play against the best teams in the world. So I feel like in terms of preparation, it was cute that they tried to do that, and I respect it, but they definitely had a huge oversight giving us Trundle Renekton into a 4 melee comp, and had he had something different prepped for the Renekton as a counter pick, maybe maybe he had like a super strong Nara or something, I could have seen the vision, but as soon as Aatrox got locked in, I was just like, I mean, this one's over.
Medios?
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
locked the
congrats on
fuck
the
in.
win. Who are you looking forward to playing in the rest of the tournament? If we get your
I
eye
actually
on?
don't know how the bracket works at all, so I don't know who we can draw, but I'm excited to get a rematch against
You're
BLG.
against
That would be
Genji,
really
bro.
fun, and then obviously against HLE, it would be really, really cool to play against
You're
Zeus.
against
I mean, I
Genji?
had a pretty intense series against Bin, and I feel like I performed rather all right, so if I can climb up the ladder one by one and take down from last year Keen, Bin, and then now have a series against Zeus, I feel like that would be a really good experience for myself, and also, I'm reaching Ong status in esports, so if I can hang with the best, that still feels pretty good.
What do you mean you're
I
reaching
had
Ung
one more
status?
question. Did you see Broken Blade's interview yesterday where he said he could out-yap you?
Whippo is
I mean,
26.
that would be shocking. I mean, maybe in certain elements of life.
Me
but
and
when it comes
Fake
to League
Her
of
are
Legends,
29.
I think
What
I
the-
am the biggest yapper on the planet.
Yep, Master 5000 over there. You guys have been drawn already. You will be playing Gen G. The next match is Hanwha Life against BLG. So theoretically, you'd be playing against one of them as we take a look at that playoff bracket. Now that you've finished your match, it would be Gen G. Gen G versus you guys.
Yep.
BLG versus G2. So you'd play the winner of that match. And then on the opposite side, it's AL versus Hanwha Life, and then T1 versus Movistar.
Kinda
Korea.
sexy
You
playoffs
already
bracket,
talked
not
about
gonna
it.
lie.
You've played Keen before.
Some good
It
matchups.
feels like that's just
AGAL
a
versus
matchup
Hanwha Life,
that you would
banger.
look forward to.
I mean, absolutely. He's
I
the
mean,
best
they're
top
all
laner in
pretty
the world, in
banging.
my opinion.
I
think,
feel like
when you
obviously I think
scrim against
Gen G
him
will win.
especially, I think the level
I
he
think
performs
G2 will
at
win.
consistently is
I
just
think
a step
Hanwha Life will
above
win,
everyone
and
else.
T1 should probably win, right?
Obviously, Zeus wasn't an MSI, so I can't speak for him, but when it came
Zeus.
to the LPL top laners and Doran, it was very clear to me that Keen was one level above everyone else, so getting to perform against him and then getting an opportunity to play against him on stage is always going to be, rare. It's very rare, I feel like you can say, like, this guy is the best player in his role, like, undisputed, and I think that when it comes to Gen G, they've obviously got quite a few of those, so it is always a pleasure. Gotta measure expectations, however, because, losing to them is no shame.
Yeah, I was curious. What do you think makes Keen the best? I feel like he's got a pretty eclectic
Keen is
champion
so
pool. Like he's willing to
good.
go on
It's
to
nice to
Ornn,
hear
those
Whippo
tanks and
glaze
stuff,
Keen,
but he
though.
is also willing to pull out the weird stuff. Like he's pulled out Vayne before and stuff like that. So what do you think makes him different from the rest?
Another thing is just his composure.
What is
I feel
this?
like a lot of people can get dragged into your kind of pace when they change archetype of champion. Like usually, like the best players in the world, they're like tied to certain archetypes of champions, and they make their name playing that specific style, right? So if you look at someone like Vayne, it's a carry top laner. Zeus, same thing as carry top laners. Like they perform on tanks, but the thing is when they're playing tanks, they're almost looking like, oh, this guy's playing Ornn like a carry. Like he's taking mass resources. He's like playing like very aggressively on the Ornn. I feel like Keen actually is one of the few players in the world that can actually change the way he will play the champion, and he doesn't get swept up in his own style. I feel like a lot of players have their own style. I mean, I'm a big example of this for sure. Like, I have my own way of playing the game, and it doesn't matter what I pick, you kind of see me like gravitating towards those kind of decisions. I feel like he is much more detached from that, and I think that's what makes him especially impressive.
I like
that
take,
he has
actually.
the best laning phase in the world right now. So
let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this last one.
Really.
Early game, you and Inspired were running the Rift, man, making a huge impact across. Why don't you talk us through some of these moments?
I feel like, generally speaking, when you're playing Trundle, like if you're playing Trundle or Renekton, it's a really strong early game against champions that are weaker than you, and you're basically just the biggest bruisers on the Rift. So in this particular game, we ended up being stronger than Xin Zhao. We pushed out the Xin Zhao out of top side because he didn't want to get double crabbed, and Aatrox.
I wonder if it's because he hasn't played against Zeus.
So from there,
I feel like
I'm just really
Zeus' lane was always
I
quite
really
strong.
like this creativity here. I was actually talking to my bot lane, like if you guys can all in, I can just slam, teleport, and kill him, and then the Alistar flashed in, so I was really happy about that. But I proxied
Holy
the
man,
Cannon Wave, so I
Whippo
had
does
mass
like
tempo
the
in
yap.
order to
He's
set up a
crazy
TP
good
play. I
yapper.
felt like once I had secured both top lane by diving the Aatrox
In a good way, in a good
Alistar
way.
bot, I felt like the game was good. And then, yeah, I just
He
had
just
flash
talks
advantage from
really
all this
quickly.
Still, so I was able to squeeze in another kill. And from that point onwards, when I'm 3-0 against the 4 melee comp, it's all she wrote for them.
Yeah, Meteors, when you hear him talk about the game like this, I just feel like we do have just one of the biggest minds in League, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that I've always been impressed with FlyQuest is it seems like you guys have a really good understanding of, you know, how you want to play the game, and especially you've played with Inspired for a while now, and I've always viewed him as, you know, one of the best junglers, extremely consistent, very smart. Going into the game, was it your plan to sort of spend more time around top lane? Because, you know, with that matchup can be kind of snowbally, especially if Renekton gets ahead. And he did a really clever gank where he came up around level 4, you warded the Krugs, counter ganked the Xin Zhao, took the crab, and then looped
Are
around
these the LCS
like super
casters?
far
No,
around
these are the LCK
Aatrox's
casters
ward. And I thought that was
and
just
Meteos.
extremely smart. And so is that all pre-game prep, or was it just kind of like we're adapting to how the game went because you traded well earlier?
It's usually a conversation we have at the start of the game, and then we lead up with updating each other as he's clearing through his jungle, right? Like, it's very stock standard, I think, but it's necessary for high-level basic League of Legends. He asked me, what are you doing in the first 3 waves? I told him I'm going to be in and trading aggressively, trying to get an advantage. I definitely want to play and force him to use his teleport early, or put him in a position where we're going to dive him. And either the wave's going to bounce and we're going to gank him on the bounce, or we're going to dive him, or we're going to take double crab. Like, whatever the decision is there, we'll adapt as the situation goes, and that's like dependent on micro. Sometimes we're not going to get that dive because he base TPs early and he wants to make sure he doesn't, and then Trundle will just sprint down bottom. But we got a really nice trade on him, or I managed to get a nice trade on him. We were both low. Generally advantageous for Renekton, because when you're below 50% health, you generate more Fury, if you didn't know. So it was very volatile top lane, which is really good for us. And then at that point, he couldn't recall anymore because Trundle's pillar wouldn't interrupt his recall. And at that point, we just made the call that he's going to
Bro,
loop around
he
and
just
look for the
fucking
dive. So
goes.
really, honestly, just well played by him, reacting to situations. I think that it is planning, but the execution is 100% on him and me combined, in the sense of
Good
in that winning
answers.
position, capitalizing.
Yeah, so it's kind of, you have the loose game plan of you want to play around top, pressure it,
basically.
but then you understand the different decision paths that you could take and how to adapt each situation. Because I think at the same time, sometimes you can have too rigid of a plan where it's like, okay, we're going for the 4th wave dive, and it's like, oh, well, it's not set up, and you're like, all right, well, I guess GG. But,
Exactly.
yeah, just being able to understand all the options and execute the right one, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. That's like a big thing about Inspired. I think it's really impressive about him is he's really he makes his decisions very quickly, and I think a big part about playing with him is understanding that that's one of his biggest strengths. Where as he's doing the crab and he's pushing it around, he's going to make a split-second decision of like, I'm playing for bot crab, or I'm staying around top side. And as soon as he makes the call that he's staying around top, obviously I got to react well, and then we win.
And then you did. Valdez,
So
any
that's
final
League, right?
questions
It's
here
all
for
decision
Whippo, since
making.
we're just getting a masterclass on how the thought process goes for FlyQuest?
Well, in a wider scope, I feel like a lot of NA fans are getting very excited for FlyQuest nowadays because you guys are getting so close over and over again against such big
So
teams.
close,
what
but
do you
yet
feel like is the final step to take where you guys
so
are
far.
actually a big threat on the international stage?
I'd say honestly, I think we could play a little bit looser, like on opposite side of where I'm playing. I feel like usually I play very loose. I'm someone that like was willing to take a fight. I'm willing to take an L. It's top lane gaming, you know. You don't mind going 0-1 or 0-2 sometimes, as long as you can get the game going and you can start picking fights that you can potentially win. I feel like that mindset is something that currently.
I mean, they need to stall 20-minute break, bro.
Like
Whippo is great for
leads,
that.
And translate them into like crabs and stuff like this. Like the game is like very slow in a sense of like. There's a few minutes where nothing really happens, and then like a crab spawns, and like everyone is almost ready to fight and win the game on the spot off like a team fighter on a crab or a Khan or a dragon. So I think in between those moments, when we're
He's saying
strong,
good stuff if you actually pay attention to it. It's just I think maybe it's quite hard to digest because he speaks quite quick.
Fair chance at those fights around Khan or fights around dragons, and I feel like the best teams in the world they do squeeze a bit harder. So I'd like to see us do that.
Love that. Bwipo, so much insight here with us. Congratulations.
Chat, I have a question.
On your win,
I have a question.
Into the knockout rounds later on against
I was
T1,
thinking about this yesterday, and I need to know if other people think this as well. It's important.
Today, so we will set that
you know when you go to the toilet, and you're like, you know, you sit on the toilet, and you're like unleashing a little bit. Do you ever kind of like think to yourself, what if my ancestors are like spirits around me watching me just fucking take this massive shit? Do you ever think like, what the fuck? And they're like judging me. Or like wondering what they're thinking if they're like around me. Just kind of like staring at me like, what the hell? Do you ever have that? I feel like I didn't want to check if I'm the only one. I want to check if I'm the only one.
Only on Spotify.
Yeah, or if you're stroking the snake or something, like, bro, sometimes I'm like, what if my ancestors are, like, watching me right now? When I'm doing something very, like, you know... Anyway, sorry. I just had to check. It looks like a lot of people are saying yes. So, great. How is that a wild take? That's very, very valid. That's a very valid take.
Calm down. No hack, okay? No, calm down. No, guys, demote. No. Oh no.
Renekton's also there, guys. Mid, okay?
Don't drink it. I drop.
You flash, I'll kill him, okay? I'll kill him, you kill him. Okay. I'll kill him no matter what, okay? Don't die.
Don't worry. Don't drink it.
Yeah.
Good job, very good. Okay. You can W?
Yeah.
I'll E.
Nice. I will.
Good comms.
I will as well. I will ult him.
He's out.
I think we kill.
Okay, it's on you.
Kill the turret.
Okay, I need to go. I'm fine, bro. Just get out.
Well, if you didn't think that before, I'm guessing you think it now.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
We're just built different with this.
EU's back,
baby.
EU's back, baby. That's right. That's right.
Nice.
We will run with that all year long until World starts. That's right. Something's wrong with my eye. Oh.
And there's your first look at the newly named AGAL, All Gamers, one of the biggest organizations in Crossfire.
So this is
also
anyone's legend
now
chat, but they're
partnering
called
with anyone's
AGAL
Legends
for
the
this
Esports
tournament.
World Cup Club Championship. You still know them, same guys. Flandre, Tarzan,
What does the AG
Shanks,
stand for?
Hope,
Anyone's
and Kael,
gamers? All
as
gamers,
they
anyone's
will be doing
legends?
battle against Hanwha Life Esports in the quarterfinals.
It's a sponsor
for
for
the first
EWC.
time at the Esports World Cup in 2025. League of Legends.
They will be called
We're
AL
going
when they
best
get back
of
to
threes.
the
Tegan here
LPL.
alongside Finn and Valdez. And Finn, best of threes. Now the draft. getting on. No more fearless best of ones. We don't know her anymore. We forgot.
All right, best of 3 playoffs elimination single.
Prowess, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm grinning up to my ears right now. I'm so excited for this game. I think AL is one of my favorite teams to watch globally because I just think this is a team that really understands approach angles. Whenever there's a fight, you always see them go from 2, 3, sometimes 4 different angles and just pincer the opposition so well around objectives. And I think they're one of the only teams that have mastered this art. And going up against a team like HLE, who is just so solid across the entire board, I think we have an amazing game in front of us.
Yeah, HLE definitely a very flashy team. I think that sometimes that volatility can get them into a little bit of trouble, but they're going to have to kind of clamp down a bit.
Zeus versus Flandre, Peanut versus Tarzan, Zeka versus Shanks. Bro, this is going to slam.
We will get into that in a little bit, but so many cool matchups in this best of 3, and I think this is definitely one of the big hype matchups that we've had here so far at EWC.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look all across every single lane. I look immediately at the jungle position because Tarzan has been great for such a long time.
Finn's a great caster. I don't know what that guy in chat's saying. I think Finn's become a really good caster.
Established junglers
in the LEC, I think he's grown to become like a really great person to listen to.
So it is going to be a lot of fireworks in this single elimination best of 3 quarterfinal. And to set us up, we have a chance to talk to one of the greatest coaches in all of League of Legends, Tabe, standing by right now.
Tabe, talk to me. Tabe.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between AGAL versus Hanolife. By my side is Coach Tabe. We will be heading into game very shortly. However, I do want to talk about this short turnaround for you guys, just coming from MSI. So tell me what the biggest, most important fact for this team to have a really good, strong performance going to today.
I think it's because everyone in our team are very willing to strive in scrims, and also we pay a lot of attention in different tournaments, and also what happened in the games. We will always tackle our weaknesses and to strengthen our strong things. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and talking about AGAL, I wanted to ask you specifically, so what do you think AGAL as a team really excel at?
I think we excel at we are really willing to learn, and we are really hardworking. So we really devoted a lot of time in our daily scrims and practices.
And I believe it's your first time in Riyadh, so please share us your thoughts and opinions of being here.
I think everything here is great, and but because I need a lot of time to practice and scrims, but if I have time, I will bring my team to have a good walk in here.
I heard that you can ride camels here, so maybe that's something we can consider. Thank you so much for your time, Tabe, and best of luck.
I like that Tabe, he answers the question with the question.
Maybe the extracurricular
that's great. That's nice
afterwards.
to hear.
AGAL, again, getting over the hump, representing as the #1 seed from the LPL. When you think about this team, what makes them so dangerous compared to some of the other traditional powerhouses that we've seen for a long time, like a BLG, like a JDG, like a RNG, EDG? You can go down the list.
I mean, there's a lot that really sticks out, but I mean, I feel like always they are on the same page, and whatever play they're making,
oh, bro, the AGAL, like they're only sponsored for this tournament, but the red-white goes kind of fucking crazy. What a... Bro, those jackets look fucking baller.
He will be there with the fight no matter what. He wants to fight with his team, and the fact that they're all so coordinated, and they're all so willing to play fast and create skirmishes and try to out-hand their opposition.
I think the color of red-white to me is just nice. It looks like,
and I want to see that.
I don't know why, it's giving me like 90s or like 2000s vibes.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very strong team. I think they were pretty close
red-white is
to
cool.
getting some
I like red-white
work done at MSI.
I feel like a lot of people go black-white or like black-gold.
T1, I believe it was.
Red-white is like WE.
So obviously, an incredibly strong team if they get that close up against T1. I do think that a lot of this is going to come down to the form of HLE.
I'm not unking out.
Them in a couple of
you know what it looks like? Someone's right. It looks like the 80s McLaren race car with Marlboro sponsor.
For them. I think
or some
AGAL have been sitting back, watching, getting ready for this one. And in a best of 3, anything can really happen. I have been pretty impressed by Delight's play
That's what it's
so
reminding me
far.
of.
Peanut as well.
Was it
even against some of these other teams that he should be better than, he has been treating them with respect. He has actually been playing to his top level, and as long as they keep that up, I think that there
You
are
weren't
a lot
even
of
born then.
matchups where HLE
Yeah,
can
but
get the advantage.
All right, yeah, let's shift our focus.
No, it was the
on
McLaren,
over to
Micah.
Honor
It was
Life
McLaren,
Esports.
bro.
They
Like, look at this.
Here, or they have already arrived here, as you see
80s
on your
McLaren.
screen with
That-
the lineup that you know and love. The
damn.
big change
That
to
car
this
was
Honor Life
epic.
Esports roster from the one that won in summer in 2024 in the top lane. Zeus comes on in, then Peanut, Zeka, Viper, and Delight, one of the strongest bot lanes in the world, one of the most established junglers in the world, one of the strongest top laners in the world, and world champ Zeka, we know how good he can be when he's on his day. This is a roster with high expectations. We've hit this number multiple times here, Valdez, where they were pretty strong favorites to make it MSI when we got to Road to MSI, and they proved it through the LCK Cup
All right,
win,
here we go.
through the first international
HLE
tournament,
versus
first
AL.
stand win,
Maybe this is the
and
only chance we
their
get to see it this
relative
year.
dominance
They'll both
against
make
everyone
worlds, I think,
except
but
Gen
it's
G
hard to
during,
say if they'll play against each other
the
in the
spring
Swiss
split.
stage or in knockouts.
Yeah, I just feel like LCK right now, we are blessed.
AL
with
has
a
played
lot of
against
talent
number
and a lot
one
of
from
very strong teams. It does
the
actually feel
LCK,
like
which was
a,
Gen G.
you know, a
They played against
three-team
number 2
region
from the
at the
LCK
moment.
T1.
Like,
Now they're
if
playing against
T1
number
didn't
3 from the LCK
explode
Humble
with this power in Road to MSI.
The drop off from
we were
number
all
3,
predicting Humble Life
1,
to
2, 3
be
LCK. The
at
drop off to
MSI, and
4
it was
to
a big
KT is
upset when
pretty
they
big
weren't.
drop
So the
off.
fact that T1 has
There's
now
definitely
sprung
like
back
T1 Gen
onto
G
the
Humble Life.
stage, it has been
KT.
incredible, as this is the play from Delight that we were all talking about.
Pretty
Just
big
the,
drop off.
The wherewithal to just identify that there were 3 guys right there ready to engage on. He is one of the best, if not the best, support at engaging and finding those angles.
Yeah, and paired up with Viper as well, who I think had not the... He's been a little bit quiet this tournament, but we know almost every AD carry, in Europe at least, when I ask them who's your favorite AD carry, 9 out of 10 people say Viper. He's so well respected in the scene, and obviously has won a World Championship together with Flandre on the opposition team. Together they won 2021, so a little bit of a fun matchup there. But in general, I really have high hopes towards this bot lane today, because I think that is going to be the main driving point of HLE, because I think the solo laners are a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, speaking of those evenly matched solo laners, let's take a look at the mid lane. That will be our head-to-head for this matchup. It is the young gun in Shanks up against Zeka, the world champ. However, one of the unique things about this matchup, when Zeka spent time in 2021 in the LPL,
Shanks versus
Shanks
Zeka
has had the advantage over him. So not unfamiliar. It is 4 years ago. However, it is Shanks 7, Zeka 2.
Yeah, and it also is telling
Shanks
that
7,
a lot
Zeka
of people
2,
see
but that was from
Shanks
BLG
as this
Zeka,
rookie.
right?
People see it as like a player that just came up, but he's been there a long time and he really earned his colors. He's really put in the work for a long time and grinded to be at this stage right now. Grinded to be at this international stage where he can compete with the best.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka, another guy where he was not meant to win a world championship, it feels like. You know, you think about 2022 DRX and the fact that he was on that
Who's
roster.
the best AD carry
He has
between
that
Ruler,
title under
Guma,
his
and
belt.
Viper?
And he's really developed in a huge way as a player, I would say. You know, he used to
from
be
watching
just
the
kind of a
games,
two-trick
it's
pony.
Ruler, Guma,
Silas
Viper
Akali,
right now.
He would just play one style. You know, Bippo was just talking about it before. Where it's
I
like
think the
players are
bot
just
gap
known
between
for one
the
style.
T1 Hammer Life
Nowadays,
series was a bot
Zeka
gap.
does have a lot of different shades of
And Ruler just
play
showed that
he
he's the
can
king of
bring out.
MSI.
He can be the aggressive guy or just the control mage farmer. He really has developed a lot as a player.
Yeah, and that was the
So that's what I have
narrative
to go
for
off.
Zeka last year, going into that summer playoffs, where when we were stuck in the Azir Corki meta, he did not have a lot of success on the Corki, and you're getting worried about it, but he was able to level up into the playoffs. He's carried that over on into this year and is looking pretty solid here, Finn.
Yeah, he has been a player that I watched for quite some time when I analyze. Not really like, because I'm not a mid laner when I was pro player competing, but the way he finds flanked through Fog of War is immaculate. He really plays around with these champions that he's so good at. When he's put on these champions where he can play make, he will just appear behind the enemy team and have like these monster angles or like a charm from nowhere. I just think he sees the game so vividly.
Do you think Gen G did the right thing by bringing Ruler back, or would Pace be the best to keep?
Yeah, I like the way that you bring that up, because
I think
we
they
said
did the
same
right
thing
thing.
about the light, having the eye for
It's a very
engages.
tough
We
decision to
say
make
the same thing
because
now
you're
for
going from
Zeka,
S tier
for
to S
eyes
tier.
for flanks.
But
Still
I
haven't even
think
talked about
something that
Zeus
Gen G
against
lacked
Flandre. Again,
was
two
when it
dominant
came
world
to the
champs
big
in their own
games,
right. But it's time for
things just
predictions.
collapsed.
Valdez, let's
And I
start
think
with
if you want to fix that problem,
I'll go with the
taking
HLE
Ruler
2-2.
is a good idea. Because you know on the big games,
I don't know.
Ruler
I'm
will
feeling
be
pretty
stable.
strongly about them at this
And he will
tournament.
clutch.
I think that they should have been
Genji
at MSI.
lacked a
They
little bit of
choked,
clutch and
for
like
sure.
big game
T1
play.
Like they kind of choked as
And
well.
I think Ruler brings
and
big
I think
game
they
play.
should still be respected as one of the best in the world right now.
I
But
love this
Pace
because
is
this the
world
first
class,
time where
man,
we're
like,
getting some LCK
Pace is
bias
insane.
on the desk.
Yeah.
It's been this man cheering on all of the LEC. So who you got here?
I mean, I think it's going to 3 games for sure. I think these teams are very closely matched, but I actually have AGAL as the winners. I think what I saw from them against T1 was just a masterclass. I think they were so evenly matched at that MSI, and I really think they have what it takes to beat HLE.
We're blessed with one of the best possible quarterfinals. The reigning champs of the LPL against the reigning champs of the LCK. Who will come out on top? Let's find out. Hanwha Life Esports against AGAL.
All right, let's get it. Technically, he's right by saying reigning because there was no final. And they're the summer champions. Technically. Alright, let's go. There is 0 English in this series, don't forget. There is absolutely 0. If anything, there's Korean and Chinese being spoken bilingual by some of the players. That is crazy.
The top 8 teams at the Esport World Cup presents League of Legends have been decided. And it's time to put them to the test.
We're stepping into best of 3 territory now. And this is where things get really serious. In case you didn't know, in fact, come here. I want to tell you this up close and personal.
What is it?
Our total prize pool is $2 million. A win here in the quarterfinals alone guarantees you $160,000.
Jesus. Hey.
That's a lot of money.
Hey, best of 3 for 160k. Hey, whoa, pick me as here. Maokai, put the Maokai. There you go, fucking Maokai Jinx. Come on, baby, where's my Tom Kengs? 160k.
After a phenomenal, fantastic third place finish at MSI, please welcome onto the stage, it's AGAL.
AGAL. Flandre. Well, Tarzan's got a little teddy bear with him.
And their opponents, they've blown away all opposition, representing LCK.
Ooh, this series gonna bang. Come on, baby.
Hanwha Life Esports.
Hanwha Life, the aura, you can sense it, you can smell it. Ah, Delight's smiling. Zeus is laughing. Why is he laughing? Kyle's laughing too.
And whose dreams will die here? Our first best of 3 matchup begins right now.
All right, LCK versus LPL. Big seeds with a big job to do in a best of 3. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Orcs, and we're going to be taking you through
Coffees,
what we
locked
hope
in.
will launch the quarterfinals in spectacular fashion. And this is going to be fun because I think
The
these
Gyos
teams
are
are very
flying.
explosive when hitting their prime.
We've seen a lot of rematches so far in this tournament, you know, rehashing some rivalries we had at MSI. This is a new matchup. They get the chance to see this. HLE the opportunity to face up against the first seed from the LPL.
Who's winning? I don't know, man.
You know, we had some
I think
different
Hanwha Life will win.
opinions, coming from the studio
My
on
guess.
who's going to take the lead here. I will say, you know, HLE obviously coming from the region I cover. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen them in really convincing form.
It depends.
They obviously got reversed.
What happens mid lane? Do you think Shanks gaps Zeka? I think Shanks might gap Zeka.
By T1.
I think Tarzan might gap Peanut too. I think side lanes I favor
yes, they won both their
HLE,
matches,
but mid jungle I favor
but they
AL.
weren't really that convincing considering the level we've seen from this team before.
True.
You know, these are the first stand champions And yet, we have such high expectations for
Loser
this
goes
team.
home.
And I think if they don't come in today on their A game, I think AGAL may give them a really tough run of it.
Whereas for anyone's legend on the other side, fresh off of MSI, they made a bit of a run of it. T1 obviously got in the way, but went to a full 5-game series. Had plenty of those over at MSI, counting 9. But for me, what really sells AL is Finn mentioned on the desk, like, Flandre will be willing to sack waves. Shanks will be willing to just move. AL are always up for a fight. And that's how they've overwhelmed opponents before. As we move into pick ban, we can talk about the Griffin reunion later. We can talk about the EDG 80 carries a little bit later. For now, we start game 1 off in our first best of series. As jumping right into another Fearless.
Gwen, Vi, Yone, Pantheon, Poppy. So there's Talia, Azir,
to someone like
Rumble.
A lot of respect given to the top side of HLE. You know, we saw that Yone ban so often during the LCK season. The Vi ban as well. Peanut did so much work with that pick during first stand.
I think they should ban
Going away
Talia.
from Zeus makes complete sense, but
they banned
a lot of jungle
Wukong.
bans towards Tarzan, really respecting the impact he can have on these picks. Still, the Residents are available.
Oh yeah,
but
Varus, of course. Yeah, Varus first pick.
Get snapped up here. We did
Now,
just
does Zeka
see it
take
win
Azir or
our
Talia?
previous
Because
match.
Xin Zhao 1-2 is strong here.
Actually,
It does
definitely
walk
would have
into
expected
Trundle.
that.
Rumble feels
We'll
very
see what the
easy for
plan is
Zeus.
going up
It's one of his best
against that
champs.
pick.
If they really want to save him for Jace, they can do that, but I think Flandre would play Yorick, and it's not going to end well.
I don't know how you feel about seeing a Xin
So I'm
Zhao
guessing,
Talia
but he
open
was
up game
inting
one.
on the Rumble a little
Is
bit.
something he was keen.
Okay, he's going to take the Rumble.
Also
Do you pair Rumble with Azir? Okay, you do. All right. Now Shanks should take. They should just go Talia Ornn, right? Or Talia Galio, surely. Unless they want to pivot to like a Hui or an Aurora. Aurora Galio. Aurora Ornn does sound kind of nice, but that means they're dropping jungle. I think HLE might have to pick Jhin on 3 or Xin Zhao on 3. So they take the Talia.
It suits the playstyle for Tarzan as well.
I feel like Talia Xin
Doing something
Zhao
you can
doesn't
initiate
work.
on. It's
Because
perfect.
they will ban Galio Ornn.
I feel like Shanks
They'll
really
play Trundle
honed
into
his craft
Talia
on his-
Xin Zhao, and they'll
on
eat
Champions
you up.
outside, just the Galio, his Cassio OTP, his rise is
I think they have to
Shanks
take
got
top.
such a diverse pool. And
But if you take
on
Ornn
carry
here,
mid,
they
you can
take
rely
Trundle
on
on
him
3,
to
so I
win the
guess you have to
lane
take Galio.
and try and take over the game from
I don't
there.
know if
Let's
I
see
like
Tarzan
it though.
gets the pairing here now.
They are going to take
You
Xin. I think
yes?
Trundle on 3 eats
And
it.
the biggest question is, can
Eats.
Peanut match it with anything? Do you
You
like
can
a
ban
Sejuani
Jhin
here,
though.
Orcs?
So they do
That
lose
feels like
Jhin.
that's an easy, obvious answer into something that wants to go into melee.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Peanut has a lot of options he's gone to before.
I feel like taking the Trundle is a must. It's a must.
Fine. I
Oh
think
yeah,
there's huge
Skarner's good
pressure to
too.
pick up now if you want to match 80
I
carry
think Trundle better.
in this situation. And I will say, going for the Xin Zhao here for AL does mean
What the
that
hell?
the
Okay, lovely.
top lane pick
All right.
won't be secured.
Now
in this situation.
Ornn Galio
Flandre,
ban.
you know,
Maybe
he won't be able to
Ornn you
match
can
the
leave
Rumble
open
right
because you have
now. They
Trundle.
will just go for that Trundle coming out, and obviously in some of these early duels.
And I
that
guess what
by
is it, Jhin
reducing
Ezreal?
The AD of the Xin Zhao, his auto attack based, can be pretty solid.
Pretty easy bends, surely, right?
Now going into the bans, so
I feel like Flandre's
can really
responses to
set up
Rumble, what are
Zeus
they?
in a great position here.
It has to
If
be
there are any
Galio
picks
Ornn.
you expect Flandre to bring out, can target him.
But you do
a
have
decent
Trundle.
amount. You obviously have first priority after the bans as well.
They
so
ban
if this is
Braum.
support you want to pick up and prioritize.
They ban Braum.
You can look to
They
do
ban
that as well. They will
Braum.
opt
They
to actually ban
ban
away support,
Braum.
taking away the Braum. Obviously,
Okay.
pairing with both the Xin Zhao and the Varus, being able to stack that up
Braum
quickly,
doesn't make
especially if
sense
they
to
is
ban
that
on
Varus.
red side
And Jhin
unless
taken
you're
away from
picking
Viper
support on
pick
4.
is very potent.
Because Rakan is open. So them blinding Braum and you picking AD is
Probably
easily
thinking
matched.
a bit deeper because the Braum is gone. Something like the Ornn.
Braum,
in the
Nico.
Rumble we've seen a lot, even especially at MSI.
Are they just going to slam an Alistar?
LPL because
Is that it?
it'll lose lane, but again,
Just
long
Alistar
range
slam?
engage at it with something like Varus with Talia pick. Something to discuss, something to think about. Nico's gone, another engage option off the table. Jhin was utility range.
And if they ban Alistar, they take Rel.
HLE, something to match maybe the Varus. Do you care about Ezreal's biggest
ban
question?
Sivir. Are they going
actually.
Alistar on 4?
A scaling option taken
What
away
the hell?
from Viper.
Yeah, banning away that Sivir that we've seen Viper play.
I feel like
earlier in
Viper
this
can play
tournament,
Ezreal MF pretty
actually,
easy here.
time
Yeah,
that
they are
one.
going Alistar on
And they're
4.
just going to go for Delight.
It's a bit of a
Alistar,
catch. Is
prioritizing
it
that
catch 22? I don't know.
on
Like if
both
you
picks.
ban
So there's
Alistar,
quite a
they will
lot
go Rel,
kind
and you
of
lose
in
out.
earlier patches
But now that they
where
go
you see that first pick
Alistar, I think
Alistar.
you have to go
Senna is
Rakan.
still open available as well. They can actually take the
So what are you going to go?
Senna Alistar
Galio
here,
Rakan?
with
Is that it?
final pick. So I think a pretty smart move.
I think
here, the fact they
HLE are
denied
taking
the
a
Braum,
free win
Nico
here.
sets
They're
that
going to
up.
go Rel into Alistar. I think Rakan
AL
is way better into
consider
Alistar Trundle.
The
Yeah,
Rel,
Rakan.
you know, I mean, it's still playable into the Alistar, but I think Rel into Trundle Alistar might
Yo,
have a
Red
bad
Bull's in the
time.
chat. Yo,
So
what up, Red
instead
Bull?
opting for the Rakan, potentially seeming to be the lock-in, and now we get to see what Flandre is going to going to go on the top lane. Obviously, a lot of options. Could just go that tank in the top lane. could go for something, a more carry matchup.
Galio's open, but do you have enough damage? Are you worried about how your damage
I feel like
scales into this
HLE's comp just wins. I don't see a champ that wins
or
here.
maybe
What
it's
is it?
just a non-factor.
What have you got?
I think they have enough damage.
Okay.
Maybe
You know,
Jace?
I think
don't know.
it's...
Ah, they locked in unknown. That was quite
nice.
smart.
Now, apparently it's been picked. We just can't see it.
Zion
Ooh,
5.
the mystery
Chat,
pick.
I'm gonna run ads. If
We
you wanna
don't
run
know
ads,
what
tier
it
1
is.
or 2 try
don't
sub, then
know.
I'll want to back for game
They
starts
opted to go for
because
the Zaya
they
instead
go for
of
an unknown
the
pick.
Senna,
That's kind of
so
smart.
shorter
Don't
range,
give away
but,
your cards
you
until
know,
the game
diving
starts.
into it,
I like that.
a lot of power.
I like
Does
that.
mean
Now
for
Seiyus
Varus
doesn't
is
know
that
what he's
poke
playing
Varus
against.
Might feel a little bit painful. You know, I
No
feel like
idea.
sometimes you
Is
get
that a
draft
Galio?
where
Is
lot
that
of
an
picks
Ornn?
are just
Is that a
powerful sort of
Jace?
meta
We'll never
picks.
know.
Yeah.
It's Ditto.
I feel like we've kind of gotten that. Have been revealed. Aurora is that
Aurora.
hidden pick, so we had that matchup earlier
It's
today.
Flandre
Aurora into the Rumble,
Aurora.
looking for a bit of
Really?
power in the top lane. Flandre wanting to put some pressure on Zeus.
She was in the weeding. That's
Is
why
he
you
an
can see
Aurora
it.
player?
Makes sense. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the picks we have quite high in the tier list. Not too surprising for a game 1 in a series.
Yep.
That would be
nothing too crazy, I would say.
Flandre's. Oh no, he's got 5 games on
But again,
Aurora.
it's a lot of
What
prep
the
for the rest
fuck?
of the series. It's what's
Flandre
nice about
has
tier lists.
5
We
games on
get into
Aurora
best
with a
ofs.
KDA of
You know, it's just
36
best
and
3 into
100% win
finals,
rate.
And that's a best of 5, but like we do get some kind of draft identity being built over the series. It is only game 1 of a new kind of rivalry that we're building up, and AGL versus Humble Life. They haven't had the chance versus each other, mainly as well because anyone's legend new to the top. This team has kind of been sourcing itself for the past couple of years, trying to find their identity, put this roster together with players who have been pushed to the side a little bit. Hope's a great example, never really getting his time in the sun, and you know, it was in JDG, replaced by Ruler. And then after that, Hope
Oh
had to
no,
work
the
his way
eye drops
back
are
up.
in
Shanks
GG.
is someone who's been around Team WE.
Eye
He
drops
was
are
like
in GG.
4th place, 6th place, 8th place for the longest time. Worked his way up. Flandre obviously won a world champion in championship in 2021 with Viper,
Eye drops are
by
in
the way.
GG.
Yep. A lot of relationships between these two
Had to
teams.
work his way back up as well. Yeah, that's what's so cool about this is there's so many stories. Tarzan
Is this
and
elimination? Yeah, it is.
Viper, you know, used to be on that
Loser goes
amazing
home.
Griffin roster in 2019 that we thought would go so much further, but IG stopped them to eventually go and win the world championship. It's story galore with Anyone's Legend versus Humble Life. Our first best of 3, our first quarterfinal. It's still a knockout stage. It is single elimination. The loser of this will have their key crushed. The winner moves to a semi-final to verse T1 MCoy, whoever comes out of that series alive as well.
I mean, I feel like we got a lot of good quarterfinals ahead of us, but
we do.
You know, I'm kind of locked in on this one. This one really felt like it was set up to be.
We're going to cast it together. It's like 3 hours together. I don't want you locked in on something else. It's like, you know, like I'm your wife or something, you're looking at
Well,
someone else.
even before I knew I was going to be casting with you know, I was like, that one looks like a banger.
Well, this could be the
Spellbook
dingo
versus
of the
Spellbook.
series today as well.
Thanks for that one.
It's good. Like a really cool dog, you know?
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're out in the wilderness right now. That's okay. I'll bring you back in. Listen.
Ooh, he missed the bush with his
We're looking
Zero
towards
Soldier.
how mid-jungle
Oops.
operates.
Oops.
And also, I know Humble Life got a bit of scaling in this comp as well, but it's a self-sufficient 80 carry. It's about snowballing here for AL. Bit faster of a comp, you think? How are we operating?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't think the game is like cooked. The thing is, I feel like the poke Varus in this situation, you know, has a lot of value into like the Zaya and the Azir. I feel like that long-range poke can have a lot of power. I do feel like some of the picks you want to have a lead with, like the Aurora and the Varus, can feel a bit underwhelming when they're behind. But I don't think it's like as...
Whoa, that Q was crazy by
It's
Shanks.
like
What
some
the
of the
fuck?
games
Nice
you've had this
movement.
tournament being like you're against the Senna, and it's like if you don't do something early, it's just cooked.
Yeah.
But
not cut and dry. That's nice.
yeah, I do want to see what Shanks
Fleet
can do. 'Cause
footwork
he
is
had
here.
such a good performance at MSI. I think
Yeah.
a lot of people, you know, expectation coming into the tournament with so many stacked names, you know, your Chovies, your Fakers, your Knights. A lot of people were very impressed
I'm just
with
watching
Shanks'
mid.
performance.
Q
And
miss.
a lot of people saying he was the best performing mid of the tournament. And now with this Talia into a Zia matchup,
Nice movement
has
from
the chance
Zeka.
to really take over the game.
Well, Zeka's been trading pretty
He's
well.
cutting well, though, in the Unraveled Earth. Flying astray a little bit. Peanut is quite behind towards that mid lane.
Ow, that
behind,
hurts.
meaning he's just moving up towards his top side, out of vision. Shanks doesn't have a deep ward here towards Raptors, so jungler's just going to be shipped in the night. And defense ward's actually set up from Hummer Life to make sure that this Sin
Minion?
isn't getting in.
Got it. Holy, Zeka last hitting.
Peanut's camp before.
Oh!
Yeah, and this is one of the concerns is that
wait, the last hitting from Zeka was nuts there.
You know, the poke virus bot lane with Rakan and Alistair.
Okay, so mid is dead even, jungle's dead even. Zeus is a little under tower here,
across the board
which is to be expected, I guess, in this matchup.
Right now. Nothing that Tarzan is really able to make use of it yet, but put you in an uncomfortable position if you're dealing with pushing lanes on the opposite side across the board.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they're patting towards top with the Trundle,
quick
so...
spoon feed for everyone out there if you're wondering why AGAL, now all gamers, you know, currently got onto the team, just as we started EWC. So instead of anyone's legend, as you would have been used to, or OWL, as the people who knew them thought they were cool, it's now changed to AGAL. And a new logo.
How does the hidden pick work? It was just a bug, buddy. There was no hidden pick, it's just it was a graphic error.
Well, they had the pandas when they came on stage. They had the little plush pandas.
I saw that, yeah, but here the logo is different, so
there's no such thing as a hidden
pick. The logo also has a little panda on it if you look closely.
Hang on.
I don't think you can see it from here, but it does. Trust me on this.
Okay, trust orcs, guys. Actually, no one trusts you. Why would anyone trust you?
Everyone's leaning in right now.
Everyone's like, hang on, I
well,
can't
they're winning both side lanes. In the positions where I thought Hammer Life would be a better team, they have losing lanes.
If you look really close, everyone's got their head on the screen like, I don't see it. keep looking, guys. Update me if you find it. Shank's getting poked out a bit now. Zek is doing pretty well in this lane. I think he's kited around the Unraveled Earth pretty nicely, but again, all it takes is burst
nice
like
shove.
that.
Nice
and
cue.
Shanks, even after the Unraveled Earth circle, he's just going to throw a single rock out. One hits, one does not. Let's take a look towards top, because Viper's already making his move. 4 minutes 30, and lane swap begins.
Yeah, Zeus base cancelled, but
cancelled. Splinter has a
it's a swap
wave.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think, especially with how the lanes have been going early on, the sooner HLE can break up these lanes.
Okay, he'll get his base off.
Zeka
has vision on
Rakan.
Rakan.
Zeku's actually been having a great time in the mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
But switching Viper up the top side and changing things up, definitely favorable, but you can see already by the CS leads in the AD carry and top role that AGL already forming a little bit of a lead.
Is getting closer and closer to 6, but I'm surprised AL's not matching the swap.
Advantages showing up so far.
Because they're pushed in on both sides now.
Around mid, looking to get some information. Gleaming Quill will spot.
Why didn't they match the swap?
I think he was just trying to stop Zeka's recall for as long as possible.
Because now HLE can
There's a lot of supports who will do that.
Hold these lanes with push. You see that?
Trying to recall.
True.
Zeus is weak side though. Surely Zeus doesn't die.
A lot of supports die.
He will have to give the push and lose Drake here.
So many escapes.
At the cost of, I guess, Viper free farming.
And they just do the walk up and ignite you.
Oh yeah, the Chad move.
The classic.
Aurora seems quite tricky to dive with HLE's champs.
Sadly, don't have
Trundle,
ignite
Zaya, Alistar.
But yeah, the unsealed spellbook gives that potential back.
AL always try and get the first Drake, do they?
Something we did see quite a lot at MSI.
Yeah, I mean,
the bards always.
I love dragons. Dragons are my favorite.
Now, this is widely uncontested. Peanut is walking down. The light, however, was all the way up in top. So in this lane mismatch, naturally AL have priority here until
nice shove, but they're contesting this here, HLE. They do have a level 6 Rumble. They do have a TP coming in from an Aurora. So HLE is sending it on a 4v5. Double flash. The light flashes. Zeus flashes. Peanut's gonna die here. Shanks should die too. Hope flashes. No, he doesn't die. The kite. Oh, combo kills him. The light's dead now, surely.
Out of damage. Joining in.
And then Viper gets... That's a volume increase. Then Viper gets plate gold with the isolated top and the CS lead. So their logic, I think, here, Hammer Life, is if we fight 4v5 and we get like 1 for 2, Zaya gold injection will be enough to leverage the gold diff. But we can also try and steal Dragon at the same time.
That gets them out of the fight, and sure, Viper gets some free farm in the top lane.
Okay, full degeneracy.
Hope is now 2-0-1 on this Varus, and they'll definitely take that advantage.
Because Zaya got 2 to 3 waves there for free and plates. So you'll see, like, look at Zaya, she's level 6, and Varus is still level 5.
It was AL who channeled the TP first.
Oh, the really late smite by Peanut. But was it double smite actually? I'm not sure. I saw the light. Did he have smite? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then all these flashes to follow.
I wonder if Peanut got the dragon, he would level up. If Peanut got the dragon for a level up, I think they would win 4v5.
And the light kind of has to commit so deep to finish off the Rakan, so a very scrappy fight, and it was kind of one of these things where they'd already committed. So when the TP was coming in, there wasn't really a way to get out
Varus
again.
actually is
And again,
even
Viper
in
was
XP.
in the top lane farming.
Zeka's
I think
quite
HLE
ahead
had
in
a lot of
XP.
confidence in those ults carrying them through, but realistically, the
Okay,
Equalize just didn't
I think
get
it's
that
still
much
pretty
value.
fine, to be honest. Like, I don't blame Hammerlife for that. I think the logic might have been, if you go back, maybe Peanut was really close to 6, and if he got the Dragon and got 6, I think they would own them.
Didn't get much value. Flandre picked up a kill from that trade as well. Outside of that, it was only Delight. Pick up the second kill for HLE. Small gold lead for AL. As quick note as well, that Dragon, it did go down. Orcs, I'm looking up. It's Infernal. Sorry, I had to look for the logo. The Infernal Dragon
That's
did start off.
usually how you work out what dragon.
I know, but
it has a little fire symbol.
Yeah, but I'm used to the color of it. It's like a white symbol here. So I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're used to something. It's like the overlay at MSI and EWC being different. And you look at it and you're like, oh, it's very different. As Grub's
Okay, one Grub is dead.
Pause on that thought.
But are 2 Grubs dead?
Like an old man.
Yes,
One
2
grub
Grubs are dead
taken.
here.
Second,
But are
going for
3
the
Grubs
smite
dead?
here. Tarzan
No, there's no
gets
3
it.
Grub death.
Trying to
Tarzan has
disengage
flash, pillar,
Peanut, now
not
with
bad.
the pillar up, but
Bit of a
the
tricky
light is too
fight.
far from the engage. Zeka
But Zeus
has
is
his
here and
wall
he's
up,
full
but doesn't wanna
rotated.
commit, so 2 for 1 Grubs is special.
The thing is,
Oh,
AL,
Flandre
there's
has
no
flash
real
and
reason
ult.
for
He should
them to
play this.
overstay when they've already got those 2 grubs.
It's fine.
I'll give one over to HLE.
Yes,
They've
W
already
as
got
well.
the advantage. We'll back off on that play. But again, game's still very close at this point. You can see Feats of Strength are built up pretty heavily in favor of anyone's Legend right now. 1 away in terms of objectives from securing that. Zeka playing very aggressively on this Azir. Kind of has been all game. And he is the only person
Is it
with
a
an
dive?
advantage on
It's a
HLE,
level
apart
6
from
Alistar.
Delight, who got that kill earlier.
Are you
And he's
sure?
now looking for a play.
Flandre, yes, between worlds.
Oh,
so
the Q missed.
pops them under turret. Look how thin the minion wave is. Delight still in his ulti, looking for his trample. He's going to run out
Oh
shortly
my
as the
god,
Featherstorm
what
will fly.
did HLE bot lane just learn English overnight? Oh, not bad
Pulls
though.
out an ulti, gets some damage, but in the end, 2 ultis for 1 is the
Well
trade.
played by Flandre, he
Such a
kited it well.
hard champion to dive. I felt like it was a little bit ambitious to go for.
I think Viper thought that he got tower
and in the
aggro,
end,
so he
you're
ulted.
trading both of your ultimates for the ultimate of the Aurora. You do chunk Flandre out, but I mean, they went for it. They didn't exactly lose. They didn't die for it. They didn't burn any summoners massively. And it's just a trade of ultimates. But yeah, a hard one to try and pull off there. Even though Viper did get a good amount of damage down with his ultimate. It's now a minute until that next dragon. You can see supports down in the bottom.
Zaya has first
a
item.
little bit set up in the area. You know, will pick up that Scuttle Crab. And already Ghostblade completed for Hope.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Varus kind of in a pretty great spot. And this is kind of the problem with the Zaya, is that the Varus, when you're playing for mid priority at this sort of point of the game, setting up these waves, the Varus can just poke you out.
True. I just step up.
Yeah. I mean, at least with the Essence,
I mean,
you
it's
can
just a
kind of
Drake fight then, I
play
guess.
a little bit like Caster, Zaya.
Zeus and Flandre
Infinite mana.
TPs are going to be
You
up
just
for
spam
it.
your abilities to clear the waves a bit, like
I think
Viper's been doing there.
Hope is in a
But
really good
you're
spot,
still
actually.
gonna take Hope, right? And you get whittled down.
His champ
and
is pretty
eventually you're
solid.
too low, so you
Varus
can't
into
fight.
Azir Zaya. I think he enjoys that.
Which obviously isn't ideal.
It seems also very easy to pull out Zaya ulti in this game as well, right? Like, there's a lot of tools. Like, everyone has some kind of lockdown or CC that can pull out the feathers to fly.
I mean, some of them are...
What about the
you know,
roads?
like,
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful for the roads.
Close with it.
Yeah.
Seismic Shove's pretty telegraphed. The Varus ult's pretty telegraphed. And the Viper's pretty good at kind of responding, so...
Yeah, I'd expect it to be good.
We've got a good amount of value now.
Viper's not the problem.
Viper is a bit low and Peanut's getting kind of made fun of. I think Hammerlife have to give this. Nope, they're walking up. And Zeus is TPing. And they got mega poked, but they're still going to send it. Of course they are. Nice shot by Zeka. Rumbled is okay. Zeka one shot. Drake smited. Flash out. Oh, Flandre doesn't get it, but he has no flash now. The light. Oh, this fight looks so unplayable for Hammerlife. Oh, Tarzan sent it.
Left as well.
Oh, Viper got this Rakan W. Oh, Zeus.
Somehow brings it back. Zeus cooking them, but there's not enough damage yet.
No flash. Viper's cooked.
With
Why did they take that fight, Hammerlife? They're so low.
A double kill over an AL spring to life.
Combo.
Oh, now looking for more.
And there's a chomp as well. Shut down.
Recalling
Okay,
an award.
Peanut gets
Yoinkies.
one.
Wait, we're TPing back.
We wanted a little bit more. Maybe Zeka thought we can go again.
Yeah, not really going to find anything on the back
Surely
of this.
Azir needed to flash one of those damage.
There and the fight
Like,
advantage
what
as
happened to
well,
Zeka?
but
Was he just
a little
frontlining?
different answer back. It's Hope, though, who's the main beneficiary of that 4-0-1 now on this Varus.
Was he
able to pick up
frontlining?
those kills. And think Hell here able to find Zeka. Really great play. So initially they look
So he
for
ults.
the Azir get
Oh, he's got
the
a flash
ult,
that.
and then he re-engages.
He's got a flash
that
that.
down. So immediately Azir's gone. Peter gets chunked. Zeus looks for Flandre, but kind of gets juked by him here, so doesn't have the follow-up damage. I gotta say, Viper's doing everything he can in this situation. Manages to get a huge blade caller on these two. That's the only reason
Rumble needs to be better. Flash needs to be better.
Do enough because Hope is just charging
They got
forwards,
super poked.
cleaning up kills in this fight.
As you said, the Yeomans did work for him earlier. It's doing work for him again. Backing on a ward here, though. This is how Peanut gets the shutdown delight with no HP. It's a clean return kill, but then they lose Zeka's TP after the fact as well. Tabi looks concentrated, locked in there.
3 for 2, so not a huge advantage, but the Dragon secured. It's the objective they wanted.
Yeah.
And if Flandre hadn't recalled on that ward, it would have been even more favored towards anyone's Legend. It's still in a huge gold lead. They do get the feats of strength. They do have the 2 Dragon leads, so definitely a big edge for AL. But I think the main thing is not so much, because again, it's not a big team gold lead, but it's where the gold is. It's Hope having a 1,500 gold lead over
I think that both these...
It's the fact that...
Doesn't shove.
It's a 1v1.
Both are now out. Or rather, it's the Emperor's Divide, excuse me. Shanks is half HP, but he's just going to disengage.
Oh, he missed the cannon. Zeka's angry.
That was a pure solo play.
Good one.
Zeka's really angry.
But yeah, that's just it. Zeka has no one nearby. Who's coming down. Maybe Kael was looking to help out. Quickness going to be burned out. And
he had no
there
W.
you go. A couple of ultis down now.
Okay, he's slapping the Alistar
Herald's
for
up
some...
in 1 minute.
I feel like both these teams just being so aggressive. You know, Zeka just trying to force on
There's
the
a
Shanks
big
with
flower
no
there on the
backup,
blue
no
buff,
other
Peanut.
players. Normally you see a play like that, you know, we pan down to it. I'm immediately
Ow!
looking at the map, who's there? No
Zaya
one's
versus
there.
Varus, this
he just
is
wanted to see if he could find something, and then the like forcing the ult from his lane opponent with some backup from Viper. Just both teams trying to see if they can get any advantage.
So Zeka's really good at finding roads. He's telling me he builds them, he creates them, he crafts them. You know, Shanks is not bad at finding roads either. The difference is you can't do it on his ear. He's looking at me blankly. Oh, been building roads. Been looking at who builds roads in League of Legends these days.
I mean, they can build walls.
I'm not asking about a wall. I'm asking about roads. Don't worry.
You've lost me.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, mate. I was told by Atlas that I need to be a lot stricter with you today.
Yeah.
Apparently, I let you walk a bit yesterday.
Yeah, I got a
Flash.
little bit off rails.
Well, no, yesterday the off rails wasn't the point, but you know, I think you were mean to me. I think that's what he said, and that was the problem.
Yeah, I do that. Specifically to you.
Herald fight.
Today, I think
Zeka
it
no
was bloody
TP
roads, mate,
yet.
'cause
It's
I
coming
tell
up
you
though.
what, I'm seeing Zeka in this game. I'm seeing one item, and I'm thinking maybe he can build. He'll just use quickness. That's going to be up and available though. Short cooldown, a 15.5 minute mark. That Herald's up. Dragon's up in 110, so this time is going to correspond. Third Dragon for AL. Something that HLE
Of course,
have to
everyone's going to send it on this Herald because Delight dropped all his wards in his basing.
Extra bonus stats.
Refreshing his wards and sending it. But
Nice
Viper
for AL
can't
to
hold
play
mid
through
waves
game
against
one.
Varus. It's impossible.
And I think, especially
I guess they're just dropping
like
this. How do you walk in? How do you walk in? How do you walk in?
Could make such a big difference. Herald being started.
What? He exhausted him? Oh, he wants his flashback up, I guess.
Down. That's unsealed spellbook.
Yeah.
But nothing to swap through for KO yet, so he has no flash. Herald's pulled out maximum. Eye exposed. Zeus is coming in. Hope wants to zone this. He gets Chains of Corruption down. It's beautiful stuff.
Humble so late.
Herald taken down and
so late. And they have to catch bot now. Man, this Varus is carrying the whole game. I can't describe how hard the Varus is carrying.
Want to try and challenge, but
Hope is keeping Viper on the tower and stopping them from entering everywhere.
No one's that tanky, and he has such a lead over pretty much everyone in terms of gold.
Another cannon. Wait, boy, this is the we're asking for, isn't it?
Now looking towards this Dragon that spawned up. Bit more control in favor of HLE in the area for now. The Herald going to get thrown down mid. Going to force some sort of response. TP coming in as well. AL definitely putting the focus down here. You see the recall coming in from Zeus as well.
I didn't move actually. Shut up. Wait, did he pillar the charge?
Shove on Delight. They're drawing
Wait,
out
you can do that? I guess you can. It is a piece of like thingy, right? I thought that only worked if you drive because like. Oh my God, Zeus, is that TP? Tarzan's kind of split. He needs to take the blast cone here, Zeus. Oh, he's trying to blast cone him back. Tarzan flashed it. Smart.
Nice escape from Tarzan, but it doesn't end there. HLE have been poked out by Hope in this third
I thought the terrain only blocked if you were driving it. Like Orn Pillar was only blocked if you drive.
Get the poke down.
Man, this Varus is carrying the game. Hammerlife is so cooked by this Varus. They need to go in somehow.
So he can stack up his knock-up.
He's going to queue another time. Look at this hope. Look at hope.
It's about his Weaver's Wall as well. It's going to come in. Peanuts on the wrong side of it. All right, we'll
Rumble
see.
is kind of mid.
Down. There's the quickness again from Caedrel.
Peanuts just dying.
Peanuts still not dead at 3.5.
Oh, Flandre.
The Between Worlds hits 4 people. Flandre, he's exhausted, but he's done the damage. The Redemption comes down. Delight gets backline engaged, but it's third Dragon.
Zeka. Oh, Peanuts got him. Oh, Peanuts kind of cooking. Nice E by Viper. Flandre has flash though, right? So we can play this. Oh, Tarzan, nice W. Hammerlife is getting owned in these fights. AL is absolutely rolling them.
Game 1.
HLE did some nice things, like Delight Q flashed onto the Varus, and then Zeus flashed the Rakan W to kill the Varus, and then Peanut killed the Varus, but there's so much damage on AL. There's so much damage. There is so much damage on AL.
So firstly, we get the Weaver's Wall comes in. Peanut's trapped in there. He ends up having to ult just to survive.
Like Peanut ults Rakan, which is not that nice. You really want to ult a beefy boy, but there's no beefy boys on AL.
Onto the Varus, and Zeus is there to try and clean up, but the peel comes in immediately. You know, Viper's getting a lot of damage down. The shuffle is okay, but they're not able to finish off these targets. And they're just so slippery, and Tarzan getting the Wind Become Lightning onto Viper, shutting him down, cleaning up the fight. Just some excellent team fighting from the LPL's #1 seed.
Top lane is the like as well. Now, I did say, feels like AL's taking game 1. It's not happened yet, but 4K gold lead. A major fight. First major fight of the game, really.
Yeah, I mean, this series was bound to come down to team fights, right?
Point, 3 minutes 45. Artican's up in 55 seconds, and I see a 2-item Varus. I see a 2-item Talia just about as well, and I'm alive. Again, this is what AL is so good at doing, is forcing their opponent into these fights. They're very good at 5v5s, at trying to hand stiff, and Hammerlife have hands. It feels like the setup in this game for AL.
I think just the Varus score is causing so many issues.
So much easier to execute, hey? He just keeps poking them down.
Just keeps poking, and it puts a timer on your setup where like you have to start the fight sooner rather than later. It makes you desperate, and then when you finally force the engage, everyone's already lower, and you have so many tools that just cause issues. Like the Unraveled Earth comes out. The ultimate from the Aurora comes out as well. Just so much
three Drakes to AL, don't forget. All these fights, AL have been getting the Dragon as well.
Actually really struggling, finding their way in this one. And the thing is, there's now just there isn't that pressure. There's Atakan coming up in a couple of seconds. It's on the boss side of the map as well. There's Dragon up in 3 minutes. AL can just maintain control of boss
I think Varus is so good into HLE's champs. I feel like there's not much they can do against Varus. And Hope is playing perfectly. He is poking everyone at the right time.
If there's a point where HLE overstep or someone takes too much poke, that's a signal to start up the objective. Oh,
I think Aurora top value. I've seen a lot of Aurora.
You are a little bit tilted from this one, Orcs.
Oh my god, they're just going to right-click Atakan.
Worried.
It's a best of 3. The game's looking dire. Just send it, you know? Do I think this is going to work? Probably not, but why not?
Teleport's going to be committed. It's double TP again. We're 5v5.
It's a global taunt to a team fight. I mean, if Trundle can finish the Atakan, he'll heal a lot because of his passive, right?
You need the auto attack from
but I don't know if you're finishing that Atakan.
At 6.5, it's still going down, but
look at Varus, he's just cooking everyone. Nice Talia shove. Rumble is okay, not the best. Oh, Zeka. I feel like Zeka is just dead. Oh my god, they got the Atakan because Rakan had smite. Oh my god, turn it off. Turn it off. AL is absolutely rolling them in every fight.
Becomes lightning, and Viper becomes dead.
Yeah, and that might be the nail in the coffin. AL very patient, you know, the shred from the Atakan comes in, the poke is there, and they just execute so cleanly. The smite actually came in from Caedrel there, able to get the Atakan buff for himself.
Sealed spellbook, baby.
Unsealed spellbook.
What a great game from AL.
There's some of these plays where, look, the game was pretty doomed.
Yeah.
Every fight they're smurfing.
Atakan. If we get it, we might have some hope. If we don't, did we really change the outcome? Probably not. And I feel like their minds right now looking towards a TP. Actually, I was going to say game 2, but apparently not. Not yet.
Can weird out somewhere, can't he? But he's just going to walk up, get the shutdown. Shutdown to Zeka does feel nice. All game considered.
Say the line, no refunds, Hammerlife.
50 seconds until Dragon. I don't think that shutdown's really going to change.
HLE equals has learned English.
We'll see the replay. So the thing is, resistance is getting shredded when you're in the Atakan pit, and especially against like a lethality champion, it just makes it so much scarier.
Shut up.
The wall comes in, which doesn't have
AL split is great. They don't commit, they just chill, they just hit the first target, poke, in, out, in, out. You see that? They go first, they go out, they go back in.
and just gets jumped
Yeah,
on.
Zeka's positioning is
and
awful,
deleted.
but the state of HLE is not
Viper
good
has
already.
the ult just to survive. The front line gets shredded, and it's just so quickly over. Viper does what he can to survive, but not really many options in this situation.
It was a 4-man smite fight. The Light didn't get the smite in the end. And again, yeah, it was Rakan, it was KL who took the smite and got the Atakan. Now, game 1 looks all but secure, but for HLE, their last stand here in this first game at the very least to stop Dragon Soul. It needs a miracle. They need Zeka with a shove, but the Weaver's Wall begins us off. Seismic shove comes through.
Oh, Rakan's gonna...
Between worlds, set up with KL.
Oh, he stole it.
Now Mountain Soul easily smoked it down.
Yeah.
The Light's unbreakable will hangs in the balance, but Viper can't save his support.
Dunzo, Dunzo, Dunzo. You have to fight it, right?
They're all gamers. They're
you have
all
to fight it.
legends,
It's all
and that's
point.
all you need to know for a successful game 1. Zeus and Viper get out, but the game is all but done. Chilling smite for the follow-up. Tarzan, he cares not. He'll ulti out, and Viper will be the last
What
to
a
go.
great
Again,
game.
AL sink in their fangs.
What a great game.
And that's game 1 going to be over. Should be able to end off the back of this. AL with a dominant start to this series. A best of 3 as well, so they'll put them on match
Great
point
game from AL.
very quickly off the rip. And I think leaving the Varus open, they're going to regret
Has
that
learned
one.
English.
Obviously
Man,
won't be
I don't know what it
played
is,
the game.
but
Actually
like...
won't be able to end just now, but I feel like the game is as good as done from this
How
point.
do I say this without being a best of 1 Andy?
We might even be able
Ever
to
since
approach near
Road
the
to
20K
MSI,
mark as
Zeka's
well,
just
if
looked
it keeps happening the way it is.
dizzy.
Baron's up in 1 minute. That'll help them close the game. But
I mean, it's a best of 3 this series, right? So we're going to get another game.
Dragon, this did feel like I'm alive. I just trying to
If this series is a best of 3,
I mean,
I'm saying, like, I don't want to draw
Zeka
conclusions from the first game.
Together.
But something about Zeka
the
just
power
feels
value
really
is so
off,
high
man.
here and
The
I
last
just
month or so.
don't see any angles to fight for this position anymore. It just feels like cleanups from AL. Find a target, see a target, kill a target. That simple.
Tarzan doesn't even stop there. Ends up
Right,
being an
it's
ace.
12k gold lead.
And Tarzan,
top
I mean,
tier 2
he's
is
had
up
a
and
great game
Baron
again.
isn't
Anything
taken.
that
This
gives him
could be a
agency.
20k gold lead
That's why Tarzan
on AL versus Hammerlife.
is the best jungler in LPL when there's all these big movements being made, you know, going from Shun to Wei to Page 1 for BLG now. You know, Top Esports not making MSI. Looks like Tarzan uncontested. This Delight pops his ulti again. You're finding out why now.
Oh,
There is a pop
wait,
over the wall.
Hope is
Hope
inting.
is caught out
Wait.
as far as
Oh.
a bit of damage, but he's shut down.
But Zeka is
Kyle
also
goes
kinda
in with the
deep.
quickness, and Bahama Life
The
maybe
damage
the
is
advantage that
Shanks
they never
and
knew they'd
Flandre,
find, but
and they
Flandre
should have it,
destroys
right?
Zeka before he gets to interact with the game. His flash still up, but now his body dead as Kyle
Viper's dead.
gets back
Yeah,
on
it's still
again.
1. I mean, they're so far
Caught
ahead.
between the worlds,
They're
and
so far ahead.
Peanut
Easy
charges
win.
out. Had no
What's the
chance
gold
to
lead?
begin with, even with a catch on Hope.
It doesn't matter. I think they can
It's still
end.
not enough for Hummer Life in game 1.
Yep, not enough with how fed the other members are. They are just going to push through. Don't think Zayt's going to be able to do enough on his own,
26
especially
minutes
without
win
the equalizer. Looking
AL
towards
in
game,
game 1.
2 on the back of this push.
As you said, the Varus is a big regret, but for Hummer Life, a
26-minute win.
25-minute loss, count at 26. The Weaver's walls, Zayas can't get anywhere near to stop it. The death time is that short, because this game hasn't even started. I mean, we normally stop at 30, but 25 minutes in a best of 3 in quarterfinals, that's domination from AL.
Completely,
Wow.
you know.
All right, we go game 2. We go game 2.
In the game where HLE were in control, the early skirmishes went in favor of AL, and they just never gave over from when they had control. I think there were some decisions. You know, it wasn't all about just leaving the Varus open. There were some decisions. They opted for that fight, a skirmish around Dragon, where they didn't have the numbers advantage. They put a lot of faith into the ult power from the Empress Divide, from the equalizer. It backfired, and it just felt like once they lost that grasp on the game, they just never were able to regain it.
All right, we're going to send it back over, though. Game 1 is done and dusted, but it's the best of 3 eliminations, so we'll find out what happens between game 2.
Dee dee. A good day to learn English. Ah, this is wholesome.
For myself, I always...
This is pretty wholesome.
T1 is a really strong opponent. For myself, I always think that Faker is my idol. And I always tell my players, Faker is still playing, so you guys should be as hardworking as him.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the mentor and I think the idol of the whole esports.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful to have this great series against T1 and Faker, and I hope that everyone will get
W. Tabe is very polite. Yeah, he is. He is really polite. He's just a wholesome dude. The thing that I didn't like from that game is I didn't like the Xayah last pick. Yeah, I didn't like it. I think they should have just gone like something that can contest mid-waves a bit better and can create a bit more space like Ezreal, yeah. I don't understand the Xayah on 5 there. 0 sense. Is Faker a co-owner of T1? Yes, he is. Faker is a co-owner of T1, yeah. I don't know how much percent he has, but he has a decent amount, I think, of T1. Wait, someone said Caedrel. What? Was it a picture of me or what? Did someone have a sign? Where? I don't think it's ever been revealed how much of a stake he has, but he does own part of T1. He's a shareholder, not a co-owner. I'm pretty sure he's a co-owner. Let me check. T1 LOL 2025. Oh, this is their statistics. Normally it says shit. Yeah, part owner. They got Untara, GBM, Flame, Wolf, Bang, Tom, Matakoma, Mun, Olivier, Becker,
After the
Boxer.
fist bump, it was all AGAL. Hanwha Life Esports fall in match number 1 in the quickest game.
Where's the horse game?
World Cup
The horse game's coming
2025
next
here
week.
for League of Legends, as the LPL champion showing off their prowess and their understanding of objective control, and really didn't give Hanwha Life Esports too much room to breathe. Welcome back, Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez to break that last one down, and that was a tough one for Hanwha Life fans, and for AGAL, you're feeling good up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was not what I was expecting out of this game. I know that Hanwha Life...
But I actually have a small point, a quick question. Okay.
And this was their first match up against, you know, one of the top teams internationally, and wow, they got stomped.
Maybe I'm
That
crazy
was
to say this.
rough.
I don't know if
It
this is a weird
kinda
take. But you know that T1 signed that partnership with
kinda forced it, Dragon,
with whatever this
with
is,
their AD carry,
the Red Sea
and
Global.
snowballed from there,
If they're
so,
competing
yeah, I mean,
and
that
they're
was
sponsoring for 3 years, doesn't that mean...
you know, I thought that
Okay,
Hanwha
hold up.
Life Esports
How do I
were
word
going
this
to
in a
live
way
off
that
their
makes sense
business,
without being
obviously.
silly?
The draft, I think,
I
was
sponsor your team for 3 years, but I sponsor your team and I do like the deal and handshake and photos with Faker, which means I want Faker to be representing my sponsor, whatever the sponsor is, doesn't matter, for 3 years. So then does Faker, like, is he basically saying that I will compete for 3 years? Yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm trying to, like, you know, like, if I sponsor a team and Ronaldo's on it, because obviously Ronaldo's the biggest influencer, I want Ronaldo to compete, you know? If I've signed for 3 years, is there like clauses where you agree that he's going to compete on the team because I want to sponsor the team with him on it? Is that like a thing? No? Okay.
Both Rumble and Trundle, in my mind, are champs that do really well when they're paired with CC from other lanes. But when your whole top side has no lockdown whatsoever, you're pretty much just relying on Alistair, who he's a
Or
really
like,
good
I
setup
want
champion, he can
that
get things
person's
going,
name
but
to be a part of
it's
it, you know?
best if you have things that can follow up, more CC, because as it stood in this game, they were kind of just able to walk out of everything that Hanwha Life threw down. And I also think the draft was interesting that they opted to give away Varus, which is one of the best champs in the game right now. Most people prioritize him highly. They
Who do you
triple
prefer,
banned
Ronaldo
Tarzan,
or
so they
Messi?
definitely wanted to try to take AGL's jungler off of his
I like
hover,
them both.
and
I
he
think
just
they're
ends up
both
dropping
really
a bomb
cool.
Anyway, so
I don't
it
know.
was
Why is
just,
that a bad
like,
take?
Crazy.
Yeah, we heard Whippo earlier say Renekton and Trundle.
I think they're
makes
just cool
sense,
in their
but
own ways.
Like you guys said, no hard CC there to hold someone in place for the Rumble and wasn't able to have impactful ults.
Why
As we
does
take a
one
look
have
at
to be
some
better
of
than the other?
early fights
They're both
in
they're
our
both
first
like
highlight.
they're
It
both
was
like great
back-to-back
players.
Drakes here, and the setup was just chaotic. Like they're like, all right, I guess we're running
In their own
we're
way,
gonna
no?
try to fight on top of this, but. Key here is keep your eye on Zeka because he didn't last very long in these team fights.
This was that first fight they did where on
Okay.
the surface this looks
All right.
like a pretty
I don't know.
close fight.
I
you know,
grew up-
Not a bad one for
I
HLE.
grew up-
And then you pan over to the minimap and you see Zaya's top lane.
Eh,
You
like
don't have your
my
AD
brother
carry.
used to watch
That's
or still
pretty
watches
much
a
all
lot
your
of
sustained
British
damage.
football, the
And
Premier
even though
League,
she wouldn't be
and
that
so every
strong
time I was
in
hanging out with him, he was
it's
watching
still
football.
not standard
And
practice to
Ronaldo was in the
force
Premier League
a
for a
forward
while,
dive this hard.
and he was kind of like
So,
always talked
yeah,
about.
a little
So
bit
I think
surprised by that
Ronaldo.
decision, and
I've
a lot of the fights afterwards too.
I feel
just
like I've been
didn't really
exposed to
go their way.
Ronaldo a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this fight as well. Felt very
So that's
forced,
why I
you
would
know,
say
they get the
Ronaldo.
big pullback on the
I didn't
feathers from
really
Viper,
see
and that
much
was about
Messi
it.
because I didn't
That was
really
kinda
watch
the,
much
the one
football.
angle, and for AL, it felt like all of their for AGAL, it felt like all of their team fights were very nicely set up. Like they had a very clear angle of how they were going to approach those fights. It's something that Finn talked about. Like they know exactly how to angle into the fights to take the fights on their page. I feel like Shanks on the Talia was really fantastic. Fantastic. All of his walls were in the right spot. Always
But
right
yeah, I
behind
think
Home Life
both were-
Esports, making the one engage tool of the Alistair a really difficult job for Delight.
Yeah, let's take a look at our third Drake.
What's
which
your
is
brother a
where
Man
the game
United fan?
finally
Yeah,
broke
he
open.
is a Man
Before then,
United
it was
fan, yeah.
6-4.
My middle
Things were
brother,
still close, so
he's
you're
been a
thinking,
Man
all right,
United fan since
which
he's
way
been
is it
like
gonna go?
7
Goes
years
the way
old.
of AGAL.
Because he was a big Rooney fan. He loved
Yeah, in
Rooney.
this one, Peanut got kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and then there was a massive Aurora ult, which just kind of did a lot of damage to everybody, made it pretty chaotic for HLE. AGL grabs the dragon, and then, you know, they're just kind of able to clean up.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to the excellent setup from the side of AGAL. They had so many zoning tools that by the time Delight finally got his engage, he was super low. His ult was basically towards the end, and he was only engaging for Zeus, who was on the backline, but the rest of the team was so far away because they got zoned by a wall and an entire Aurora ult.
And then finally, our last one here, the Otacon fight. You had to do something if you're Hanwha Life Esports. They tried to step up here and force this one. And
Is the
Venus
Messi
was in the
Ronaldo
back end
debate
is
like
this
big
really
drama?
This was just pure desperation. I don't think Hanwha Life would look at this situation and be like, yeah, this is good for us.
That's crazy.
This was definitely a situation where you just feel like, all right, this game is lost. Let's just try something. And this wasn't it. You know, you see the Rumble ult. I feel like they need more CC for these champions. A lot of the fights, too, Zeka was one of the first people to die on Hanwha. I think he was, you know, probably feeling pressure to go in, make something happen, but he kind of ended up just getting taken out every single fight very early on, which isn't ideal for an Azir. He's more of a hyper carry. So, yeah, I think it just didn't go their way. They lost some early fights, and I'm not totally sure if this is a comp they normally play, but it didn't seem to
I need
work
to know the
out
lore
for
of the
them.
Messi versus
Felt like a lot
Ronaldo
of
drama.
comfortable
Was
pieces,
Ronaldo
but
winning
the
until
entire
Messi won the World
composition
Cup, or
as a
was
whole
Messi winning
wasn't
before the
great.
World
We
Cup
look
and now he
at,
slammed him?
AGAL Tarzan, he was actually fantastic. You mentioned the 3 bans against him. Still ended up with 10 KDA on the Xinjiao, which they did pick up early for him, which did make a lot of sense. Tarzan, I think, trying to send a message to his brother Viper potentially, and Peanut as well across the aisle, saying that he is here to play.
Yeah, again, he was the piece joining this Anyone Legends roster from LNG last year, has been one of the most dominant junglers, able to do so in game number 1. On the Xinjiao, which has been high priority, he's able to get in, has the Crescent Guard as well to buy time in those fights, and it just felt like lack of CC here in the composition for Hanwha Life Esports once it got to
Ronaldo Messi will
equal,
be more
and
drama than
once
everything in the last 2 days.
I guess vision control and vision setup was done by AGAL first. So just got the update. Hanwha Life Esports moving on over to the blue side. We've seen a lot of blue side dominance in the most recent set of patches. So Hanwha Life going towards that way. Medias, you've been pretty vocal about the
All right, let's
lack
go
of
next game.
CC
Let's go
in
next
that
game.
number 1. What do you want to see here? Where's the draft going to build around for Hanwha Life Esports since they're going on the blue side?
Well, I would expect they would try to put Zeka on maybe more of a playmaker. I know that historically he's really known for his Sylas and Akali, which aren't the easiest champs to draft, but maybe something like Annie could go really well for them. And a lot of these fights, it felt like he was trying to posture up to get the fight started, which, you know, on Azir, it can work, but it's not always what you want to do. But something like Annie could be really effective for him.
Yeah, I mean,
Zeka
other picks, I'd like to see like Delight's Rel.
I feel like he
maybe
just needs
a
to put the
Poppy
Sylas in the
for
bag
the
now.
team, but also, of course, Peanut. Although I don't think he can do what he does to some of the lower-level LCK junglers against Tarzan with that champion. Yeah, definitely a lot on their shoulders. Again, it is Fearless, so there are going to be some big champions taken away for this game number 2, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we didn't have
Put the Sylas in the bag
2-0
now.
AJL on our panel here. Myself, of course, expecting Hanwha Life Esports to take a win. So kind of a surprise if it ends up going that way, but also maybe yet again a re-evaluation of the power rankings here for AGAL, the champs of the LPL. They did have a great tournament over at MSI, finishing 3rd and only by a game in that best of 5 there against T1. So I think
the ads good? Yeah, we're good.
What is the true power level for AGAL when we think about our potential title winner here?
Time between games? Yeah, they're getting a lot of time between games.
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty dominant in this last one. I can say that for sure. And I think Hanwha Life Esports is just going to need to chill out a little bit. They had so many deaths in such a fast game. It really sort of...
How's your energy? It's good. I got food coming soon. When I eat the food, we're going to go crazy mode. Because G2BLG is going to bang.
Like we've seen from Nkoi,
I feel like today's the day.
Especially if you're playing champions like Xayah and Azir, they have great late game scaling. You don't really want to get in a situation where you have to force super hard like that. So I think they just need to, you know, have a game plan.
Today's the day that G2 get 2-0 again
If you're going to play
for the 5th
scaling
time by BLG.
champions without a lot of CC, you probably don't want to be forcing tons of fights and trying to play like you're a pick comp or playing stuff. You know, if you're going to treat your comp like it's Vi, Ari, whatever, then you should probably be on those type of champions, not other styles. So I think they should draft whatever's comfortable for them. You know, fearless drafting's hard. I don't know exactly how their comp's going to look after this one, but whatever they end up with, they should just chill out and try to play to their champion strengths.
Yeah, a little bit over a minute before we headed back on over to the stage for game number 2. Valdez, one thing that we pointed out early on in that last one is the amount of respect in the very early game. Remember last game, the first game that we saw, Zeus on the Gwen, just constantly pushing, creating lane pressure and dying, but still creating lane pressure. Not doing that in this one. Maybe that's an edge that they need to go back to there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because sometimes we look at Zeus and we're like, you're just going crazy. Like, why are you doing this? You're so good. You could control the lane, but yeah, maybe a little bit too reserved here. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was. As Mitos has been touching on, it felt like they were a little bit confused about how their composition was going to play out and how aggressive Zeus should be and how the rest of the team should be.
My name's Twitch
I'm just
Chef.
worried for them.
Hello.
I thought HLE were in a much better spot just based on the little that we saw from them so far. But right now, it looks like AGAL are the big favorites for game 2.
Are we going to get into draft,
All right,
please?
here we go. Well,
okay,
AGAL locked on in game number 1. Hanwha Life Esports, they need to find an answer here. Otherwise, their key will be crushed, and their Esports World Cup journey will be over in the quarterfinals. For AGAL, they look great. We're worried maybe that the time off would harm
the boys
them.
are doing good.
It was not the case. They were dominant in game 1 and looking to close it out in game 2. Now it's time to send it on over to our casters for game number 2. Hysterics and Ox.
Thank you, very nice redhead man. Well, it is good to get into game number 2. And as he
Thank you,
said,
very
Orcs and
nice
I will be
redhead man.
joining you for what has been, I guess, a surprise for some. But again, the time off for AL hasn't been that long in comparison to Hanwha Life, who lost 3-0 against T1.
Egon has red hair, right?
Yeah.
HLE's colors are orange, but AGAL are red.
Wait, so he's a traitor, or
he's
like,
betrayed the LCK?
He has.
He has.
What
He's
is that
betrayed
guy
the
doing?
LCK.
Why didn't he dye his hair orange?
That's a good question.
Maybe that's, they needed
Alright, I'll
that
eat my food
support,
during the
and
draft.
they didn't get it.
Hey, let's get a... If this is the 2-0 or even 2-1, whatever happens, let's get an interview with Digon. And let's ask him, as someone's keys being crushed, why the color
Who's
choice
in the
for
room
the
with
hair?
me?
We've got many questions that need answering. One is whether Hanwha Life can get a game, take us to a game 3. Remember, single elim. You don't get another chance. You don't move to a loser's bracket. This is it. And as I was saying before, Hanwha Life have had quite a bit of time off. I mean, Orcs, you were there. I know it's your league. 3-0 from T1. kind of the beginning of bad news, maybe.
I mean,
for Helmet Life, sorry.
I feel like the road to MSI was super disappointing, especially given
you were saying before,
they had a strong performance in the regular season.
Yep.
They had a great performance in the LCK Cup. They had a great first stand. And then both T1 and Gen G went to MSI and were the two strongest teams, right?
Yeah.
Met in the finals, 3-2 to Gen G. It was a close series. And I think for HLE, not having that chance to prove themselves there, and then if they were to come to EWC and get 2-0'd by AGAL, a team which both
Yorick
Gen G and T1 beat.
Is that a Jace first pick
for
Rat Boy?
A real big blow to the confidence for HLE. So they need to bounce back in this series.
A bit tricky
Seen
because
the draft
Flandre will go Sion.
Sides
I don't know
have
if I
been
like it.
Switched. AL did
Maybe
have
Pantheon
side selection
Prio.
game one, so with a higher seed.
Yep.
There's now HLE side selection as they lost.
Could ban
game
Sion
one.
here.
And starting off, but you see that Gwen ban maintained.
They ban the NE.
But the Lucian ban coming in instead.
Oh,
so
I
something
think
on
banning
that
Sion's
buy
better
and
against
Yone gonna
Flandre.
have to be let through. On the other side, we saw
Because there's a lot of power picks up. They have Sion, Wukong,
from HLE last
Aurora.
time, but they're
Very
only
big
keeping the
power
poppies.
picks
That Pantheon and that Wukong are going to be available.
for AL.
We'll see what ends
Chase,
up getting
Pantheon are
denied
power
here.
picks.
I
Maokai is a
think
good pick for
probably
HLE.
the Vi, but then again, if
They have
you
like
leave the
Ari,
Vi
Silas,
open, then
Akali,
maybe
which
they
I really want him to play.
just pick, yeah.
Oh, surely it's maybe it's Aurora first
it's
pick.
a completely different draft from
You
last
can take
time,
Pantheon,
just
but
purely
you
for
can
the
trade
fact that
Pantheon
Helmet
Wukong.
Life had that triple Tarzan ban. Now it's a singular one. Now it's just that.
Oh wait,
poppy
Aurora's out.
that
I'm
he
so
pilots
high.
so
Oh my
well.
god,
So,
I'm
as you
cooked.
said, jungle here
Absolutely
is an
cooked.
open book.
And something I will say is that
Pick the
T1
Pantheon now.
left the Vi open in the road to MSI
Pick the
series
Pantheon
against
now.
HLE, and Peanut
Pick the
picked
Pantheon
it,
now.
and the expectations were huge, and it flopped completely. So the Vi has been left open. The Yone has been left
They
open.
picked Yone
With a lot
over
of
Pantheon?
jungle is open and available. HLE make the decision to lock in that Yone. Now this is a humongous pick for Zeka, but it's
Why?
also something that they could flex to Zayas.
Can't they
Expectation is
play?
Zeka's pick, but you know. Still has the
I'm scared,
possibility.
man. What's the mid laner?
Looking
They'll
towards
play
AGL,
Pantheon and a
they
Sion
are
on
looking
3.
towards a Pantheon. We've seen a
But
lot
what's
of
the mid
blue
laner?
side
Oh,
physical
they're gonna go
Pantheons.
Sion 1-2.
Hesitation though, as they look instead towards that Sion.
Oh, they're gonna go
Flandre.
Yone,
Sion with a
Sejuani,
Pantheon
Aatrox.
jungle works quite well.
Sion,
AP mid
Pantheon,
laner,
and then
kind
what
of
do you
a
play into
must-though,
Sejuani,
but
Aatrox?
We'll see where they go with that. So they're
Maybe
not
just
worried
play
about taking
Victor.
like Sejuani. Obviously, Trundle's not available to pick
Victor.
into it, so maybe for HLE that's why Peanut Sejuani rises. But as you said, the Vi or the Wukong are both up higher prio jungles.
Why?
They might not care about the partnership. Instead, rely
Why?
more on the setup that comes from the jungle.
You need an
world.
AP top if you do that. What
Yeah,
AP top?
Also, I mean, sometimes we
Gwen
see
is out,
high
Rumble's
priority
out. What
on the
AP
Sejuani
top do you
pair
have?
up with the Yone.
Are you going
I
Ornn?
think Peanut looking for a jungle heap. Puts a higher tier on. Not opting to go for the Vi that was banned in game 1. Going for the Wukong instead. A lot of dive, a lot of teamfight power. But heavy AD so
Is he
far.
going Ornn? Why
You
are they
gotta
playing
remember,
double AD mid
Gwen
jungle?
is banned. Rumble was taken away because of Fearless in game 1. You know, even options like Aurora that we see top lane taken away.
Yeah,
Making
what
Is
you
he
think-
gonna play Vlad?
And if you are a heavy AD composition when the enemy team already has a Sion, does make you feel a little bit
You could drop
concerned,
Zeus if you want, yeah, and go
with
Rel.
how tanky
I think
he
that
could end
works.
up being now. They do have
Alistar's
securing
out,
the
Poppy's
Rel
banned.
for the light, wanting some of that engage power.
Rakan
Their
is out, put
composition
the Rel
is
in the bag.
very dive focused already.
Ooh, I
that
think
makes
this
sense
Rel
given
pick
that
was
Rakan
pretty
and
good.
Alistar already taken off the
Rat Boy
card
needs to
to
find an AP top.
insanely
They
good
might ban
engage picks
Ziggs.
that Delight has a lot of
Extra
proficiency
doubt.
on. But he's also extremely
could
good
ban
at
like
Rels. He's
Ziggs
gonna
Vlad.
have a great Rel performance already this tournament, so we will lock that
Ooh,
in.
Akali for
the
Shanks.
slam.
Shanks goes for the Akali. What a call out into Zeka, who has an Akali Will's skin.
You were complimenting this guy though at MSI. You were saying like Shanks had an insane tournament. He pulled off some insane
Ziggs,
plays on this
Nidalee.
specific pick as well. So for
not
Shanks, I mean, I have confidence in the pick, but
Vlad.
I'm excited. We get Zeka versus Shanks, Akali versus Yone.
Kennen.
Again, it could be a flex Yone, but we know it's most likely going Zeka. Let's hold off though, see where we go next, because Aatrox is the blind ban. AL want to make sure that this Sion has
Why do they ban
a decent
Aatrox?
matchup and don't give a free scaling matchup.
It's good into
to
Sion,
that
but
Zeus.
Yeah, Aatrox often does pretty well into
Aatrox,
the
Yone,
Sion,
Wukong?
so denying that one away. We'll see what Zeus ends up
I'm
picking
thinking
up
like
in
Gragas,
this
Swain,
situation. I also
Vlad,
wonder about the AD carry
Ziggs.
pick, what Viper's going to bring out
Do you
here.
think he pulls out a Ziggs because of their lack of AP? Or what do you think about Ziggs into San? I guess is the better question in the grand
I think
scheme of
Hope.
things.
I mean, I think it's okay, but I think it's pretty uncomfortable here. You know,
Yeah.
Akali
Do you
gives a
ban
lot of
Nico?
problems to
I
Ziggs
feel like Kyle
for,
always gets
hard to
Nico
keep
banned
up
against him,
mobility,
and I
so
feel like that's the only
I
support
don't
left
think
that can
it's
really
gonna
play
make
the
that
game
much
against
sense in this
these champs.
situation.
Like Nico ban
Could
is
go.
good.
I mean, even something like a Kai'Sa, because their comp's very dive focused and it has like the hybrid damage.
Yeah.
They do end up end up banning the
Nico
Ziggs,
ban.
though, so they're clearly thinking about that AP damage
I think
profile.
Kai'Sa denial
I
pick
do
is
think
very
that
good.
the Kali can cause a lot of issues, but Sion specifically
And if
is
they
good
Kai'Sa
into because
denial
you can never
pick-
really get off the decimating
They need to
smash
find-
because the satchel can always just interrupt it.
Hmm.
So they opted to
I
eliminate
guess
that.
Jin MF or what? Jin
Renata
MF lad?
takes away A pick that didn't do super well at MSI, but obviously into this dive-focused engage.
They're gonna go MF. There's the Nico. I think the Nico ban was good.
Though, going to be looked at by
I think if you ban Nico, they would take away
Obviously a
Kai'Sa.
great engage pick, but also has that range advantage when you are playing.
Now they can get Kai'Sa.
a melee,
They could go
bot
Kai'Sa
laner.
and the Swain or a Vlad
Let's see
here.
where they go. I like the Kai'Sa
I
call
think
out,
it
Orcs.
cooks. Because here they will
It
probably go
feels
MF
like
for Nico
that's
now.
like the last
MF
option.
or
Again,
Jhin.
is there an AP lane
No,
he can pull
no,
out? Civil
no,
would be a scaling
no,
option
no,
that
no,
could play with
no,
that all-in wombo
no,
that Humble Life
no,
are building up.
No,
But the
no.
damage profile makes us question. Final pick.
Oof.
Are there any AP top laners we've missed? Volley Bear AP?
I think
I
Kai'Sa
think
balances the
what goes
damage a bit.
smoothly into
I think he
Sion?
has to go Vlad. You have no
Or do you
choice.
just forego it and you just say we can't pull AP in this game?
Is there something I'm
Maybe
missing?
forgo it.
A
Could be
Nivea
an
top?
option,
I don't know.
you know.
Ooh.
Yone
Looks like
top.
they might
Oh
put the
my
Yone,
god.
Okay, the Yone top.
Go for
Of
that
course.
Ahri in the mid lane.
There's that
A lot of
AP.
dive potential from that. And this
I
is the thing,
don't
right?
like it.
You know, one of the reasons
I
that
don't know if
Yone's
I like
banned
it.
so heavily
I
against
don't like
HLE
it. I feel like they
is
should have
obviously
taken the
Zek is phenomenal
Kai'Sa
on it,
and
but,
put the Vlad in
you
the
know,
bag.
it's also a pick that's been
Chat, ads can run if you want to avoid them.
huge
Tier 1
for
Twitch
Zeus
Prime,
as
don't have
well.
sub, don't want to
That
back the game
ability
subs
to
because
flex.
Zeka
and
did
obviously
this
prioritize
in their
items
road
like
to
Blade
MSI. They
into
picked
Sion as
Jace
well.
and then they flexed Jace
Kai'Sa
mid.
comes through Kai'Sa and
Here they pick
Nico,
Yone
really
and then they
strong
flex
duo
Yone
together, a lot of
top.
dive
Bro, just
potential,
put it in the
so
role and pick
pretty
a better champ.
dive-focused composition with that Sion is a bit of an outlier in terms of a front line. On the side of HLE, high mobility composition, and these comps just feel so explosive on both sides.
Yeah.
And I feel like the skill expression is off the chain, and I feel like both these teams
AL's comp
are
is very
willing
well
to,
balanced.
You know, we saw it in the last game. They're willing to fight, and these are compositions that reflect that
But
completely.
Yone will own him on side lane.
Yeah, I'm just hyped to see how this goes. A very squishy comp, though, I will say, from HLE, whereas at least AL have that sort of bulkiness in the top lane, but I'm not sure it really matters that much when you're relying on picks like Akali and Pantheon, that mid-jungle. If they fall behind, can feel super underwhelming.
It really can. And for Wukong and Ahri, always a way to force as well. It does feel like the pressure's on for Humble Life. Game 1, got a bit of criticism. You know, running into fights consistently, and every time AL, obviously just in the driver's seat. It sounds like a plain vanilla thing to say, but it is the truth where AL always look comfortable.
Last time Zeus
when they're
played
the ones
Yone
who
was
are
when he
able
was
to
on
force fights.
T1.
They've got tools to do it again going into game 2.
My favorite thing is
as
when
we
people
started
come in
off that
chat and they're like,
quarterfinal,
wait,
we had
Zeus
high
was on
expectations of the
T1?
series,
What?
But AL slapped HLE in the face in 25 minutes. One more game's all it takes. They're on match point to move into the semi-finals to verse the winner of T1 versus MKoi. Be one step closer towards that EWC finals, which is a best of 5. Fearless is good. It's put the pump and pressure under both these teams, but we have to see if it's really going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you here. Orcs is sitting next to me. Not because he wanted to, but because he has to. It's an obligation for him to cast with me. So he's trying to make the best of it.
I can slide a little bit further away, though.
You can if you want.
But I didn't.
He chose not to.
I hope that means something.
To me, yes. To everyone out there, probably not. The keys are in the sky.
Yeah, I do think, you know, the matchup, I think it can be a bit rough for the Yone into the Akali. I think the Ahri is going to have a much more stable time. You know, it can be hard to really get the jump on the Ahri. with the
Almost
amount
anything.
Of
Homegrown.
mobility you have when you hit level 6, but also just like the charm as a defensive tool.
The faker skin.
Chat.
Respect.
You know what's funny? This was actually talked about in the
I
LCK.
thought that
when we had a lot of Ahri being played, every player in the league, apart from one, used the faker skin.
And it's Faker who didn't use it because he used skins. I think someone said he played it
Normally,
once,
when a team
probably on
wins
release.
Worlds,
I don't know when. I don't know
their
if
World
context on that,
skins
but
get released during
never played
MSI the year after. And
that
MSI
time,
usually
that is
started in
terrible
May.
behavior.
But now, because of
oh my
first
God,
hand,
they're
MSI
trying
started
to
in
hand that.
June.
Oh my God.
Or July.
There it is, Orcs. There it is.
And now we're in
Looking at it
mid-July,
the wrong
and there's
way.
still no, like...
That's cool.
Where the fuck are the C1 skins at there?
There's nothing in the eyes, though. It kind of looks scary. Like
I completely forgot about that. What the
That's
fuck?
a throwback. Do you remember the panda costume incident?
Is there any news on it? It's out
Panda,
in
as in
August.
Panda C, the player?
No, it was in the LPL. It was when I thought AL would make playoffs, and I said, if they don't make playoffs, I'll cast the first playoff game in the panda costume.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't make playoffs, so that's what happened.
I've got that saved somewhere on my computer, actually. If you can't Google Orcs Panda costume chat, you'll have to look at it a different way. DM me, I'll send it to you. It's on my home PC. I've saved it as my desktop.
Wow.
You're next to Odoamne is C-3PO.
What is that?
I got a huge folder.
But I think it goes to show, you know, making bets for whether or not they'd make playoffs, and now #1 team in the LPL.
Yeah.
How far they've come.
Zeus?
This is Grass matchup, by the way.
That
Just
guy has a
talk
biscuit and a
individually about
pot.
What's going on top? So Grass versus Grass. That's getting real dicey up there, but Flash engage. HLE pull the trigger onto Hope, who goes down to an Ignite. Auto attack by Viper, flash away, but it's
They
matched.
2v2 killed him back.
Over to Delight.
They 2v2 killed him back.
But he's still more to come with the remount onto Kale and the
Oh!
boomerang blade, a double on trouble.
Nice flash,
but
Tarzan.
flashing from Tarzan.
Jungle
The
roll,
redo,
jungle
and
roll,
Viper's
weird champ.
down. Tarzan gets a kill. Kyle gets out. All
Rel
8
kill
summoners
stole and then
burnt
jungle
from the
roll.
bottom lane
Viper
of
kept
AL
the
and
spare.
HLE.
Yeah, so much action already in this game. I feel like we're looking at the top lane battle going on between Zeus and Flandre, but
I feel like Yone's like,
all-in
press
even
this
more
button, press this
exciting.
button,
Delight
dash here,
starting the
dash here,
fight
stack
early
this, stack
on.
this, and Flandre's like...
With that all-in and managing to catch out Hope. That aggressive play. Beautifully executed. A bit unfortunate that they end up backfiring because of the presence of Tarzan, but just lands everything on Hope, and Hope is like...
Nah, that
in a
KS is
position
criminal,
where
by
he's,
the
like,
way.
he's pretty sure he's dead, ends up using the flash, but forces Viper to trade his in return. And then they think they can find another kill, but Tarzan is there to punish.
He got the minion with
a
the
little
W.
bit greedy.
Kind of the...
And the ricochets that came through the wave, I wonder if that puts the wave in a bad spot, actually.
Oh, that's a good question.
On the back end.
Observers, I wonder, we've got a slow push in bot at least from the looks of it from Viper and Delight.
Yeah, I
So
think
maybe
it
it bounced
might
back.
have. I think it might have slow pushed the wave. So I think Hope is actually going to end up, because look, Viper's actually level 2.
Yeah.
Not even level 3. And Hope is picking up farm and is actually a bit ahead.
Ah.
So I think the ricochet
But
is
this is
actually
a
kinda
classic.
went
Win lane, lose
against
game.
HLE's favor.
You solo kill your lane, but then
And
enemy
the wave
jungle
wasn't in a
ganks
great
you, you
spot.
die, enemy mid is
So
0-1, but they get an assist gold,
At
and
the end of the
you
play,
lose your sums,
didn't work
and the
out
wave's
too
frozen.
favorably for HLE, despite
Win lane,
the
lose
good
game.
aggression from Delight. That's something he's definitely known for.
It's also Tarzan getting a kill again right last game. Snowball effect on
Punished
his
for winning
out.
lane.
Tarzan was definitely jungle diffing.
Yeah.
I feel like Peanut couldn't really operate much in the fights as Tarzan had so much backline access.
And especially a pick like Pantheon, and I feel like Pantheon's the sort of pick where, you know, especially if you play the game for a long time, you think of like the old Pantheon of how he was like really kind of cheesy but fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
I feel like new Pantheon actually holds his own a lot more in the later stages of the game.
He's
But
right.
you do kind of need gold for him to function. But like he actually does so much
Final bite
damage
the fruit,
if
final
he has
bite,
a
final
lead.
bite, final bite.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not going to see it now because HLE are going to dive in the reverse. Hope is going to get bopped up, crash down. Nicely done. Turret shots mean nothing. Delight rooted up for the time being. Couple more autos. Kyle
Very
needs
clean dive.
A bit of a pop, but he won't find it. Peanut cleanly done, and the kill also goes to Viper.
That was beautiful, though. That is the sort of
Very
thing you want to
clean
see
dive.
where it's a punish. You take the opportunity when the summoners have been burned. The execution was good as well. Hope was trying to pull away from the tower. Moves back in because he wants them to have tower aggro, but unfortunately not quite enough damage done to be able to finish off the support of HLE.
Boy, all in. Zeka's actually got ulti, though, so he should be fine. Doesn't make it over the wall, but away from Tarzan is the main thing.
Yeah.
Shanks does not have perfect
Where are the towers
execution
at?
yet.
This is the sort of gank where it's very non-committal from Tarzan. It costs very little just to walk in mid.
Yeah.
And you get the ult from Zeka, you relieve a little bit of pressure. Zeka was never dying there, but you force a cooldown. So, you know, Tarzan just getting something done. But you can see the matchup in the mid lane going in favor of Zeka here, having that range versus melee matchup.
So
and having
AL
the
tried
advantage
to
there.
swap out of the lane and
If,
freeze.
If AL win this tournament, if they win AWC, will you wear a panda costume again?
I really think
All of us
Viper
the
should have
same.
opened top here.
You know what?
Now he's locked in a lane
I
with
will.
Sion,
Okay.
and top is frozen. So
I'm
Rel's in a
happy
weird
to
spot.
reciprocate if, like, you want,
She's gonna
you
come
know,
cover
for,
the
like,
Sivir,
HLE
but now
or-
Wukong has to help the push out. I think they should have just ran top.
I just don't know what I would wear.
They really should have just ran top, I think.
If HLE win the
You
tournament,
think
you have to
Zeka
wear,
can
like,
Zeus can
an
crash this
orange
by
costume.
himself?
Okay, like an orange, like the fruit.
Yeah, and you have to lift weights while you're doing that, because that's, you know, their remote.
It's kinda
It's
hard
like
to
an orange
crash.
lift
Oh, yeah.
weight.
Okay.
You have to like, lift weights in a big orange costume.
All right. Yeah, production can start sorting that
Because
out.
Sion
I
is,
feel like that's
is,
a
fa-
pretty,
is, fa- is
that's
fa-
a pretty even
farming
bet,
for
you know,
free.
because if I said, like, you have to do this if Gen G won, I feel like that's pretty unfair, because they're, like, quite hard to
That's
favor.
right. But HLE
Where the
right
player
now,
camps
you know,
at.
in a bit of a dangerous spot. Maybe
Like,
it's
look,
even
Sion
unfair
would've
to set it
threw the
AL,
wave.
but who knows?
think,
And he's
Considering
chilling.
T1 are in the tournament, AL just got a 5-game series by T1, so I think
But
that
Yone
fair.
is very vulnerable to a dive.
Yeah,
I think
made a
HLE have
deal.
fucked the map here.
Whoever the person was
Tarzan
in the
will get
crowd who
6
has
on
the
red, you
pass,
see
but
this?
Can you please share?
And he's an ult on Zeus, and they should
Maybe
try
a
and kill
wash
him.
before that, I don't know. But
I think after Krugs, maybe.
we'll get that over to Orcs as soon as possible. We'll have to maybe buy it from them.
Because they're losing Drake.
Couldn't find that photo off, but that's okay.
And HLE
We'll
can
lock
never
in for a little
dive the
bit.
Sion.
Peanuts on Dragon. Now,
Delight is.
bottom
Oh,
side
I like
game,
Delight's
there was a
position.
bit of
He
a
based
swap,
and ran top to
swap
cover.
was
Good.
for the
I
bot
think they
lane
fixed
of
it very
AL
well.
getting out of the 2v2. Vipe also has a 400 gold lead, so I understand why, but I think with the back now, you're looking at Hope probably going towards bot, going towards mid for now, just to fish for
The
who's
Rel
in what
based
lane.
in Fog, so AL were
But as
quite
Peanut
scared.
picks up this dragon, he's going to be first dragon of the game.
Quite fucking scared.
Over to HLE.
Yep, summoners are back up for AL's bot lane, so a little bit safer on the back of those. We're good to get that first early dragon from HLE. I feel like they were on the back foot in terms of objectives for a while. Do you see Shanks matching up into theirs though? And this is the matchup.
Yeah, the
really
Akali
that
does
AL
like
wanted.
playing against Yone.
The Akali
She does like that.
into that Yone.
It's cinema, isn't it?
It is, but also a little bit uncomfortable, I feel like, for the Yone.
Yep.
The ability
I
to
guess the
follow
camera's on
when
stage
he's
broke or
outbound
what?
soul.
Oh, he has no. Oh, he does have ult, but chain CC.
Follow up as well. Zeka, oh, he's
Whoa.
forgotten time. Tarzan takes him out in a brisk walk.
That's a
and
big pick.
That's beautiful from Tarzan again.
That opens up the
CC so
grubs.
good, and,
It's
you know,
8
Zeka
minutes
thinks
into the
he's got a
game.
good trade there onto the enemy support, but
Why is
plays it
Viper
in
sitting in
beautifully
bot?
with the chain CC from that stun, the
Into
flash
the
W,
Sion with Bramble Vest.
and no real recourse right now. You can see some pings.
Get
coming out
that
of the
man
bot
mid lane. Get
Andre,
Ari bot.
though, hard to see if they could kill him. Maybe if he overextends, but I don't think they're going to find an angle. So it's just three.
Where are they
grubs
going?
for AL
Ari's
on
running
that
top.
lane.
Oh, look at the minimap. Look at where Ari. Oh god, Jesus
Reset
Christ. Okay,
comes
Ari's
through in
going
the
mid.
meantime from Zayas. No TP, has to walk up. So maybe a couple of minions denied.
Don't like the lane
kills
assignments
now
from Hammerlife,
for
man. I don't
Tarzan.
like it.
It's big, isn't it? As you said, the Pantheon has the goal to kind of escalate this game. I said it earlier. I
really think Sivir just needs to base and take over mid.
Like Tarzan is reliable
just
with the lead.
healthier
I
for the
find.
game.
That's what makes him such a good jungler. He's moldable. You know, we talked in the past, like LPL junglers, like I think Cask was a great example where Cask was always just what called like a dog to his laners. He would always just follow
he's
after.
going back bot.
You know,
Look
such
at the
great
minimap.
players.
Oh
I think
god,
Tarzan is a
Sivir,
great player in his
no.
own right. He can be the carry, or he can, you know, help Shanks carry. He can help Flandre carry. He's so versatile.
Yeah, I feel like you could have just cut that sentence
Oh, he's going
short
mid.
and just said Tarzan is
Oh.
reliable.
Yeah, but
You know,
I want
he's going
people to really know how passionate I was about him.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Peanut's the GOAT in that regard as well. Like,
I think
and
Peanut's
what's the
had
difference, though?
Peanut's had some hit or misses. You know, I feel like recently,
Yeah, I mean,
especially in that
true that.
recent run of their form not
Stay
being so
uses
hot.
mid.
I think Peanut has.
I think
had
they're
some-
trying to
some
swap,
matches
but they're
where he
scared of
hasn't
losing
shown up.
waves.
Peanut at his best is obviously still a fantastic player, but it definitely feels like at times he's been better as a facilitator rather than as an individual carry.
There's a guy
he
in
has
chat
still
that
had
says,
some fantastic games, but
HLE Viper, he says, I'm
I think
lost!
For example, the one I brought up earlier was a bye game against T1 was a big flub. So,
Yeah.
you know, he is on that Wukong. We've seen the Wukong have some high impact games. Hopefully he can
Oh,
get the ball
Sivir's
rolling
mid.
a little bit. Is behind right now
Saved.
compared to Tarzan, but you know, I feel like it's different when it's a jungle matchup. If the enemy jungler's ahead, you don't necessarily have to interact with them.
True.
But do want to see, especially now he has that ultimate available, see what impact he can find with that.
Pushing trades down bot while Zeka all in perfect execution. Ulti Adam response. Shuriken Flip doesn't connect, and that's 2 down of the ulti from Zeka. Spirit Rush will just be used eventually anyway. Shanks gets over the wall, and yeah, it's ulti for ulti.
Yep. I mean, it's one of these things where you go for the play. If you can land the Shuriken Flip, that's why it becomes really scary for the Ahri. But it just ends up being a trade. Pushing for plays, and I feel like that's kind of been the story of this mid lane matchup we saw last game as well.
I'm
Now,
subbed
though,
in.
Peanut looking bot. Flandre just have ult and flash.
He wants to wave in, but he can't step up as Peanut
He doesn't have
coming
Blade
in,
the
but
Ruined King yet.
The biggest question is he killable, right? Because Thornmail first. Flandre is going to reduce healing, and with
When he
the
gets
armor
Blade the Ruined
stacked
King,
up,
the
I
Yone will
think
start
they're like,
cooking, but
I
I
don't
think
think
it's kinda
he is because
useless.
Tarzan has ult. So it's not just the fact that you have to kill him. You have to kill him before the 2-0 Tarzan with Sundered guy shows up.
Oh,
Because if he
both of them lost the
arrives,
cannon.
you lose that fight. So I think Peanut
it's a
rethinks
new
whether or
dawn.
not he wants to start that and disengage. And, you know, I was talking before about how you don't necessarily have to interact with the enemy jungler. When it's a Pantheon, maybe
Is
you
he
do.
one shot?
True. You're forced
Oh, he's done no
to,
W.
right? And so it's a bit of healing up from Bam Scepter.
They're scared.
Tarzan also rethinking whether he wants to make this dive happen. There's pings going down like, hey, yo, Delight's MIA, and the pings are actually right on where Delight's position was at the time, if you could see on your minimap.
Sion will be unkillable this game. Well, when Yone gets his Blade of the Ruined King, he's going to cut him up a bit.
It's just cool to see the sort of thought process of the players, and they're like, hey, we might put set a play.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you sometimes get moments like this when on paper it looks like nothing's really happening, but you actually see that they were trying to go for something, and then, you know, a bit of information they got sort of spooked them, and opting not to just overcommit and have it backfire. The tempered aggression.
Still hovering in case something happens with Flandre. Flandre 500 stacks, by the way, so that's not bad.
When his
He's
IG
very tanky
thing.
this game.
Oh, yes, he is. And we talked about it in draft, right? The problem was originally there wasn't really much AP damage. Or there wasn't any AP damage.
Yeah, but
with Ari, are you still worried about that? Because
I mean, Ari's not really that great for tank shredder. I mean, it's one of these things where like Sion.
When does he have Blade? He
obviously
must
gets
have it in base
super
really
tanky,
soon.
Yep.
But I feel like eventually you get to the point where you get like.
He's
armor,
recalling right
like,
now.
You get shred, right? You get like pen. So like there will come a point in the game where you can shred to him, but like
Blade. Okay, all right. Hamalife's gonna start playing the game
because
now.
I think Sion really in the mid game is where he's so strong. Before like you know when Viper's 4 or 5 items gets to full build, especially when you know AD carries and pro have more economy than like a tank top laner will.
Yep.
When Viper's full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre. It might take some time, but he will cut through him.
Even Zeus in side lanes with Blade and maybe. I don't know if he goes Mortal Reminder later as like a.
Wait, is LPL starting on
like
Saturday?
Yeah, but in the mid game, that is where it just kind of feels like you have to devote so much time to kill Flandre.
Yep.
It feels impossible.
Holy shit.
And especially Sion, who just has so much extra free health.
So LPL starting while AL and BLG are here.
Raw health in the mid game.
And then they're gonna fly back and then instantly. Wow.
Also, I've enjoyed Flandre in a lot of his team fights, both MSI and in the last game as well. Talk about
That's
a reliable top laner. Well, no further.
Oh wait, BLG's
that
going home
mid-game's
today.
gonna be
True.
punishing, gonna be powerful. So we're
Maybe
just
AL
towards
goes home
second.
today as well. Let's see
HLE
if
gearing up to the second
Hamalif
Dragon,
can
sitting
cook.
there watching. Dragons this game a little bit more delayed than you would expect as Peanut picked up the first one, but they've sat on this for a while as Flandre doesn't really have prior, but Tarzan's coming in.
Yeah, we did see Shanks just hit level 11, so this Carly's going to be strong.
TPs.
Yeah. TP in from Zeka. He doesn't have level 11, so
That
worth
Akali
a
is
mention.
strong.
At 2K,
Q-Smite Tarzan.
wants a Q
Oh,
smite, but
Kyle,
comes
beautiful.
in, pops the Blossom, dies
Beautiful.
for it. As a steal in the
Instantly
ocean,
died
is
though.
good now for AL.
Peanut should die
How
to
does the
Akali.
fight look?
Oh,
This
he
is an
interrupted
exhaust
both
Shanks
of them.
Jump in onto Peanut, looking for the 5-point strike.
Oh, that's
finds it
deep.
in the
Oh, he had
air.
E. Oh,
Jumps
clean by
back.
Shanks.
Smooth criminal. He runs
Oh, the ult
out
gets
as a
flashed by
flash away
Hope.
from Hope to get out from
Zeus is
Zeus
stacking
ulti.
Q3 though.
Flandre tanking up
Pantheon's
for now.
ulting back
He's
in.
not really that
Oh, that's a
beefy,
big
but he
Pantheon ult.
manages to survive with the Pantheon
Oh, that's a
ulti.
big Pantheon ult.
Jumping
Nice
out
rail
for
crash down.
Tarzan.
Q3 is good. He has the E.
New hand
Shanks
for
has E on
again.
someone.
No
Oh,
one's
flash
dying.
wasn't in time. Hope's trying.
Playing on the brim and
Oh, Q flash from Zeus. Viper's hitting. Q3 snaps it. Doesn't get it. Oh my god. That's a volume increase. What a monstrous fight. That's a volume increase.
Every bloody carry.
Damn.
Team fighting
That
from
was a
AL.
long
They're
fight.
Using the health bars as a resource, the in and out, going in aggressively. But just
Wow,
never too
I
much.
thought
So
Shanks
many
had to
people
go really
escaping
deep
with
there.
just
Peanut
slithers of health
Peanut
there.
interrupted
And it made all the
Akali
difference,
R1
you know,
and
able to clean up
Kai'Sa
that
ult.
fight in the end. And we
Kyle
see it
also got a
starts
really
off
good
with
engage, but Zeka
this
ults
flank
over
attempt
instantly and charms
by
him.
Kyle here with the Nico.
Look.
Does manage to land onto
Ult.
Peanut.
Now
Viper does
Zeka.
avoid it.
Boom. Charm.
The
Dead.
He's instantly targeted.
Viper hit him too.
Tarzan
The light
does steal
ults
the
in.
dragon. And then we see this play.
Peanut lives for
Peanut's
so
chased
long.
Down upon. Shanks uses the shuriken flip so he can finish him off and
Wow,
then
Shanks
disengage.
smurfed that.
And it feels like HLE
The light
very much in
flashes
the
out.
back foot. Zeus
Ult
looks
gets
for
flashed
but
from
it's a
Hope.
great flash.
Charm hits the Sion.
They do
Sion
almost
dies.
finish
No,
off
he
Flandre.
doesn't
The
actually. He
shield comes in,
lives.
look, because
Pantheon
it's
ult
a
hits
fed
3.
Pantheon,
Zeus
he's
gets
so
Q3.
confident to go in with his ult, and the ult actually gets a lot of AoE damage here.
Holy. That's like a 600 damage Pantheon ult.
Yeah, and
The
then the
Pantheon
E there as well,
value
buys
was
so much
crazy.
time,
Wow.
flashes from the charm. This buys space for Hope to go in, who manages to disengage with the barrier X, does end up going down, but then the buys
Oh,
space
in the
for
head.
the rest of the team.
Jesus.
And it just feels like, other than Hope going down there, the rest of them just able to shrug it off and
Wow.
survive for so long.
Again, Hope, great flash, good damage, but after that fight, he
More
said it so
fights
well,
like that
Ox, they were
now.
playing with their health bar as a resource so damn much. And it comes out the back of the fight where Tarzan still has a huge lead in this game. And Akali, who picked up a kill, Shanks
Wow, that
as well.
fight was actually insane, by the way.
It
Like,
is still
holy
close though, and I
shit.
will say,
It's mega close.
Having like
Viper was
Akali and
pumping
Yone
damage
in a
that
fight with
He
Kai'Sa is
3-1.
actually really fun to watch.
When he starts to get items, this could be a very different fight. Because you think about everyone on AL is short range.
Yeah.
This Sivir will get a huge amount of ricochet value, just shredding through targets. And I think as the game goes on, if you can't deal with Viper, he is going to be a problem.
True. I mean, again, as we talk about HLE in this game, note that their dragon stacking would have provided a better
I think
outlet
the biggest
for them
problem
to get some of those fights.
Hamalif have is this Pantheon. It's
Dragon a
so
little bit
tanky,
delayed
and so
now
is the
because of
Sion.
the take from AL as
They have
Herald is now the
they have
thought
no
process,
damage.
but Vibe's going to look for push mid. It is movement from Peanut to walk up towards this top side of the map, as Herald hasn't really started yet.
Yeah, I also think this is a game where it's very difficult to push the pace forwards for AL because you're into a Sivir with so much wave clear, and you are a short-range comp.
Yeah.
It can be quite tricky to see.
Really
so
good point.
a lot of focus is going to be on these
Caedrel told me HLE will win EWC,
kind of the modern game of League of Legends where these
Are you not surprised as well?
Force the pace of the game forward.
They were going
so,
toe-to-toe with Gen G for 6 months, and then boom, they lost the T1. They're losing to AL.
Push the pace.
They got reverse swept by Gen
Right
G.
now they're in a good spot. 1,000 gold lead, right? A lot of that
The
is
fall
on
off
this
is like
Pantheon,
slowly
but Cosmo's
creeping
been
in.
having a phenomenal performance so far.
But he needs to keep the pace up. Next objective is still that Herald. Dragon up in a minute 20 though. Quite interesting, it's already coming back up. 5 minutes goes fast when you're having fun.
I mean, just look at Flandre's health bar. He just looks.
Did Doran actually break HLE?
Yeah.
Is this
With
Doran's
no threads
fault?
as well. Charm, Shattering Strike. Yeah, it's not really going to do much, is it? So let's see.
AL's not a bad team. I'm not saying AL's a bad team. I'm
because
saying AL went to 5 games
second
against Gen
guess,
GT1,
Tarzan's
and
doing his full
HLE
clear,
is Gen
probably so that he
GT1
can
level.
get
We saw that.
Maybe that
5
back
games
cleaver.
against them.
Yeah.
Before they fight next.
HLE Gen G. But now what? They can't
We'll
even
have to see
take a
because
game.
might end up being an ulti depending on how.
I do think
quickly
AL
he closes
probably
the
leveled up.
ball.
I mean, they
it's a
did level up a
mount
lot
as well,
because of
by the way.
MSI. I think MSI
Oi, oi.
naturally made them a lot
Do
stronger.
not let
Even though
AL
HLE
get
got a
Mountain
rest.
Soul.
Yeah, that would not be a fun time. And it's not even just a Mountain Soul, but like any Mountain Dragons.
Yeah.
It's just going to extend. You know, I talked about how eventually, like, if Viper gets full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre, but it just becomes so much more
I guess the
difficult
conclusion here
if
is
he gets those extra resistances.
taking a break is bad.
It kind of puts,
Just play every
it
day.
just delays it more and more. How many items?
AL
because,
diff,
you know, I said,
baby.
like, maybe
Fucking
like
grinders,
4 items
man.
might be it. Might push it back to 5. Or might just buy a bit of extra time, like an extra second or 2, an extra auto attack can make all the difference.
Is this fightable?
though,
This should
hang
be
on.
fightable, right?
Well, looking.
Flandre needs to get...
Yeah,
oh,
but
Flandre's
Flandre,
base
he's
got
delayed.
cancelled.
His back just got cancelled again. Every time Zaze is cancelling it, so it's going to be a
Oh,
4v4
Peanut
for
is so
Blossom.
one-shot here.
After the Herald draws in
Can't
Tarzan,
even get the
he finds a
Herald
kill on
eye.
Peanut, who immediately dies, and he didn't get to pick up the eye. The eye stands there
Oh,
staring
Hope!
at AL. Hope
That's
no
a mistake.
charm
Does he
does.
die, though?
Really nice
Is
for
the
the
damage
backstorm
there?
as well. The damage
Flash
is
out.
flash
TP
away.
from
Hope is out
Zeus.
for now as Viper.
Tarzan, no
He's starting
flash.
to auto-attack with the flicker
He
blade.
connects
He's
onto
feeling more
Zeka.
confident.
Turn
Zeus
comes
finally
in.
teleported in.
Charm was
Tarzan,
good.
no.
Oh, into the Yone ult.
Damn it.
Oh!
In with a penny.
Zeus lit dead. Kai'Sa auto attack.
Tarzan
Bro,
up next looking
what are
for
these
Viper.
fights?
And he doesn't die, Orcs. His fed Pantheon is just not
It's like
dropping.
HLE's like charm,
Big
kill.
still
Lives.
not able to
Oh, I
find the
charmed the
kills.
Kali
I feel like it
TP.
must be so
Both dead
frustrating
anyway.
for HLE.
What the fuck?
Not able to finish off these key targets. They don't get the Herald as well. Not able to pick it up there. I think maybe that should
Come
be
on,
the
HLE,
after
really?
they got that
Really?
first initial
You're gonna
burst
do
of
this to
damage
me?
down. Tarzan's still
You're
alive.
gonna get 2-0'd.
Head straight over to the Dragon to pick that one up. And I think they're fine with the Herald going down. They're not being the recipients because they got the bigger boon.
It's crazy that again that no eye was picked
Stop
up
cheering
and the
for
Dragon
HLE.
going over for AL. It's a
Why?
massive win. It's
Why?
2K gold lead. It's replay time.
I'm an
again
LCK
because
rat.
They thought they had hope. Great charm, great follow-up.
Yeah, it's a good charm, but Tarzan stunning Viper, stopping the follow-up from him means the Hope's able to survive. And then I think maybe they could have pushed for the
Oh, this
Herald.
turn.
but
I thought with
instead
the
they
Kali
go
charm
for
into
this
Yone
fight.
ult.
Zeus finds a big ult. But Tarzan,
Oh,
the
man.
Sundered Sky and just
Yeah,
the
the
bulkiness
Sundered
he
Sky
has
value
keeps
is
him
insane.
alive. They're able to take out Zeus.
Everyone you
at the back
cheer
end.
for loses.
Yeah.
Oh,
feels like a
Zeus said,
tilter.
ah, Pantheon's OP. Peanut just looks at him probably like, you
300
fucking piece of shit.
300k damage.
He's just doing so much
He really
in these
is.
fights.
Both games now. The reason he's the driving force of AL. Atakan's up, by the way. Bot side, you see it. But HLE are moving into position. Ward control right now really heading towards AL.
You
But
know, last game they did the Hail Mary Atakan. It's not at that point yet.
Is it Hammerlife just like...
lose the game for HL.
Are they just the Atakan
for
click
HLE,
team?
excuse me. Won the game for AL, I should have said. As Peanut's still going. They're still tanking this, but AL are slowly moving in.
We'll see what they can do. It's so easy for Pantheon
No
to
doubles.
steal
Oh,
these
that
as well.
Pantheon ult.
And he's
That Sion ult, sorry, Pantheon Sion.
Jumps in, Pod Blossom as well.
Oh, it's bad for Hammerlife. It's so bad. Oh, but Tarzan might die.
It's finally charmed over and finally
And
dead.
Viper does escape. Oh, Zeus stole the Atakan, my rat! My rat!
The top laner for HLE comes up.
My rat!
3 are dead for it.
Ah, yes, Hammerlife go into the play, forcing Atakan down 1k gold in a horrible position.
You know,
and they knew that Zeus would last hit the
HLE
Atakan and get out.
It could have been so much win in this situation. They're able to get the shutdown onto Tarzan, getting that massive amount of gold. They got the Atakan. Yes, they lost 3, but considering how bad the game state was, could have been on the back of them losing a fight there.
Yeah.
I think he'll take it, but that was scrappy. That was not controlled.
Scrappy.
The Nico ult value here is pretty
And the
massive.
Zeus E here was pretty good.
Catching out both the Light
Andre
and the Wukong. And Wukong just took the lead. And then it's up to Zeus, who manages to focus onto Tarzan here. I didn't actually see who got the kill. It was Viper. That's huge, yeah.
1100 gold.
And then Zeus clutching it, grabbing it in the middle of 3, able to pick up the Arakan. And, I mean, they just got away with murder.
You got to say, like, even though HLE are down in the dirt a little bit, there's still that star power.
Oh, nice charm.
With a charm
No flash.
Well.
Okay, I'm alive. Okay.
Dead. Zeka is hitting after hit.
I mean, this is... HLE are such a vibes team.
They are.
And
but ALR as well, that's what everyone was excited for in this series. It's a shame it's only a best of 3, because I feel like the vibes will only go stronger the longer this goes.
Yeah, I mean, but now we have the situation where Viper has 3 items, has that LDR in pocket. It's a very tanky
Yeah,
Zion
I think
still.
Sivir has hit
He
a
doesn't have
massive
the IE
break
yet,
point.
So it'll still take a lot of time
Massive
to cut
break
through,
point.
but there's a huge influx of gold for the 80 carry. The team gold is about even. It was feats of strength for HLE. They did get the Arakan buff. They're actually now ahead in gold, so... You know,
Doesn't matter. I think it does matter. It definitely matters.
It worked. You just get, you know, when in
Sivir
doubt,
will
just
fry.
start Arakan.
Yep.
And I think we can say...
I mean, look at the items of the enemy team for Sion. It's LDR Sivir,
Every time.
it's Ari with Leandaries, and it's Blade Yon. It's like,
And
fuck,
that 1k
fuck
gold
off.
for Viper, that 1100 has accelerated. If you already talked about it, the 3rd item, and maybe in the long run they'll say it's worth. Maybe with Baron coming up they'll say it's worth. I mean, 3rd Dragon rather for AL. That's the next fight, it feels like, because if they give away those stats that you talked about, more stats over to Flandre, it does feel like the stall gets a little bit longer here for AL. And then that Sivir maybe gets mitigated a little bit longer as well. Let's see. 3 items for her already.
What?
We mentioned
What?
Viper. I'm looking across the board. Hope's a little bit
I'm
behind.
just doing the Nico
2
thing.
item Akali, 2 items Zeka here, who's got a lot of burn through things like tanks.
Is
Comes
he
down to
building
this next 45
Stridebreaker on
seconds
Yon?
and setup ensuing.
Yeah, and you don't want to give any more Mountain Dragons over. And I think now is a position where HLE, more than they have for a long while, can feel confident to fight. You know, even like Peanut, who's been so far behind the curve, like he's 1-3-1.
What do you do? Do you do Jack Show next or what? Like no crit?
You look at the items and not
Are
that
you
much
fried
in
in the
it
head?
in
I'm
comparison.
absolutely fucking
just component difference
frazzled.
between the two. So, so the Stridebreaker picked up as well for Zeus. Able to equal things out between him and Flandre. And these fights are explosive, chaotic as well. See how the execution comes down here. Viper gonna get this mid priority.
Baron spawn.
With that
Gold
Sivir
even.
to shred through those waves.
Drake in 10.
That's something about a Stridebreaker when there's a lot of...
When in doubt, right-click Rat Boy.
For Zeus, we might see it in action soon as AL move themselves over a ward. A bit of poke to bully them out while Hope looks for this outer in bot side. Flandre covering mid. Baron's now up. Dragon's now up.
This positioning
It's
looks a
fight
bit
over
weird.
objectives. It's
Viper
a
no
pincer
flash.
maneuver. Delight has to crush down. Viper not going to be caught out. He
Back
spell
off.
shields. Not too much, but
TP
even
from
with the Tangle
Rats.
Barbs, Delight now looking to
It's a
recover
double
the fight.
TP.
Peanut looking for an angle.
Oh,
for
it's not a
Humble
double
Light to
knockup though.
continue the series. It comes down
Peanut
to
is like
a pop blossom
doing
for
something.
Peanut. He's
I'm not sure
isolated.
what,
He's
but he just did
dead.
something.
He's caught out.
Oh,
There's
Peanut.
Flandre. Now
Oh,
a new
Peanut.
target. He flies
Oh,
away,
the
but
charm
charm
missed.
doesn't connect.
Oh, the
He's
charm
buying as
missed.
much time as
Oh,
possible.
he's gonna live.
Eventually,
Oh my
Water
god, he's gonna live, and he has
Water
TP.
killed him,
Oh,
he
and now it's a
doesn't
Pantheon ult
get
landing on their head, and both their jungle support are dead, and Zeka has no ult, but the charm is very good.
it's time
Oh, the ult.
hitting them all.
Nice saves. Get him, Red Boy.
Now
Goes back.
into
Stridebreaker proc.
Vibe check.
Q3 ready.
versus three in this
Q3
fight.
ready.
Flandre had
Talk
to
to me.
back away.
Akali has,
He's got
maybe Akali has ult. I can't tell.
rejoin
Maybe
and
Akali
HLE
has ult. I can't
on the
tell.
wrong side.
Everyone protect.
It's so
Help.
scary still, and the fact that Sion's gonna be able to rejoin on full HP.
Oh,
is
Viper.
a big threat. Shanks is looking.
Trying to
Q2
bait it out
stacks,
as only
maybe?
the clone. Shanks
No.
is a sure can flip to go back to the Shroud, but HLE even at half HP, he won't
But the
take
Dragon
it.
Men, oh my god, they're
On a
on
nice
Soul
swim
Point,
as
Mountain
HLE
Soul
don't
with
start anything
Sion.
up in the top side. Instead, Teleport's going to come
Or
through.
are they?
From
In comes
but
Delight.
Dragon's being sold
Boom.
by Hope.
Peanut is back up though and heading
And
over.
Low. Flandre's good at zone control. Delight shattering strike. Hope pulls off the Dragon for now.
He's gonna
Second skin pass
Viper.
back on. And
Oh yes, Viper!
Viper
The auto
just
W
walks
cancel.
up and takes it. Simple as you like.
Big steal.
The confidence of HLE.
Get off your phone. HLE are coming back. Get off your phone.
HLE able just to walk in and
Get
take
off
it
your
away.
phone!
Again,
Get off your phone,
fights.
HLE are coming back.
It
Get off
looked
your
like
phone!
AL had that one in the bag, able to pick up Peanut at the start, but the kite back was so big. The
Oh,
fact
it's
that
so
Flandre
crazy.
survived,
Okay,
I
volume
thought was going to
increase.
be the breaking point. They
There's
are able
no
to
way
start
he's
to cut
flaming
through
the
them,
crowd hysterics. What
Turin
is he
with
doing?
The LDR. But at a kite back, and I think Zeka's charms, that charm he got onto Tarzan as he landed, was flawless and didn't give any chance, you know. It feels like the Pantheon is so tanky if you can play around his E, but when you're CC'd before you get it off, just went down so quickly.
Cold is neck and neck. Dragon's neck and neck. Baron the only thing that stands in their way. Both junglers ran it into the enemy team.
Peanut is sprinting it, not
keep
running
saying
it. Like,
comes
he
down
is...
to 1-5, but it really
Peanut is at
doesn't.
fucking terminal
It feels
velocity
like
right
we're
now.
going on
It's
this journey to Soul.
crazy.
As GA is soon to be picked up by Tarzan. He's got that gold advantage.
Like,
so that
Tarzan
might
is
be the
running
big
it, but
difference
we're
maker.
talking like a...
Seekers here.
Like
Another
a
tool for
mild
Shanks.
jog
Walks in
compared to
like
what
talking
Peanut's
about
doing. Holy
summoners.
shit.
While I'm looking through items here, those flashes I'm seeing on AL's side at least, mostly up and available, apart from Flanders and Kael's.
Yep. I feel like in this one, less important. I feel like for, you know, I think it's the biggest one for me is Vipers.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I think Viper
We'll
having
save
sums is the biggest thing, especially when you're playing against stuff like Nikali.
True.
I think he is pumping out so much damage now. Yeah, he does have his flash. He is the main character for HLE. You got to feel. Doesn't quite have the IE. He's gonna have that soon. Once he gets that, he will just shred. And if he's able to free hit, it might just be game over for AL in these fights. But they have a lot of tools to try and get access to him. We see both teams setting up posturing around the Baron. Fondre is on that front line, but they might just look to focus him, honestly, if Zeka lands a charm.
The Tangle Barb stopped Delight from finding an engage. Flandre is able to walk
That's a
it
3-item
out.
Kai'Sa.
But the wave clear.
The thing is, it's
no
not just a
GA
wave
on
clear, but
Tarzan yet, though.
also, if you
Wait, what's
stand
Zeka
near the
doing?
wave,
Zeus doing
if it's clearing it, you get shredded.
Rat?
Yeah.
So it's just the zoning and the wave clear.
Predict. Zeus looking for Shanks in the shroud. Some good damage
Oh,
now.
no W, no W, Peanut. What are we going to do about that? We're gonna...
for the dive, but a control ward from Tarzan. Spots him out.
We're
Tarzan with a level lead
Run away.
here over enemy junglers.
Okay. Yeah, looks a bit
HLE
scary.
looking for that pick, but every time it's a clone. Tarzan zoning out while Baron is still cleared of vision, and AL have to trickle in to find themselves an angle of attack.
Oh, bit of an
Honestly,
annoying
so
damage
much
there.
value from the Nico just being able to scout with the clone.
Yeah, that really is.
And just throwing it in constantly so you don't have to face check yourself. Especially as, you know, obviously Flandre is quite tanky, but even him, if he walks into a charm, he'll go down.
Nice block on him, had the cannon.
5 or 10 minutes
Right. Protobelt use Shanks.
Holy fuck, this Yona Kali are so locked in.
Pings in the
They are
alcove.
centimeters from their
Really
screen with their
smart from
eyeballs.
AL, spotting out what HLE want to do here. I mean, Delight on his rel has made game making.
Why is Kaisa level 5? She's not. It's level
And will
15.
many times again. Peanut clears out the last
GA
division
for
from
Pantheon.
AL. Baron is still staring them in the face, but remember that dragon. It's been long enough that in a minute 45 we had that
How
discussion
long on
again.
Viper IE?
The
I
third
think
dragon
Viper
rating
IE equals
Yeah,
GG.
You know,
like
I
that?
feel like the focus very much towards the Baron, but I'm not sure we're going to see it started up before that dragon spawns. You get the unending despair coming through for Fondre. Is very tanky. And now AL trying to find, moving in through the top side of the river, trying to find a way in. Light does not want to face check this, but
Maybe we're
we'll
giving
get
this tower.
the top blossom thrown out. We'll sort of warn him. And it looks like a lean towards our top lane tower. Quite late for it to go down.
And these outers
It's
for
actually the
HLE.
first tower of the game for AL.
Isn't that crazy to survive this long?
Yeah, considering how far ahead AL were in this game, but I think just showing how much difficulty they have really taking these towers.
This
in
guy
the
in chat said
competition.
LCK bias is disgusting. I looked at his
Said
chat
the
log
small
and it
range
says this
fighting
game
a
is
little bit here.
PMOing me
For AL,
ICL.
they do get control of this blue side of jungle,
shut
which
the
means
fuck
Baron
up.
looks a little bit easy. It's going to be started
Shut
off
the
on
fuck
Hope.
up.
That's great on
Peter
his
just
permanent
recalled.
fear. On a ward, you're right, that recall may be hurting. Zeka has to walk up. He doesn't want to TP until now.
And Delight
Hey!
doesn't have Smite with Spellbook. They will force them back.
Shanks on an angle as well. Flandre found out Zeka wants him, but instead Shanks has found himself.
Oh,
on
nice
the
ult, Peanut.
Cyclone. Catches
Nice
him
ult
midway
timing.
as Tarzan used the Grand Starfall to get near, but that's a couple of ultis now burned out for the fact that they found Viper.
No cannon.
Yeah, I mean, trying to find Peanut in that situation. The ult, though, interrupting the dash, though, I think was really critical there from Peanut. He was trying to rush over, make his way there to try and ward them off.
How long on IE? How long on IE? Someone check the
Such
time.
a tense game.
I'm
going to
say one more wave, surely, right?
Do not. And they're
Hey,
constantly
hey, hey.
threatening this Baron. They know
Hey, hey, hey.
with these
They're on
items
Baron.
does shred it fast.
Humble life. Is that
there
ward?
is a ward on it though.
Is that?
They have full information
Is
of
that?
this.
That ward has to see it, right?
Burned. They look towards mid. Flandre is going to ulti in. Zeus
They don't
on
have
the
double
way.
smite.
That
Peanut,
TP
this is you.
in
All
front of
those
the
smite
Yone.
steals in the
Shanks now
LCK
finds
brought
no
to MSI.
great damage.
Now it's time for you
Zones
to redeem
him
yourself.
up. That
Peanut,
5K
the hero of the day,
Peanut
goes
giving
in
the
and
steal. The steal.
he
The
gets it.
miracle
He's
steal.
back. It's Peanut.
Peanut and a Baron. It's HLE stealing it away.
And Tarzan has had
no
Peanut's
canyon in this
number
game.
all game, and here he slides
No canyon in this game to take his Barons.
Baron, drops the Mapingu, and walks away to the Mountain Drake. Answers back. He's got to feel good about that one. 6-2-5 to Tarzan, 1-4-1 to Peanut, but when it comes down that clutch moment, Peanut answers back.
It's big to get the third dragon alongside it as well. HLE moved to Soul Point, and he literally just walked in here and bombed.
Someone says Peanut didn't even smite.
And, you know,
Wait,
you
really?
can combo the damage of the Q and the smite, but it's hard into the Pantheon because that
Hey,
Q
I'm not
smite
telling.
with the full
I'm not
stack
telling.
is huge. It does a lot of damage.
I'm not telling.
He's good at
Hey,
securing
he stole it.
objectives. So just well played there from Peanut, especially when normally the person whose team is on
Don't
the
tell the
Baron
casters either.
is syncing up with the teammates. I know they were
W Peanut.
Hang on. Oh, there is a GA on Tarzan. Zeus has been chunked out a little bit, but Tarzan
Nice. Get his GA then. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it.
Bars from KL saves the play. Tarzan and GA might have been run down as Viper's running up into Shanks, and the ricochets are tickling. More than that with an Infinity Edge here on Viper. HLE, the priority is on them
Look,
for game
Viper
number 2.
items.
Shanks looks to defend
my
that top
God.
tier 1, another tier 1 that stays standing.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's doing so much damage at this point. But do you see the Tangle Bobs? They
Severe
last so
online.
long if it's hitting you after it's passed through a target. But they'll just shred through these towers. We do see a response from AL in the mid lane, taking that tier 1, but HLE are not stopping the top side, and they're happy to have Zeus defend mid while he does have that TP to join.
Zek also has a flanking angle onto Shanks, finds him, but no charm. Orb Deception in, but that's it. Zekka's ulti is now down, but Shanks is chunked out. That opens up for the inner turret, and with the enhanced recalls, HLE are going to call it there.
Yep, sync up the recalls together, everyone gets out. They got 2 towers on the top side. They still have time on the Baron, they can reset, head towards the bottom side of the map, and maybe look to pick up an inner tower there if they have time. But yeah, now this gold lead, it's not huge, but there is a lead in favor of HLE for about 2,000. But I think the significant thing is just at this point of the game, how strong this Sivir is. BF Sword picked up for Viper, likely going towards a Bloodthirster. He is doing insane damage.
Yeah,
I don't
Silent
think
Wolf will
Flandre
take
feels
that.
too tanky anymore at this point.
Viper's 360
The
CS.
ulti down now as well. New angles open up. HLE still have themselves 33 seconds for the Baron buff too. As well as taking away all the jungle from bot. They're going to move into this inner turret, and Flandre doesn't have an ult for a re-engage. We're going to get a
Viper
real
is so
little
locked in.
taster of what
He is
Viper
so
does
locked
with
in.
ricochets here. Through the wave at the very least. Flandre is not going to give it to us. But inner goes down regardless with 15 seconds left on the Baron buff.
Shanks looking for a big flank though.
That's a
This could
nasty
be
flank.
something.
He's going to come
They
on
should
a ward
spot him
eventually.
though, right?
Lens is going to be spotted out.
Oh,
but
one
Chaos
shot on
called
Nico
out
or
before
what?
the fight can begin.
Oh
Getting out
shit,
with
Viper's
Probell
in
is
trouble.
nice, but look at the back of
Viper's
the
in
fight.
big trouble.
Shanks now jumping in.
Oh,
He
oi,
has no
oi, oi,
GA.
oi. Is Kai'Sa dead?
Jumping in with Peanut, but
Zeus.
then watch Shanks
Oh, she
in
has
close
GA.
quarters.
Zeus, big knock up here. Oh, he stopwatched it. Nice flash. He has GA too. Oh, big crash down. You have Q3. Oh, there it is. Knock him onto Akali. Oh, no, the Akali. No. Charm. Good charm. Q. Oh, he blocked it. Run.
Did not die.
Oh my God. What the
I feel
fuck?
like AO got away with a massacre there that HLE started to bring back.
Such a beautiful
Holy
angle there
shit.
from Shanks. Just cleaned up Viper immediately
Holy
without
shit.
that DPS, without that damage.
This
You
is
know,
like
Zek and
reverse
Zeus
English
tried
Shakespeare.
so hard, but didn't have to follow through. The team
They lost
fight goes
double
in
GA for that,
favor
but it
of
worked.
AL, and this game still has more to show.
Cannot believe HLE of Zeus was
This is like
flying in the
Shakespeare
middle of
translated into
5 people.
fucking
When they say put the
Korean
fries
and
in the bag,
Mandarin
like, that's a big
with an
bag.
extended edition.
But Shanks in the end, you're right. We're going to look at a replay shortly, don't worry. Outer turret goes down, and all outers now down on Summoner's Rift. That fight was crazy.
And I think HLE were just in a
Bro,
bit of a
the
rush,
mechanics.
Right? They knew they didn't have much time left
Boom,
on the Baron.
boom,
They're like, we
boom,
want to get this
boom.
tower. They didn't do the setup, they didn't do the homework, didn't have the ward coverage. And they
I don't know if I can
jumped
translate that
onto
team
Kyle,
fight.
and I think
Oh my
that was the
God, it's
mistake
true.
because,
Holy shit.
You know, you focus so much resources onto this Nico. The Nico wasn't the problem. The Nico wasn't the threat. There was nothing left to peel the Sakali who came around the side.
Where's the replay at, bro?
And as soon
Where's
as
the
he reached
replay at?
Viper, there was just
Hey!
nothing Viper could do. And now Viper flashes
Clutch.
going in the next
Oh,
fight.
it's a Shanks
Yeah,
POV. One taps the
immediately
Sivir. Then it's on Peanut here trying to kill Hope. They do kill Hope. GA procs. Now it's all Zeus. Snaps back. He's in a Q3. Shanks stopwatches the Q3, so Zeus flashes down to kill the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa dies. Flash Q. He's going to E backwards here on the Yone to finish the Yone. And then it's just 2v3.
Like this,
and the
actually
Q
did so
comes
much
out from
there.
Ari, but it
He
gets
really did,
blocked.
yeah.
And it just
Bro, his
wasn't
reactions
quite
are
enough.
crazy.
Against
Boom,
Shanks.
boom, boom, boom. He can see the Yone Q3 coming from a mile away.
That Zekka in it. It's so funny that he's neither the Yone nor the Akali, but
look at the team fight damage, you know.
So much peeling from the Sion as well, yeah. Soul points for Hamma
He was
Life.
just cleaning up, you know, he was just
No
finishing off the
GAs for AL.
targets. That's what he needs to do.
No flash on
Crazy
hope.
how much Tarzan is still doing on this Pantheon.
Yeah.
His pick still holding up in the late stages.
Oh, look at Viper's items.
Would be
6
sold
items.
to HLE. Remember, no flash on Viper is super significant.
He has got GA though. He has got GA.
That Barrier almost up and available to give him a bit of breathing room, but still, ulti's all that remains for now. Viper has a GA though. Last fight, he only sat on the BF sword. Now he has everything. Delight maybe caught out as a clone. Gets between their way. Tarzan sends a spear. His Comet from afar. Shanks, his flank will be met with
Zekka.
Looking
Oh,
for
hit
him,
the charm.
max
That's
range,
big
all
chunk
the
on the Shanks.
deception
Oh,
as
he
well.
W'd a lot of
The
it.
damage not enough.
Got a bit of
Caedrel.
trade back.
Wow.
No W on
Already
Akali.
that much damage
Flanre
coming
frontlining.
out
Stun
of
comes
this
in. A
little
little bit of
Akali
damage,
as
Viper.
Flandre
Ults
zoning
back
up.
to try and
Yes,
peel.
Delight in
Oh,
the-
Kyle! Viper
Delight
spell
down.
shielded it.
Poke
It's
jumps
still
in.
pretty big
Tarzan
wombo.
flies
Kyle
through.
down.
Shanks
Big
in the
crit
backside
bloom.
running in. He's gonna
Wiped.
get golden
Wiped.
for HLE.
Viper just
Have
free hitting.
obliterated
Viper
anyone's
sees it.
left
Viper
hand.
sees it. He
All
sees
in
it.
the span
He
of
sees
10
it.
seconds. HLE keep their dreams alive.
And
He
that's
sees
the
it.
late game Sivir. They put AL into a blender and they take them to game 3. They just shredded them there. A 5-0. They're going to take the Nexus. And this series going all the way.
All to 3 games in Fearless. We get a treat. Our start of our quarterfinals delivers. And HLE play their comp to perfection.
That one was tense. That one was tense.
That was
you
a
know,
good
they
one.
finished the game with
That
a
was a
kill
good one.
deficit. That kind of shows how it went. And
We go next.
Tarzan on this Pantheon doing so much work. Viper pumping the damage. But even then, I feel like the whole of the team had to come together.
We're going to go to a short break. When we return, our final game, our elimination game here at the EWC quarterfinals for League of Legends.
W team fighting. Oh man, I wish Hammer Life was at MSI. This matchup, oh my god, man, this matchup is something we need to watch many times. We need to watch this over and over. Chat, is that a violin? I'm not gonna lie, like I said, Peanut was trying to break the world record for the 100-meter dash that game, but Viper won't allow it. Viper won't allow it. I put up my water, BRB.
What a game number 2 here. What a way to kick off our best of 3s. We are going the distance. Hanwha Life Esports tie it up against AGAL in the most unlikeliest of stats. I mean, we could just set it up where it's like, okay, here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it was stolen. Here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it's stolen. And we'll show you all of them here on the desk. Degon alongside Finn and Valdez. Maybe at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, we're just going to start breaking down AGAL's win. We'll say goodbye to Hanwha Life Esports. Not so fast, my friends. The hope is still alive. LCK's 3rd seed battle back in one of the best matches in the tournament.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was an absolute banger. Honestly, it was such a weird game because it felt like AL were winning every single fight, but the goal was even. And the objectives were going to Hanwha Life, and eventually that Sivir just became such a menace, and I eventually couldn't dive anymore because she had the GA, she had all the peel, and with the Atakan buff, all the bouncing ricochets were just too much to deal with for AL in the end, and yeah, what a comeback.
Yeah, Brenda, let's take a look at the draft here, because it was able to drag out a little bit later, some of those champions, like the Sivir, was able to get online. The Yone as well having huge impact here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we always used to talk about with Hanwha Life Esports, which is they can flex the Yone. They didn't do it for the longest time.
No,
but then it came out actually here at EWC where it kind of made sense. You know, the Ahri Wukong, a very strong duo from the mid and jungle with the Yone. I feel like the Sivir was kind of the odd one out where it's like you got that major scaling, whereas there's a lot of action that can happen on the top side. We all in the back, we were looking at the AL comp, the AGAL comp, and we were like, it's all right, but we weren't exactly convinced by it. You know, it felt like they were lacking a little bit of damage, very reliant on the Kai'Sa to be in a very good spot and the engages to be crisp. And for the majority of that game, they were. For 25 minutes or so, it felt like AGAL were playing out the fights as you would expect, but
I apologize to
eventually it just
Sivir.
kind of fell off.
I don't mind the Sivir. I think the Kai'Sa denial works well, though.
Almost every single
don't come at me with your wait, Caedrel. Game was won, therefore take is wrong. Don't do that. Hey, Tabe even said, does it win you the game, or did you win the game because of something else?
On the Pantheon.
If Peanut didn't steal 3 objectives, I think they'd be in big trouble.
1, 2, 3, 4 different angles and create
let's just imagine AL got that Baron.
On multiple fronts.
The game could be a fucking horror.
In the end, I think they just know exactly how to navigate that fight. Look at that snapback from Shanks going back, and the Yon tries to find an angle, but now we're gonna see the most damage
Sivir scales.
I think
Does
I've
she?
ever seen.
Does Sivir scale?
Right
what the
back.
fuck was that?
It's a nice cleanup from AL.
Oh, chat, is Sivir a scaling champ?
Would be a simple cleanup from AL, but boy, Cypher been wrong.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I mean, at this point, Tarzan was just taking over the game again. We were already talking about AGAL. They were going to take the 2-0. Tarzan is the MVP of the series, all this kind of thing. Didn't play out like that at the end of it. Spoilers for you all who missed the entire game. But yeah, actually a pretty close one, all things considered. Hope got a lot of damage there at the end. We saw Shanks coming back in with very low health, and AGAL ended up winning that fight.
Yeah.
Oh man, G2 BLG.
Win, and I like the,
we get another game of Hanwha Life versus AL, and then we get G2 versus BLG. Oh my god, we're gonna get 5 English speakers, but maybe they're the chosen ones.
Where Hanwha Life were kind of running out of ideas and started the Otacon. This one looked like it was going the same way.
Yeah, and here is where our beautiful cart starts derailing a wee bit. This secure by Zeus, I think, is the crucial point. I don't know how we got it with a Yone.
Think G2 BLG goes to 5. I mean, historically, when G2 plays against BLG, it normally goes. Wait, it's only 3 games. It normally goes to 3 games.
It's so much XP, so much stats, and that slow AoE after you get a kill was so crucial, especially with all those ricochets.
Yeah.
Again, normally it's 2-1 for BLG.
Relatively equal to even, despite the.
It's never really like a 2-0 stomp.
Great, made it that
I think G2 will take a game.
Scale,
no, they're not going to get 3-0 in a best of 3.
Some of the
Shut up.
that they wanted to take because of the snowball nature of the Otacon.
Yeah, the best of 5 in EWC is the finals.
Skirmish with Sivir coming up huge with a Drake steal. It steals nonstop, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, the game, I feel like AGL slowly.
I'll show you the bracket,
started
yeah.
to
So the
lose a
bracket looks
handle
like
on
this,
game,
I
because
think.
again,
It
like,
looks
the fight
like
is looking great. You're like, okay, you got the kill on Peanut again. They're going all in onto Scion. Like, what are HLE doing? They're overextending, but
is BLG G2 on the same side of FlyQuest Gen G, or is HLE AL on the same side as FlyQuest
maybe
Gen
he was
G?
getting a little bit overconfident, and then eventually Hope's just trying to like solo the dragon by himself, and they just waltz on over and steal it. The second time there's no junglers around, kind of.
That's what the bracket looks like.
And that's another moment where HLE get a massive
That's the bracket.
step back.
So
in the
right
game, because
now,
if you have a
we've got
Scion, the front line
AL
with two
HLE.
Mountain Drakes, then you're
The
just
winner
kinda
will
getting
move
too far
on
behind his HLE.
to play against the winner of
Any one
T1
those
versus
things go
Koi,
the way
who
of
plays tomorrow.
AGL, they feel comfortable in this.
The
So
loser
now
is out.
the pressure's mounting,
Later
and the
today, we
call
have
for
G2 versus
Baron is
BLG.
made, and let
The
me
winner
tell
moves
ya,
on to the next
Hunter
round to
Life
play against the
Esports
winner of
must have
FlyQuest Gen
made a
G,
stop
which is
over
tomorrow.
at Jamil Motorsports, because not only did they get a deal, but they had multiple different steals from Jamil. It all started off here, the Wukong getting caught out, and AGAL trying to jump on
Koi's gonna
to
win.
Peanut.
I'm not gonna
but
jinx
he
it,
has to use his
but they
ult.
could,
No ult to get on
possibly,
in.
maybe.
There's no way they can get on in, Finn, right?
Oh, there's so many questionable decisions this fight. Side ulting to Baron, and all the catharsis of it all is
Peanut
the
doesn't
steal.
even
The flash
smite.
bonk by Peanut
Giga
secures
shedding.
the Baron for HLE, and now it's like, oh, they can go get the dragon as well, and all just kind of fumbles apart because they didn't go to dragon. They said we don't need to do dragon. Their jungler can't get into the pit. We can just get the Baron instead. They couldn't. They couldn't get the Baron instead.
Yeah, I don't know. That AL, again, they were losing their grip on this game bit by bit, and I think
Chat,
that was kind of
two
the final
questions.
nail in
Number
the coffin.
one,
The game
is the
wasn't over. It was
Kled
still
rework
kind of
successful?
even at
Does
that
it feel
point, but
good?
just
Number
felt
two,
like
is
mentally
Yunara strong
AGL
or
were
useless?
kind of out of it after that.
Yeah, with Baron, Hanwha Life Esports then push the bottom lane. They get to the bottom tower, and then they get flanked on. And but it was just like a 1-for-1.
Yunara is not
which
that
meant
strong, but
we're
she's
back
fun,
to
and the
equal yet
Kled rework
again.
is good.
However, the Drakes had been stacked for
Okay.
Hanwha Life Esports.
W's
As we
all
take a
around.
look at our final highlight, keep your eyes on Hope. The Kai'Sa ult, maybe not the greatest here.
Kled rework is not
Yeah,
really
it's a
noticeable.
tough fight because Shanks can't really get access into the backline, being marked by Seka very well, and here the Sivir is just fully scaled. She is just fully locked, fully loaded, and there's just nothing to do at this point.
What time
Yeah,
is
I
the
mean,
game
what can
tomorrow?
you say? Not the best fought out fight there for AGL, but as you're mentioning, Finn, you know, they were marked. The Sivir was out of control.
T1
There were
versus
just way
Koi
too many
tomorrow is at
dominoes
10
that had
a.m.
already fallen before
British
that fight,
time,
which, again, it
which
wasn't the
is
best
11 a.m.
execution from them, but it just
CEST.
felt like HLE had
Jenny
taken the
flies
game
at
already, and you can see it was very
Bro,
back
I'm not
and
gonna
forth.
lie, I think they
At
should
some
swap
point,
these
you know,
games
we
around.
had I think it's like a 2,000,
Because
3,000
FlyQuest
-ish
playing
gold
first
for
makes sense
AGL.
for any
That's not
fans.
massive, especially when you're giving up
Because it's a little bit earlier, so it's a bit more easy to stay up for.
Yeah, definitely not. 8 different gold swings in that one, and every single one a twist in turn. One of the best games that we've had so far at the Esports
No? What do you mean,
World
no?
Cup. We'll get the side selection
That's-
here in just a second for AGL.
Wait, later is better, is it?
But it was a heck of a game, and now if you're Hanwha Life Esports, you feel like all the momentum's
What's
on
the
your
time
side.
in NA right
You
now?
know, maybe
Right
a little
now.
lucky if Coach Dandy's like,
Actually,
hey, if
NA
any
is
of these
pretty
steals
big.
didn't go your way. If you're AGAL, you're kind of worried you weren't able to close
It's
it on
9
out.
a.m.
Yeah,
What the
just,
hell?
like,
That must
looking
be on
ahead a little
Eastern
bit
time.
draft-wise for next game, because here we see that AGAL chooses blue side, and when I think about the jungle meta, there's all these skirmish junglers, and Vi is the only one really up and available, so I imagine that will be taken out in the banning phase, which turns us to either you go for a Sejuani Maokai Skarner type champion, or as Tarzan has done in the past, you can go into the Zeds. The little bit of crazy, yes, we see some massive PogChamps on our screen, just beautiful. But I really do wonder how they will adapt now in the game Free Fearless, because there are so many avenues you can walk down, and you just gotta pick one.
Yeah, again, in Fearless, you have to, more so than getting comfort at some points at this, even Game 3, Game 4, Game 5 especially, later on, you have to pick stuff that makes sense with the composition. And this is where I really like to see the coach's brains really working and the gears turning, because you have to put together something that makes sense for your players, but also makes sense as a composition. And this is going to be a little bit difficult, I'd say, for HLE on the red side, who have had some rough drafts so far.
I will say, though, that although it's a different roster with Zeus in and not Doran in for this team. This feels very similar to Game 5 of Summer Finals last year, where we're like, okay, cool, you won on blue side, you got to win on red side, you got to pull something out here with a terrible kind of run, and now momentum.
What was
on
the
your side.
strongest
Will they
champ
be able to
ever
do it?
on release?
Our knockout phase concludes
Whoa,
our first match here
fuck
on
me.
Live Esports
Aphelios
AGAL
release
as
was
we send it on over to the
disgusting.
casters.
Aphelios release, like,
Well, it is nice
that
that
was
our first
horrendous.
quarterfinal has gone the distance. Last game imminent.
What
AGAL, their
else was
debut
there?
with their new name.
Yeah, Zeri release
put
was
up an
quite disgusting,
exceptional
but
game
Zeri
in
went
one,
through a
but
phase of
HLE
being very disgusting.
Were so damn punishing in game 2. More so, they were just resilient orcs.
Yeah, resilient was exactly the word I was going to say. I feel like there was a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
feel like we
moments.
lead Aphelios as far as I'm aware.
You know, I think a word you could say is clutch. I think another word you could say is kind of winging it. You know, the
Did you guys know the
Anakan,
Twisted
the
Fate,
Baron,
his
where
ultimate
Peanut
used to
just
be
walked
his
up and said,
E,
"Yoink,"
I think?
Yeah.
Did the Mapingu, you know, a classic
He could just
from
ult on his
Peanut.
E.
I think if you look at the average of the series so far, pretty favored towards AL.
Yeah.
Because game 1, very
And he was
favored
just
towards them.
TPing
In
around the
game
map
2,
everywhere.
you know, HLE was down on the wire. It was close. It was pretty close throughout it. So, game 3, we'll see what HLE can do. It's side selection for AL. I think this is.
All right, here we go. Game 3. What do you got for me?
We've seen from HLE.
Gwen ban,
AL
Jace
is
ban.
still showing that
Okay.
They are a formidable team. The formidable team we
I
saw
mean,
at MSI. We will get into.
what are some good
the
bans here? Yorick
and
ban
we
is
are gonna
pretty good
see
by HLE. But
Gwen
Jace ban makes it so it's kind of
once
weird
again
to ban
by
Yorick.
consistent ban all
I
3
think
games
Aurora.
from
Oh no,
them.
Aurora's out. Oh yeah.
Gonna take away
Poppy's
the
pretty
Jace
strong.
from Zeus as well.
Okay, they do ban the Yorick.
Yorick.
I think
gonna be
Poppy's
banned.
pretty strong.
That was something they started banning in game 2. And the Poppy is something they banned in the first 2 games, but it's actually going to be AL who banned
What's
that
a
Poppy
good
away
first
this
pick
time.
right now?
Vi is something that was talked about in
Yeah,
the
Poppy
studio.
Van pulls the
That
Vi
would move
ban
Poppy off the
surely.
cards, maybe if the priority on the Vi goes
I
up
think
a
the
little
Vi
bit.
ban will come out now
They're
from
trying
the
to bait
Poppy
out a
ban.
Vi ban in this situation.
Yeah, because what else is there? Like, in terms of skirmishing junglers, Zin's out, Pantheon.
I feel like Jhin is a
Wukong
good
all
first
taken
pick.
away, even the Trundle. And with that Yone combination, Sejuani hasn't really been seen 5
think-
bans. So we go down tier list of junglers.
Nocturne
Tarzan getting in
Orianna
fire here
is
makes a lot of
kinda
sense,
good.
but Also, is it just going to be one of those mid lane picks, like seeing early Annie Orcs? We're going to see early
Yeah,
Rise.
Annie
someone like
first pick is
Shanks.
good. The problem with Annie
do.
first
I mean,
pick is I
options
think
there.
it walks into Galio.
Maybe
And
with
I
the
don't know if
Jace
AL wants that to happen.
band. I mean,
Oh, they're gonna
Jarvan is
first pick
open and available. They
Jarvan.
have to lock that in.
Really?
So sort of moving
Okay.
down the tier list in terms of
I
those.
mean, they have
feel like
Jarvan
Peanut could just
Orianna,
go towards
Jarvan
the
Annie,
jungler.
Jarvan
They just
Victor,
go
and
Ezreal
the
here.
draft
That's a
crashed.
miss. That's a miss. But Jarvan B1 seems
They
maybe a
mispicked.
mistake.
Nope, it wasn't
no,
Jarvan.
Okay.
Nope, it's just a draft crash.
But don't you just pull out, like, don't you have mobile AD carry like an Ezreal or something here would be nice against Jarvan?
Lee Sin into Jarvan is very good, but Peanut, do you want to go Lee Sin? There's the Galio I was talking about. It's not into Annie, but it's a very OP champ. They could play like Galio, Neferi, Galio Nocturne, Galio Lee Sin, Galio. I mean, there's a lot of counters to Jarvan, really. Anything with a dash.
And then just show that you're going to go Galio top. But
No, I wouldn't blind Galio top. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Glad I have you here.
Yeah, I mean, pick this up. It'll be interesting to
Any
see if they
AD
opt to go
jungler's
for
good here.
jungle pick here. I do think that I was talking
I
about.
think
Peanut
AL
potentially
might
like a
be
tank
going for
jungler. I don't
Ornn
think that's gonna
Annie
be
or
the case
some
if you go
shit.
to Galio, and it looks like the Lee Sin they hovered is something they're going to commit to. An old favorite, I remember way back in the
Orianna,
day when it
Orianna
was
Ornn or something maybe
SKT
works.
Peanut, and he broke the kill record
Ari's
at
out.
MSI.
Oh, is that the 16 kill game or something?
Peanut
Something
Lee
like
Sin.
that.
Been broken since, but it was crazy for a
I mean, Lee
jungler.
Sin is
Yeah,
great in the Jarvan, right?
long time ago. So definitely a classic.
They're gonna take the
full
Jhin
bet
2-3.
in. Seen a
Okay,
lot of
I
Jhin
mean, yeah,
bans
I
in the
thought
second
first pick Jhin
rotation,
would work
but it
as
looks
well. I
like
think that
Hope
champ
can
is very
prioritize that
strong
one, and
at the moment.
You've heard the term many times before, shooting a fish in a barrel.
Yep.
I think Ezreal on 3 is good for Hammer
Oranges
Life.
and a Cataclysm. A little bit different.
Ooh, Rise. Oh, yeah, of course. I keep forgetting about
Yeah,
Rise.
and I think the
I think Ezreal on 3 is good. I think Aatrox on 3 can work, or Camille on 3 with bans, maybe.
Playing into
If you ban like
two
Jax
melee
Fiora.
champions already, 2 short range champions.
But I
You can
think
really stack
Ezreal
up
might be
the,
your best
blocks
bet.
quite easily in these
Or
team
Corki,
fights.
I guess.
As you said, you don't
Some
want to pull
teams
the
like
Galio
their
up
Corki.
blind. Feels like it's going to be mid for now.
Nice.
There's that
If
Ezreal
I'm
against
AL, I
Jarvan,
would
so
probably ban Camille.
there is a
If
bit
you're
of
playing
mobility
Jarvan
added
Rise
into
against
HLE's
Galio,
comp
I think
against
Camille
this,
sounds quite
Sepsi.
scary to play
Yeah, not a
against.
huge surprise for Viper specifically, and
I
also just into
also
Jarvan.
think
So
Nautilus
Yeah, both
Braum.
teams
Oof, maybe
prioritize
they have to
carries early
ban.
in top
Maybe
lane,
they ban
not
Camille
coming through
Braum.
yet. I do
I
feel
feel like
we've
that
had a lot
hits
of
pretty
the
well.
You know, we've had
And
some of the
HLE can
high-profile
ban,
top laners off the cards and banned.
Yeah, I'm
It
best
does
sure.
put us in a situation where, you know, HLE have some choices. You could go
I mean, the thing is, if you
for,
ban Camille Brown, they could just pick Aatrox on
like
4.
a high-proud pick on 4, and then go counter pick either support or top lane. What I imagine
Camille Aatrox
is
ban
whichever
sounds
engaged
useless.
support is left available could end up coming out.
I don't
on
know, these
4
champs are kind of scary for
HLE,
Hammer Life.
and then they go counter pick for
Okay, they
Zeus
banned the
for that
Braum.
last
Nice.
pick.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the
and
Camille ban is
honestly,
useful, but it also hurts
There
you.
could be a lot of options. I mean, with
Because
the
what they
Ezreal,
could
you
do
can keep it,
here
like, bring out, like, the Bard.
is
You
they
know,
could
into Jhin,
ban
you can
something
cancel
that
the ult if
works
something
into
else brought out
Aatrox,
as
because
a
Ambessa
ranged
is already
option.
out.
You're into a mobile
So they could
carry,
ban like
so it's a lot of
Renekton or
value.
something.
I mean, heck, even defensively, you could throw
And
it
then
down
if
on
you
a
ban
Cataclysmal
Camille,
Well.
they
I
get
think that's
Aatrox
really
for
a
free.
great
And if
use
you
case
don't ban
for it.
Camille, what do they
We'll
blind
see, although
pick?
I think
Leona on
bot blind might
4?
be a little
I think
bit
Leona on 4 is good.
optimistic, and there
Then
are
they have
still
Camille
quite
on
a
5
few
into your
engage options
Aatrox.
available in, like, Nautilus
Jax
and
is
Leona.
also a bit of a concern.
Well, that's one taken away.
Okay, they matched the Not ban with Braum,
Maybe
that
for
makes
Leona.
sense,
I mean,
sure.
look, Karma against
But
Jarvan,
Leona's
do you
in.
think that's also an option for HLE?
Is AL gonna ban Leona actually? Maybe that's the most consistent here.
would
Okay, so what I see here is you have
pick
Aatrox,
Karma,
Camille, Jax.
definitely not
I
blind,
think
and
you
also
ban
Jarvan, because the thing is you have
Leona.
the Ezreal and Karma I feel like can be quite a vulnerable target. They can just look to focus, but it really depends on
Then
the bottom
they
matchup.
have to pick
Yeah,
top
plus
on
like the
4, I
Karma, a nice
think.
follow-up here, but unfortunately that's taken away.
And they'll go Jax. Oh, they do ban the Camille.
I like the Camille ban though. Honestly, Camille would have been huge for Zeus. And also
Okay, I
pairing with
think
the Galio.
Aatrox on 4 is
think that's
crazy here.
one
I think
that
they're thinking of
was a
Jax.
heads-up ban away from AL. So we'll see if they opt to go for the support pick here on 4. I mean, there isn't anything
I'm
that,
scared
like,
of
really
Karma
screams
on
out for me that
5.
you need
I
to
feel
go
like I would
now.
just take Aatrox on 4 here. It's crazy good. Oh, they're gonna take the Leona,
Leona,
okay.
you said.
I mean, they opt to go for Leon. That is like the last remaining.
I mean,
engaged
AL
support. It looks like they want
kinda have to blind Jax. They don't really have a choice.
Kyle's Leona this year has been sensational. His best champion by far, I think. But it's also a nice little takeaway from the support of AL.
Yeah, and we'll see
I don't
what
know if
they
I like
opt
Tam
to run
Kench.
into it.
I don't mind
Braum
Thresh.
is off the cards.
I
It's
don't know
like
if
a
I like
typical
Blitz.
response. Don't like the Blitzcrank in Ezreal.
Bard is shit.
Don't really like the Bard here that much. It's hard, you know, people have gone mobile options because of the Jarvan, and I think Bard, the ult value is reduced into mobile options as
Oh
well.
my
But
god,
they
Bard
opt to
is
go
so
for it, they
bad
lock it
here.
in. Can see what he can do on the map though. Bard is obviously something that if you can get a lot of value depending on the skill of the player, and if you can roam around, make an impact, you can definitely take off. Does have that range advantage
Really?
as well.
They have 3 dashes.
Into Leona. Now the top lane pick that is going to be blind for Andre. We have seen a lot of them banned away
Cassante.
already, and it looks like he's just going to
Well,
go
it's
for the
Aatrox on 5
Cassante.
probably, right? Or Jax.
And I will say, you know, a lot of people expect Zeus. We've seen so many historically counter picks from him in a lot of eras where he is like that counter pick player who has lent into that. We haven't seen that as much recently in the regular season of the LCK and even into Road to MSI.
Don't
Will
go
we get
Vayne
it
top,
here?
you rat.
Oh my
Don't go
God.
Vayne top.
Will he
Don't
bring
do
out
it.
some old favorites?
Don't
Will he
do
say,
it.
hey,
Don't
you're
do
going
it.
to pick
Don't do
Santé
it.
into me,
Don't do
I'm
it.
going to
Don't go
punish
Vayne
that.
top.
He has a supporter for Galio who can lean towards the top side.
Oh my god, please. What? Oh my god.
Is it Lee Sin top?
Okay, Orcs, is this Kindred top? It's not Lee Sin top, is it? It's Kindred top, isn't it? Or is it...
What
Why
the
are you
fuck?
asking? We ain't seen this.
Or
You
is
know,
it
this
Lee
is
Sin
brand
mid?
new.
Shout out on ads, you can
I
over
think
at
it
Theo on
might
Twitch,
be
Prime, and have
Lee
some
Sin
channel to
top.
watch back for game subs, big case, much love.
He's cooking.
Much love, big case, appreciate all the
Lee Sin
subbers.
top, Kindred jungle. I think it
Kindred
might be.
for Peanut, Lee
Because we
Sin
used to
top
have- in
for
LPL, we used to
Zeus.
have
What?
A Kindred AD carry player and someone who would...
Does Lee Sin
Solid was
top
playing a lot of
counter
Kindred top,
Cassante?
So that was ages ago. That was like 3-4 years ago.
No, there's just a lot of trust, but
This
you know,
is a huge amount of trust.
into the Cataclysm, you know, the Kindred has mobility. You also, the ult counteracts it quite effectively. But even the...
Why the fuck?
The Lee Sin into the Cassante in the top lane, you know, if he does end up going for the all-out, you have the execute damage on the Q.
Yeah.
This is some cooking, you know? I feel like the composition that came out from AL, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. HLE went a little bit off the rails on the back end with that flex, and we'll see what they can do. A lot of confidence being put in Peanut. If I'm just going to be strictly honest, he's been gapped by Tarzan so far this series. He needs to pull out a strong performance on this Kindred, because we have seen many times before how feast or famine this pick can be. If you fall behind, you're not going to have an impact in this game.
Well, it's a game 3 draft.
Jesus.
It's like when your back's up or against the wall. For HLE, this is what they went to. Did they overcook? Did you decide yes or no? What do you think?
Jesus.
Ask me after the game.
You're a results-based Andy. Well, to be fair,
Never
seeing at
fails.
least in top versus the Cassante, I'm very curious as to how this matchup's going to go.
I think AL's comp is pretty solid.
I mean, it's pretty more, it's standard for sure.
But it's not infallible, you know. I think the Ezreal pick was pretty heads up.
He's
Yeah.
played it once. I mean, Lee Sin
B1D
top
like
was
that, you
meta
know,
in
the blind Jarvan
2021,
Not
I
fully
think.
convinced by it.
It was like
but also,
MSI,
Kindred
Lee
is
Sin
such a
top.
feast of famine, and like it does well into things like the Jarvan.
And you went like
but
Hydra,
I don't
not
know.
Hydra. You went
You
like
know,
Iron
Kindred
Spike
has-
Whip, was it,
Kindred
or
has to
something
have
with
a great
Gore Drinker? You
performance
just
on this
one shot the
Kindred,
wave
we'll
with
see what he can
Emax.
As well as Zeus and that Lee Sin top versus Cassante. HLE, have they overcooked is the question of this game number 3, this final game of the series. Our quarterfinals have just begun, but one team is going home. After this, is it HLE or anyone's legend?
Hanwha Life fighting.
Needed that bit of spice in the end.
We did. We need, if HLE are going out, they go out with a
Yo,
bang.
what the fuck? Someone donated
If they
100
take out
euros.
anyone's
Paycat dropped
legend,
100
they
euros
take
and said,
them out with a bang either way.
You know, I wouldn't have put it past Zeus.
just a quick dono. Yo, I appreciate the dono. To the LGBT community, much love. I appreciate the 100 euro dono. I don't have alerts on right now. I appreciate you dropping 100 euros to me. Absolutely crazy. But I don't have alerts on. I don't normally have alerts on during the...
going for it. I think Aware would have just been cleared out pretty quickly.
what's it called? During the co-streams.
It's kind of fake that they put a ward in that brush there. But early information is so
I appreciate
important.
you a shit ton,
we
much
always
love.
talk about Kindred and the stacks. 4 stacks is when you get that first range upgrade, and then it's every 3 after that. But
Can you
that
explain
first
what
4 is
Fearless
like the
Draft is?
biggest spike. And it's kind of like, you know when you have Kayn and the
Fearless
transformation,
Draft
it's
is
not quite
just
the same.
pick a champ,
But it's like
it's
you're
out
half
for the
a
series.
champion
Boom,
when you
that's
get that
it.
first range upgrade. Like after that, more stacks is obviously nice, but really, we've seen games where Kindred's never hit those 4
When you
stacks.
draft
and
without
it just,
fear.
It feels, you're just an
Exactly.
old bot. You feel so underwhelming.
Okay, so he's playing Lee Sin top
tracking
with
those
Grasp.
early on,
What
seeing what
skin
Pina
is
can
he
do,
playing with?
seeing if he gets lucky around those first spawns is going to be a big factor.
Well, I'm excited because for Peanut, as you said, it's been a rough series outside of a couple of steals and
Storm Dragon Lee Sin,
some
right?
Cool,
Is that Storm Dragon?
team fighting moments last game, like the interrupt and the Shanks ulti as Akali.
Is Deus just saying I miss owner by playing Lee
That's
Sin?
about it. I'm curious about top lane matchup.
Nah, he would be
This
using
is
his
one
skin
that,
if
like,
that's what he
you know,
meant.
Finn would obviously probably know because Finn plays some wacky stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had too much Lee Sin top. You know, Rascal was known for it in the LCK. There was a period where they were playing it a lot. Remember, Cabashard was playing it a lot in the LEC a while back. There was a period where they buffed his Tempest a lot, and people were maxing E, and it was really good.
Wave clear.
Yeah, but obviously that's not how it is right now.
True.
I assume the matchup into the Cassante, you're gonna have some early pressure, and then like after 6, if he does go for the all-in, you can kind of just burst him with kick and the execute because he has that lower threshold health. But we will see. Obviously, a lot of early power from Lee Sin. Kind of why he's picked in the jungle.
Oh.
Sonic Wave taken
Dashing
there.
around.
You can see already Zeus
Oh,
in a good
big
position.
knock-up.
Just fun from Zeus, or rather Zeka.
Oh, flash.
Well, flashes forward. Thinks he has kill threat.
Oh, he has no mana for
he
Q.
He does not. Maybe overcooking a bit there with Shank.
I think if he has mana for Q, he will get Galio Flash.
And honestly, if I was Peanut right now, I would be
hit mid.
I'd be maybe switching my mark onto a certain someone.
Yeah.
You know, flashless Rise when you have a Galio with flash. To me, that is such a signal of a free kill. To
That
be
is
set
really
up
unlucky.
later on. And Shang's feeling
I
himself.
think
but
auto
doesn't
Q
quite
auto
calculate
might
the
kill,
damage
but Zeka would
perfectly
flash,
there.
right?
Probably like, you know, an extra
Then it's
Q
really
off
dangerous to
with
play
Overlord
Rise
on
mid
top.
now. He is going to get one tapped.
With our spell blocks on top, I should say, sorry.
I think it's always harder to judge with Galio because he has like the damage reduction on his W that lasts a bit longer after the shield as well, and you know the resolve defensive runes.
Wow, that RNG. Kindred stack spawning
Is this
topside.
Peanut's first mark? It is. He high rolled. Oh, here we go. I mean, for any
Is
Kindred
top
player,
dive?
they know they're like, it's a 50-50. What side of the map am I clearing for?
Yeah.
And he got it. And
Look at
Tarzan and Kicks
Zeus.
are coming down, probably like, oh.
You know, personally, I think they should make it so like the first Scuttle Crab always gives a mark. Like once you take one, like either Scuttle Crab gives a mark, and once you take one, the other one loses the mark, and it's no longer a coin flip. And balance him around that, because I feel like the 50-50 is just so silly.
It is.
It's so.
But
What is Zeus maxing?
So you're
He's
saying
maxing
the first
Q
scuttle,
right
no matter
now,
what, so
apparently.
if one's taken, then the mark's just diffused. It's done.
No, so like if you go top and the enemy jungler goes bot, no matter what, you just you always get a mark of that first scuttle you take.
Okay, first scuttle you take. I was going to say, as Peanut makes this gank
Stun.
known into Caedrel.
Oh, Delight
Magical journey
pre-flashed.
taken, Delight's on top, but Peanut's going to follow up.
And the
Mounting
wolf fight.
Dread. And Peanut clears
Did he get
for
out
a
here?
second kill.
Nice
or rather,
flash.
I
Delight.
thought it was going to be a second mark.
Oh, he didn't
away
flash
from
into the
Delight.
portal.
He
He
gets
like,
out, but Peanut
I feel like
has the
Delight
flash as well. It wasn't
preemptively went
actually
through
a
the
mark.
portal.
Peanut had marked
Wait,
Tarzan
he's holding
previously.
3 range
double
creeps.
sums, unfortunately, had marked Tarzan. It's a typical
freeze
kill
the
for
wave
Kindred,
for
just to mark the
Viper.
enemy jungler. Hadn't switched
What
it at
the
that point.
fuck?
It's also a bit obvious if you switch it just before the gank as well.
Yeah.
But I think that Flandre can just one-shot the wave here.
I wonder where Kindred is.
Does Flandre die doing this though? He's gonna have to W
subtle,
it.
real subtle, mate. Yeah, I mean, still a kill on a Kindred, even if it isn't that extra mark, you'll absolutely take it. So, positive moves there, and we do see the swap coming through. This lands that.
And Hope is tagged out, low on mana as well with Safeguard and Iron Will. Zeus just pops him for a bit of attack speed.
Oh, this Lee Sin's looking kind of
Hope in a
strong.
bit of trouble. The good thing in the late swap is he can just...
Zeus
gap close,
just
please.
got his ult, right? And genuinely, if he had his ult there, might have been able to kill, because I think a little bit longer, the ult to suspend him, and then a second Q, maybe.
Yeah.
Dangerous game played by Hope there. We'll see the play here. This is the thing with Leona into Bard is that, you know, you're quite a bulky target.
Oh yeah,
right?
Delight pre-took
Bard,
it,
has
knowing
a
he
really
would flash,
big
but he
hitbox,
can't get the last Q.
And that Zenith Blade quite key to the hit, so L walks up, does get punished. Now Peanut moving on to the Dragon.
Yeah, now on this Drake as well. A bit of success story so far is his Kindred. I mean, an early kill too.
Yeah, I mean, still a slow start in terms of marks, but getting killed, getting objectives.
Getting 1 mark is better than
If Lee Sin took
That
the
is
range
true,
creeps, he would have been
know.
6. Yeah, he would have been
Glass
6
half full,
actually.
guys. You are
But
G.
he gave his 80 carry
I am
3 extra
indeed.
minions.
You know, top mark is Scuttle for the time being. Peanut is beelining towards it, but Tarzan's going to take it out before he gets there. Because a 2v2 might escalate in a minute 30 because Grubs are up. And Peanut already with a Phage longsword. Bit of an advantage here over Tarzan in the early game.
Yeah, definitely the start. And the thing is as well is that even if you don't have the marks from that kill, like the extra gold is going to make getting marks easier.
Yeah.
And push in that direction. Obviously though, Tarzan does have that level 6, that Cataclysm. And you know, you have targets without flash. You can potentially look for, particularly Delight level 4. With,
I mean, I guess, yeah, the Lee Sin synergy
currently.
with Kindred are sure, man. Like, let's all get in the Kindred ult, and then I'll just, like, kick one of them out, and then
I
one-shot
will
them
say
for you.
Shanks, flash coming up soon. I would have liked to see more of a proactive effort to punish that, you know? I feel like in a mobile pick like a Rise, burns flash, and you have a Galio into it. I don't know. I think that's the sort of thing that you should punish, you should look to capitalize on. I feel like we saw a game earlier today where the flash was burnt proactively and it was actually turned around quite effectively, and there was just repeated ganks to make things happen.
Yeah, mobile mage with no flash feels very easy to do so. But you're right, Peanut doesn't get anything in the end, and that flash is about to come back up, so... At 7.5 minutes in the game, this is that 1 kill towards bot. It's still Peanut with a bit of a lead. It's still an early game.
Rise
He can be
ulting for
proud
lane.
of here. Next mark, though.
Yeah, the Jarvan value this game
seconds.
is fucking
Tarzan
rough.
is clearing up. Peanut
Ezreal,
is now level 6
Lee
as
Sin,
well, so
Kindred.
both junglers have that to the table. And we're just going to have to see because both bot lanes are still top here. And
It is
Zeus
really
doesn't have
rough.
TP available. Flandre,
I guess
he does not
Leona,
either, so it could
just
be a
ult her, and
4v4.
then everyone else can just cook a bit, or...
Peanut not looking towards the top side, maybe the Grubs.
But is Peanut a good Kindred? I haven't seen him play Kindred in
Is just
fucking
coming from
millennia.
Leona. No TP for top laners currently, but they are trying to make something happen off this. Trying to get the Galio to move in.
Go on, jump in the pit.
Delight does not have ulti available. Kael does. Tempered Fate, the advantage. Misses, though. So now that's down. Tried to use it with T1's own skin, but fails there.
Jarvan
As the
EQ.
flag drags in. Tarzan and fighting target with Deadly Flourish onto Peanut, who still has his ulti available. There you go. Ulti for ulti, the Cataclysm in the shiny dome.
Flash
the
out.
Galio is going to
Viper
save
flashed.
Grace
Didn't
as
kill him.
Zeka comes in. Tarzan
Zeus
gets
should
out
kill
with
him,
a
though.
frisk of health. Flag and
someone
drags
should
over
kill
the
him.
wall. He has no way out. He's on the wrong side of the rift.
Ezreal KS.
And Peanut gets another mark. Meanwhile,
Man, I think
HLE
Humble Life
fending
champs
off
are
the rest
too
of the fighters.
mobile. They're
AL
way too
will not
mobile.
come out of this one without the Grubs, or rather, with the Grubs,
Way too
but no
mobile, I
kill.
think.
And I think Peanut so happy that Tarzan just flag and dragged over the wall to deliver the kill to him, deliver the mark. You know, it was actually the ult from Viper that secured it, but mark goes in favor. And it is Grub advantage towards AL. We also saw Zeus move up towards the top side, so a little bit of a lone time for Flandre, but I think HLE happy with the outcome overall.
And Peanut is in a great spot. Orcs SD2.
2 out of 4.
I see 2 out of 4.
Jarvan first pick. Yeah, this is the problem with Jarvan first pick. You kind of get cooked.
Who's he going to mark next?
Don't know.
Ezreal, Corthi, Kai'Sa.
Who would I put a mark on? Oh, I'd put it on Shanks. He just lost his flash again.
You know what?
Let's do that.
That is a great call. That's what I would do too.
Okay.
We see the commit here, but it's kind of difficult because he has the ultimate. This is kind of why the Kindred's been picked in the Jarvan.
Yeah, comp
ends
is
up having
pretty
to flash
hard
out,
to play
and I
for
think
AL.
Zek did a great job of disrupting and keeping the rest of the team busy, as did Delight.
Game is pretty hard to play.
I think Tarzan, you should have just given the kill over to Zeus. Because by that point, Peanut hadn't actually hit him for a while.
True.
I don't think he would have got the mark credit, so I think you should have just given it to Zeus, denied the mark. In the end.
Wait, Shanks, no. Remember, no flash available. Flash in. Zeka doesn't connect, but shielded around.
Is
Shanks
his Rise
gonna
ult
stand
up?
there
It's
with
not
a full taunt duration. Unfortunately, Peanut does not have it set over to Shanks, but it's a kill regardless.
If he'd listened to you, he'd have 3 marks.
He would have 3 marks. Yo, 3 marks better than 2.
Yeah, well, still a good kill, but
well, 1 is enough. 1 mark is enough.
I think AL's just cooked in draft, aren't they?
Flash on the rise.
I think this Jarvan first pick has really made it so Tarzan can't do anything.
At least he tried.
And if Tarzan can't do anything, AL is fucked. I feel like Tarzan is just the driver, man.
You're going to fight bot now, though.
Oh, it's like very aggressive. TP coming in.
Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, True Shot Barrage. There's the
Full combo
damage
onto
down.
Jarvan.
Kale's going to get Magical Journey, though. Nicely done.
TP from
Zeka
Zeka
does
was
commit the
a bit
TP.
bad,
That
but
means
it's okay.
Shanks is going to be alone
Zeka
and
can
isolated for top lane. He's going to
bot.
push in. Well, that Dragon spawns in 3 seconds. HLE will have numbers advantage.
Yeah, good Magical Journey to get them out, but at the end of the day, you still leave the area, you still
CFO.
sacrifice the objective.
Wow, that was a good
Second
one.
Dragon for HLE. It's already been an Ocean Dragon and a Cloud. We could end up getting a high-value soul here, which HLE would feel really good about.
Oh, high value. Oh, it's Infernal.
Infernal feels
Two
so
Drakes to
good,
HLE.
especially with like an Ezreal.
I do think that Lee Sin actually fucks the Rise on side lane.
Well,
it's probably an interesting 1v1 because he has to save his kick.
Kindred as well.
He has to save his kick until Rise ults.
Tricky to smite objectives because you go in with a smite and he pops.
But I think Lee Sin just out damages the Rise.
And then he waits for it to end.
For now.
Before securing it. Adds an extra element of chaos when we already have 4 potential smites in this game.
Classic. Just until spellbook shenanigans, isn't it? There's Trinity Force now picked up for Peanut. This is going on. Actually, interrupt was nice from Flandre. Zeka not in trouble. It's just Grasp of the Undying to be farmed. And I was going to say, where the items for AL, they're still a little bit behind in this game, about 1,000 to be precise, at 12 and a bit minutes. Nothing's up, so this item advantage not going to be abused yet, but HLE are definitely strong right now as we've got Sun to Sky for Zeus as well. This Lee Sin has just been farming it out in the lane, waiting for the skirmishes to come through as Kale just caught out.
Yeah, Leona's not afraid of anyone this game.
Yeah, hard really to pin down some of these targets. I feel like if Kale's playing it right with the Magical Journey, can kind of disengage before the CC's layered, and Jarvan also a hard target to pin down, so not finding too many picks. Although we see the Light constantly sort of looking right now. Viper just pick up the
I need to see more Lilas. Where's the Lilas? I guess it'll be on the next Drake, right?
Jhin, 3 items, I think, really big spike for him. I mean, the 1-item spike is nice, the Ghost Blade, but 3 items is a really big one. We have to see, like,
the next Drake will have lots of Lilas.
But the 2-item for the Ezreal will be a really big breaking point.
LR better be in the LEC next year? Bro, I don't know where the hell LR is going to be next year.
As this game gets later,
I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Will be a little bit hard to deal with.
We're trying to cook.
Indeed. No true tank in the team. The Leonas, that's it. As Dragon.
Some conversations went well, but then it kind of like stopped.
But we're just fighting around this area anyway. Delight instant flash away.
Oh, that's a good Bard ult.
Fate doesn't connect. And
Doesn't hit, but it was good to zone them.
Oh,
nice Kindred
The ulti out immediately from Peanut. The Lamb's respite going to be down just to heal up Delight as Curtain Call is lining down, but Zeka's in the way. Really good blocking. He gets deadly flourished after the fact, and there is no kill in the end. KL gets out and stops Peanut from moving to number 3.
Yep, I think AL stayed exactly as long as they wanted in that fight, and then immediately disengaged after the ult came through from Peanut.
Yeah.
A lot of poking and prodding for these two teams. You know, this is last game before one of them will go out of this tournament. And you can feel the tension between them, but they're still trying
I'm just
to
waiting for this Lee Sin champ to be useful.
Not for lack of
But in my head, I can kind of see it.
Had 3 kills in this game
Even though I've never expected it, I can kind of...
respecting their opposition.
All out might be used here. Flandre is getting maximum trading onto Zeus, but then again, Zeus doesn't really mind. They both
Yeah, he
Oh,
could have
okay,
died
so
there.
it's actually has
Q3
to
into
kick
ult
away,
backwards.
Even with his healing, he's worried about that further engage as Flandre.
If Zeus is good, I guess he can kick Rise or Jin in,
After the
right?
laning phase is all said and done at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, at least they're not really cutting through the Sante so well, it seems, and also the Bramble Vest.
Don't ever give up the LR brand. Don't worry. We had like 3 conversations with people trying to take it. We're not giving it.
It's not the
We ain't giving it.
It's not the Garen, you know.
It's not the Garen. It's not. I guess people say Renekton still is one of the good matchups.
I don't know. I feel like LR just
Vayne
needs to stay
top that we
LR.
almost
Doesn't need
got.
to be anything else. Otherwise, it's gonna sound a bit weird.
Orcs.
Yep.
Does the Lee Sin
I don't know
top,
what
do
we'll
we expect
Still not
big
sure
engagements to happen? Like,
what's gonna
is
happen.
Herald going to be a big fight now here with it, with the TP? What do you think?
I mean, if you find an
Waiting
angle,
for it.
you can go for it, you know. A kick onto
Find an
Shanks, I
angle.
hope, would be huge, but they don't really have vision. They don't have great TP wards, and it's going down so quick.
100 rats.
In comes Zeus, or Zeka, excuse me.
AL
Zeus
gets
now
Herald,
busy
but
in the meantime in a side lane. Herald's
I guess
just down.
Cassante just space and
They're
TP
slowly
spot.
losing the turret, but there's only one grub for HLE. It's not going down quick enough, and with teleport from Flandre to match, HLE don't get anything for the trade.
Yeah, bit of damage in the tower is all, so I think AL...
If it was a
goes to rush on
sponsor,
Herald
like
and
I think
get
some
a
teams
reward
have that,
for
right?
it.
Where it's like,
Peanut's still
bro is like
sitting on 2
okay,
mobs, hasn't really found a
bro,
way to
Brian
push
is like
in
a
and take
bank or
any camps
something.
away
If it's the
with the
team
mobs,
name
and
plus
also
like a
he's had
sponsor, you know, it's not
mark
that
on Kyle
bad.
for
I
a
think.
while, and he's kind of played very defensively. I don't
I think
think
some
really
LPL
because
teams
of
have
the
that, don't
mark,
they?
but
Like
just
they
because
have
generally dying in League of Legends is something you want to avoid.
It is, actually. That's
Team Liquid Honda, for
good
example.
play.
I feel like that's not
Sometimes
too
there's good
intrusive, you know.
deaths, but most of the time,
But if it's
we're
like
not
we're
having
gonna
good deaths,
rename
you
the
know,
whole
like-
thing, it's like
we were talking about it
no.
yesterday. Right? My deaths, I try to be like him, but like I'm 0-5 on 1 and 5, and it's just no one on my team is saying that was a good death. They're saying,
The positive reinforcement.
they're saying other things to me. I'm getting negative reinforcement from my team, and I don't know why. Well, I mean, I know why, but you know, we can't all have supportive team members, can we?
No.
One day.
You need your team just to back you up.
Yeah, where's the love?
Good death, bro. You definitely needed to die there.
Hey,
solid.
Where are my
LR
platinum
man, bro,
emerald
okay,
teammates
would go
to support
crazy.
me?
All right, AL first the
set up for
objective.
Dragon
Galio
now.
pushing
You
top.
see Zaya
Lee Sin
at a
position is
flank
great
angle.
here.
TP coming in from Zeka.
Okay, Zeka with ultis well.
Oh,
solved.
nice flash by
Instant
Shanks.
Flash from Shanks. Look towards the front line. Flandre has disengaged.
Nice
the rest of
kick.
the team.
Oh, Bardult is
A
solid though.
3-man Delight is
Delight
dying.
dead before the
It sets
Kindle
up time for AL.
Shanks is dead
Zaya
though.
jumps in, though, with an instant
Tarzan
burst
can't
and
really do
snap
anything.
onto Shanks
Kyle
while
flash away.
Flashes away. It's weird from AL there. Separated and torn apart. A flip back from Flandre. Good again, but AL
Viper.
just can't get any kills.
Wait, Flandre and Tarzan kind of cooking. Wait, they're finding angles here.
But in the all-out, the
Oh, the
Kindle
Jinult is
then
cooking.
start
Where's the
finding
Kindle?
support.
Oh, there it is.
Peanut with the lambs to spite, buying time
Can
against
Viper
Deadly
really
Fox.
do anything
He
here?
disengages, he runs
How
back.
did
He's
how did
getting
AL
his
win
hands
this
down
fight?
by AL.
How did AL win this fight?
Ground. Hope with the last. Peanut the only one
That looked so
alive.
done, that
And
fight.
they methodically pulled apart the fight there
What?
from anyone's legend.
The Cassante just carried the whole fight. 4.6k damage.
So much value there. Felt like HLE weren't able to find the right target. Now
caught
looking
out.
more. Or is he?
Tarzan, are you a rat?
Maybe too far forward. Peanut just wants a kill in response, but out of range, he jumps back in. Kyle
I think Kyle and Flandre just carried that, and I think they should not have won that fight.
But Kyle's too fast away, and he's got the cinders on the ground, so Peanut will not catch a break. Or will he catch death? I'm not sure. He's not going to go too far forward because
Well,
Shank's in the way.
Isn't Kindred the representation of death?
Yeah, but she can die too, right? Like one day, you know. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Anyway, so the fight, so something significant here.
okay.
The light starts to engage up on a Shanks who burns
Here, when
fast.
Lee Sin
There's
kicks
me
the
to
Rise,
right.
I think the
No
fight
flash
ends.
on Rise. I want
Boom.
Rise.
Now what
The
happens?
tempo
Now the
fate
Bardult
buys
does well,
time
but the
here,
Galio
though,
ult comes
so
in.
it keeps
Rise
Shanks
dead. Boom.
alive a
1
lot
for 1.
longer than otherwise
Now
he
the
would've.
4-man comes
And
back
Shanks have
together
to
from
commit
Hammerlife.
more. And all this meantime,
And they're split here, AL. But Flandre splits the fight for HLE. Double knock and takes this Galio away. And that gives AL a target.
Removes an element.
This was what
got
won the
enough
game.
distance to pop this ultimate, and Peanut's having to block shots and pop the ult to keep them alive. And then Hope can walk up here.
Oh, well, won the
Everyone's
game, won the
come
fight.
together. The bouncing grenade value is massive. I believe that's what actually finishes off Viper here. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my lord. Yeah, Tabe is screaming.
As he should be. That was a great fight.
That was an insanely methodical fight, pulled apart. As you said, Flandre, 5k damage. We're at 18 minutes in that fight. And a Cassante did almost 5,000 damage. That's how long he was staying engaged for.
I thought Cassante got nerfed. What happened?
Little do we know
Zeus
he does
could have
true
picked
damage now.
Aatrox.
Why is he back?
But no.
He's
He's playing Lee Sin top.
He's resilient.
He just keeps coming back.
Guys, maybe Lee Sin top isn't the counter to
Maybe the Lee Sin top is indeed not an option. Well, so far, I don't think Zeus has done much.
I mean, he did get that kick on a Shank.
He got the kill on a Shanks. That was a nice kick.
Yeah.
But then they're also lacking a lot of damage in that fight, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Peanut's still on 2 stacks. And as I said before, without that 4 stacks, you feel so much weaker. Just a lack of range. And particularly intra composition,
Basing and swapping with Galio.
To Cassante, Jarvan, and Rise isn't fun.
It's not a good thing, no.
No, it's not good. Viper also not quite at that significant
You know, I'm
spike.
just sitting
Trying to
here,
spike with
Kindred
Pogba with
3-0,
those
600 gold up. But Kindred down a level, close to level 12, and 2 stacks. What a heli.
Chunk from True Shot Barrage.
AL are posturing around Arakan, but
how is Tarzan making this work?
Arakan has not been...
50% of the time it's...
50% of the time it's the correct decision.
But maybe AL are just standing around it so that HLE started up.
Also, they know they're jealous,
in,
like a baby with a rattle, and they're like, oh, I want that.
I mean, Peanut attacked it. It's a compulsion. He can't help it.
Arakan is so dangerous. And they just go back to it. HLE are backing off, rather. So, for AL now, they just control vision. Maybe wait towards the next dragon. Minute 30 to the start of that Infernal.
I mean, that's the thing. When the Arakan is next to the dragon, you're in a position where you just control the vision in the area. And even if you don't do the Arakan, you have it set up for the dragon in the future. Now, they are looking for this bot lane tower.
Flag is down. There's a ghost that's just popped as well.
I mean,
Hope is getting the push.
It's a Kindred, so it's hard to really dive with the ultimate. But they have cleared out the vision. Delight gets a ward over the wall.
Peanut on vision, though. On vision, he clears it out, but he's caught out. He's tempered
Side
fate. He has to kite it out, and Kael doesn't find him. In the end, the curtain call is lighting down once again, and the 4th shot into Delight. Half HP for the support as AL are looking to take the turret with the back end of the chunk.
Yeah, a bit of poke coming through.
They pushed him quite far back.
In the kit on the passive, but not really any options to get.
Lee Sin meanwhile, by the way, the realm of.
Viper's dead.
Kyle flashes forward.
Kindred's too far away to help him. Oh, the E. Oh my god, he tried to jump and save, but it's not seen too late. Wait, Zeus just got a 4-man knockup with his kick. Is there damage though? Because Viper's dead. Oh, Peanut is the damage. Shanks isn't in the ult, he ran away from it. Oh, big stun. Oh, Zika! Zeus this hits Rise. Oh, he missed. Oh, he eat the Q3. That guy's too tanky, that's not happening. Could go on to him. If you feel like it, don't do it.
Such a messy fight,
What?
and so many members.
Oh, Zeus, show me flash Q. Oh my god, sidestep, no English.
Good sidestep upwards.
So many members of AL caught in the AoE from Zeka, but a bit too tanky, and Flandre in particular is so hard to deal with right now. Able to cut through.
Oof.
We do see dragons spawning up now. Peanut's still down.
If they could
but
just get
members
closer
of
to
HLE move
Ezreal.
back onto the map. AL rushing over as well. We'll see who's able to set up in time.
And
Tarzan
save
is
the
gonna be
Ezreal
there
Kindred ult,
first.
that would look a lot different.
But Peanut is heading over, but not towards the bot side of the map.
Where's he going? His mark is not up there. He wants
Oh, he has 3 stacks now at least.
Yeah,
PogChamp.
perhaps confident that they're not going to immediately start it up.
I think he's right, though, because they got vision on it. And Tarzan's taking his time to get there. He actually took Raptors in the meantime. That ward stays there. Flag's down. They now know Tarzan's on it. Okay. Red buff being pulled, and it's not a global red
Yeah,
buff
this
yet.
Drake
It's
is
just
gone.
a singular
I
one
don't
with a
think this is
sharing
being
element,
fought.
but
That Drake is absolutely
the call
gone.
has been made. We're not fighting dragon.
yeah, they're leaving it.
We're missing a lot of key, missing a lot of key abilities. And he's clearing through some camps, but wants to be around in time for Arakan if they get started up. But the fights have been chaotic. I think Flandre, a bit of a main character in this game right now.
Boy, Peanut gets his own blue buff. You're right, Flandre is definitely... He's like Saitama at this point. His punches do a lot. It just depends how much he holds back. Shielded to Ram, but unstoppable. Flandre gets taunted in the end. Tempered fate for Grob and for Zeus, or rather
Lee Sin.
Zeka.
Oh, no, nice flash from Hope. The Galio ult might save Zeus though. Will Flandre die? Oh, he died. No, he didn't. What the fuck? Wait, he like disappeared, then reappeared, then reappeared, then disappeared again. What a heli. Peanut! Oh my god, Flandre is carrying. Oh, Flandre's carried the game. Oh, the S-World won't kill either. They're so low. Oh my god. I feel like Hamalife's comp is so good at avoiding the Jarvan. But I guess they just don't have the damage to kill the Cassante.
Big lead opened up. The extra stat.
The flash from Hope was clutched. He flashed the Lee Sin kick.
Through and it feels like this brick wall in the top
Man, why
lane.
can't we just play Aatrox saves? Are you cooked?
For HLE to deal with. Not even sure they're going to be able to get this tower in the mid lane. TP will deny it. And once again, would you believe
Cassante is unkillable.
Flandre there.
It is Flandre.
He's a superstar this game.
He is. But all 3 games, I feel like Flandre's impact has been grand. You know?
I mean,
it's funny how Hamalife have the same problem again for the second game in a row. Even though it wasn't that big of a problem last game because they had Yone, but they're full AD into a tank.
Tries to find an angle
Like the Ahri helped, obviously, but Galio is not AP.
With a tempered fate, Flandre gets the flick back, but then the kick attempt comes in, but it's a great flash from Hope.
Missed
look,
Q from Viper.
Focus down the Cassante
Missed W from Viper. Wait, Viper missed.
Eventually, they have to commit the defensive ult. And it just ends up, saving Flandre as well. But I think if they didn't ult, they would have just all died immediately. But, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
I don't know what we're looking at. It was like he flashed and then did the Charleston slide or something and altered mid-flash. And so Flandre went left, then right. It was the cha-cha slide. Let's call it what it is. And yeah, the damage across the board.
Look
obviously,
at Viper's damage.
Viper's doing a lot on
How are you
Caedrel.
doing 5.2k damage and he's still not dying? This champion's not balanced.
He was cooking.
Guys, Niv, where's Showmaker when you need him to shout out Niv Cassante?
Oh my god, we've got another one brewing surely.
We need to copy faster back.
It's rough. I feel like HLE, they threw this draft up and said, hey, let's throw a spanner in the works. Call it what you will. The Lee Sin R5 pick. Sorry, it was Kindred R5. We saw the Lee Sin earlier on, obviously.
That Kindred R. What is Peanut? What the fuck? What the
available curtain call. He's just not going to press it. He knows it's doomed, and the shots from Hope are going to get the kill and help with the Baron here. No smite available except for Delights. Delight, if he gets a miracle steal here, he's the hero of career right now, but with the tempered fate, look, Flandre waits, deadly flash, not time.
They're both dead.
The CC chain,
the game's over. What did Peanut just do?
Hello?
Hello?
Make it a sure thing, no steal in sight.
AL, don't give any opportunities over.
Fuck,
and
man.
This 2-shot barrage a little bit early, unfortunately. We'll do a bit of poke damage, but rough game right now for Peanut. Tries to find an angle over the wall to clear some vision.
Did they not want to put Lee in jungle?
Just
put it in the jungle.
There. AL being ruthless with the control, and Peanut still struggling to find that 4 stack. And you know what? I talked about earlier, those games where you just never get the 4 stacks. I think this might be one of them.
This might be one of them.
Not gonna lie, even though Hamalife won a game, they did robbery that game. Not super hard, but a little bit of it was
definitely not coming from any camps because they're gone.
Look, I think sometimes when you have a big
from
goal,
like objective steals,
it can be a bit overwhelming and seem a bit impossible.
Oh, that was really not. That was
smaller
not pretty.
goals, right?
That was really not pretty.
I think the goal right now is let's get Peanut to 4 stacks for HLE. Let's focus on that.
That seems like a small goal, but I'm not sure if that's small enough.
Let's not worry about winning the game right now. Let's focus on that because AL, they have a small goal of winning the game. That seems very doable for them.
Yeah.
Especially given how that play went. But for HLE, 4 stacks. That's all we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument, right? Do you prefer to be the team that's more tired but has played MSI, scrimmed for 2 weeks, and probably gotten a lot better and leveled up? Or do you prefer to be the team that's had a break, chill out, watch,
a lot of impact,
and see what's going on? Because the
the
MSI team, the other disadvantage is you showed your champ pool, right? But AL, they love practicing. They'll play 24 hours a day if they're able to, so I think they're very happy in this format. Just come in and play straight away. No fucks given, just pure grind set.
Raid boss returns, flip of the wrist, and an easy kill. Peanut lands respite, but the patience
hit Viper. Oh, that Ryze ult is psychotic and I like it.
Going to be joined in by a team
holy shit, look at those minions.
As well.
It's cooked. HLE's out. HLE's out in quarters, AL in semis. Wait, that means we might get AL versus T1 rematch. Damn.
And AL making such a convincing
Why are you basing
case.
Flandre? You can just end
the HLE won was such
He's
a
TPing
struggle
back
with
probably,
2
but they could
games.
probably just end.
Anyone's Legend are taking as they're on the cusp of finishing this one, have been very convincing.
That's good to know at least, though. Like, I do feel like even we only got 3 games, but I do feel like you can see that AL are a lot better.
I see a 4-stack inside. I see a 29, 30-minute win. Delight sent packing. Flandre doing a 4.
So I guess Humble Life.
And so is Caedrel.
You've got like Genji and T1 who beat AL, and then Humble Life.
But only for anyone's legend.
So there's a kind of clear top 4 teams in the world right now. I feel like it's Genji, T1, AL, HLE. I feel like that's probably the top 4.
Move on to the semis.
Pretty clear.
For them, you know,
my question was, does AL beat HLE or not?
MSI,
Chat, you gotta put HLE 4th. Who do you put above HLE? I mean, you could debate FlyQuest and BLG, but I think HLE would be BLG. AL manhandled BLG. BLG got owned.
Tarzan had a massive performance in the jungle, but Flandre in
I think Humble Life would beat them.
Xante, an absolute monster going up against Zeus. Of all players.
There's a reason that this team drove T1 to 5 games at MSI. There's a reason that they came so close. I mean, it's an exciting roster. It's actually, I think, one of LPL's most exciting rosters since the EDG
Holy shit,
Worlds
someone
win
is
that
screaming.
Viper was on the roster for. That since IG, since the days of, you know, Doomby's FPX, like, yeah, sure, a little bit gung-ho. Maybe we're not there yet. Maybe it takes into Worlds, but semi-finals at EWC is a good statement, especially when, again, they came so close to getting into that finals at MSI, then who knows?
Yeah, and we've got to see how far they can go in the tournament.
Man, AL's good. They're really good. I love AL team fighting. AL team fights are amazing to watch.
This one is going to be Humble Lives.
I am indeed standing by with Tarzan. This is your Amazon winners interview. AGAL make it into the semi-finals. We'll talk about who they could be facing off against a little bit later on. HLE are out of the tournament here. Tarzan, you started this series so strong in Game 1. Game 2, it looked like you could have closed things out, but then they steal your Baron, the momentum shifts. Going into Game 3, how did you approach it?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后进入到了半决赛。在第一局的时候，我们看到其实你们是非常平稳的度过了第一局。然后在第二局的时候，感觉好像可以赢下比赛的同时，被偷到了大龙。然后你当时是怎么决策的呢？
就第二把的话，其实也前面也很优的，但是我们就有一些失误了吧。然后我们偷大龙内部也是，就我们就尝试吧，但是我们就尝试有点失败了吧。
I think that we did make some errors during the second stage. During the Baron got steal stage, we did try a bit during that phase, but in the end it failed.
And then you brought it back to close out the series in Game 3, of course. Third place finish at MSI. Do you think that you can finish higher than that here at EWC, and why?
在 MSI 的时候，你们拿到了第3名，那你觉得本次 EWC 你们可不可以拿到一个更高的名次？
肯定有机会吧，就我们后面比赛也很有机会吧。
I do think that we have a very good shot.
You know what I like about this? Let me show you.
Now, you can either face off against MKOI or T1 in the semi-final. I have a feeling that you might want to face off against T1 to get revenge for them knocking you out of MSI.
你们在半决赛中将会遇到 MKOI 或者是 T1， 我相信你肯定是非常想遇到 T1 的。那你觉得就是想不想遇到他们呢？感受是怎么样？
感觉 T1 会上来吧，然后我们这次如果打到 T1 也是比我上嘛，所以感觉更有机会吧，比 MSI。
I believe that T1 will get the shot against MKOI, and I do think that we have a great chance against T1. In the best of 3.
I'll tell you later, actually.
Well, that is yet to be seen, but what is guaranteed right now is a key crush. Would you like to crush a key right now?
你可以现在自己去亲自压碎他们的钥匙了，你想不想做这件事情？
我去吗？是我要去的吗？或者不知道，感觉不知道。
He was very shocked, actually. He said, "Oh, am I doing it?
Yeah, you are.
You're doing it.
Are you ready?
准备好了吗？
Okay, come with me.
Crush.
It can be hard. If you are not a cruel competitor, it's not always an
Tarzan looks so stressed.
Experience, but this is something Tarzan is going to do right now.
Crush.
It was their first loss.
Humble Life's key.
At EWC, it was their first loss, and it was a devastating one. It's time to say goodbye to HLE.
Come on, faster, 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 faster. Come on. Yes, 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 no, no, yes. I swear it went backwards, what the fuck? Come on. Come on. Come on. No, wrong camera shot. Yes, yes, yes. Snap, snap, snap. Oh, that was a good one. Tarzan's like laughing. Okay, chat. So in this tournament, okay, you have G2 BLG, which is coming up next. Then you have Gen G Fly, right?
With the first best of 3 done and dusted, I have Zeus from HLE for our losers interview. So please walk me through that match point game where you guys decided to play something like the Lee Sin and Kindred, where these champions are often seen kind of off meta for their respective roles.
일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 3경기에서 일단 리신과 킨드레드라는 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좀 특이한 조합을 들고 오셨어요. 그래서 이 조합을 좀 짜게 된 배경에 대해서 좀 한번 설명해 주신다면요.
일단은 리신은 뽑을 때부터 좀 선픽으로 박아도 지금 괜찮은 티어라고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고, 아무래도 갈리오랑 조합하는 것이기 때문에 그런 정글 픽이 나오게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was really confident about the Lee Sin pick because I thought it was one of the top tier picks. But considering the fact that we're combining with Galio, so I think that was the reason we picked Kindred.
Very insightful information. And of course, this was your first time versing AGAL at the international stage. So do you think this team has that little spark behind them where something took you by surprise for this series to go like this?
이제 국제전에서 이제 AGL을 상대로 처음 이렇게 경기를 치러 보셨는데 AGL에 좀 어떤 경기력이 좀 이렇게 하나생명에게 좀 부담으로 좀 다가오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 AL 같은 경우에는 뭐 잘하는 팀이고 좀 단단하게 잘하는 팀이라는 걸 좀 잘 알고 있었고, AL이 잘하는 것과 별개로 좀 저희가 너무 참담한 그런 경기력을 보여줬기 때문에 지게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I knew AGL was a very solid team beforehand. So that being said, we should have brought the best of us, but we couldn't. It was a very awful performance from us. So I think that was the reason we lost.
I see. Well, it's time to say goodbye to Zeus and HLE from the Esports World Cup, and back to you guys, Digon.
Okay, chat, something about this tournament that's unique is there's a third place match. You might think, why is there a third place match? Well, the third place match is determined because there's like a big prize pool, and the third place team will get like a bigger prize pool than the fourth place. What that means essentially, right, if you have a semi-finals of like Gen G, BLG, AL, T1, that means that, let's say, like, 2 teams win, opposite sides of the bracket play against each other, which is kind of fun, I think. Like, the losers from opposite sides play against each other to determine who was the third best, you know. Which
will move on to the semifinals.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I was a little surprised from the draft, first of all. Hanwha Life picking Lee Sin into Jarvan, which is a pretty normal jungle matchup, although not something that Peanut's particularly known for. But then they ended up flexing the Lee Sin top lane, taking Kindred,
Did you just put BLG
which was
over
certainly
G2?
a curveball. Didn't
No,
go
I would
very well,
never.
though. Kindred didn't really get a lot of stacks, even though he had a pretty decent early game. And I'm not too sure about that Lee Sin top. It didn't seem too impactful. Zeus seems like a bit of a grasp merchant this series, you know, pulling it out on Yone last game instead of the lethal tempo, and then this game on Lee Sin versus, you know, something like Conqueror, which is pretty non-standard. It is really good for laning, but I was pretty surprised to see that.
I think it was pretty clear that the value compared to the Cassante was just not really there. And, you know, in a game 3 where you're trying to be tricky and then you pull out this Kindred for Peanut and then he has a game like that, which he was doing okay. He was like building up and we thought, hey, you know, maybe he can build up to a great game 3. But you know, Zeus obviously isn't going to say it, but I personally think that Peanut had a pretty poor game number 3. And unfortunately against a team like AGL, you're just not going to win if that's the way it goes.
I mean, in his interview, he did say, hey, we lost because we played awful. Picked a very specific
G2, lock in.
to describe that. But I feel like the draft was a little too cute, a little too creative. The Kindred did get started there, but then after that, it had such a hard time finding kills and maybe a couple of ultimates.
Yeah, it'll be about 10-20 minutes till the game starts.
That really stunted
it'll be a
the rest
while
of Hanwha Life Esports from getting in by the Bard. I just feel like this was a tough one to play unless you snowballed it all the way through, and GAL had so many tools to stifle the game plan, the idea for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think on paper, maybe this could work if Kindred got super fed, but I don't even know if she's that good right now in general. You know, a lot of times when Kindred's strong, you see a lot of the one tricks in solo queue doing well, but I haven't seen many Kindreds lately, and I think the champion might just be kind of on the weak side.
I do not know how I feel about that Kindred.
Especially if you're going to play.
I like Kindred into Nocturne specifically, but I like Kindred. I guess Galio kind of helps, but
to be able to play the game.
Having an enchanter with Kindred is really nice, like Zillion or Karma.
You have Lee Sin, Galio,
having a Lulu somewhere,
and
it really helps the Kindred.
Cassante. I think Flandre had an insane series. I would not have thought that Flandre would get the better of Zeus coming into this. I thought that would be a Hanwha Life Esport top gap for sure, but not how it went. Flandre played great.
Flandre played really well. Like, massive props to Flandre. His Aurora was fantastic.
Yeah, it felt like
his Scion, he was playing it. I feel like he got counterpicked every game, didn't he?
Didn't allow Zeus to touch that one, and because of that, he didn't have the same level of impact as we're used to seeing. Let's take a look at
maybe game one he didn't get counterpicked. He played Aurora into Rumble, right?
Wanted to point this one out
but
because
he played 2 tanks into Zeus's counters, and he won both.
Mobile champions, and doesn't quite land his ult here. That allowed the re-engage for Hanwha Life Esports, and
really well played to Flandre. I feel like the same thing kind of happens to Flandre in general, where he gets it comes into a series and people are like, yeah, Flandre is probably going to get gapped, and it's like, well, Flandre was actually the best player.
Ended up with Tarzan getting in too deep. He initially went in to get the Kindred ult, and then I think he kited pretty well, but then, you know, as soon as Lee Sin cut him off, he was like, oh, well, I'm dead. Rather give the kill to someone other than Lee Sin. So Lee Sin did get a little bit of value in the early game with, you know, he had that freeze top lane where he got his bot lane like 3 extra range creeps, and then he had this early move. So it did do a little bit, but I don't think it was enough to justify giving in Cassante, because, you know, Cassante's just so strong later on.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot left open. You know, this wasn't like a Game 4 or Game 5 of Fearless. I think they just got a little bit too cute and a little bit of like, hey, what if we did this? This feels, especially like with the Kindred and the Galio.
Wait,
it's
is
like,
Huni in the military?
Great synergy, but you got to consider first, like, is Kindred even a good pick, right? Like you're saying, I think tier-wise, we see it every so often, but not the best one nowadays.
All right, third Drake is where the game broke wide open here as we take a look at our second replay. And yeah, this one just a little tough. How do you get in there when Hanwha
When's he finished?
Or when AL is already there? You're thinking, okay, fight together maybe, but a great ult
really
here
good
by the
Bard ult.
Cassante splits things up.
Yeah, I think the Bard ult was great. It kind of kept HLE from really following up.
So you don't know when he's finished?
This could have went the way of HLE. Rise used his splash and then got kicked in by
End
Lee
of
Sin,
next
so
year.
I think they could have blown him up pretty quickly, but
I think he will come back and cast the LCK, right, after he's done?
You know, Cassante was able to kidnap Galio over the wall, get the shutdown, and then, I don't know, Kindred ult is one of those
G2 game starts.
tools
The
that's
G2 game
very
starts
hard to use
in
effectively
about
because
10-15 minutes.
Sometimes it's actually correct to not press ult on Kindred and die. You know, if the other team is very low and you're the only one who's going to die, sometimes it can be better to just let yourself die. But obviously, it feels wrong to do that. And then, you know, you see an all-out Cassante. He loves the Kindred ult. He's more than happy to be sitting in there, just doing so much damage. He can't actually die, and then he'll have like his E and W by the end of it. So, yeah, I mean, it felt like the Kindred pick helped Flandre out more than all of Hanwha Life Esports.
And we have a perfect example of that in our last replay here, where we watched Hanwha Life Esports say, hey, we're not going to fight the Drake. The Drake goes on over, and then they kind of walk into a fight here that afterwards AGAL take the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really fantastic flash from Hope, which was pointed out by Ox on the cast. You know, if he gets that kick and he knocks up 3 people,
Bro, I
then
swear
maybe.
Flandre dashed all over the place in this fight.
You have to be basically perfect
Made
on
me
Lee Sin to
fucking
make
dizzy.
it work. And again, this is one of these points where like Flandre's about to die, Tarzan's about to die, everybody's about to die, and then you just heal up everybody else, and it's just rough, especially from behind. And when you're lacking damage, it's like, well, do I try to save my team, or do I just keep all those guys that we can barely kill alive? from the enemy team. And you can see that everybody on the side of AGAL in the back room was extremely excited. Just another day at the office for the players as, you know, I think HLE,
I'm
they
happy
could
for
have played better
Tabit.
today, but
I'm happy for
also
Tabit.
kind of a warm-up one. I still feel like AGAL have more in the tank than what they showed today.
One side of the
because,
bracket is not
again,
like
from
the other, though.
my perspective, I do think that
Actually, I guess it is
I agree
fair
with
enough,
Zeus.
you
I
know.
don't
I
think
guess
they
it
had
is.
the best day,
It could be
and it
Gen
was
G
still yet a
BLG,
close
which is
series,
1 versus
so
2,
I
and
feel like
T1 versus
AGAL
AL,
still
which
have
is
more
1
in the
versus
tank.
2. So it's pretty
All right,
balanced,
well,
I guess.
with that win, AGAL will move on to the semifinals. They have an off day tomorrow as the other quarterfinals will be wrapping on up, but they will face the winner against T1 or Movistar Koi, and that quarterfinals will be played tomorrow. So the matches tomorrow will be T1 and Movistar Koi, as well as Gen G versus FlyQuest. But that does mean up next we have BLG versus G2, yet another chapter in this fantastic rivalry that has crossed international play. These two teams always seem to end up matching up against each other.
They're
and
fated.
they produce some great
Yin
matches.
and yang.
Yeah, I think it's a big
Destiny.
match for G2. They looked a lot better coming into EWC compared to what we saw in MSI. And BLG, they've been kind of hit or miss. I think they're still a very strong team overall, but they haven't had the cleanest games. I don't think they've really gotten the results.
Who's the best performing player and the least performing player for EU at EWC?
Trying to get back to where they want to be.
The best performing player for
And we're
EU
gonna have
at
some
this
awesome
tournament
matchups
is
like Caps
probably
versus Knight and Ben versus Broken Blade. I think it will be a good
I don't
one as
know.
well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Valdez, any final thoughts
I
on
feel like there's been
Life
quite a
Esports,
few
given
good
the
players.
fact that last time we saw them,
I don't want to say least because I don't want to
they
be like
weren't quite
negative.
themselves here. They get a couple wins on
Yeah,
the board. They have a
Caps was
convincing
good.
comeback victory
I think
here,
Mirwin's been great.
but ultimately bow out at quarterfinals.
Scumon's been
I
solid.
think it's just a bit of struggle street nowadays. I think really that loss to T1 and road to MSI did a number to their mental, and you know they got 3-0. They got smashed when we were all expecting them to
And
win.
Sama's been
So
good,
to
yeah.
go from that, you can tell that the players weren't feeling great from there, and then they come here and they don't show their best stuff. So it's rough for them, but hopefully they can bounce back at LCK. I still think that AGAL, though, were a great opponent, and they can do some damage here at EWC.
Yeah, maybe for Hanwha Life Esports, a win with the draft like that would have signified maybe some swagger coming back in the sales. Instead, they head back to the LCK, getting ready for the second half of the season. We're going to take a short break. When we come
Inspired
back, we'll
was
set
great.
the table for G2 against Billy Gaming
Yeah, but
in
Inspired
the
is the EU
quarterfinals.
player,
Don't go
yeah, but
anywhere. You're
NA's
watching
kind
the
of
Esports
claimed
World
him.
Cup.
NA has kind of claimed him. Is it possible for LR to be in EWC? No, not this year. What do you want to do? Fly in tomorrow and just drop down? Surprise!
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Surprise. Has G2 ever beaten BLG? Never, right? I wonder what their record is head-to-head. What is their record? Like, team record. Zero to 300. Okay, that makes sense. Zero to 300. G2 just lost to BLG in Valorant as well. Oh, hell nah. You know, if it was best of one, I'd be feeling confident, you know. Winning a game, I mean, that's doable. Oh, exploding the Nexus twice, that's kind of tricky. Exploding the Nexus twice is a bit twicky. It's 4-0 to BLG overall. It's 10-3 to BLG. 10-3 to BLG. Full series to 0. Well, after today, it's going to be 10-5, 4-1 in series. Hey, we got to start somewhere. 10-3 in wins. So those MSI, best of 5. Worlds, best of 3. Worlds, best of 3. MSI, best of 3. And that's in the last 2 years of gameplay. So they played against them in the best of 3 at MSI 23, Worlds 23, and MSI, and then Worlds 24, and then MSI 25. What, is it going to be Worlds 25 as well? Well, they only skipped them in fucking MSI 2024. That's the only time they skipped them. That's gotta be rigged. That's gotta be fucking rigged. Father and son.
Arena where the playoffs of Dota 2 are happening, and honestly it looks really exciting. The crowd is amazing, and I'm joined here by Nomad to tell us more about this.
Yeah, I mean, we just had an incredible series coming out where actually one of the favorites, BB, got eliminated by one of the teams we didn't really expect to do
Dota
that well
2.
in Tundra. So already an upset. It's really heating up.
Oh wow! And who looks like the strongest team in the tournament so far?
I would say probably Liquid coming into this. They've had a really good year, and also they won TI last year, so I think a lot of people are looking at them.
All right, well, thank you very much for all these informations.
Shut up. I got a cough.
Oh, wow, is that G2? They're coming on in thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport and ready to go against one of their new rivals that have been playing against each other.
What is Caps wearing? What is that jacket?
Play. It is BLG, one of the stalwarts of the LPL. They're getting to go onto the stage for the first time and show the world what they're made of here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, Degon, alongside Medios and Finn to close out this series between these two squads. Let's run through that G2 roster one more time, who also ran through the group stage, which is why they're here today. Starting in the top lane, they've got Broken Blade, Skumond, the Western Goat Caps, Hansama, and Labrov rounding it on out. And Finn, our resident LEC fanboy, who's been leading the charge in terms of the cheers and the chants. How do you feel how this team has looked so far in the tournament?
Those are my boys. That's my boys, that's my region, and I am excited to actually be a little bit happy to watch G2 finally, because that MSI, boy, that sure was depressing, but now we are actually loaded and ready, and I feel like we have seen solid improvement. A lot of the question marks are kind of getting answered.
He keeps saying he's
EB
excited.
doesn't seem to be slumping as hard anymore, and we've seen Skumond and Labro kind of look a little bit more proactive. Now, is that strong enough to beat BLG? That question will be answered in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a nice test for G2. Obviously, they've looked better. They went 2-0 yesterday. But again, those were just best of ones. Those don't test your fearless drafts whatsoever. And yeah, I think G2 is capable of winning games. We did see them win games at MSI, although they didn't win series. So this will be a great test. They've got to beat BLG twice to move on. So, you know, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up again, reminding everyone at home, this is a best of 3, so fearless rules are in play.
Not BO1 Endies.
And we had that very eclectic draft for On Life Esports there in the last series, so hopefully we'll be treated to all 3
Not
games.
BO1 fraudsters.
You know, there aren't too many better teams that come prepared than G2. They've always got the drafts kind of locked down. They generally have the right ideas. They're not afraid from picking different things, especially in the top lane. Whether it works out or not, they take the learning lessons and try to get even stronger.
Bro, I am locked in. I'm waiting for this draft to start.
I'm never really worried about their drafts.
I feel like it's going to be like another 5 to 10 minutes still.
It's more about their individual laning that I am keeping a close eye on.
Individual laning?
I feel like that is where BLG can be really scary.
Not worried about the drafts? I saw quite a bit of Twisted Fate at MSI. And that would be a little worrisome if I'm a G2 fan.
Yeah, I mean, we're not an MSI anymore.
I feel like the jackets look kind of clean.
Okay, no more TF. That's good.
All right, let's look at the opposite side here. It is BLG, Billy Gaming. They're coming off of MSI as well as a 4th place finish and looking to prove themselves here at the Esports World Cup. Bin, the new jungler moving on in literally from playoffs at the LPL, Beishwan. The stalwart in the mid lane, Knight, Elk and On. Really strong duo in the bottom lane. We know that if they get a lead, they will not let it go and can close games out here.
BLG is a super interesting team to watch. I think they're one of the most.
I mean, BLG is just solo lane diff inbound. That's it. That's really where it's at.
They have extremely strong solo lanes. I think Bin and Knight have both been
the solo lane
staples for this team. Some of the best solo laners in the entire world, but the rest of their teams not always having their back.
I just need Caps and Bin, BB to lock in.
Competition. Beishwan is new. He doesn't have as much experience as everyone else, and he's looked to be a little inconsistent. He has some good games, but other games he looks a little bit lost. And then On is, yeah, he's a coin flip for sure. He makes some great plays.
I feel like On was good
just
in the early parts of MSI, but then he just turned into like a double agent.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to get, which makes it all that more exciting to watch.
Yeah, sometimes On,
I need On to be a double agent
this
series.
Right now is an interview with Beishwan standing by with Kitty.
Thanks, Dagon. We are here for the pre-match interview between BLG versus G2. By my side is Beichuan. 欢迎 Beichuan 选手. So we will be asking Beichuan, what do you think the biggest difference between best of 3 and best of 5s are? Because today your match is a best of 3.
就是欢迎北川来到我们的赛前采访。然后首先要问到的是，你觉得 BO3 和 BO5 最大的区别是什么？因为我们今天的比赛其实是 BO3。
BO3 可能用到的英雄都是一些比较强势的吧，然后 BO5 可能就打到后面2把用的英雄都是平常就是见到的比较少的。
Wait, Sunk is 3?
I think that for a best of 3, we would just pick some aggressive champions comparing to a best of 5, because for best of 5s, we focus more on about the later stage and picking the metas that may be unexpected.
And for the finals at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends, it is a best of 5. And I know there's a lot of discussion online around how best of 5 wasn't really changing the champion pool when the game was turned over to Fearless. So what are your thoughts about that?
因为我们 EWC 的最后的决赛其实是一个 BO5， 然后有一些可能觉得BO5 的这个英雄池选择的变化不会有那么多，然后你觉得是怎么样的呢？就是你觉得 BO5 中英雄的选择，会不会有什么变化，或者是会有什么变化？
就当前版本在 MSI 也打了很久了嘛，感觉就是应该不会有太大的变化。
We've been doing this patch for a while. Comparing to MSI, I don't think the meta would change in the best of 5 much.
So do you think with the addition of Fearless that the champion pool has actually been expanded compared to the original traditional drafting from back in the old days?
你觉得无畏征召模式或者是绝缘 GBP 和以前那种传统的BP 模式，你觉得改变有没有很大呢？
Let G2 cook.
我觉得就是游戏跟比赛更有意思了，因为就是会玩到很多不一样的英雄。
I think that during the matches and the game itself, it's more, I don't know, playable comparing to the old way of picking the champions.
And for the last question, I want to ask, because we are in Fearless, what is your favorite champion that you've played so far because of Fearless?
Poppy, 北川 Poppy.
在全 GBP 嘛，你最喜欢选择的英雄是什么呢？
目前版本最喜欢玩潘森吧。
I think Pantheon is my favorite champion so far.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Pantheon,
thank you very
solid.
much, Cheryl and Kitty,
G2
for that
Bennett.
interview. Beishwan,
Or is it a bait?
Pantheon, maybe
or is it a bait? Are they baiting?
Here, maybe a little bit tip. We've seen a lot of Pantheon here so far, Medios.
I can see why it's his favorite. Yeah, it looks incredibly broken on this patch.
G2 has side selection and they chose blue side.
So
what a Was it a coin flip or what?
Yeah, and then a bit of a focus, right? Some of those questions being about best of 5, now coming back down to
must have been a coin flip, right?
And how things might change up.
But BLG was waiting in the bracket. I feel like they should have had side selection, but I'm not complaining.
They ended up ramping on up, very similar to what happened to their world finalist
Blue side is
opponents
OP.
in T1 over at the LCK.
The worst region gets the side select.
Like
oh, great.
Maybe because they've played so many different best
Did FlyQuest have side
of
selection
going
against
all
G2 then,
5
or
games here, Finn.
what happened
They
there?
might skip a step or two in game 2 or 3 and be like, hey, this champ was good in best of 5, and game 5, maybe we'll go there?
I don't know. I think in a best of 3, you don't really get pushed that deep in your pool. You kind of
well, in a best of 3, it means you have to explode the Nexus twice, which is.
It's not like you're getting challenged with all the main champions being out, so I think we won't see that much digging, and I think we're gonna see a lot of the standard stuff these teams have played during MSI.
All right, we have the players on stage, should be going in just about a couple minutes now. So final thoughts here, Medios. Let's get your pick between the two squads, G2 and BLG.
I would still bet BLG for this one.
Finn, if you don't say G2, you are fucking deported from Europe forever.
As far as, you know, the top Eastern teams, we compare them to like T1, Gen G. I think they don't quite measure up to that level, but they're still very good. And G2, they had some better games.
What? That's just
so
a fact.
This tournament, but I think they still have a long way to go.
It's a known law. If you bet against the EU at an international as an EU pundit, you do get deported. That is in the rulebook of Worlds and MSI and all internationals.
If you don't have faith, why are you even here?
Facts.
I think it's gonna be a strong G2 2-1 win.
That's fucking right, Finn. That's fucking right. Get that man.
3-2.
Get that. Knight him. Knight him.
2-1 G2
Knight him.
win. All right, I was checking. I was just making sure. Because I was like, if it's 3-2, it could be 2-0, and then that's the series here between these two squads. Again, very, very familiar opponents, as BLG was dominating in the LPL last year, the year before, thanks to the hands of Tabe, who is the coach of AGAL
Holy fuck,
now
I'm
on
tweaking.
the opposite side. G2 winning and running Europe for
I
years.
can't stop
It wasn't
tweaking.
until this year where
I
G2
can't
started
stop
to struggle
tweaking.
just a little bit. But now
stop.
these two do battle
stop the
for
beat,
a
I won't
spot
stop.
in the semifinals. This one is worthy of its own finals, and everyone's going to get to
Okay,
enjoy
boot it up, boot it up. We're going in the
Will it
game now.
be the former kings of Europe finding their glory once again against an opponent that's so familiar in BLG?
Hansema by LDR!
Will the LPL stalwarts of Billy Gaming be able to battle back? Knight versus Caps, Bin versus Broken Blade.
You woke up
Time
my
to
dog.
get
Oh
on
my
into
god.
it. BLG
Take him for a
versus
walk!
G2 spot
After
in the
G2 wins game 1.
semifinals.
Lock in. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Bada, 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 bada.
This tournament truly shows no mercy. Day 2 of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup concludes with one more best of 3.
Absolutely, and it's a big one. You know why? Because we got two teams from opposite sides of the world dead set on a place in the Final Four.
3 keys have already been crushed.
3
The
keys?
last one was brutal, and one more will feel the weight of our crusher crashing down before tonight is over.
It's a best of 3 match for a final or semi-final match. So let's bring out the teams. First, we got the former kings of Europe want to reclaim the throne by beating the world. Please welcome G2 Esports.
Former kings. Former Caps.
An LPL powerhouse with eyes on global glory. It's BLG!
BLGG. Time to go home today. Welcome to the stage, though.
On global stages, BLG have been dominant over G2 since 2023. Can G2 flip the script here? Let's jump into the
Wait, On's jacket says no. Wait, am I dumb? Wait, what the hell?
Thank you so much, Ian and Fancy, for that phenomenal introduction. I'm Atlas. I'm back with Wolf for our final best of 3 of the night. Once again, a tale of revenge from the very recent MSI. And last time is time that G2 would like to forget. That was a quite brisk 3-0.
But we already saw that G2 can bounce back with their victory over FlyQuest. We've seen this roster jump back into this tournament with some
Atlas on the mic.
Revenge-oriented mindsets.
G2 locked in. Didn't Falco with the smile. Caps' head popped up at the bottom.
We've seen this team have a much
Skew months
stronger
ready.
performance than what we saw from MSI.
Time to turn that
Looks
ship
like a lot
around,
of
baby.
preparation went into this one. I would still give the edge to BLG in this series, especially considering, like you said,
if
that
Skewmont watched what Inspired did,
but drafts will be important
to
here, as
BLG,
both these teams will, for the first time, be pushed
and he just
into
tries
Fearless,
to take it on.
As you know, you get a
world will
second
be
chance.
saved.
Sure, you drop game 1, but you have to choose your champions wisely. I do think while we have seen some pretty good performances from G2, they've also left us a little bit puzzled sometimes with the side lane decisions we've seen from Broken Blade. You know, sometimes it works out for him when he pushes super deep. They get a lot of map control, but he gets punished oftentimes.
Brother.
We've seen Caps looking a lot better
BLG
here
doesn't
this
know what's about to
tournament
hit
than
them.
I think what we saw at MSI. I think his champion pool is going to come through big, but they are up against the Titans that are BLG, and this roster is star-studded.
Certainly is. That gentleman right there that we can see very,
Wonder if
very
Caps
close.
takes his shoes off. Is that dangerous?
On his microphone there was quite interesting, to say the least. Bin is definitely going to be a different opposition here for Broken Blade, but I do think that practice on this stage is really important. We've seen teams ramp by playing more games.
Poppy ban,
with
Rumble
the
ban,
pressure of the competition
Pantheon ban, Varus
actually
ban.
on your shoulders.
Okay.
We'll see whether G2 can utilize that as
We got Talia open for Knight. We got Azir open for Caps.
both taken away.
We got Gwen open, which is scary to play into.
And the Pantheon also
does
removed.
BP play Gwen?
Gwen is going to be the next one.
Okay, they banned the Gwen.
On the blue side,
Talia,
now
Annie,
a Vi
Azir.
or a Talia or an Azir. Something
Wukong
like
Sin,
that could
it's a
be
classic.
taken away, and there is the Vi.
The Vi ban is of course less because of the Poppy ban. G2, it's a best of 3.
And
we could go Azir here and play Maokai. EU Classic. Azir Maokai, and then put something else in the bag. Or we go Talia. We match Wukong Sin. Knight Azir. Do you think Knight will win on Azir? I mean, he's gotten better at it.
And also,
Don't give
Azir
Knight
has a
Talia.
strong engage.
Dankeschön.
They do look for this Talia.
Dankeschön. Knights will play
and
Annie
lock
anyway.
that
They'll
one
go
in
Annie
first.
Wukong. Be ready
And
for
this
it.
may mean
I don't think he'll go
BLG
Azir.
are looking
If he
for
does,
the
can
Azir
win.
perhaps later on in this series, and might actually look for something else instead.
Warwick's open for the
There's
4-5,
no Pantheon
baby.
here, but you could still go for an Ahri composition
It's
if
got to
you
be
want
Annie
to
Wukong,
play
right?
that way.
From
If you want to
BLG.
look for dive with Knight.
Orianna
The
from
Orianna
Knight.
is more common
Orianna
these days.
Nocturne.
And it's going to just be the Orianna
Vas.
Nocturne combo here. We haven't really seen
Okay,
this yet
I don't mind that
this
too much.
tournament,
Put the Ord in the bag,
and,
BB.
you know,
I'm not gonna lie.
Tale as old as
Put the
time.
Ord in the bag.
You put the
Just
ball
do it.
on the Nocturne goes in deep, you press R, and you set up the combo.
No Trundle.
It is
Gwen's out.
pretty unavoidable as well. If
We
it
could go
does
Xayah
work
Rakan
out.
here,
We've seen
actually.
it messed up many
Ooh.
times as well, which is a whole lot of fun.
Mundo.
But here's a hover
Mundo
of a
goes
fun
where?
one here that G2 have played in the past.
Mundo goes
There's,
where?
Dr. Mundo being considered, but I don't think that's going to be the lock-in.
Oh, it's
Xayah
beautiful.
Rakan
Oh, it's
possibly
delicious.
just locked away here, and that is exactly what's going to
It's
happen.
gorgeous.
I mean, Hansama has showcased
Wonderful.
already that he is
They could go
phenomenal
Naut on
champion
3.
this tournament, and
Or they could
we know
go-
he's played it a ton successfully in the past,
They
but
could
I mean,
pick
very
top,
recently,
but I don't know what top they would
as
pick.
recently as yesterday, extremely dominant on
What
this.
could they
big-
pick?
What was that, the triple fountain?
They go for the
triple
Nico.
fountain laser. Plus the fact that, you know, oftentimes if you just keep adding more CC,
Jax?
it's
No, they
hard
won't
for
go
the
Jax.
Xayah to survive. But I feel like against Nocturne Orianna
Nico.
specifically, it's actually really easy
All
to
right,
mitigate
we're probably
that
gonna
combo.
lose
The addition of the Nico
Since
though,
Wukong.
does make it a little bit tougher. Also will
But
make the laning
what
phase
can
a
we
little
ban?
bit tougher here for Hansama and Lebrov down there in the bottom
I feel
side.
like
So I
you can
this
ban
pick here for
ADs.
BLG.
I guess the best
Yeah,
ADs
this
are
is a fun
Jhin
one, and a lot of combo potential out
MF
of BLG
probably.
right now. I like the global as well
But
coming
you
through
could
from
also
the
ban
Nocturne, but
tops
will
here.
mean
What would
that the
Bean
early
play?
game should be
I
something
feel
that
like a
G2
side
can
laner like
attack
Jax
with
is
their
annoying
last
this
couple
game.
of picks potentially. We'll see what
Maybe
Scheme Under
Jhin
Broken
and
Blade
then
do
Jax
wanna
ban
do.
or
So
MF and then
Wukong
Jax
not gonna
ban.
be a part of that.
Wukong is gone.
1
Poppy
AD,
is
1
gone.
top ban. thoughts?
I know it's not everyone's favorite right now. It's a bit
I think it makes
controversial,
Cassante blind a bit easier with Gwen already out. I like Cassante blind for G2.
Pretty hard. It's really strong.
Ezreal,
okay.
2v2. I see it.
Opting to ban the Ezreal is quite interesting, especially considering
I don't know if Kai'Sa ban is worth it, actually. We're going to lose Xin Zhao. And Scumon's going to have to what? What's he going to have to do? Ooh, I see a Jarvan angle here. It's cooking. The Jarvan angle is cooking.
Getting pinched.
If they ban Ezreal, surely they ban Jhin, right?
Like Kai'Sa is the most common answer into Xayah, has been since 2017, but there's also the Jinx.
Ooh, I think they're banning Ezreal. Maybe they ban Corki.
Always just incredible.
They ban Jace.
I mean,
that's not going to be considered for now.
Kai'Sa's super
easy. Okay, if they go Jhin or MF, it is
this
Jarvan time.
Like you said, already strong in the matchup in general.
Wow, that's that's more scaling.
I mean, the Jace ban makes sense considering how much you can outrange
he's going
this
dashing
Xayah.
champ. BLG sniff a Jarvan angle.
Lucian is going to be an interesting consideration here.
But I don't like BLG's comp.
Early game power as well, especially in the laning phase alongside.
Oh, they went the Corki. Fuck. Oh!
And it will be the Kai'Sa.
Okay, Jarvan is playable, kinda.
This many times.
I think it was.
I see a Mundo jungle, but Kai'Sa seems a bit scary.
Here. We'll see if that does really come back to bite.
I still don't mind the Cassante blind or a Gnar blind, but Gnar blind is good because of Jace ban, but I think Cassante might be easier, but it does go bin Aatrox or bin Camille or some shit.
Isn't as common, you know, back when we used to see this in the past, but
Cassante blind, lovely.
I
would have preferred
together is it's pretty standard.
A Jax ban if they're going to do this.
Speaking of standard, the Cassante going to be locked away
but
here.
I guess Jace is also annoying.
The previous series, you can understand why the Cassante is looking pretty good.
I don't know if I like Jarvan anymore, you know. I feel like Cassante doesn't really work well with Jarvan. Maybe it's
as the jungle pick is also quite interesting because so much is taken away. No Vi, no Wukong, no Xin Zhao.
Okay, still going to do it.
And Jarvan here, the consideration, but
what if they go Aatrox or Jax? I feel like Jax is going to fuck them so hard.
After the engage, it's going to be a little bit tricky to play. I think it's strong into Orianna, can be quite powerful into the Nocturne.
He's going to play a tank.
So we could have either
I like it, do it. Do it. I think BLG could run out of damage. Chat, I'm going to add if you know what ads. T1 on Twitch Prime, have to sub to want to back against us. Big kiss, much love, much appreciated. I'll see you in a sec.
But looking like the Sion is the way they want to play this. Also, just such a strong front line to help set up these team fights and fight in the neutral here for BLG. The Xayah pick felt really good when it was just the Nocturne Orianna. That was the main problem. But now you have the Nico, now you have the Kai'Sa, as well as even the sticky Sion that you have to deal with. So I think Weaver's walls are going to be incredibly important. If you can control the space around the map, also the Cataclysm that Scumon has to kind of warp the battlefield, can give some additional space here to Hans Sama because it is an extremely low-range composition here for BLG. We know what Hans Sama could do with a lead into a composition like this. Even the extremely tanky Sion is not necessarily going to be a match for Hans Sama's late-game damage.
Especially when there's so many things they can construct. You mentioned it already. The Cataclysm is going to be so incredibly good at just denying the train. They can just lay stuff over the tracks all over the place. Weaver's Wall, of course, another example of that. And we've spoken about this. Like, the way you beat Xayah is to outrange her.
Who is going to kill Sion
if
he stacks armor? Well, Hans Sama has been forged in the fires. He is going to build LDR, and he is going to kill that Sion.
Once they do get through that initial salvo of the team fight, there is a chance this guy on your screen right now will be able to take control. Some fun drafts here for game number one, I'm not gonna lie.
Of all the games you and I have cast this tournament so far, I feel like this is the closest draft. I feel like both teams have a really strong draft and really strong win cons here. And they absolutely know exactly what, because the identity is so different, they know exactly what they need to do to make sure the enemy team can't get those same advantages. And I think for BLG, it's to get that mid-game snowball rolling. And for the side of G2, it's to position well, it's to utilize the terrain that their champions can create to buy space for Hans Sama
Run's about to put on a masterclass. If by masterclass you mean gank a lane and accidentally die, I am here for it, because G2 would love that.
Not quite the names, but that is absolutely fine, as here we are representing Fnatic as well as Scumon. You love to see that. Somewhere Cyanide is like, thanks, bro. Thanks for that. Thanks for the representation. We appreciate it. As BLG, I don't know about that bin skin, like the Viking Scion one. Not exactly my
Bin
favorite.
needs to convert to Lumberjack
okay.
Scion. It's getting ridiculous
Scion,
at this
you know?
point.
I haven't had that many opportunities to commentate a lot of LPL teams, throughout my relatively short compared to a lot of others League of Legends casting career.
Yeah, I like how 4 or 5 years is.
I will allow Mecha Scion as well.
It's just, I mean, a lot of
okay, Hansama's playing Ghost.
This game for
please don't get hit by like a fucking Nico Ian lane. You're gonna die.
So
instantly.
I'm excited. It's my first time getting to commentate Knight, Bin, Elk. These legends on.
And you know what? We're gonna hold it here so that you can bask
in doubt,
being able to do that. Wolf.
Yeah,
the power of EU and Fnatic.
I've always really been a big fan of Knight's
play
style.
It's like G2 and Fnatic Super Saiyan, and a few
strong and dominant he has been over the last few years. As also a fellow left-handed player myself, I don't use the mouse on my left hand though.
Yeah,
I'm just a fraud. Every time I tried to move the mouse to the left side, it annoyed everyone in the family, and it was just like, well, I guess I'm going to adapt and use my right hand, but in a different world, maybe with a more
I think I can kind of hear the G2
family,
fans.
Maybe I could have been like Knight.
Yeah, well,
chanting,
you could have
but
been
I don't
like
know
Freak
what they're
as well.
saying.
Freak is the only other guy that I know that actually uses a left-handed mouse.
Naniwa, famously in StarCraft 2, was a left-handed mouse guy.
Oh, top
it is one of the hardest, in terms of tech pauses and replacing hardware, it is one of the hardest mice to replace, one of the hardest hardware issues you can have. So if you're a left-handed player, you really have to make sure, especially if you use an older mouse, that you hoard it. Like you're on eBay, you're trying to make sure you've got all the left-handed mice of that model that exists just in case.
And that must have been even harder in StarCraft as well, because everyone was so particular. What was that, that one SteelSeries mouse that everyone needed to have, and then there was that one guy that bought all of them in an entire country, or something like that.
Yeah,
50.
It happened a lot.
Lost Ratone's hat, bottom left. Oh my god. W Lost Ratone's hat. Shout out to that guy.
Anyways, we are digressing quite a bit here as the fans are ready for this game to get going. Luckily, the timing of this tech pause means it's not going to affect the game really in any real sense.
Get off your phones, G2's playing. That's what Hysterics would say. Get off your phones, G2's playing.
We'll be getting back into the action for you guys as soon as possible. A tense one, though. Caps giving the thumbs up gives me hope that perhaps that means something has been resolved.
Yep, and cheer for the faith. I kind of like that that little card there. Of course, the first that we're seeing of BLG here in this tournament, I think not having the MSI that they really wanted. This is a squad that has been so incredibly close to so much glory for so long. Right?
All right, Caps has a bit of a toff mid matchup. Orianna Talia is not that fun for Talia past level 5. I feel like it gets really annoying if you lose push as Talia once. Orianna can hold you on the tower. The good news is Nocturne is not a very active jungler early, so Jarvan can definitely target the Orianna, blow a mid flash, and then Talia has mid push for the next God knows how many times, how much minutes. I think Jarvan will put a lot of his attention mid bot, right? Top will probably play in isolation. Both junglers will probably start top side. And it's slightly Jarvan favored if they start both top side because Jarvan's red buff will last longer.
Esports could not for the region last year.
Of course, Top Esports weren't exactly in the greatest position last year, but still managed to make the distance. So we have seen some of these more underdog teams finding the angles. See what can happen here as G2 looking to do exactly the same thing.
All right, fifth time's the charm. G2 is 0-4 in series score against BLG, and they're 10-3 in match score. Fifth time is the charm. This is the one. $170,000 on the line.
Just in general.
Fifth time's the charm.
She's just going to offer so
what
much
is Labrov?
And harass in the lane. And you can see Hanzama and Labrov are just taking the brunt of it for now.
Yep, and Labrov, any of these Qs that he misses,
bro, he's tanking it all
getting
in
that
the
extra
face.
healing is so important.
It's so necessary to be able to deal with that poke, because if you end up going down to a third health here, I mean, you're going to have to start chugging potions, you're going to be diveable. In a lot of cases, not in this matchup where you're playing against a
but not for long.
So you're feeling good about that at least, but
forever. I'm kidding.
Like that,
not for long.
Here, you start to feel real nervous about getting that.
Yeah, you can see the Talia pushes, but the Orianna is chunking him. You see more and more and more. It gets worse and worse and worse.
For the moment.
Yeah, he's chosen to hit the minions instead of the champion to push this wave in. Was Knights getting the harass off with this Orianna with the ramp up damage.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Yeah. Caps with a couple of minions.
Ooh, it's already looking a little bit sketchy. You can see what Skewmon did on the minimap there. He skipped red. He went Krugs first. So his red buff lasts even longer.
But it is going to be just some very early resets. As Knight actually thinks better of it for the moment. Caps goes back. We'll be teleporting back in
TP back from
once
Caps.
again.
Gets his tier.
So nothing really gained just
ready to
yet,
stack up
you
EU
can
fans
see in
tiers.
the lanes, it's BLG getting the majority of the shove here as there is the snare on top of Lebrov. He's down to 200, and that's just first blood. It goes over to On, and this has started early for BLG.
Yeah, this is massive, and
my bot lane is
Hansama
losing.
gonna potentially lose some
My
farm
bot lane
here
is
as well.
losing.
We'll see how much of this he can pick up once that cannon. So that's
Come on, G2, really?
That at least, but
really?
We'll never know.
I'm pretty sure he did get it. Yeah,
number went up.
I'm like
really?
99% sure he got it. Based on the timing of that auto flying when we panned away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a great target there on the Lebrov. We'll watch this again as On plays this very aggressively. Clones gets the heal to move forward, and even with the attempt to escape, that Lebrov is still caught by the edge of it. If he avoids it, totally different scenario.
Papa Smithy, don't talk. G2 clapped your ass. Fact.
And thought he would alone with his heal be able to get through, but doesn't flash and is punished as a result. So big win here as a Cull gets picked up on the back for Elk, and he is just really cashing in on hitting that mid-game spike with his team composition.
Yeah, it's looking real scary. So we have some pings out here from Knight. Had an idea that maybe Skewmond was in the area, but does decide to go back. And first blood, 500 gold lead, something like that, approximately here for BLG. And it looks like they're picking things up basically right where they left off. As far as that MSI start was concerned against G2 this season.
I thought Cassante was like
this year. Could say.
I thought Cassante was like good into tanks.
There's a lot of scaling on the side of G2 as well.
Yeah.
Zaya is no slouch. There's not a massive amount of range on BLG's side.
The bigger concern for G2 would be if they ended up giving over 2 kills on a Grub or early Dragon fight, for example. That's what you really don't want. But losing the Rakan early stings, and it does accelerate.
I guess Sion is
BLG
quite
slightly,
strong early.
but it's not the end of the world, especially because the kill went to On instead of Elk. Still a significant lead here for Elk, but at the end of the day, like you said, some accidents can happen in this early game. You have a lot of wiggle room with how the scaling works here. Just the mid game that you're more concerned about than some of these.
Mid starting to get rough. This is it, the level 5 swing where Talia wants to push, but eventually she'll lose the push and she get. Oh, here it is, right here, level 5. Oh god, I told you. Oh, please no, please no, Caps.
Clockwork is just wound up, and there is the flash away here from Caps. Doesn't have teleport this time to try and make his way back, and that gold lead that was minuscule is now going to balloon unless Skewmon can get something done here.
Skewmon, chase that bitch. Chase that bitch, get the minion. Oh yes.
Not enough damage there, so just opts to
save the wave for Caps. You love to see it. That's gonna crash. Now go for the steal. Now steal it. He's too late, I think. It's gone. But what can we do with it? Look at the Nocturne. Look at the Nocturne. Can we chase that? Can we chase that? Oh, we split up. What is Skewmon doing? Okay. Can we take the Grump? Can we take the Grump? Can we threaten the Grump? Caps has mid push. Level 6. AAA. No flash base one.
By the squad on the back end. Lebrov taking a fair bit of damage here, but of course he's Rakan.
This Grump is ours. That is our Grump.
This is a really tricky dive.
That is our Grump.
For G2, especially with how low Lebrov is. I just don't think this is going to work out. They're looking for Elk.
There's a flash forward, flash traded, and you'll be happy about that if you're G2. Getting the A carries flash
got the
could
Grump,
be a big opportunity here. As Knight taking a bit of
might
damage.
Get Shockwave right here
from Caps, but he's on the wrong side.
Nice, that ward is doing big work for Caps.
I like that move from Lebrov there because the positioning of Elk away from
Caps,
the turret
what
makes
you'll notice here.
Target. Speaking of vulnerable targets,
hey,
yeah, On in a lot of trouble here as Lebrov looking to try and make his
just
way
watch
in.
This CS diff, it's gonna get bad
soon. Just needs another flag and drag.
No flash on Elk. No flash. Can we dive?
Get back towards that turret. Try and keep himself safe. And Hansama, he's come down. He's popped the ghost, and that will be the
nice.
kill.
That's 2 for Hansama. Chase that bitch. Oh, BB! BB versus Bean. Q3 misses. Dashes the Q. Double kill for Hansama. Double kill for Hansama. Double kill for Hansama. That's a volume increase.
On the board.
And unlike that play that happened earlier, we're like, oh, it's not the end of the deal. Lebrov dies
now
early.
swap top. Now swap top. Zaya BF sword swap top.
Kills to go over to Hansama.
Surely.
Early, he has
swung
the pendulum of that gold lead about 1,000. He was about 400 down. Now he's 600 up here. Picks up a BF sword. And the G2 fans are going wild because we know what Hansama can do with the lead. We saw it already just yesterday on this champion.
No flash. On no flash. Skewmon, get level 6 now. Get level 6 now.
They were super patient with it. They got multiple flashes and then waited for that punish. G2 very methodical, and now in a really nice position in this early game.
They really are. Paranoia comes down.
They're trolling. Just eat you up.
Finding Skewmon
or
here,
flash.
just flashes
No EQ.
away. Not going to
okay,
get
no
feared,
Nocturne ult is good. Hey, no smite on that guy. Can we steal it? Steal it, steal it.
Something happen though, as it's down to 38 health. Thank goodness.
Okay, Skemon's getting kind of cooked. Kind of cooked. All good though.
So that was a bit close. Does manage to get the steal and now looks for the grubs.
Yeah,
Nico, level 4, no flash. Jarvan, level 6, grub fight.
Enough pressure here.
That answers what's about to happen.
I don't know if he really wants to go in
here
here anyways.
We go. Tally ult now. Split off the arena. Engage.
Here
we go.
If he could find the right
boom, there it is. Knock up.
Well, On could be in a little bit of trouble.
Knock up and Tally ult and kill On.
And On now finds himself in the back of the pit. No flash available.
No,
and
wrong
he
one.
is not getting out of this. BLG, can they actually
nice, and we got one of the grubs.
No,
nice, that Nico is going to be fucking useless.
BLG will lose their support, and that is going to be feats
Cameraman,
of
go bot
already put
now.
together here for G2. Going from strength to strength. Not actually getting enough of the grubs in order to get themselves a feat there, but I don't think that is going to worry them too much, keeping things very even here in this game.
The kill goes to Hansama. It's a third kill on the Xayah. I think this is 100% worth for G2, and BLG didn't even get the triple. They only get the 2 out of 3 for this, and I mean, Caps knows he can engage from so far away there. The sacrifice of On, I think, is not worth it, and BLG had a great start, right? But things are looking a little bit more rickety in this game now, considering how much late game scaling they have. As Caps comes in here late and On is just left alone, they get the grub there, but ultimately
you're wasting your energy cheering for this team.
Goes over to Hansama. You can see Knight wants to
well, my energy ain't going anywhere else, bro.
So good for G2.
It's
the
gotta go here.
Is so strong. The Orion is not going to get a multi.
Yes.
And G2 fans feeling
fan,
positivity back to back here, and now this Xayah already has Yuntals, and she's just getting bigger and bigger.
Look, yeah, this is a
Xayah
very big
items.
AD carry on the side of G2.
Yuntal versus Teemo Slingshot. That's got to be a free win, right? Let's stack those Drakes. Why is my Xayah top?
Quite there just yet, but hitting that first item before the Kai'Sa feels absolutely amazing. What doesn't, though, is the bottom lane, or the top lane, or what you want to call it in
Bean's
this game.
Bean's going to ult top. We got to go Drake when he does that.
Because Bin is just kind of running away with it, just having a really good time, and has his Sunfire Cape now completed, as we can see, and we'll be driving towards that top
Move
side.
towards mid, take over mid, Cassante bases, goes top, love it.
Right? You wouldn't really be driving.
I think he's just charging, you know, he's charging quite aggressively.
Perambulating.
He will get his teleport up relatively soon here, so if they are going to try
level
to
6
force,
Rakan,
they need to be aware
level
of
5
that.
Nico. That's a dragon if I've ever seen one.
Will disengage, but the Scion being your big gold lead isn't necessarily how this mid-game is supposed to look here for BLG. They'd rather it be on the Kai'Sa or particularly on the Nocturne so they can continue to snowball. They're not out of this game by any means, but fights like this early on around a dragon are how they need to control the tempo. Because if G2 get a dragon here and buy that extra time, it really puts a big wrench in their gears. Looking for the cap pick.
That's gotta be bugged.
The flash. It is going to be a lot
into the
of
tower.
And a Caps going down. There is the snare connecting onto Skeomond as well. He does make it out.
And they should be able to turn this into a 2-Drake lead here. It is Infernal Dragon worth of stats as well. This is pretty massive here for BLG.
Oh my god, we're going to lose Dragon with a 3-0 Xayah and a support level advantage. But what if we fight the Dragon anyway? Do we need Caps or not? Because he can TP. Ah, yes. Ah, yes.
And On isn't level 6 yet.
That's big. That's a big dragon.
Feeling like he's pretty capable.
That's a big dragon.
Just walking up here next to Labrov.
And Caps does have TP, and they are just going to give this away, like you say. This is actually kind of huge.
Hansama needs to take us
buying that extra time feels massive, and
to the promised land this game.
With that commitment there,
he needs to
BLG
guide us
don't
to the
feel
win.
Like they can actually win the fight straight up.
He is our savior, our lord.
Done. And good realization there from G2. They were powerful, considering the amount of cooldowns that were used just to kill this Talia, who then is able to just immediately teleport back to the lane. So really nicely done, making sure they don't give up something that they don't need to just from the intimidation tactics.
With a trade of one
no
Drake
flash
apiece, it is going to be for whoever gets it.
You see the CS in mid, it's getting bad, isn't it? It's going to slowly get worse and worse.
Cassante or this Scion, and frankly, that's incredibly powerful. So these next few dragons, how they stack up is going to be really, really important. Even the Jarvan is going to really enjoy those additional resistances later on in the game and the shield that comes with it. So pretty impactful soul here.
Let's see how this one's going to go. You're exactly right. I think either team is going to feel absolutely fantastic about that mountain. So BLG mainly just for Scion, but Skeomond and Broken Blade are both going to be feeling brilliant about picking up that bunch of tankiness that's going to be coming in. BB actually feeling a little bit better here towards the top side as he's bringing the battle to Bin. It's a lot of B's in that last sentence, but that's okay. We're going to check this 1v1 out, and I think it's just wet noodles, guys. I think we need to worry about it too much.
Sunfire getting some work done here.
A lot of value, yeah. The old standing next to him is bad tactic. I've seen this play before, ladies and gentlemen, but now G2 look
is there. Nice Jarvan ult. That's a 1-for-1, right? Surely that's a 1-for-1.
In response, the flag and drag to try and finish it off.
Nice 1-for-1. Owen is here, just run away.
Anyway.
We can go in, actually. You want to go in?
And now Beishuan will get
no Jarvan Q, though. No Jarvan Q. Watch out.
Shield in sight there. So the flag goes down, but that is going to be the last.
Oh, the Talia is going to be fucking useless this game.
There from BLG.
And Jarvan with kills is like decent, but
ulted as on in this situation to try to look for the turn there, but they didn't know exactly where Hansama was, but likely knew that he was going to be nearby, so don't actually commit to the play there, as Labrov was playing very aggressively, so good judgment there. After what's initially here, again, another play on this flashless Talia, so they end up getting the kill. The problem is they're now stuck here, and Hansama is missing on the map, right? So it's in a moment like this as On comes over where he could consider trying to actually look for the counter ult, especially after Labrov comes through here, but they decide not to, knowing Hansama is probably headed up because he's not showing there on the bottom lane, so they don't overcommit. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yep. And I think that, like, if this was, as there's the, you know, the huge base drop as Finn makes his way towards the bottom side of the map, not necessarily the most ridiculous, but does give us that satisfaction of eviscerating the minions. But I think that, like, if it was Hansama that they were diving on over and over again, you'd be feeling way better if you're BLG, because Caps is already having a little bit of a rough time. He's the one that's borne the brunt of the, well, I just press my targeted ultimate button and then the hula hoops around him, and it's just a bad time. Like, there's not a whole lot that Caps can do about that. But Hansama has been untouched, and of course they can't do it to him because he's got the Storm available.
I mean, Talia will do a decent amount of damage later on to this front line. It's going to take a while, but you know, Caps is the architect of this game. He is not actually the real damage dealer. He's not the real damage threat.
Or he's the construction company.
Sure, yeah. And at this point, you know, I feel like G2 are pretty happy with how things have evolved in this game. It's a very close one. The lead in gold is for BLG, but they need to hold on to that tempo because that won't last forever.
He's 0-2-1-9 gold
down,
down,
a bit of an expiration date on it. With a small lead like this, it isn't yet enough.
Yeah, we'll see.
Especially with 1,000 of it being, of course, on that Scion.
Yeah. I feel like there are the answers later on in the game in sort of like an honest 5v5.
Herald
Still
fight.
do think the BLG's composition can work. And there is another shockwave. They find their target, and down goes
How did Jarvan die so
quickly?
quickly?
No smite for this battle around the Herald, but can they still win with those key cooldowns now used up as the rest
they
of G2
one-shot
now
Jarvan.
in position?
I don't know if this is fightable, man. That Scion looks kind of scary.
In front of Hansama.
I didn't want the Herald anyway. Have it. Have it.
Finn is just so hard to get through. So that will be the Rift Herald going down, and BLG
just be ready to fight Dragon.
Control of this game.
But they might Herald mid. But no knock to. What the hell? Oh yes, wait, maybe. Wait, it's not that bad. It looks bad, but it's not that bad. I swear to God. Oh, big root. Oh, Broken Blade will do that.
And Knight is able to flash away, but still, I think there's the fear of God in them now.
I just don't know if I really agree with that play there from On. Hansama handles it so incredibly well there.
They have no ult. It's gotta be a dragon. Now, Kalia has ult.
He's
We're
already
TPing
so
top.
big. Those are not the trades you want to kill for your top laner versus
fast push top and then move because we have ult, so we make them lose a wave on the dragon start.
And it also means that tempo goes back to G2 a little bit here for this next dragon. You can see Hansama is ripping through this early into the game. And it's a quick rotation over from Labrov and Broken Blade as well. With no ultimate here for Bejuan, I just can't see a contest for BLG.
Yep, that is not happening. So that is going to be the second dragon going over to G2. So they got the Infernal, and they now get the first mountain that is on offer, and there's a lone Chemtech dragon for BLG so
One thing
far.
I will say about BLG,
crazy how fast the Jarvan died.
They have absolutely not hesitated. The execution has been crisp, and it is a simple composition to execute, but they know the right timings, and they have been able to get insane value out of this early, which has given them a pretty significant gold lead. But it's fights and overextensions like this, where On goes in here, Elk follows up, but you end up losing him. And then watch Hansama. Elk has turret aggro here. Knight also eats a shot. And then the follow-up from Broken Blade gets the flash out of Knight. Just so scary to be forcing these fights into this Hansama that's so huge already.
Oh, G defense popping off.
Hadn't have moved like
because we got to kill on, but we'll take it.
Another battle here as the quickness
double charm, and we're out. Caps
this
saved.
This time, the Paranoia Shockwave doesn't kill Caps. That's a change.
And already a bit of a maybe shift of the tides in this game.
Hansama feeling it. Feeling it.
Actually getting a lot of work done there with the Acathian Rain. Nicely done.
Is that an L?
Making his way over on.
Double agent on! Bro, I can't believe how many times on gets caught in the last, like, 10 games I've seen from him.
Performances at MSI. I thought his early game was fantastic in this one, especially in the laning phase, but has been looking for some really aggressive angles, and this one has been punished several times now for deaths.
I can't believe Dom tried to get me to say sorry for my tier list. I need to make him say sorry.
All of the gold for G2 they've picked up has been on this support punishes.
Skimond, what are we doing here? We have Talil? No, we don't.
Hey,
wait, hey! Just W over Labrov. Help! Nice!
Win the 1v1 anyway. So he's just going to go down. I do appreciate
wait, that's actually a big kill.
Courage.
Knight had TP, but didn't commit it there. And perhaps there's a miscommunication or a disconnect there on this one. We are going to see a TP potentially interrupted. It is interrupted.
Finn was trying to make his way in there. As now
Labrov,
also trying to do the same, but Summer's pretty happy with that. Elk going to have to
no TP bin.
Away.
I guess Broken Blade had a Q3.
It's weird to say this, especially considering some of these veterans, but some nerves here on the side of BLG with some of the decisions we're making. Like Bin just teleporting in the face of a Cassante who's just going to say no is a bit of a weird one. Now Broken Blade's going to end up with TP advantage out of this. They end up winning the skirmish their top side, putting a huge dent into that turret. Knight will be able to get this in return, and the turret wasn't actually taken by G2.
That's feats of strength also going on.
That's
a bit
massive.
Of BLG. That is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Upgrading the shoes. That's feeling
Zaya,
good. I feel like
2.5
G2
items.
is still going to be happy
We
about their
need
position
LDR.
in the game. We can see that the money is still in favor of BLG. We know that
we
if
need
they get their
LDR
ducks
now.
in a row and make this team
Please
fight
tell me he's not
work
going
the
IE.
way it's supposed to, it's still going to be very, very difficult for G2. But I think that they're looking at a 4-0 Zaya. They experienced the last
Sell that
time
refillable
they played
and
where Hansama was just absolutely terrifying.
Pink ward, he's
Probably
keeping us. He's keeping us
in a pretty good spot.
Oh,
and
that's
I wouldn't
beautiful.
blame him.
When you consider that
beautiful.
G2 has that extra mountain
that's
dragon,
fucking gorgeous.
that's
That
part
is-
of
that is
where
that
I
is
judge
art.
this
That is
situation to be
art.
slightly favorable for them, because they have some additional time. They have some wiggle room around how they want to play around objectives. They're the team with the Talia. They're the team with the Jarvan, you know, that could steal so easily, that could set up fights so easily, can disengage so easily.
What about,
for an
now
objective
hear me
take
out.
that I really like the flexibility they have here. I mean, it's a Zaya composition, right? But at the end of the day, the
okay, fine. We'll wait for items.
If
Okay.
Hansama loses for
We'll
any
wait. We'll
reason,
wait.
he's
We'll
a
wait.
prime
We'll wait.
target. This Orianna has
No, we
farmed
can.
so
Okay,
well,
we'll wait.
sitting
Yeah.
on 2
But,
items.
okay, fine.
Super aggressive build here as well with the Luden's Companion, the Shadow Flame. So much burst. So maybe you avoid the Nocturne ultimate, but then you get killed by the Orianna anyways, or you get followed up on by Elk. So positioning is going to be paramount here.
On is
for
getting
Hansama
caught
as we have
again.
a bit of a fight here.
Yeah.
For the
But
30th
looking for
time.
a little bit of an angle is there is the wall, and On
Wait,
is just gonna
Hansama
press
needs help.
R, does flash out of the way.
Okay, no
of
flash
the
on, no
seismic
flash
shove,
Hansama.
But the paranoia not necessarily doing anything. And BLG now with a bunch of stuff on cooldown that they would like available for the next fight.
Certainly would, as Bin is just like winning the
Broken
fight,
Blade pressed
running
R.
away.
Yeah,
Oh my
this
god,
is
he's
going to be
smashing his
pretty
keyboard,
dangerous
and
here
Bin
for Bin,
is
who
getting
does get knocked
scratched like it's a back
He
massage.
doesn't have a lot of exit options
He
here, although
absolutely
he does
gives
have the
a
ult, so never
total
mind.
of
Broken
0
Blade is
fucks
gonna
about that.
Struggle to stop him from just driving away.
It's funny, until he all out, Spin is just like walking away and burning him and being like, yeah, well, I win this, by the way.
Yeah.
He is up an item.
The all out did make it look like he did take a damage though.
Losing
Yeah,
mid
that was
tier 1.
kinda
I don't
nice.
like that. I don't
Now
like that
ult
we're losing
advantage
mid
goes
tier
to
1.
Bin,
I don't like
which,
that. I'm
can
not a
be
fan.
used, of course, as an engage or
Drake
team
in 30
fight
though,
joining
lock in.
kind of semi-global
Base from
tool.
caps.
Turret goes down here in mid
Actually
lane
recovered
after
a
that,
lot in
exchange
creep
in the
score.
bottom lane, so significant amount of gold going over. Hansama's lead is
Skewmond,
what it
what are we
once
doing here?
was. Skewmond very aggressively positioned.
Dragging and flagging.
Yeah, he is going to get a little
Flag
bit
and
of
drag.
fade here, but otherwise not too much else going to happen. 50% health bar on Hansama is a little bit worrying, but he should be okay. Hasn't actually been back for a while. He's been sitting on just that crit cloak in the first 2 items for
Are you going to
quite
ult
a
bot?
while.
Do it.
So it could be that Infinity
That's
Edge
Sion's
is getting
skin.
closer. Or the
Ew.
Lord Doms if he does want to go that way. But
I mean,
I'm assuming Infinity Edge, you know.
Consider the Kaisa is only 250 gold behind. It's
I
0,
think
1, 2 to a
G2,
4
by their
kill.
map position,
Zaya,
wants
they've
to
injected
rush
so much
Atakan
gold into
when
Elk
the
here,
Drake
staying
gets started.
So relevant.
But
that
I think
is one of the
BLG
big
sniffs
boons
it.
here for the side of BLG.
Look at Broken Blade. Look, he's literally right next to him. He can smell what Colonia.
Beishwan just going to get pushed back here by the Cassante. Spell shield's a little bit early.
Q3, you got it for me?
It does have the ulti back off cooldown once again.
This is risky.
Take the dragon. G2, that's sole point.
I mean, I feel like they're just kind of saying
hit it, Hansama, hit it.
Hit it. Now the map is looking pretty dark. They do manage to get this ward in.
Oh shit, this could be sketchy. Don't stack, hands caps, don't stack, hands caps, don't stack. Nice stopwatch! Got the dragon.
Beautiful stopwatch there as the fear does come down, but Caps still at full health, gets the seismic shot.
Oh my god, I don't know what just happened. BBW'd like 4 people. What the hell? Where did Cassante?
It is Knight grabbing a kill.
What? Cassante just flew halfway across the map. Hansama cooking. Oh, nice ult. Hansama cooking.
Terrifying Featherstorm as well.
Where's the damage? Who's dying? No one's dying. Caps, help him, help him. EQ. Oh, the flash was clutch. The flash was clutch. We have learned a little bit of Korean since MSI. Oh, Elk.
Someone dies.
Nice for life.
My god, Caps
oh my god.
just dies from that drive-by.
Wait, that fight was crazy good by G2. What did BB do? Did he get a 4-man W to stop the Nico? And then he like flash ulted someone? Or some shit? Did BB just save the day? Hansama buy LDR now. If he doesn't buy a fucking LDR,
so much damage in that team fight. After what looked like to me when I see this Drake attempt for G2, I'm like, but they can engage from so far.
We have to wait.
Yeah, there's no flash
a little longer.
On, but this is so risky. It's Caps' big arm guard.
Stopwatch from Caps here. Massive. No Orianna ult, no Nocturne ult. Chef's kiss. Now watch BB. Q1, Q2, Q3. W's 4 people into Isaiah E. Then he ults the Orianna into Narnia and sacrifices himself. Hansama cooks here big time. His E comes off cooldown quite quick because he has Navori. So he pulls the E here and ults the Sion Q and the Nico E. And then Caps needs help here. No flash. Oh, he has flash. He's just cocky. EQ flash from Skewmont here. Beautiful. Otherwise, Orianna can Q and Caps has to flash. Now Caps can play it. And then Elk tries to finish off Caps. Great stuff. Yes! Yes, we are jumping up and down. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, Dylan Falco, though, he knows.
Does he have LDR?
It's still
Hold.
looking worrisome, right? Like, you could see that he's not reacting. He's like, there's still a long way to go in this game.
I mean, if Hansama gets a few of those extra kills there, I think the game is basically over. He doesn't quite get them, right?
Yeah.
And it's...
You gotta stop teasing me. Does he have L...
Yes!
Yes!
Kill.
Yes!
He was
That's right!
Feathers all
That's
over
right!
And now you have Caps with the Zonias, so he can do it again against that combo. And the Featherstorm is available for Hansama again, so trying to lock down these carries is so difficult.
Been trying to be persuaded to take damage, and he hasn't actually, he doesn't understand the concept. Question.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing.
You know, it's so common for in any scenario with a draft like this into a Scion for Caps to build, for example, Leandri's, because like I got to get through that Scion, but he both trusts Hansama and his positioning and his damage so much, knows the game state, and says, I'm just going to be safe. I'm going to go complete safety.
As well. He's died over and over again to that combo.
And I feel like, you know, it's
Soul
a lot of
points
damage
for
he'll
G2
lose because of this, but it's absolutely the correct choice. When you have a 4-0 Xayah, you feel less bad about it.
Yep.
And I just feel like you can feel how
he must have
well
Dominic's in base now.
G2 are on
yes,
how
he's
their
basing.
win cons
Oh my
are
god.
in this situation.
Ow.
Well, there's the shockwave combo.
Okay, no flash Rakan.
It's under a Rakan.
Sucks a little bit. They could force Baron right now because they know Hansama needs to base and Labrov is low.
Lock it there.
But they're not doing it. But G2 don't know if they're doing it or not. Oh, there's a pink in pit. They know.
BLG
We're
gonna
safe.
try to turn this into a Baron.
No, they can't. We're
clear. I was gonna say try to take that would be pretty insane after using those ultimates.
There is an Otacon up and available as well, but there's not a lot of vision for G2.
1 minute 30 on Soul. LDR Hansama.
For G2 to now make their way into the river and try and take
How
down
is Elk level 15?
One of the most critical things here is like G2
actually
have
Caps
all
his
ultimates. The only real thing that can catch them is on flash.
We have Soul in a
ulting,
minute and you're doing
start
this?
this Baron. They're like, okay, clear your vision. I'm going to start this up. I have
because
way
no
more
Nocturnal,
control.
right? Because no Nocturnal. Double smite, maybe Labrov. It's free. It's fucking free. It's free.
They can just burn this one down.
What the?
Stolen by Knight. And G2, they were so close, they thought they had him in checkmate, but it's the Orianna that steals it away. And now they can just walk their way out if they'd like to. Bin just standing in front of the G2 members. It's highway robbery here for Billy Gaming.
And G2, all they can do is walk away with a tail tucked between their legs. There's no play to make here. Lebrov looking for something here, but I think he needs to be respectful. Hansama.
Well, Hansama really didn't want to press his R button, as there he goes. Paranoia comes in, but the shockwave connects. Hansama down so incredibly low, and Elk is there with that killer instinct to try and take him down. He has to use the flash, though, and now finds himself in a very uncomfortable position, as it's a slight overextension here. Moves back into the waiting arms of Caps, who's over that wall.
How does this always happen? It's always so won until it's lost.
That triple fountain laser that we were
and it's always
G2
BLG.
BLG find the
LDR,
like said,
Ezreal smurfing, fucking Vanguard, absolute full Mandarin 100%. Pauses, Kalista E, Rumble, Rend bugs, base race ends, Nexus doesn't die, Baron free into Soul, gets stolen by Orianna Q. Like, what is this? Hansama doesn't buy LDR against Cassandra or whatever the fuck it was. Every time something stupid happens.
They get the kill onto Hansama.
Always something stupid happens.
Dragon of the game as well. Potentially
Lebrov, yes, Smite. Lebrov, that's you, baby.
Absolute insanity.
Now come on, Lebrov, this is you. I'll forgive you for everything you've done. If you get this dragon. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Smites have been so good that he doesn't have.
Yeah, he's
still going to be able to lock that
I'm
one
kidding.
down.
I love Lebrov. I love him.
Let's
big
watch
heart.
this
Big
again
heart.
here, how low it goes. There's a bit of a crazy
This is
one.
Orianna QW, by the way.
All right, the feather
Oh,
ball
20. A bit early on that one. Skuma not happy. But I mean, it's a great play there from Knight. And the G2 coaching staff frustrated. But what happens next is even worse.
Hell
as
no.
they're able to catch.
No, I do love Lebrov. I don't hate anyone.
It looked like that was such a great Baron call. I mean, I still stand by it. I think it was.
I don't have a bone of hatred.
And it's this moment here where ultimately there's too many threats on the Hansama, and he does have to ult early.
And the flash as well was employed to try and get out of the shockwave.
You can see
it just couldn't flash far enough.
Lebrov is trying to ult to try to peel, but he's just not quite there in time. And it's just the dominoes falling here, and suddenly BLG bought a huge whole new lease.
One of them is Fearx Enjoyer.
Now in the driver's seat once again.
Well, we'll see whether G2 can battle their way back in this one. As of course, inner turret in mid lane does go down. Otacon now going to be their target. As in comes on, looking for Lebrov. They want to try and keep them out of this area, but that ward's still up and available.
It's gone.
Actually has been turned off by the control ward, so it looks like G2.
Oh my god, if they got Baron and ran away and pushed mid and held mid with Baron and did Drake and got sold, the game was over. But they didn't.
Even though things looked like they were going G2's way, now that something's actually gone BLG's way, they're 3,000 gold in the lead,
it starts to snowball pretty significantly. Now they have big experience leads across the board as well. Like Elk's got level 16 advantage. Knight's caught up to Caps. He was significantly behind in XP. Bin furthers his lead to over a level as well. And so, you know, you're getting all those additional stats. You're getting all those additional points and all your abilities. And, you know, looking at this next fight here, it will be potentially a 3-3 dragon situation here if BLG pick it up, and then Bin just becomes so difficult to kill, even for our Fountain Laser in Hansama. IE is done here for Elk. He's gone for the crit build, which makes a ton of sense into Broken Blade. So even though the Xayah scales better, the Kai'Sa is still very relevant.
Go
and
too
even just
crazy.
A straight up
Let's
front
just
to back
control.
fight, if you can kill either
The
carry,
XP
Caps
situation
or
is
Hansama,
not that bad.
particularly
Rakan's still a level up. Talia and Orianna same. Jarvan same. Level down Cassante and Xayah's down too, sure. If you look at the items, Xayah, Kai'Sa, similar. Nice shove, big damage. Really big damage on that Sion, massive damage.
Actually crashing into the wall there momentarily, so the train not going to be up and available for the next little while. Broken Blade trying to deal with the minion wave in the mid lane, but he can be over here in a
double
moment.
smite. You have double smite.
On's got flash and
That's a big one.
So
Red buff is important.
Here for G2, they need to play respectfully.
I'm really worried about that Paranoia Shockwave combo as well.
Nice,
and
double smite. There it is.
Being able to collect his red buff for the team. That feels good. That's not going to be stolen away. Of course, BLG have one on the other side of the map.
I really like how aggressively BLG play this, because oftentimes you're like, why are they doing this? There's
Nice. Now think about it. They have Orianna Nocturne. Who's their target? The Zhonya's, the Xayah, the GA Jarvan, or the Cassante?
Just start taking vision away.
Or the Rakan with Celestial. Now, the Nocturne Orianna has fallen off a little bit.
Even one mistake,
it
you
has fallen off a
practically
little
win the
bit.
game off of it. You get a kill or two, you get that inner, you get the inhibitor turret, and you start to really open up the base. And they're just
I need Xayah to get Infinity Edge.
because they have control over the map right now, which is so powerful with a composition like this. You can basically choose where you want to pull that pressure point. Baron up in 45, and that's going to be the next place that BLG set up shop.
Yeah, Skewmon now does have his GA completed, so the Jarvan feeling pretty good as far as being able to get in amongst it. Still not with an IE done yet as Caps looking for a wall onto On, who does manage to get past that.
Oh, that Sion ult is a bit early,
now.
but it's going to hit Caps in the face.
Looking for Caps,
nice, he cancelled it early because he knew his team was
CC
far.
And
he shoves, Big shove, nice. Let's just hit the Sion. Nice, nice. Ow!
Away. The Shockwave finds the back line, but the redemption is so good. Now On looking for the angle, but he doesn't quite get it. He just goes down. The front line is now dead.
Oh my god, why did Saya just ult the Nocturne ult?
I was talking about before is going to be utilized, but then Skewmon just explodes, and BLG, they have to sacrifice their support, but everyone else remains standing, and that's going to be
timing of this
What about Drake? What about Drake? What about Drake? 20 seconds.
Baron, and I just don't agree with the call to look for the wall onto the Nico that has Splash, has heal available. They really overextended on that one. Yes, Caps has the Zonias to avoid the combo, but he's not the target in this one. Hansama taking so much damage. They win to front to back, and that's Baron into Dragon here. Is Bin is the one who goes for the punish, right? Caps doesn't end up getting caught by the CC here, but look
I don't mind this Talia pick.
G2 are into a composition that can engage
now
from
it's even
so
still
far away.
But
and
it's hitting on the 4 people here or some shit.
Here. Nice timing, but you're not
I feel like if Saya ults there,
get Hansama, it's a trick
don't we wipe them? But now Saya's condition is too bad.
For him to walk up, and that means it's front to back territory here. Ben takes out Labrov. Skewmon left on his lonesome.
Maybe he thought he was going on Talia or something, and he was fine.
That critical GA. Baron
look at this Orianna damage. How fair is that?
Dragon is with it, and GT were in such a good position in this game, but now it feels that's all but washed away.
I tell you
Orianna
what,
damage is so
I love
broken.
Knight's build, man. It makes the Orianna actually look like a damage dealer.
Yeah,
which is it's just fun. It's just nice to see.
Don't have Rabadons in base.
Flame Void stuff. And now, what the heck did that? Did that hat just come out of nowhere?
Yeah, he just he pulled a hat out of a hat.
He pulled a hat out of a hat. He really did.
Oh my god!
That's an absurd amount of extra damage now complete. This is sort of maximum damage. He just needs 25 stacks on a Magi's, and then he's going to be feeling brilliant.
On has flash. Nocturne ult.
No snare to come through there.
Oh, Caps ulted the Nocturne ult. That's kind of clutch, actually.
You can see Caps gets off the wall, is going to be able to survive, and now they've got a brief window where the lights will remain on no matter what BLG wants to do about it.
The defense a lot easier here for G2, even though they don't have the wall to stall. They can actually play up like this, like Hansama is, because that threat of the combo isn't there anymore. So this is going to take the wind out of the sails a little bit here for BLG's Baron push. They still have 80 seconds left on it, but I think G2, if they continue to just group like this, should be able to prevent any of these inhibitors from going down unless somebody gets picked. But setting up
if we unplug his keyboard for a solid 40 seconds and hit him.
On Skewmon here by On, making free camp for his own boy.
Yeah, Hansama actually has to use the Featherstorm, so now not going to be able to defend this turret whatsoever. The Demolish proc almost just one-shotting that one as In goes on.
Nice, we saved, we saved. We're okay, don't panic. We're okay,
they're trying to be a front line as the root is going to come through onto a clone.
Don't start tweaking.
And BLG not quite getting any kills, but man,
I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Big Orianna ult coming through and just coming in and setting that one up without the Nocturnal, just walking forward and looking for it. And I take back what I said about the inhibitors, is this one in the mid lane is very vulnerable.
God, Knight does so much damage. Hansama lost half of his health bar from a W. He just pressed dissonance and Hansama has to walk back home. And BLG, they're going to take 2 inhibitors in the blink of an eye.
Back up here. They could look for the end.
Yep, let's see whether they find an angle here, as the Shockwave could be so pivotal. Bin could tank these turrets for about...
Oh my god, Sion ult wasn't up. Oh my god, it's a triple Sion ult.
Gets on in the Elk with the killer instinct, and that is all
this game was so won. The game was so won until Orianna stole Baron, and the game was so lost after that.
And they're going to have to say goodbye to their first Nexus in this best of 3.
What a great game to start off the series, though. 4 kills for Hansama early, looked invincible, but all it takes is just a few errors, a Baron steal, into a few punishes as G2 started to get more and more desperate, trying to fish for picks.
It's best of 3.
Pick onto On in
it's
the
best
mid
of 3.
Really felt like it was such a huge turning point in the game, because at that point, it looked like, yes, the pendulum had swung back to BLG's favor, which is, I think, why Caps was looking for that type of desperate play. play. But after that moment, after that big team fight win, they never had control. There was nothing they were going to get after that. Baron goes over, and the siege was real.
This shit is getting old, man. Always something happens.
Performance on this Orianna.
Always something happens like that.
Watching an Orianna do actual damage was an absolute pleasure to watch, but now it is time for us to take a short break. This is not over yet. More of this best of 3 after this.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
The human body was built to move.
The human body was built to time your smite with Saya E at 2k. Help! Don't let Orianna steal it.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh my god, I can't believe I actually just witnessed that. Like I actually just watched that. Ba-da-da-dum-dum-dum.
The dark horse is going to be us in EWC because the last international tournament we didn't perform as well, but this time we want to be more prepared and ready.
We had a very, again, disappointing performance at MSI, but we're looking to show up and surprise people at EWC.
이번 EWC에서의 다크호스는 AG, AL이라고 생각하고요. MSI 때 좋은 모습을 보여주기도 했고 많이 기대하고 있습니다.
I think FlyQuest are the dark horses because I think that in best of ones and best of threes, FlyQuest is usually very strong. Honorable mention the CFO. I think they're pretty good.
네, CFO 팀이 좀 다크호스로 좀 잘할 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
I think a team that has a lot of chance of surprising everyone is CFO. They went to a really close series with T1.
Yeah, well, they're out
like
now.
The grand
Koi clapped them.
finalists, so I think they have a lot of potential.
I think the Dark Horse team should be us, should be Furia, because people don't expect us to win like much games, and I feel like we can surprise everyone.
하나생명인 것 같습니다. 왜냐면은 이제 대부분 팀들이 다 MSI를 치르고
You picked Lee Sin top and lost.
MSI를 못 나갔기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서
I think this is like the Billie Eilish interview she does every year where she like looks back by what she said. You lost, you picked Lee Sin top. Shouldn't have done it.
We had a disappointing MSI. We almost took down BLG and then we lost to CFO, so I still think we haven't showed our full potential.
다크호스 팀은 없는 것 같아요. 좀 MSI 경기가 있었기 때문에 사람들이 생각하는 대로 좀 비슷한 평가가 나올 것 같아요.
Gam.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I am currently at the SND Esports Arena where I don't want to be biased, but probably the coolest tournament of all time is happening. And I think I'm going to let Rose explain to us why.
Hey guys, Rose here. So I am the reporter for MWI. Now MWI stands for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational. Now this is the biggest female tournament in the world. We started off with 16 teams. We are down to the final 8 or 6. And today, you know, we have just recently concluded another match. And guys, Gaming Gladiators just sent 2 Navi teams home today.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm really looking forward to see who's gonna win. Any guesses?
Ooh, right now, my guesses for grand finale is probably Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang is actually the second biggest game in the world. You wouldn't believe it. Or first, I think, sometimes.
It was a banger to kick off our second quarterfinals here. G2 fans, lots to cheer about throughout that one. However, it was
I got toilet real quick,
powerhouse of the LPL, Billy Gaiman, coming back in that one and closing it on off to get a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 single elimination quarterfinal. And yeah, we're left with some shaking heads. That guy's shaking head wasn't the only one. Can we get a zoom in there on Finn? Oh, look at Finn. There he is.
They had it, man. They really did have it. I mean, wow, the Nocturne Orianna sure looked strong. I mean, maybe something G2 can look to practice themselves. Maybe. Thankfully, though, it won't be up and available for the rest of this series, and maybe we have a chance.
Yeah, definitely a good performance there by both teams. We take a look at the draft. Digon here alongside Meteos and Finn. Meteos, when you take a look at this one, obviously the ball distribution composition here with the Orianna, the Nocturne, and then the follow-up with the Kai'Sa, it seemed very straightforward what BLG wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I kind of like what both teams did in this one. I thought that leaving up Azir as G2 was pretty clever because then they took away Talia, which then is going to help in their next draft because they'll be blue side again and they can first pick Azir without getting met with the Talia, which is the normal response. And also, Knight doesn't really like playing Azir, so I thought that was really smart. And then they drafted a pretty good response to the Nocturne Orianna from BLG. Getting something like Zaya Rakan. Pretty much everyone on their team was not very susceptible to the combo, especially with Talia rushing Seekers really early. So I thought they had a really good game plan, and it was going super well for them until, you know, a little unlucky Baron incident.
Yeah, that happened. I mean, look, I think BLG did a great job targeting Caps this game. I felt like whenever he stepped up to farm a single creep singular, he was just getting attacked by this Darkness Ball delivery combo and was just getting killed on repeat. He was forced to go Sonya second on Talia. Like, that's the kind of life he was living.
Yeah, very reminiscent to what happened to Jojo Pyun earlier in the days. We take a look at a lot of the execution of that composition. First time, the flash a little early, does not help, and Caps dies. Beishwan able to get the kill there. And it wasn't the first and only time. They just kept going back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the combo. It's so deceptive because the ball follows the Nocturne. You can't really flash out of the combo. There's like a really smart timer where you can flash it, but it's super hard to get done. So what happens most of the time is that people flash and still get pulled back into the Nocturne.
You kind of have to just flash before you even see that Nocturne's going on you, which then could make you look really dumb if he goes on somebody else and you flash out. So yeah, it's definitely a really hard combo to play against, and it kind of doesn't feel like it should work, you know? It's like, there was that one combo they did on mid lane where the Orianna was like 3,000 units away from Nocturne or something, and the ulti's still connected onto Hans, so yeah, really hard combo to play against.
All right, let's take a look at our second highlight here over at the 4th Drake. This was one where I think this is where the game opened up here, Finn.
I mean, this is where my optimism power spiked. Like, here I saw a fight. The Nocturne Orianna combo goes into the Cap Seeker's arm guard. I don't think they really had tracked his inventory. And here is a Hans Sama monster fight. He's just shredding this entire fight with the Nevori Flicker Blade, with all the feathers keep resetting because he always has a target to hit. This Sion is very tanky, but he ends up having to flash out in the end, and it becomes a little bit messy here in the end. There's a lot of low health bars, but there is a slight cleanup here that's gonna come with a beautiful EQ flash by Skimon here in the end.
That was an awesome fight. That's what I expect to see from these top-level international teams. Just very, you know, playing on the edge, people flashing out with 1 HP, fight that can go either way until the very end, and it ended up being Skimon having his flash and getting that combo onto Knight, which kind of secured it for G2. But yeah, very exciting, fun to watch.
And then finally, I mean, we saw a lot of steals in our last series, specifically in game number 2. Oh no.
Oh no. Look, there's a soul point. You have soul in 1 minute. Atakan is right down the next street. It's right up there. You walk for like 5 minutes and you got it. You don't have to make it so hard for yourself. You don't have to start the Baron Nashor. You don't have to allow the enemy team to get this comeback into the game. It's so unnecessary, and it's just ruined this beautiful thing you created already.
I think in G2's defense, they probably expected the Xayah Feather pull with Smite to be enough to kind of guarantee secure it, because Xayah's E does a ton of damage to Baron, but Knight obviously knew this, and he just timed his combo with the Xayah Feather pull, and it, I guess just, you know, they didn't calculate exactly how much it was going to do, but yeah, pretty heartbreaking when you're all rooting for G2 because they had those safer options available, and they went for, even though I think it was pretty likely to work, it obviously didn't in this case, and things sort of fell apart after that.
I mean, also tough at the support role when it came to this.
Let's take it to 3
Keystone.
games now.
He brought Unsealed Spellbook. It was there. You could do the double smite and the feather pull, but instead wasn't on smite at that time. Goes the way of BLG, and as you said, all the setup, the scrapping, the closeness, and the early lead that they had goes away, leads to our final fight here in the mid lane, where again, an opportunity to try and make a play. You can pop ult here on Xayah and
oh, this was the one. Look how far Ori is.
Yeah,
look at that.
That's
like that's a global Orianna ult.
She was at Raptors when he hit around mid lane tier 1. Yeah, unfortunate fight here. Hansama doesn't really get the ultimate.
Next game still hasn't started. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of break time between games.
It makes him so chunky, it becomes so hard for him to out-attack in this fight, and he doesn't really get to impact as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, and always going to be tough. Going back to what you said, you lose vision with Paranoia. You just kind of have to guess, and props to BLG for getting this timing right. We have the comms from G2 in that very exact last play.
Look, guys, just get out. Play slow, guys, play slow. Nice, we got go back.
Oh, it's a bit delayed. I mean, it's a bit ahead, sorry.
I only go. Yes, careful. Nico, one shot. I'm out, I'm dead though, guys. I'm dead. Run, you need to run. We are giving Nash for sure, okay, probably?
Yeah, they'll try to go.
Caps to spare.
Yeah, wrong mid, they can go. The guys are all there.
Caps to spare.
And you could just see it on the faces, like they just knew.
They're speaking English.
They went to the next step to be like, all right, I guess we're giving Baron and whatever. But I think you could see Lebrav there and Skumon, the 2 new players, just both kind of scratching their heads, being like, dang it, man, we skipped a step there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was pretty quiet for teamfight comms a lot of the time, especially in high pressure situations, kind of like everyone yelling something. But you know, there's just the classic I can't see when Nocturne ults followed by like, oh, give Baron, we're dead. So yeah, I that's gotta feel terrible for G2 because they pretty much had it in the bag. But obviously, I don't think these teams are new to this. Sometimes it happens, sometimes you throw games and you just have to mentally reset, take what you can from it, realize that they did do well early. They can definitely win against BLG. They just have to, you know, think about what they want to play next game and execute on it.
Yeah, I mean, throughout all this despair, I would still like to end on a little bit positive note. I think there's some enthusiasm.
There's positivity.
What G2 has shown. G2 at MSI looked very disoriented, and they didn't really look like a strong team. And I think here, I am proud that they were able to go toe-to-toe with
I'm
BLG,
pretty proud, you know. I'm like happy. I feel like sometimes accidents happen, you know.
They had this game in the bag, and
like
I really hope they make
sometimes things happen that you don't expect the unexpected. And that Baron steal lost them the game. Everything up to that Baron steal is sad. And these things come out of nowhere. It's like bad news. Boom. It's like Caedrel was a top-tier LEC jungler, but he retired without any top-team offers. Missed opportunity. Massively missed opportunity. Could have won titles for you, but it didn't happen. It's okay. You move on. We lost the Baron. We could have won the game. I could have won titles. It didn't happen. It's okay. We move on.
Still finding ways to work on through it, whether it was through the
It just do be like that.
whether it was through the Xayah ultimate as well. They were in it. And I think that's the silver lining you got to have. Medios, when we take a look at our game number 2 here, tournament lives on the line, what is a key champion that you want to see here in the hands of G2?
Well, I'm not totally sure. I think they've had success with Annie before on caps. Azir might be up, not really sure. It kind of depends how the draft goes, bans and whatnot, but I think G2 shouldn't worry too much about, like, I don't think they need to get a specific champion. I just hope they get something that they're comfortable with. They almost managed to win against the Nocturne Ori, which is such a hard combo to play against. So I think macro-wise and individual play-wise, they are completely fine.
Yeah.
They just need to, you know,
They need to lock the fuck in.
All right, Finn, final thoughts here before we go back for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to go into draft. Just some things that I really want to see. I would love them to try to take out that Pantheon and look for a Maokai for Skumon. I think that is his best champion. He's so comfortable on it. And
Maokai. Oh my god, that's a volume increase. I heard the word Maokai.
All right, well, do or die time for G2. Backs against the wall.
Stop
against
linking me
BLG.
flights from
For game
Riyadh
number
to Berlin.
2, let's
Shut
send it
up.
on over to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, now it is time to get back on the horse and see whether we can make this a 3-game series. We kind of want the day to go the distance, Wolf. Like,
Caps is smiling. Caps is smiling. Everyone
and what if we
reset.
get
Everyone
7
reset.
games? That is
XGG
just-
if you believe.
like
It's
cringe,
just
you know?
perfect parity, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like the momentum, though, right now between these two squads could not be
Okay, a lot of
different,
XGGs.
right?
A lot of
It was
XGGs.
a
XDD if you
secure
don't believe.
win here for BLG. They played
Mod fan
extremely
XDD.
well.
All right,
They had
let's go.
So many punishing moments. For G2, I think they had the win in their sights, and things just started to collapse and fall apart towards the latter half of the mid game and towards the early parts of the late game, where the Baron steal happened, some desperate plays came through. They had a 4-0 Xayah. And on one hand, you could take that, and I think the coaching staff and Dylan Falco probably took that as, hey, we were so close. This was absolutely winnable.
Was.
And
if an Oriana didn't take a Baron, they win.
yeah,
right?
and like the Baron call was crisp, it was correct, and you got to try to shift your mindset into we can do this. This is winnable. And we have blue side again.
Okay, we're in draft.
Here,
G2's
G2.
blue. Poppy ban forces
won't have
Vi
it if
ban
they
on
make
the
it to
last
game
ban.
3,
Gwen ban is good on
is
blue
assuming
into
BLG would
Bean.
take
So
it
if
away
that's
from
the
them, but
case, then that
let's see
means
if
that
Azir does
G2
get banned in
can
this
first
final
pick
spot
any.
for
I think
BLG
any
this
first
time
pick is
around.
better than Azir
Yeah,
because
or whether
Knight is
G2 gonna
unlikely to
take
play
away here
Azir,
and
and
have
if
a
they get
different
any
matchup
Wukong
perhaps
1-2
in
with
mind
counter pick
for
top,
the
the game
mid
is
lane. We'll
lost.
see what
Just
they
know
do
that.
decide to go with.
So Gwen ban.
As this last ban, they're making sure they use all the time, and that is okay. Ambassador was not what I was expecting for that final ban here. We'll be leaving a fair bit up and available. But the top lane, I guess, is not necessarily full of contentious options. With the fact that they started off
They
with
might leave
Desante
Vi
Sion
open, though.
means that there are a
Thoughts?
lot of the carries. Like Gwen is still up, Azir is still
They
up,
ban it.
Vi is
Any
still up. Everything was up.
Wukong, any Wukong
Gwen is a
Gwen,
big
any
one.
Wukong Gwen, any
Is it bigger
Wukong
than
Gwen,
Azir, though, right now
any
in this meta
Wukong.
with
No,
Taliyah
no
already
Azir,
gone?
no Azir.
I feel like
Why?
that's
Why?
probably
Why
what
don't pick
Caps
it?
has his eyes
Don't
on.
pick Azir.
It's an
Don't pick
extremely flexible pick
Maokai.
as well.
My goodness,
That is
just a Maokai.
Yeah, that is really not quite what I expected.
Is it just Gwen Azir?
The savior of Europe,
Gwen Azir makes me
the
cry
tree.
for the whole
It's
thing.
Maokai Jin, baby.
Sejuani is up.
It's
so
Maokai
you can
Jin
go for
Renekton.
Sejuani Gwen.
Oh
Feels
yes.
pretty good.
Oh yes.
I mean, Ben was
We
gonna
gave
play
them Gwen.
and this
We
is
gave
giving
them
me
any.
nightmares. Like, I
They might
needed
play
Gwen to be
Wukong,
banned because
but we
Ben
have
played
Maokai.
Gwen,
Do you
like,
really need
I
anything
actually
else?
can't
I
handle
mean,
it,
consider the Rumble is banned, the Ambessa is banned. It is really quite a potent pick here that BLG pick up, and I'm not 100% sure if the Maokai Prio is worth it.
Double circles.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is
Xin
not
Zhao.
a shock. I
Sure.
think.
Xin
I
Zhao a
think
bit
the
better
Xin
than
Zhao is more
Wukong into
powerful than
Maokai.
Sejuani in general, even with the perma prosperity
Guys,
that
I'm
does
thinking of
provide.
something
We've seen a
on
lot of
3
power
that
in
scares
picks like,
me.
you know, the
It's in
Jace
my
with
brain.
this Maokai,
I
where you
see
want
it
people in
on
place, you get their shock
3.
blast,
I like Jin
a lot
here.
of really strong combos
I like
there,
Jin.
but
I like Jin. I
the
like
Maokai is technically a
Renekton.
flex
I
as
like
well.
Jax.
I just don't
I like
quite yet
these
understand. We're gonna have
champs.
to wait and see what
Drop
else
mid.
comes through here.
Drop mid.
What the plan is
Beautiful.
going to be is playing
Jin,
Jackson to
Jin,
Gwen,
Jin,
as well as other counter picks. So we've
Jin,
seen Broken
Jin,
Blade play
Jin.
so many times.
Or
doesn't necessarily win you
no,
the
don't
lane,
go
but it's a
Yone. Don't
skill-based
go Yone.
matchup
Or
where you
no,
can
don't go Tristana either.
toe-to-toe,
Jin.
And he has a big opponent here in Ben, like you said, like one of the strongest top laners to ever play the game, to play this matchup into this relatively volatile, but he's confident enough to do it.
Silas on
like
3.
it will fall in line
Mamma
here. So a lot of
mia.
late game damage,
Please
a lot
don't
of
do
side
it.
lane power,
Knight,
like a
just
match
pick
size
Ari.
with this Jax.
Oh no,
But
please
that
just
top
pick
lane
Ari.
matchup
Pick
is
Ari. I
gonna
said
be
pick
so
Ari.
important.
Cassio, yeah, go pick him.
And I
Pick Cassio.
believe
Love
Skummon's
that for
only
you.
lost
Love that.
one game,
Cassio,
so far
Ari,
this year,
TF.
or at
I
least
love
since the
TF
start
into
of the
Jax.
spring
Pick that.
split on
Oh
this
yes.
Maokai. So there's a reason why they've locked this one in, even though it looked a little bit quizzical. Now with the Jax and the Azir alongside it, it's going to be a fair bit of power as Knight will lock away the Sylas. Sylas.
I
so
strongly
double
prefer
circles and a Sylas. Wolf, like, this is so scary.
I strongly prefer the Sylas to the Twisted Fate that he was hovering for some reason there.
I feel like
well, they're not going to get Jhin.
Yeah, I don't think that really made any sense here, but
It's probably just a Corki game for G2. There's Jin, Corki, Ezreal right now.
Here in the second phase
And those three are very good for G2.
As you know, the AD carry position is completely wide open at this point. We had the Kaisa Zaya, so a lot of those other
what do you ban?
still open. The
actually, Renata is pretty good into their champs already.
As is very common, but
wait,
picks
didn't
like
no
the
ban?
Ezreal are very safe here. I feel like Elk would be happy to play it in a draft like this. Can offer a lot.
Wait,
of
what are the bans?
In an otherwise melee composition here when fighting for neutral
Karma
objectives.
ban, okay.
Take away the
That's
Karma,
already
which might
sniffing
just
a
be
Renata.
trade for the Senna ban. We're not sure what that first ban was.
That's what I'm
for
thinking,
the
Renata.
side of BLG. It's a bit hidden from us.
Yeah, unless there just wasn't one. That is a thing that you can do if you just don't.
If they ran out of time, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll get confirmation.
If they're going to play Renata, they're going to have to play like Sivir or Renata.
But either way, the
not
Karma
Kalista.
kind of screams like I'm considering playing
okay,
a
they banned the
draft
Renata.
here.
Ooh, you know what I'm thinking for G2? I'm thinking Braum.
Not entirely sure.
Because Rakan is out and Karma's out. I'm thinking Braum blind. Ezreal Braum. Oh my god, it looks like sick.
Confirmation, okay.
They banned Braum?
Braum was stuck in a big snowstorm that got in front of the camp. That's why it didn't quite
Okay,
work
what
out
else
there.
can we do? Let me think
Weather is
here.
not so good right now, but that is fine.
I mean, they
Braum
could
was
pick
super
Rel on
strong
4 here.
into BLG's composition,
Poppy's banned,
so
then you
I
can't
think
go
that's really
Alistar
smart.
because of Sylas.
And it'll be a
Lovely.
Rel ban
Love that
here
for
to
us.
follow things up. So 4
So now
support
Jin,
bans actually to come
Ezreal,
through
Corki. If
in
I was
this second
BLG, I would
phase.
take
So
away
the
Jin.
80 carry pool is still very open.
100% I would take
And
away
Elk
Jin.
could just lock away the Ezreal here and play keep away. Jin,
Jin
scenario
Maokai
where
sounds
you have a lot
toxic
of
as
range
fuck
to
to play against.
around.
I wouldn't mind the Sivir here as well. It just fits thematically
Sivir into Azir,
with
Lule.
these relatively low-range champions that really do want to
Ooh,
get on
Senna
top of you,
actually
gives them a
kinda
whole
fits
lot
their
of
comp.
mobility.
For me, it's like Senna Ezreal feels the safest and best here.
Yes,
the Ezreal is
okay,
safer than
Jin,
the Senna in
Corki. I like
terms
both
of,
hands.
you know,
I kind
getting
of like
away from
Jin,
engages,
but I also
the
kind of like
Senna is just
Corki.
so strong with the
Senna, I
front line,
hate.
and you
Don't
have so
fucking
much
pick
time to
Senna.
work with, and if you end up getting a top lane advantage, you have a
You're
lot
gonna
of
have to
side
play
lane power buy time
Nautilus.
for
They're
us
gonna
as
have to
these
play
get bigger
Nautilus,
and
I
bigger
think.
and bigger. See if Hansama wants to pick it up into
Leona,
his own
they're gonna
hands
play
here. They wanna
Leona.
Try to get a stronger pushing lane.
Oh, you have to pick
down
Naut
on
or
this
Leona
bottom
yourself.
side, try to punish
So I
this
guess
Ezreal
it's
pick.
Corki. Yeah, it's Corki Jin
Is
with
it
Naut or
a
Leona.
Draven
That's
angle?
it.
It's not. It's
We're
a
going
Sivir.
Sivir.
That is what they're
Don't
looking
pick
at
Yumi.
right now. Labrov will.
Oh my
just
god,
cut
they picked
down,
Alistar
making
into
it all the
Sylas.
way to B5 is kind of nutty, but the Alistar going to be their final lock-in. A lot of team fight strength here for G2. And they are very burly, a lot of AoE CC.
Okay, so the reason they're picking Alistar is because Hans wants to play Sivir this game. And if they play Sivir into and they play Alistar on 5 into Sivir, Sivir can't play the game. So they have to take the Alistar. But why don't they just play like a Jin game? Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you don't have ads, you can tell us to time and have a sub-channel to want to back the games.
I mean, the Ezreal Bard just feels really good in the lane.
Oh, the
and there's
Ezreal
so
Bard
much
is
warping
pretty
of objective control
pretty
you
solid.
can do with his ultimate as well.
Let's
as
think. What options do
people
they
always
have?
think
They had
about this
Jin,
Bard, they often think about,
Sivir,
okay, he's ranged in the bottom 2v2.
Corki,
He can
with
ult people and take them out
Nautilus,
of the fight, or turn
Leona,
out a 5v5 into a 5v2. But he
Alistar.
gets these melees around the map faster. He finds
They have
flank
Corki,
angles
Leona,
for the
they have
Sylas. He
Corki,
finds
Bard.
angles for the Gwen. He allows you to
They have
chase and often circumvent the
Senna
Maokai's
gets hit
ultimate.
by
So
Bard.
On has some
Nautilus,
big roles he
Sylas
can
ult.
potentially play in this game. Didn't have the greatest start to the series, if we're totally honest. Was
They would
not-
get
definitely not
Alistar on
the MVP
5.
of game one,
I
but
mean,
maybe with the agency he has with these melee carries here, could really
I'm not
be
sure
huge.
what the best is.
But mind you, we're playing
It's
Alistar
actually
into
quite
Sylas,
tough.
so
I guess
Sylas
I
is
guess
going
Jin
to just be
Leona is
so tough to
probably
kill. They can
I don't know.
steal
Leona
Maokai
into
ultimate
Azir is also
away.
toxic.
It's
I don't know.
just so much
Well,
value here for BLG. I have to give them a huge nod in the draft.
Not gonna lie to you, I think I understand it. Okay, you don't get Nature's Grasp as much because Knight likes picking up
steal the
Unbreakable
Alistar.
Will more.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you stop getting Maokai ulted. Yeah, you're exactly right. There is a smorgasbord of incredible ults to pick up, even on the hunt. Like Sylas being able to make everyone run extraordinarily fast when you've got a Xin Zhao and a Gwen on your team. My God. This composition is looking real scary, but G2 certainly a lot of tools, right? We talk about all of these good things that
all right,
Knight
let's get
has
it. What do you got
access
for me?
to. That's because G2 has
What have you
them,
got for me?
right?
G2.
And so we can
An
see
EU
this
Maokai a
potential
day keeps
find
the
some,
2-0
great
away.
success,
That's a
especially when
fact.
Skewmon is
That's a
now
fact.
on, like, full comfort here with this Maokai locked in. I know a lot of people have been calling for it. Just pick the Maokai. Well, they've picked it. Let's see whether it's going to keep them here alive at EWC or whether this is going to be the end and G2's key is going to get obliterated. Could be one more game though, as Pulsefire Ezreal coming on in here. I always love that skin.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
That's of course Pack Sivir.
Yeah.
Is there any
has
other
to be
skin?
every time. even after the remake, I was so scared when she got her visual update.
Elk
that
Ezreal
Max
against
Sivir was just
EU
not
Cat
gonna look as
Despair.
cool, and it still looks just
Shut up.
as cool. It's amazing. She loses her triangle feat though, which was a bit sad.
No one respects pizza.
Hey, what? No, the sneaky
G2 games could be made into a Jet 2 holiday ad.
This skin is just too good.
I mean, I like it. I think it is the best one, but I feel like pizza gets a shout out.
I mean, pizza is pretty iconic.
My biggest fear for G2 in this game
They're late
is
invading.
that Bin gets large. Bejuan plays through him.
Bin gets
and
large?
And this is just a really tough late game comp to play into because they have
Well,
map
my
control,
Maokai
these
just had
melees
the
in
map
heart,
split
it's
on him.
sending them wherever they want to go.
And my
then
Sivir
you see the
Alistar
Maokai
are going to be
ultimate
stuck
away,
on
you're
the
like, you can't even
tower.
be near this objective. You can't even come close to it. Good luck, Caps. You can't set up an ultimate. And the volatility of this top lane matchup means, you know, whoever ends up starting to get a small lead there can balloon it into a huge lead. And on the other side of things, of course, if Skumon plays the top side, Broken Blade gets a lead, then all of those things change, right? And then the Jax
Now, if I'm
becomes a huge
Sylas
side
and
lane
I
threat,
see
the
a
Sivir and the
Maokai
Azir late game
Alistar ult,
scaling becomes insane.
That is
And it can
delicious.
just, you know, ricochet through this melee composition. So, not to say that G2's composition is unplayable, but
Thorin's ring,
I think
Sylas.
it's going to be a
We
lot
gotta
about
fuck
top
that guy up.
jungle in this second
Yeah,
game.
headbutt that bitch.
Labrov trying to single out
Okay,
on
we
him
are split
momentarily,
mapped
but
on.
Then he realizes he's level 1 Alistar, so he just used one
Is
ability.
hard pushing the way?
Now it's about waiting quite a while before you can
I
do
guess they're just
anything
getting
of
as many
note
minions as
again,
possible before
as Elk missing a
the
skill
Cat
shot
Despair
and
pod
not quite
begins.
finding that cosmic finding, so that's going to allow G2 to remain in this lane. There is that cooldown that we were talking about. Brov getting some extra value.
Yeah, a little heal coming through. As we are going to see a
Nice.
path here. from
Nice
Skumon
ward, nice
actually
ward.
straight
We
towards
see
the
him on
top,
Krugs.
going across the river.
Wait, does he know it's water
into the
there?
Krugs, and this is kind of
Hola,
a cool little
hola,
tech here.
hola,
Of
hola,
course, Bejuan
hola,
matching
hola.
on his enemy's Krugs, so a bit of vertical
Guys,
jungle setup here is
we're on the weak
spotted.
side, just gonna let you know.
Yeah, level 2 actually picked up here by
But
Labrov
Bejuan
and
has no
Hansama as
Q.
They are looking to come on over and try and dissuade Bejuan from taking everything away.
Well,
There's a
I'm
heal
happy
being
we're
utilized
slowing
by
down the
On just to
Zinzao, but
keep him
has
in
that
this
made it
battle.
so you're diveable in bot?
And the reset does actually
On
come
his
on
own,
through. Of course,
on his
getting this
own.
big Krug going to be
Big
important. There's
combo.
the headbutt as the smite
Nice heal,
comes on
nice heal.
down, and Bejuan gonna try and make his way
Nice,
out of here. The
okay, they
ricochet
kind of
not
fucked
enough
the
to
Zinzao
take
a
him
bit,
down
but they
there.
lost a lot in lane.
I mean, Elk ends up getting a small CS advantage from all of this, but I think if he were there,
Actually, they didn't lose that
play
much.
to go in would have made a little bit more
And Labrov
sense.
switched to
Didn't
smite.
lose
I was
that
trying
much.
to work out like who managed to pick that one up, but you can see that he did not actually get a smite if you did manage to switch, as I don't think you actually can. I know
Well,
there was a big old zoom in, so I'm like, what was happening?
Well, my eyes were on Elk the whole time because I'm like, well, he's not joining, so he's really trying to, with this trade, freeze Hansama out of a ton of money, and he is successful in doing so. You could see his CS lead starting to really stack up. He ends up getting a pretty significant gold advantage from this exchange. Skumon just power farms the whole time, doesn't look for a gank topside there. As the
Don't
Jax
look
is
bot
already
CS
having
yet.
to
Let
push there,
let
so he gets the
Hansama
Krugs
catch the wave.
and continues
Chill out.
to actually
He's
outfarm
good.
just slightly. Bejuan
Lost
in
the
this
cannon,
jungle
Bean.
matchup,
Nice,
but
we're in a
I
good
think
spot
the biggest
here.
winner of that exchange was Elk.
BB Jax
there in
should
the
go
bottom
AP
lane.
this game.
Yeah. It was just
Full
kind of
AP,
perplexing that
even
G2
with his ear
decided that
Maokai.
they'd go in and wait around for so long while that lane was kind of just sacrificed. You can see the result is that Elk is incredibly far ahead. Has been
There's a whistle and the drum in the audience. That's a volume increase.
Time here on this Jax into the
The
Gwen.
Koi
It's a
fans
matchup that we
lend the
used to see
G2
a
their
whole
whistle and
lot.
trumpet
I feel
and
like
drums.
We've seen it less and less over the last little while. You can see it's very even, at least in the early game.
We've seen the rise of tanks in the top lane, and picks like the Rumble being just so prevalent. As Broken Blade will look for the interrupt. Scary moment there, as Bin doesn't have his Q stacked, so
He needs to beat that drum harder.
Wise to look for that annoying stop, but it's not going to amount to too much. As the bottom side of the map here, now we see the back from
Okay,
Elk.
Caps, I'm
Got
going
his
to
tier
have to
picked up,
ask you
is
to
able
politely
budget an extra
base and
longsword
TP out
there
these creeps, or
into
get a
that
push out.
back, which feels amazing. As the Ezreal, you end up getting both on that first back. Start stacking the tier, you get those additional
Ooh, behind
80
the
stats.
Ezreal.
As Labrov
You're going to have to WQ flash his E though. Labrov, you got to do that if you want to kill, but nice.
Elk's going to have to use a headbutt pulverize, an arcane shift, but he's not actually able to get it in the trample. Still going to be out of
Labrov might out! Labrov might out! Labrov might out!
Yet another first
He just completely skill checked the fuck out of Elk.
Yeah, really nice.
And he
wraparound
timed the
there
CC
from
perfectly.
Labrov on, not there. You could see Elk realizing in
This
that
is where I was
moment,
scared
he
for
goes to
Caps,
the
but
final
here's the
skill
push
shot
out.
'cause
There it
knows
is.
He is dead, can't get out. Hopes to trade it back there with a turret shot, but is unable to do
Oh my god,
so.
we're playing as
Hansama
Maokai Sivir and we
picks
got
up
the first
kill,
blood.
And once
Yes!
again,
We are
an early
scaling.
game
Welcome to
lead
EU, baby.
in the bottom lane.
Really impressive stuff here from this Sivir. I've seen, like, even though it wasn't necessarily the greatest day for Viper, like his Sivir has looked fantastic this tournament, and we're seeing Sivir find even more success. So it looks like Xena Warrior Princess is looking pretty good for EWC.
BB has teleport advantage in top lane. That's big.
Map, but Broken Blade pretty happy, sitting on a Sheen. Pretty decent first back for him as well.
Little Hex Flash cinematic there as Caps goes out with the teleport. That was kind of a funny
Bin is
scene
shaking.
there.
Bro, Bin always shakes when he smashes his keys.
Labrov does
He
head
kinda
back over to
does
look
that,
for Dragon
but Peanut does that
here
too.
with Hansama. They have the push in the bottom lane. It's a ward in the pit. Caps maintains a little bit of prio here, as we may actually have a straight-up fight for this Dragon. I mean, it looks like On and Elk want to consider a contest. Bejuan in the area. See the teleport for the Jack's top side here, so teleports will be matched. The top laners will not be involved for a potential contest over this Dragon, and instead it's just going to be junglers going back to farm. Not enough control for either side. Great spell shield there from Hansama.
Nice spell shield into dodge.
Absorbs
Holy
the
moly.
Mystic Shot. As Elk was holding that wave
Did
for a
On
really
just
long
press
time,
heal?
so he actually
Oh, yeah,
retains
spellbook.
a bit
Okay.
of an advantage when it comes to the CS, just because making it to the wave was a little difficult for Hansama when he was alone.
Drake start.
Now they are going to have the group up here for the Dragon. Timing of this, you know, just
It's okay, I don't give a fuck about first Drake. We're playing as here Maokai Sivir. Just get some gold.
Wrestled that prio back.
Gold, gold, gold.
And with the wave in the mid, or sorry, in the bottom lane, also in control here for Elk and On. Just going to be a Dragon take, and not really much that G2 could do.
Opening a
to answer
600k
it at
inventory
the moment.
might not lead to
And
much
as you can see,
gold,
they're
but
fishing for
getting
something,
enemy
like maybe
raptors
take
could.
these Raptors
Thoughts?
away in exchange.
Nice.
And you know, Skumon is able to find this, but he's on vision, and BLG do know everything at the moment.
They do. Skumon's still going to be able to take this away, though. It looks like the top side is just going to get eviscerated here by the tree, as the Dragon is going to be taken out here.
Wait, hold up.
Some needlework here from Bin as he pulls the circle around. Great counter-strike
that
here
was
from Broken Blade, but he doesn't quite have lethal damage. And so it is just a trade, but it's Bin that holds on to his flash.
Yeah, maybe
an advantage, maybe.
If Skumon was up
He
there,
saw the
level
angle.
6 could have looked for this. They might still want to try to make the play happen, but they don't commit.
Oh, he
Skumon
stayed.
comes up. Okay, Ben
Legal
stops the
check.
recall,
Wee,
actually.
wee, wee,
Maybe
wee.
there's an angle.
Okay, TP
Ben
from
knows
Bard.
this. They're going to have to commit to the TP. On swaps his spellbook over and is going to come for the defense.
Yeah, Ben actually going to be getting a decent amount of damage onto Broken Blade there as he makes his way out, but they'll take it as the teleport pretty valuable. Skumon not going to get cosmically bound.
I really like how Skumon very quickly realizes he has to cross map and he has to go for counter jungling whenever Bejuan makes these plays. He's been really good at it, but he hasn't really been able to get a massive farm lead or anything like that. But making these threats happen would be huge. If he was just a little bit more synced up with Broken Blade there, a little bit faster, maybe they could have made something happen. They're still going to be able to get the grubs here on this top side.
Oh, yeah.
Over there as the headbutt gets Bejuan out.
Piss off.
And so not going to be killing the cow. Shout out to
Look
the Grub
at
as well,
the screen.
using the
Look at
barrel
it.
skin, my
Bottom middle. Blue, blue, blue. It's like Casey
so
never
that's
left. Holy
cool
fuck,
stuff.
G2
A lot
taking
of
over.
people do really like the
3
cowbell.
grubs.
Don't blame them.
Blue, blue,
But,
blue,
that one
blue,
is the
blue.
one that
All
Barrel
lanes winning.
uses every time. As Knight now picks up an Emperor's Divide, Caps is just going to back himself away.
G2 have a pretty significant gold lead. You know, it's farm leads across the board that actually give them this advantage. The grubs were picked up, all 3 of them, for this Maokai. So
Sweep
Skumon
now.
is like, all right, well now, you know,
Headbutt.
our top lane has a slight
Ooh,
lead
wait,
in
that
farm,
knocked up?
and
What?
he is going to be the one that is going to take a ton of value from these grubs when he
Alistar's
hits for
fists
his
weren't
Broken
even that
Blade
direction.
is going to be a menace in the side, especially if the game state continues the way it is right now. So doesn't have a flash disadvantage at the moment, but at the end of the day, Dragon was not for free. You know, it was a big trade-off here that G2 were able to get in return.
Oh, Bin actually going very aggressive here as they trade the ultimates. The needlework coming down. Remember, there is no
BB. Oh, he backstepped it. Yes. Come on, baby. That's the form we wanted at MSI. Big solo kill. He backstepped the Gwen Q. That was clutch.
And this is so
That was
huge
clutch from
because,
BB.
You know, I already talked
That
about the lead
that
he
Jax.
had in lane is hold up.
Yeah, Emperor's
Oh, he missed the W. Oh, into the Maokai. EU Maokai. EU Maokai. Oh, nice flash from Caps. Labrov, James with the stun into the W. Pure Maokai gameplay. There it is. No flash.
200 health, but he's going to be able to
That
walk his way out.
is a volume increase.
In from
Good stuff.
as he
You love to
gets
see it.
towards this mid lane, and BLG
That Jax Gwen matchup,
really
a solo kill
starting
like
to
that
bleed in
swings
game.
it.
This is one of the biggest leads that G2's had throughout this series.
Absolutely.
And it felt like they were further ahead in game number 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, now you have this lead in
BB
the top
against
lane,
Gwen
which
Xin
we
Zhao.
spent so much time discussing what
He
the
should just
ramifications of that
go
are,
schizo
which
now.
is so much side lane control, but you can see the Maokai ult already at work there. A very big commitment there from BLG to look for the kill onto Caps. Does not succeed. As watching this again, Broken Blade has a level advantage here initially, but as you mentioned, does have the flash disadvantage. Plays it confidently, goes into the mist here, hits the counter strike. Ben has to stack up his Q here. Broken Blade disengages during
This
that moment.
backstep
Avoids
from
the
BB
veto
was
word.
clutch.
And Ben is out of
Look, this
stacks now,
backstep.
and Broken Blade's super
He knows,
confident,
okay, I
right?
have
And Ben's
1 second here
this
to
is
get my
not the
combo off.
situation I want to be in. If he looks
Now,
for the auto trade,
I can't
he fails,
chase.
has to
Oh,
flash away, and
backstep.
Broken Blade predicts the Q, sidesteps it, and gets the kill.
Yeah, beautifully done.
That's
Very
you.
tense
That's you.
moment there
That's
because
you.
That's the kind of volatility
You are
of the
him.
matchup where if you don't dodge that Q, the kill goes over to Gwen. We're talking about this in a completely different way.
Yep, exactly right. Sometimes that is just how top lane works. It's about taking the risks and seeing what is going to pay off. And for BB, it's looking fantastic on this Jax. Work is not done yet. We've, you and I especially, Wolf, we're very
excited for
good
him.
at
hell yeah.
recognizing Gwens that are like 0-2 that still win. Thanks, Doran, for
He's
letting
rocking
us
the
know.
no glasses buff. That's what I do.
Yes.
I play no
We'll see if
glasses.
Doran,
He must have
ends up
watched my
doing that
stream.
later on as we move deeper into the
I think
knockouts.
Zeus went a little bit too far with the 0-5. I wasn't a huge fan of that one. I like the 0-2.
When I'm no glasses, you know I'm not.
Broken Blade's going in again.
Yeah, he is looking for the angle. The counter strike going to go down as on.
Sidestep.
Coming on in with the tempered fate,
Sidestep the
but
Q.
isn't going to be able to find BB this
Oh, yes.
time.
Don't even dodge. Run in a straight line.
Slap, the magical journey going to be
Labrov
taken
James on
here
the
by
left.
BLG as Labrov
BB TPs.
not going to get the
Base and
wrap around
TPs
in time. And there is a full health turret here for them to sit under.
Quite fancy footwork here from Broken Blade today on this Jax.
Yeah, he is locked in, man.
Handles it like a champ. If he has flash
game
there,
looks
he might
solid.
actually look for the kill. Didn't have it, plays respectfully, and is able to then avoid the follow-up from on. A TP
Tabe
is
said,
committed
"The lanes
here
are weak."
towards the bottom lane.
Look at
as
us
they do
now,
have that push in
1
the
week
top
later.
side. Knight could come over at any
The
moment.
lanes
It's gonna
are
force
winning.
Broken Blade to go up to the top side. A plate is given over to
The waves are
Sylas
pushing.
here. So a lot of,
The dragons
good
are gonna be
macro
stacking.
here in a pretty tough situation.
And
There's
here
that
comes
flanking
Knight to
TP I
kill
was
us all.
talking about. Knight
Run
gonna look for the
now.
angle.
They have no bard ult. They have no.
Yeah,
You want? You have no flash, you
over.
rat. Oh, he's so
That's
fucking
all right,
dead.
there's the engage. Skimmer down to 50% already as he steals away
There's
the
Maokai
nature's
ults on the map.
There are roots everywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's now Knight.
Oh, yes,
right in
BB's there,
amongst
BB's
it.
there, BB's there, BB's there,
BB
BB's
gets
there.
in on base one.
Nice, he eat the
He's going to be
Q3,
the
lovely.
first target, and down goes the Xin Zhao. That is
Lovely,
feats of
you love to
warfare
see it.
over to G2.
Jungle
and
trade, we'll
control
take that.
of this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, a bit of a risky call there from Knight, and goes in for the Maokai steal right in the
I think
face of
Knight
Maokai,
knows they're getting
so it's just
outscaled.
going to be kind of an even exchange there, which doesn't
Severe
really give you
Zero
the advantage
Maokai,
you
that
were
is
looking for as
disgusting.
the flanking Sylas.
That
but
is disgusting.
Wanted to make the quick snap decision to go in for that, but it ends up just being Pejwan who goes down, so G2 happy with the exchange. Another TP going to come through here for Labrov as they want to actually set up a dive here onto Bin to give Broken Blade a further lead in this side lane.
Is that a dive angle? I think it is, yeah. Go,
X-Flash
go,
will
you
be
have to
up
go.
pretty soon,
Why don't we dive
as
him?
we
He's no
know.
flash.
Now Caps will
Because
find
we're going to go on
Emperor's
Bard.
Divide goes down,
And
On
Bard
just
is gonna-
does have the ultimate. Might
Oh.
be able to use it here. Does land it on
Knock
the
him back.
Caps, but that magical journey is not one that he
Big.
is allowed to take. That one's back in Seoul.
Big.
As we can see there. And he's in Riyadh right now.
You're not getting that journey.
Did Europe
not
just get
today.
nerfed because of Fearless Draft?
And,
No, they can't do
just
Maokai 2
denies him
games
that
in a row.
entry. Using the pressure of this Jax in the bottom lane. I mean, the Jax gold lead isn't
Gwen base, no
so
dive.
massive that he just runs away with the game. But
We're
he has
losing
3
top
grubs.
plates, but we have 3
Has
grubs, so
demolished,
all
got that
good.
plate's going to grab another one here. And Broken Blade is just running away with the side lane. Racing now against the Sylas
Nice,
here.
good job,
Forfeits of
Skewmon.
strength.
Okay, you're 10 gold
Dragon
down, but
is
we'll
gonna
allow
go
it. You're
over
Maokai.
as well here to G2, and that's the turret secured here, and that's feats of strength with it. And G2 just utilizing that, the volatile top lane matchup, the advantage they have there, pushing that pressure point so hard.
Well, now Caps going to get jumped on here. When becomes lightning, there's the true shot barrage as well.
Oh,
Bro,
base run flash in front of it to block
trying
Caps.
to keep it in order, and
Wait,
down goes
wait.
the Azir. Broken
Wait.
Blade wanting to get amongst it.
Wait.
But this is 4 versus 2.
Nice sidestep.
And not something that G2
Wait.
really want to take. But now Skewmon's
Are you
making his
sure
way
about
over.
this,
Hansam
guys?
is there as well. He can call on the hunt. They are moving pretty
Okay, I'm quite
quickly.
sure.
Okay,
I'm not sure anymore. Okay, I'm very sure. I'm very sure. I'm very sure.
Hansama does manage to lock that one down. Broken Blade looking for On. And now Knight getting back in there with
W
the
him.
chains.
Do
He
the
knows
Maokai thing.
that he's probably
Alistar.
dead, and Hansama is
Failed
able
the
to
combo,
flash
but
his
it's okay.
way out.
Skewmon, do you win that?
Skewmon will be able to chase down this Silas,
I don't know if
but
you
I
win
don't know
that.
whether he's going to be killing him.
He's going
because
though.
there is just
Labrov
no
James on the
damage.
right.
Yeah,
Not without
is going to go back.
some help from Hansama. So like you say, I think he's just going to get out. Knight is totally fine there. Hansama, great flash, does get away. But Broken Blade is doing so much heavy lifting in this game. And I said earlier, oh yeah, 350, 400 gold. It's not insurmountable. It's not the
saving us.
going to straight up run away with the
BB
game
is
as
saving
well.
us.
Commitment to the ult here fails to stop the bag.
Yeah,
now, if I see a Sylas Q Steel Baron, I will fly there and make sure you're all kicked from the team. Don't let it happen!
Broken Blade now
You guys could have 2-0 this series. You this could be a 2-0.
And there's not going to be a great answer to shut him down in this game. That he's a huge threat. If there's any sort of objective setup where Broken Blade has TP advantage, like just good luck dealing with this Jax. You're gonna have to send so many people, and G2 better grouped here for this Herald.
I bet on BLG because you said they had a good draft and I'm losing my
I
money.
just don't think he's gonna have a great target.
You mean
to use it
your
on.
coins in Twitch chat?
This is going to be a really
What do you think this is? Do you think this is fucking team fight manager? Better draft wins automatically default GG? No, it's not fucking team fight football manager, is it? They have to still click their mouses.
Fine wine, man.
There's no turret here for Ben.
Yeah,
and G2's clicking
kind
of good.
Alcove game for a moment.
Ooh, Ezreal TP bot.
And it's going to be Elk coming down to help out.
Oh,
so
Elk
two
broke my
summoners
pixels.
burned by
Hello?
Broken Blade just showing up, and because Elk TP's away.
Hey!
Because Elk TP's away from.
What?
Because Elk TP's away from.
Did the stream crash? Wait, the stream crashed. Wait. Or did my stream crash? No, I'm live, right? Let me see if it's on YouTube. Okay, it's on YouTube.
By an insane amount of time here. Flashes
Twitch
over the
stream
walls.
crashed.
We do have something happening in live.
Yeah, Caps getting closed in on here as the Hex Flash going to get.
Well, I go away for 1 second and now what?
Away from the battle as
We're winning. We're winning.
Just shifts the sands, gets himself to relative safety. True Shot Barrage sidestepped really nicely as the magical journey.
Nice spell shield. Caps is going to die on top side, but I think it's okay. Or is he? Caps flashes away, pops the Herald. Get in, get in, get in! Hop in, buddy! Doesn't need to.
Spaces, Caps. He can drive Shelly out of this one if he'd like to. That would look a little bit weird.
Hansama, what are we doing?
Once again, Hansama will get knocked up. And the 3-town
Caps
strike
drive,
working out
drive,
really well.
drive.
Drive is
Gas,
going to come on through here as hopefully they do not crash Caps' car. Because Caps going to need that to make his getaway. And
This
there it
was
is.
a pretty big turnaround, though, by BLG. They were able to win out pretty hard. It's like Broken Blade is going to assess the situation here for just a moment before he decides to commit to this turret. Will go down. That's 300 extra gold in his pocket. Don't often talk about the Jax
That was
mid
not
lane,
optimal,
side lane,
I will say.
power, but he is going to be able to, with that extra time.
That could have been better.
This play here is really greedy on the side of G2. Skewmon can
Caps gets caught at the start of the fight.
Some space on the Brav.
Hansama has to deal with Beishuan, but since Owl buys a lot of time.
Is just going to sidestep.
And now he has to deal with On.
Brav buys so much time.
And now he
here
has to
as
deal with
Broken
Bin.
Blade comes back over, but unfortunately the fight here is just too broken up for G2, and the ultimates to survive and buy time were so front-loaded that it's a really easy cleanup here from BLG. Caps makes the right
very
call
bad
to take
positioning.
the
I think
Herald
Hansen
out, and will luckily
should,
for him survive.
not the
But
best.
this is a big swing of gold back into BLG's pockets.
Not the best.
Hansama just finding himself in a really awkward position as he tries to regroup with the rest of the team. And that was where Beishuan was able to pounce really good capitalization
okay, 2 items
from some
Sivir.
mispositioning here.
2 items Sivir,
on
30
BLG's
seconds on
side,
Drake.
and that's exactly what they need to orchestrate in this game.
Now, that alone is not enough to get BLG back into this game, but it is certainly a big win as the 2-item spike for Elk is nearly online. Just a few more Qs to hit to stack that tier. G2 prio on
What do you mean,
this
Hansama?
dragon.
Yep. It is an Ocean Soul, so not exactly the most impactful. It
Drake
does
in
mean
5.
that the Rift is very pretty.
Caps with TP pushing this turret in the top lane. All G2 need to do is to buy time here for the Azir to pick up a turret and TP into the fight.
I feel like
Nice
BLG are just
sidestep.
going to look to try and
Wait,
start
On
it as
just
quickly
Q-flashed
as
and
possible
missed
as
and missed ult.
Nature's Grasp. They're looking to lock down Bin, but he's immune.
Lost Maokai
the
ult.
old Gwen Adage.
But it buys time, and Caps gets that turret.
Yeah,
now he's
keep
going to continue
sidelining,
to
Caps, keep
push.
sidelining.
And BLG have to make some tough calls here. On
And now
trouble.
On just dies,
On
or
is
what?
just going to get ripped to shreds. Oh, not quite enough there with the boomerang blade, but it is going to be the sapling that burns him down. The immediate trade, though, jungler.
We're getting a tier 2. We're getting a tier 2. Just don't die.
BLG, and they're looking for even more. Counter-strike to come
Lovely.
down as Broken Blade looking to get out.
Caps.
G2 trading even at this point. I mean, Caps, not what they want.
Caps is pushing non-stop.
TPing Caps in, and he's going to get a second turret there in the top side.
We really need to stop walking up mid here.
As now Han Sama is just going to get ripped apart. Elk just looking great now, I believe. Just picked up the 2-item spike. And he is able to put on that pressure.
Caps
That's
just
going
got
to mean
so
the BLG
much
move
gold.
over. They're going to look to take down their second dragon of the game. And man, the momentum swing
Yeah, it's
was
realizing base.
ridiculous. The utilization of the fact that they had the man advantage. And I hope that top inner turret was worth it here, G2.
Yeah, it was definitely a losing situation there for G2. They could have opted to TP Caps in and try to turn the fight, but with how scrappy it is, and any teleport location is just going to make you vulnerable, obviously, to all the CC that BLG have. They decided to just kind of kite it back. Everyone's super low health and say, Caps, I mean, get that turret as fast as you can because things are going to hell down here on the bottom side of the map. It is a dragon that goes over to BLG. I think the thought process behind this, though, utilizing the fact that, as you pointed out very wisely, it's an ocean soul. This dragon itself isn't that valuable, but an inner turret and all the scaling damage that's going to come with this Azir that's now massively ahead is definitely the right idea, I think, with this. Got a little bit dicey for a moment there, but I still favor G2's position as the dust settles here.
Just protect Caps at all costs.
I was doing the play-by-play thing where I'm like looking at what's on the screen, and that didn't look good for G2, but I wasn't factoring in that they were out of a pigeon.
And look at how much time they could buy. I mean, they've just shown it in so many of these fights and skirmishes, right? It's a Jax that's got counter-strike. You have the ult here to come through. Yes, Gwen is immune and not going to kill her, but they pull everyone off the dragon. That's the first turret that goes down. And then BLG are like, all right, I'd love to group over here and start taking this dragon. Broken Blade's like, I'm going to push on. Knight's ultimate here is used
walks into a sapling and
so
dies.
Hard to now punish. Great block comes through. They push on to Skumon. He has to sacrifice himself here. It's not ideal, but they know that every second they can buy here, the turret goes down top side, right? Caps is getting value. It's tough, like I said, for him to TP in. Skumon's not happy with dying there.
To elaborate.
I think he wanted to buy time and then get out, and Caps gets the turret, but at the end of the day, this Azir is a menace.
Big damage.
Right? This Azir is huge.
He wasn't there.
And you can see that zero
Atakan Force, absolutely
not
thoughts.
doing anything. It's because he wasn't there, and he was doing stuff in the top lane. As the Atakan, now a consideration here for G2. I feel like Atakan, like teams learned that this is like a thing that we should probably not throw our lives away for, but in this tournament, we are throwing our lives away for it again, as instead, this time around,
nice spell shield on that Bardo.
Just trying to destroy everyone that walks towards
I feel like no matter what happens, On will die. Like, it's just going to happen. G2 goes in, On's dead. BLG goes in, On's dead.
Back his way out. The rest of the team just going to be
someone bases, On dies.
If they'd like to. There's a lot of fog of war here.
Oh, flashing in.
There's the flash
Caps.
forward.
Caps, you're the gold lead, buddy.
Out of the way, and the
Caps.
guard
Okay,
is
he's
not guarding
alive.
against enough.
Double knock up, LeBron James.
A beautiful
Q flash. Auto attack. Refuse to elaborate.
Dash his way out, and he will be able to stay alive, but they're not going to be anywhere on this map for when G2 wants to take anything they would like.
Yeah, G2 very low. I don't think they'll necessarily want to commit to
this.
Is that
Atakan bugged? Why is he standing there?
To back away. TP showing
What's he doing?
Side here for Caps as well.
What's he doing? He's gone for a walk.
Well, you guys don't have a lot of vision here. Let's put Caps in the top lane, and you guys will have to kind of clear this up as this Azir is pushing
can't
top
park
side.
there, mate.
What went wrong there for BLG, though, in that scrappy fight? Like, On tries to solo ult a Sivir, who has Spell Shield, and Han Sama just eats it and says, okay, cool, and they continue to push. And it's a very scrappy fight, using the pressure of this Otacon to pull BLG into a really uncomfortable position. And you can see they're like, okay, not on Otacon, but we don't have any vision. Then Broken Blade shows himself here. And this is a really uncomfortable position for BLG because their Silas isn't here, right? And this is the timing to go in.
6 years ago, 2019,
going in onto a
Watch
Jax,
this ult.
Counter-Strike is the best thing for dealing with a Xin Zhao, and then On, you blink and you miss it.
If On ults the rest of G2 are chasing there, I think it buys enough time for them to actually potentially look for a turn and a fight, but he just tosses it into a spell shield instead. That's a big tool gone.
Nice turns, nice turns.
Once Cap shows up,
good
like,
fight. Nice double knock here by LeBron.
It's a fed his ear. He just cannot win that longer fight.
Go back to live now.
Health bars here, and Broken Blade is such a menace in this game.
He is a
You need to write a 50-word essay by tomorrow. Ooh, you gotta start writing.
Very willing to put himself in
5k damage dealt.
As you can see, 5.5k damage. I mean, BB is this whole team right now. He is absolutely monstrous. And we'll be able to sit in side lanes and make stuff happen. You can see moving down towards this bottom side, and the Otacon is still in the eyes of
Otacon should be free. It should be free.
4,000 gold, the lead, and plus
they're not going to do it.
4.5k. It is a big deal. As you can see, BB has done the most damage in the game right now, and that is when Hans Sommer is like 3-1-6 at this point as well. It's a very big Sivir, but not quite as big as this massive Jax in the top lane.
What?
You got some items coming in for Caps as well, who, as you can see, is 50 CS in the lead because he's just been side laning relentlessly in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the
Atlas is
the
venting.
massive leads that are starting to
What
stack
is
up
this
here
sus
make it really
behavior?
difficult, and it feels like for BLG, you're kind
Why
of
is
on
Caps
this,
doing so little
this
damage?
timer, and it feels like the hourglass has already run out of sand. You really need a big combo here. You need a cool flank angle or an overextension.
Oh, Hans Sommer Infinity Edge.
You know, is kind of the story that we laid out at the very beginning of this draft is that top lane volatile matchup. Who gets the lead? Who pulls them around the map? But this side laning Caps threat, I think, was something that
anyone
maybe
gonna get that
BLG
flower?
wasn't
Right there,
necessarily
right
as
next to the
prepared
dragon,
deal
just
with.
south.
Gonna see an attempted steal
You're
here.
six.
It's very
You're
early,
six.
unfortunately, for Elk, though.
The flower.
This is gonna be
It's
the second
outside.
dragon
It's
of the
looking
game
at
here
you
for
in
G2.
the
Again,
face.
not a consequential dragon.
It's one
by
click.
any means, but they have so much map control, and these side laners just go straight back to it.
Yep.
Maybe it's in the
Caps
bush. Maybe they
gonna get
can't
down
see
towards
it.
the bottom lane this time. There is an inner turret still there, so we might be able to get some value if he is given any space. But this is exactly where both of these teams want to be. The Otacon is going to be the next thing they're fighting for.
Vision control here is pretty good for G2. Luckily, though, for BLG, they have that one ward behind it, so they're not going to fall for any traps or anything like that. But that
We
pressure
are
is
going to
real.
do
Once that ward
Otacon
gets
sometime
cleared,
soon.
G2
Are we going to do it
can
before
kinda
LEC
start
Summer
this at
Split
any
starts? Yes, we are.
moment.
But we're
Feels
waiting.
super
Okay,
good about
and there's
their
nothing
ability
wrong
to
with
rush
that.
it down
Caps
with
is
this
probably going to
pretty
base now
large
and buy an
Azir and
unlimited
Caedrel
large
has
rod.
3 items and an
Maybe he
IE.
buys a Seeker's
Yeah,
Arm
this is where
Guard.
things get desperate for
But we
BLG
will wait,
with
and that's
very
okay
limited
because we
vision.
outscale.
There's also full
We can go to
AP
6
Maokai
items.
as
We can
well.
go to 7
And
items.
So he does a lot
Rabadon's
of damage. You saw
Azir.
that, like, one
Now it's
sapling
time,
hits on and
surely,
he
right?
loses a third of his health bar.
Yeah, the Bloodletters
Surely it's now.
Maokai is a bit of a new one for me. This one's a little bit less common over our region.
Yeah, us in LCK, we sometimes see the Leandries and then into tank.
And Chronicler gets mad.
Chronicler does get mad. He doesn't quite like that. He's like, no, you're a tank, be a tank.
But in some of these scenarios, I mean, we saw the sapling kill earlier. It's pretty huge.
I like
helps
Maokai,
you,
man. I'm into it.
It helps you rush down an Otacon, and I mean, the lack of vision here. There's just there's nothing that BLG could do. And unfortunately for them, with control vision on the Baron, they can't even try to like cross-map Baron. They can't deal with the broken
How many
blade
flowers?
side
From
laning
5
the top
to
side of the map. They just kind of have to sit back and lose a critical objective. There is
17.
no winning play here.
5 to
And
7.
I think BLG are realizing, hey, if we make the Hail Mary here and fail, the game is just straight up over, so let's look for something
Where
else.
are all the fucking flowers?
And, maybe, just maybe, there's no beating G2
So Broken Blade
5
bought the
times
Seeker's
in a
Arm Guard,
row.
then accidentally pressed it. That is fantastic.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay.
We had someone to pull.
So did he actually buy that item or not?
He may have
How
broken
cooked are
his
we?
arm guard.
Yeah.
He didn't buy it from Boris, and it was pre-broken.
Yeah, he sold him a fucking phony-ass arm guard.
You pull it out of the box, and
I want a
unfortunately something
refund.
happened in transit. So we can just say we know he's make up a story and say like, yeah, he just got a faulty one.
He's known to collect broken blades, not usually the arm guards, though.
Man, it's like thematically right.
Yeah.
He was just giving BLG a chance.
But I mean,
he was just a little bit too strong.
It's a huge loss. Like, it's a very expensive item that is about its active more than it is
now it
about its
doesn't
stats.
matter.
Yeah, exactly. But guess what? I was going to say, he's got a ton of money, and he's going to have his Zonias and not care, and that's already happened. Maybe he just did it as a flex.
Well, maybe he was trying to see whether his arm guard flexes, and it doesn't. It just shattered.
No.
But he bought a
It's not
Seeker's
as
now, so we're
flexible
chilling.
as he originally thought.
Why would something that goes around your arm then turn into a timepiece?
Well, you would think after he
Because it's a
tried
watch,
to bend
and
the blade
watches
last
tell
time, he
time
would have
on your
learned.
wrist. That's probably
Let's
one of
look
the
at this
best takes
map
I've had all
control
year.
here for G2. They have so much vision control.
Listen, they're
around
TPing
this
behind you
Baron
now.
threat. There's
Listen.
a control ward in the pit. TP flank is going to be a desperation move here for BLG.
BB.
Knight on the flank.
He does find the angle, though.
Stopwatch now.
As now you can see Broken Blade in a lot of trouble.
Alexa, press stopwatch.
From Bin as they are getting
Okay.
into the Thunderdome. The Sonya's going to
Caps
be
is
utilized
fine.
really nicely.
BB jumps out,
and the
big.
Empress Divide as well as On just flashes into
On dead.
point-blank range of Caps, and Hansama just
Bin.
cuts him apart.
Dead.
The Baron
Lovely.
is going
That's
to deal
G2.
with
That's
Bin.
G2. We
Cue
scaled.
the
We picked
Yakety
Maokai.
Sax. Ladies and
You got a problem
gentlemen,
with it?
BLG
You got a problem with it?
apart at the seams.
I don't know what the fuck On just did, but we'll take it.
We'll take this purple one.
We will take
looks
that.
like G2 are going to rewrite what happened at MSI and at least strike back
now,
here in
smite
this
button
second
executes
game.
the Baron.
We're going the distance
no,
tonight. It feels like as Bedron looks for a desperation steal, but he's zoned away, and he is going to die as well for his crime.
Yep, there is the Baron secured. They'll take Beishuan as well as the Boomerang Blade comes on through. Labrov with his Pulverize. Gonna hold him in place.
I just can't see any way for
another Maokai, another win.
For the side of BLG. TP here for Broken Blade into the side as Elk might just straight up be dead.
The flash forward into a cosmic binding. And then Caps dies.
That's right, I meant to say Caps just might straight up be dead.
Oh my goodness gracious. My eyeballs have bad witness to that.
Broken Blade is he's gonna two-shot the turret. Until On says, I'm going to ult that, so no, never mind.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things that were just taken away from us.
I mean, it wouldn't be an EU game
moments.
without a little bit of happy little accidents. You know what I'm saying?
The call a little bit, you know,
a couple of happy little accidents.
Both of those things were going to happen.
Well, at least, you know, BB does the wraparound, not going to be able to kill On, so the disasters don't continue too much. We are going to see things kind of slow down momentarily. Dragon going to be up in 5 seconds time.
Jump.
It is soul point here
Oh,
for G2.
oh, AP Jack's insta-kills there, by the way. Just saying, AP Jack's one-shots.
The needlework not going to really be doing anything at all. As he parks himself back in this lane once again. You got a tree and Xena taking down this dragon. And now Broken Blade moving on over to try and get this last auto attack. There it is, On moving in as well to try and protect Ben. But they are just bleeding objectives all over the place as BLG.
But I swear to God, it's like this every year. They play a game, they almost win that game, they throw somehow, whether it's not buying LDR, or they fail the base race, or they lose a Baron steal, or fucking Ezreal speaks full Mandarin and owns our ass. But then we win a game. And then we win a game, and then everyone's like, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's okay. Maybe. And then they get you at the last second.
Yeah,
oh my God, you thought, is what they say. And then they completely end and lose game 3. So I'm not saying I'm excited.
He's just not going to use it. May have needed to almost, as Elk with another couple of mystic shots would have killed him.
Believing anything.
They didn't quite have
nice
that.
Bartle. That is fantastic. I love that for us On.
As now they all get in, the Emperor's Divide is going to stop it, and the Boomerang Blade is going to be the finishing blow onto On. They take down Caps once again, but Knight into this backline and has nowhere to get out.
Stopwatch, don't forget.
BB and Ben continuing their battle, and Elk trying to hold on to this turret. But I don't think he's going to be able to do so. And G2 will break the base here in game 2.
I'm not going to lie, the last like 3 series of On, oh my goodness.
Once again, here in our
what happened, man? He was
EWC.
And this is just a dominant performance here from G2. Had some pretty big leads in game 1, but this was something different. This is very different.
I wonder if he's lost a little bit of confidence.
At MSI
big win.
Just a week ago.
Big win.
And they're bringing us to 3, the full
big win.
Here.
There it is. Come on.
And the Maokai first
Come on.
pick
Come on.
absolutely worked
Come on.
out. And I think
Come on.
bigger than their stomach for so many of those fights for BLG where they had a man advantage, but underestimated how much time the Alistar ultimate.
No, don't get excited. I mean, one more. Okay.
Over Caps
I wish you the best of luck next game.
Constantly putting the pressure on those turrets.
G2 is in a position where they could have 2-0'd, but of course they're going to end up losing 1-2. Like, you know it's going to happen.
To win this
I don't even need to watch this next game. I know G2 is going to lose.
Yeah, BLG going to have to get back on the horse after that one. It is going to be tough because this was G2's game from the very beginning. You can see every single number is going to be in the lead, and the fact that Broken Blade just obliterated Ben in that
what is this?
matchup, that is going to be the biggest deal.
This guy.
He has no flash.
Fight is not showing for a long time. I have no fucking clue.
It's fine. The Q flash was the Q flash was fake, but it's fine.
Honestly, I bring. Yeah, I think I'm timing one thing. One more time and I'm no sun from pipe. No flash pipe.
Oh! Oh!
No sun from the pipe.
Oh!
I gotta let you die, sorry. I have a shutdown.
Oh! And he dodges it! Chat, you can check out Odoamne, twitch.tv/Odoamne. It's the LR boys scrimming right now. He's watching the scrims, he's doing the coaching while we're doing EWC. They're practicing right now. If you want to check him out, twitch.tv/Odoamne. W Odo. Odo's been helping a lot. Like, I had Canada, and then I was... we had Canada, then we came back, and we instantly had this. And LR started scrims this week, so Odo's taking over for this week. And the boys are happy. What is this?
I have Q start.
No W, no Fury, no W, no Fury.
Can we go? Can we go? No Fury, no Fury. I'm going Jhin, okay? Jhin flash. Jhin no flash. Jhin no flash in the back.
I got it.
Jhin no flash, okay?
Oh!
Jhin no flash. No Fury?
Oh!
That's a penta.
Holy shit, Nemesi.
No W.
I can slow.
They're scrimming a pretty good team.
Yeah, don't die, guys. It's not work. Don't die.
They're against Vitality Academy, which has got like a couple of really solid players on it. It's got like VTO on it, Gen X, they're like ex-LEC.
If I could remove one champion from League, it would be Timo.
Zoe. Every time I invade into this champion, Vavel comes, I die. So, 之前的话，我觉得
How was the HLE series? The HLE series was actually really good. I enjoyed it.
他有点做坏了的那种感觉。然后我觉得这版本的话，我觉得都做得蛮平衡的，就没有想特别探索影响。
If I could remove one champion, I'd probably remove Yumi. I actually really liked it when I played AD carry, so she's fun to play with, I think. But I think playing against it it's not always that fun.
I would snipe Yumi on the spot, no mercy. I absolutely love playing with Yumi.
Remove a champ, Kane. Actually, the best take ever.
But by God, when I have to kill something that has that cat on it, I hate my life.
Yumi. Tại vì Yumi là một vị tướng mà có lối chơi rất là lạ, nên là cũng chỉ theo phong trào thôi. Tại vì mình thấy rất là nhiều người muốn remove Yumi, là mình cũng tương tự.
I don't wanna say Yumi. That's what everyone says. I'm not sure. I have to go with Yumi. It's just unfun, unskilled. Like she just does nothing.
如果我要删掉一个英雄的话，我选择 Briar 吧，因为
Briar, what the fuck?
Probably be Sona. Because just in solo queue, I get so many Sona supports.
Oh, that's a good one. Sona is a good one.
They like playing it a lot and doesn't really do anything, so probably Sona. I would remove Sona from the game, so it's not on my team anymore. No one wants Lampic Sona on their team.
True.
The chance you get piked or blitzcranked is too high. 탈리아로 하겠습니다.
Talia.
항상 대회 자주 나오는데 탑 챔피언 상대로.
That's because he gets caught on side all the time, little rat.
좀 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Would be Kane.
Kane. Guigo. Good choice.
Ruins your solo queue. The guy just picks Kane, doesn't even know how to play jungle, like farms everyone around the map, just keep flying. I hate this team.
카밀이란 챔피언을 삭제하고
Oh,
싶습니다.
Camille's a good one. That's a good one.
원딜 입장에서는 좀 불합리한 스킬셋을 가지고 있다 생각해서
删除卡牌这种影响。
TFA, TF's kind of cool.
全部的一下帮灭死，就玩的比较累一点。
I would remove Garen. He has no mana.
Garen?
He has infinite HP with his regen, so he doesn't really have to recall that often. He has so much tenacity and damage resist built into his kit. He's not fun to play with, and
Garen?
he's not fun to play against because his kit's just a little too
I'll
linear,
take
so it's
justice.
딱히 뭐 삭제시키고 싶은
I don't want any champion removed. Faker. You're such a... Faker is the biggest rage baiting rat ever, secretly. Masked in all this fame and glory and aura and success and like being the coolest guy ever, he's deep down the biggest rage baiting rat on the planet, and he will troll you to death.
Battle back. They give something for the fans to cheer about in the stadium. They got loud, and rightfully so. Europe one win away from making it back to a semifinals of an international event, and you can see how much it means to them inside the STC arena. It was rocking. 1-1.
What is it in Monopoly when it's like, do the whole board, go past, go skip jail? What is it? That is literally EU Maokai.
Great that we went all 8 possible games and one more to decide the semifinals. Degon here alongside Medios and Finn. And just like that, which one were you, Finn?
Go to start, is it that?
All of those emotions.
All of them, man. I'm so happy. Like, BB is smurfing. I feel like, honestly, if you ask me which team has played better today, I would say it's G2, honestly. I feel like both Game 1 and Game 2, they kind of had like control for the majority of the game. And in general, they've made smarter map moves. They've been getting caught less, and their team fights have been more solid.
It feels like G2 versus Knight right now. I think Knight is the only person showing up for BLG right now. And even Game 1, his Orianna steal with just QW on Baron is pretty much the entire reason why they were in it. So I definitely feel for him. It's been really tough. Yeah, BLG in Game 2 was very surprising to me. Oh, maybe not, because they are really inconsistent. But anywhere from their draft prep, I think it was really strange to give Scuman Maokai. Like we were saying beforehand, you know, what does G2 want? They want Maokai, they want Azir, and they got him.
Is that guy
And
still swimming
it's
to
one thing
NA?
if
No,
you
he turned
give
around.
Because, you know, you got to give him something, but they banned out, I think, Pantheon and Vi to give Maokai. It's like, they probably would have taken Maokai even if those other champs were open, so why did you ban them? You could have done better bans. So that was really shocking to me. I think the bot lane as well for G2 is performing way better.
Chat, they're releasing a new Call of Duty game.
Had an off
It's
game.
Call of Duty 7. Bro, do they release a new Call of Duty game like every 6 months?
So, yeah, you know, feel bad for Knight on this one, honestly.
I swear they just drop a new game all the time.
Doing what he could. I feel like maybe the Sylas had to be one of the ideas as well, just to be like, okay, if they take Azir, we'll take Sylas. If they take Sylas, we'll take Azir. But definitely a lot for him to hijack. What did you think of this draft here, Finn?
I mean, you know, it makes kind of sense on paper because you obviously, I mean, in LPL, they don't really care about Maokai as much as we love it in Europe. Like in Europe, Maokai is pick and ban. You should ban on
What
one
is this
side
clip?
every single game. This is our main jungle, and this is what is being traded back and forth. In LPL, they really lean towards the skirmish-heavy jungler, and of course,
What is
Gwen.
that?
So I think BLG, they were like, okay, we give them Maokai, which we don't really value highly, and we get Gwen and Xin Zhao. And
Is that a good
really
knife?
good side of this game. I think they were super happy with this draft, but I feel like maybe they didn't have the correct read, or maybe
That's a
Europe is
30K
better
knife?
read, you know, I don't know, but in general, I really felt like it ended up being very favorable for G2 because they got everything they wanted.
All right, let's take a look at our first highlight here, because when Bin made it onto the international stage, he was known as one of the best Jaxes in the world. But
What is
not
this
forget
clip
Broken
timing?
Blade, where he's able to turn it around and remind him, I was pretty good at that jab too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. When
That
you
camera
have a
shot
fire
is
pick in your
crazy,
mind,
by
which
the
is
way.
Gwen,
That
and it gets countered, nullified, solo
That
kill, and
is
gets so
crazy.
quickly put down like this. That is an issue. I felt like Bin had no presence this game at all, and Broken Blade was just everywhere in every fight, jumping in, diving, doing so much for G2, and really spearheading this victory.
Yeah, absolutely amazing game from Broken Blade. Definitely.
Yeah, if
silencing the
G2
haters
win
and
this, they
doubters,
play against Genji or
because
FlyQuest.
this
Depends
is
who
one of the
wins
highest skill matchups
tomorrow.
there is in top lane right now. Jax versus Gwyn, we see it all the time.
Chat, we have a
and
surprise
it's
tomorrow.
Not something you can, you know, just kind of play passively through. You have to be constantly fighting, and every trade can be.
There's a
risky winning
surprise
in the
tomorrow.
lane. And you saw there, he got the solo kill on the Gwyn, which is
It's a
massive,
very
and
big
he just,
surprise.
You know, was able to run away with the game.
Yeah, and he did it with that step back on the last couple of snips. So just an understanding of what was going on there, and a very needed outplay for G2 and Broken Blade. As we take a look at our second highlight here in the mid lane with the Azir.
It's content based.
Yeah, this is kind of what I want to highlight as well.
It's
when I said
content
that
based.
G2 is actually playing the map way smarter. Caps has gotten the tier 1 already, and they are the one engaging this fight. Kind of like daring BLG to.
Can you give us a hint? Okay, I can't announce it.
In the beginning of the fight,
But let's
and
just
now
say,
it's
let's
just
just say,
G2 is like
you know,
showing that they kinda wanna
some of these
fight,
teams
they
are
kinda
in
just wanna
Saudi,
get out.
which is
Meanwhile,
not too
Caps is
far
getting
away
so
from
much
Europe.
gold on the top side and gets so accelerated. I think he shows up with like a 1.5k gold lead after that, or 1.5k gold influx at least.
So the
after
ping's
that
not
play.
that high.
A great matador of the aggression against BLG, knowing that BLG
So
is
tomorrow,
decisive. They like to fight.
I can't say who yet, but we're gonna
this
play.
is the G2 that so many people have gotten used to and wanted to see, and then finally,
Not
over
super
in,
confirmed yet,
over
but
by
we're looking at
Baron,
it.
It was the decisive fight here.
We might do it tomorrow.
I mean, it is just. I mean, it looks like Broken Blade is getting caught almost. He has to jump over into the pit.
We need to get full approval for it first.
Chasing,
We're trying to get approval
Sonias,
and like
and
confirmations and
so
stuff.
Much time and allows all his team to come and help. He has the Thunder Sky procs and then goes out the other way. And now the ELG committed so deep to try to kill him that they're kind of left standing here, completely clueless of what's going on. And it's just an easy cleanup for G2 with that goal lead that they had accumulated from previous plays.
We're trying to see what we can do. Would be great, I think.
In the Baron pit and letting him get killed by Baron. That's a rough way to go.
Yeah, Alistair and Baron on against him right there. Also, great wall by Caps to block off the rest of the team from going in, so it turned into a de facto 2v4 for the rest of that one. G2 with that victory.
But it would be great to play against a team at that level to see how well we do.
BLG, we touched on it earlier, one of the big talking points. These two teams seem to constantly find each other in international events. It was like the groan heard round the world when they got drawn against each other, as it was 2-1. And every single time it has gone the way of BLG. But
that's going to happen tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow night after EWC ends.
I think this is looking real good for G2. Like we mentioned, in the first 8 games, they've been outperforming, I would say, on average, even though they dropped game 1.
Like 5 or 6 PM somewhere there.
G2, and I think BLG is really going to have to figure out something going into this final game, because to me, the jungle and bot lane for G2 have been performing much better. I think that on game 1, putting Beishuan on something like Nocturne was a really good idea, because he's able to just have so much pressure from his ulti alone. But when he was on the Xin Zhao, I didn't really feel any pressure from him, especially. Like, one thing to me that stood out a lot was that BLG went for the normal invade bot side on red, you split the map, and then you can pressure the dive on bot lane, but they didn't really execute it that well. They weren't able to deny any XP from the bot lane. They were able to get level 2, and then Xin Zhao used his smite, so he wasn't even able to secure Krugs and get level 3. So G2 just handled that pressure really well and didn't fall behind at all, which in most cases, that can be a super terrible early game if you're bot. I think, you know, maybe some misexecution by BLG, but also a good response by G2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of similar to what Whippo was talking about with Inspired when they play.
I don't want to say who it is yet in case it gets like blocked or it can't get locked in or whatever it is. I don't want people to be like, oh my god,
final thoughts before we go to this decisive game number 3.
My mind's just like last game. It's like I'm thinking about draft, right? Because I feel like G2 is kind of, they have chosen, they are on red side, right? Because BLG shows blue side, and they have so many bans that are locked. I'm thinking you're probably banning the Pantheon, you're probably banning the Varus, and I think they might ban Aurora as well. And I feel like that gives BLG kind of a big avenue to work within, because there's so many champions that almost are guaranteed to be taken out that they can kind of do whatever they want and kind of find any kind of advantage in drafts.
Medios, do they get over the hump?
I'm gonna say G2 for this one. I don't know. I don't think BLG is playing that great, and I think G2 is playing really well.
Do they speak English?
Yeah, I think they're gonna take it.
We saw the graphic on the screen earlier. The last 4 meetings have gone the way of BLG. G2 looked better in game 1, did not close it out. They were dominant in game 2. Will they be able to do it?
All right, volume increase, G2.
Let's find out. Game
Match
3,
point first BLG. Let's go.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can understand why Finn was absolutely elated. G2 finally picking up a victory against BLG here in 2025. Has been struggling to put on his headset just a little bit here, but also struggled a little bit towards the top side of the map up against Broken Blade.
Yeah, there were a lot of resources given to get that Jax ahead. He ran away with the lead. They had triple grubs.
What did Bin
the
just
side
do?
lane pressure with the Azir, who also had triple grubs, was just immaculate. It was just a good match.
Picking up a victory against BLG here in 2025.
We'll see how that impacts this draft.
Yep.
And what Broken Blade gets his hands on here for game 3.
Exactly right. I'm also going to be glued to what
BLG
gonna be
blue
able to
side
play as well, because the Maokai looked great in game number 2, and we know that is an EU favorite.
Man, the
Not
series so far have been
necessarily
close.
Something that we
Nice.
in the East put as much priority on. And so we'll see whether Big Way and Easy Hoon are going to have a little bit of surprise in the jungle maybe to get Beishuan that advantage here in game number 2. Because I 100% agree with Finn. I think that Knight has had and with Meteos as well, that Knight has had a good day today. And the rest of the team.
Why is there a post on the
have
Reddit
been
that says
there as
BLG's
well.
jungler versus G2's
For me,
jungler?
I'm most concerned with On's performance. We've just really seen some
off.
Big misses. Yeah, some off.
Yeah.
Some weirdly timed ults, some positional errors. And this is partially why we've seen Hansama generate big leads in lane as well, consistently.
Yep.
Is they're winning the 2v2, and then outside of lane, On just hasn't been making the same impacts that LeBron has made. Two supports who were heavily criticized for their MSI performances, to be frank, but it feels like LeBron is really winning out today in this really important knockout match here at EWC 2025.
So look at this photo of Viper and Flandre. They did their poses from World 21 when they won together.
All right.
Ah, sweet.
And so now we'll just have to see what is going to happen here as we move into the third game. And we'll do our very best to get there as soon as possible.
That's right, as everyone's just setting up for what is the final game of the day here on this Thursday evening in Riyadh. The sun has set. There are tons of fans outside around the boulevard watching multiple esports here that are going on at what is a celebration of esports across multiple titles here. And we have two of the most legendary orgs to ever touch League of Legends. G2, the kings of Europe, the most successful team, and BLG arguably in the latter half and postmodern LPL, the most consistent org to appear in international events.
The gum into bubbles. Labrov locked in. That was a clean one.
Very, very important stuff. And of course,
that
G2
gum is getting obliterated.
A lot of different games as well.
Now
Not entirely sure how the club rankings look right now.
How many coffees does he have?
Do
you see that?
Good about picking up some titles in a lot of
6.
them. We have to remember as well that the club championship, you need to come first in at least
6?
one of those games.
That's right.
If you are going
are
to
they
be
Ons
the
or
champion
Elks,
here
or are they
at
both?
EWC. So
could be water as well, but I saw that they have water bottles, so I don't think it's water bottles.
Or G2, or whether one of these teams,
because they have little water bottles. I've seen them.
To be going home at
one of these teams taking that one further step forward to semifinals.
Bin's on 3.
One series away.
Beishuan's
from
on 1.
Making that grand finals and taking it all. There is so much on the line in terms of prize money. Every single step up you can take. Winning this third game
lock in. This is you, baby.
A massive jump in prize money. So it's tense. And heading into a game like this, trying to keep your head in the game, trying to really stay focused as we have some technical issues being resolved here before we head into this draft is going to be paramount. And BLG having
Chinese people don't drink coffee.
Side,
it's probably
really
some kind of tea.
See if the red side bans
really?
will change
The Chinese people not drink coffee?
For G2. Do they feel like they can get Bejuan over the Vi? Do they have an answer to that? Do they think they can give the Pantheon over? Do they have some sort of response to that? We just see both of them once again taken away. The Varus, another question mark that's been banned consistently in games 1 and 2. Will we see that in the hands of either Elk or Hansama? I imagine the answers to these questions are all no. I think they will continue to be banned.
Yeah, I actually think that the Pantheon and the Vi are going to be so much higher priority, right? Like, we already heard Finn say, like, why are you banning them if the Maokai is up? Well,
enhance.
The Maokai isn't up anymore, so they're going to require
See,
those
the water
to be
bottle, see that?
taken
That's a
away.
water bottle.
And
I think it is like some teas or coffees that they have.
Closer to the final draft of the day, and possibly the final draft for BLG or for G2. We are going to be getting our players in and getting things underway.
It's so tense here, and you can really feel it. You could see it on the players' faces. It's a massive G2 crowd here that have traveled all the way to Riyadh to support this roster.
I'm scared about the ads, man. Holy shit.
It's such a rough time at MSI, a hardship against
this has
very
been 40
team.
minutes since game 2
now
or some shit,
trying to
hasn't it?
get that revenge and be
Please
the
tell me we're
ones
in
to conquer, the ones to walk away. Or will we see BLG do it again, albeit a little bit less dominantly than what we saw at MSI, but to take it twice and to advance forward here.
Okay, we're
It's time for the draft.
Yep.
Okay, Galio Annie ban, Varus ban, Poppy ban. Now, Pantheon is open. Wukong ban means that the last ban should be Pantheon from G2. Which means that
Varus, meaning that
Vi is open for first pick.
Or potentially both, I think likely both, will make it through the draft here. so that you can get one or the other. They pick one, you get
I'm
the
gonna
second,
need
and on red
G2 to
side,
cook some shit.
we'll get to go something with it.
So I
Instead,
actually
however,
think they will first
they
pick
actually will
Vi,
ban the
but I
Pantheon
do
and
think
leave
that they
open
need to take
Vi here
Rise
to
away or
BLG.
something. Or be ready for Cassio
really,
on 3.
really scary.
Like, I really think that like some kind of Rise Cassio trade is gonna happen here. Because Galio's out, Annie's out. Ari could happen, true, yeah. Ari, Rise,
but is
Aurora.
I
Ooh,
just
I'm a
don't
bit
feel
scared
like
of
there's
Aurora.
necessarily a
Okay, so
jungle
wait,
that
there's
you feel
Ari,
like
Rise,
This
Aurora.
game 3 with all the jungle bans we already have.
I don't know which one Caps would take, but they need to match jungle first in the first place.
I don't think you're going for an Ari
Wukong's out, Xin Zhao's out, Nocturne's out, Lee Sin is not really a Skew-Mon champ.
No, please no.
Maybe he needs to play Mundo jungle, not even kidding. Or Trundle, I'm such an idiot. Of course Trundle's open. Trundle, easy, love that.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay, never mind.
Ooh, Rumble's open.
Is pretty interesting.
Ooh,
It's not the
Rumble's
first time
open.
we've seen Vi
Is
given
BB gonna
over
pick Rumble? Because if
for
you
the
don't
favor
pick
of the
Rumble
Trundle,
here,
even though Trundle's
there's gonna be Rumble
interaction
Aurora
with
coming
Vi
out.
and his subjugate isn't
I mean,
the
they
highest value
could
into Vi
pick
specifically.
Trundle
It
plus
can, if she ults in, isolate her.
their favorite. They could go Trundle Aurora and then Ornn on 3 into Rumble Ari. But I don't like Ornn into Rumble Ari, so maybe you take the Ari, or do you just take the Rumble? You take the Rel, okay, because Poppy's out and so is Alistar. But I think that Rumble Aurora is inbound, and I'm scared about that because you're playing Trundle Rel into it.
Interesting draft
This could
here.
be really bad
While
for
I feel
G2.
like both of these picks aren't necessarily
I really
as
hope they
highly
don't do it.
prioritized as G2 are putting them here.
Oh, God.
It puts a lot of questions into your mind as
Oh,
BLG
God.
as to what the game plan
Oh,
is
God.
going to be, and it makes
It's
the
a
decisions
headshot.
you make a little bit tougher. Now, they're just going to go for the tier
G2
list.
is going to have to go Ornn on 3, I think. I think it's the only option you have. But I don't know if it's good, you know. You're dropping mid, you lose Ari. So hang on, you lose Ari, you lose Rise. You have to pick into Aurora Rumble. He's going to have to go Cassidy or some shit, I don't know.
You're going to get lane prio early.
No, and
I mean, they can target bot lane, which is nice, right? You can ban, like, I don't know, fucking Leona, I don't know, range supports maybe better, like Renata, Karma, maybe, if you're playing Trundle Ornn and you have Rel.
Answer to the Rumble as well, like you mentioned. So good
Realm,
that G2 are at least able to lock that one away.
Maybe,
But still, I feel like this
I don't know what G2 plays, because they're gonna lose mid here. There's Ari, and there is
You can feel the weight
the other one that I was talking about.
the blue side
Ooh,
against
they banned
you
Victor.
here
Okay.
in this, Dylan Falcon draft here, where they've got a lot of great tools and there's still a lot of flexibility here, but the tier list definitely leans towards BLG.
I
that
feel
skill
like
as tip. The Braum ban can completely, if you don't ban the Braum, it can completely nullify
I feel like
your
Jhin
Ornn,
is
so
insanely
that one is
broken
kind of
for
a must ban
BLG.
in this situation,
Even though you have
just
2
into the
tanks,
Rel
like the
as
amount
well.
of AoE
Victor
splash.
is taken
Oh my
away.
god,
I think that's
MF
a
is
great
insane for them.
scaling mid-lane pick that works
Karma
well with
ban,
the
yeah. So
ornaments
they're gonna
later
get
on,
MF
so that
or
also makes
Jhin,
sense.
which is
You can kinda
insanely
keep
broken
up
in
with
this
the
comp.
range of the Aurora as well.
And then in support, they still have Leona, if they need it. Or they have... Yeah, there's the Rise ban. So the Rise is out, that's the one I was thinking of. So there's Ari, or you just pick one of the ADs here, drop mid till last, and you pick Cassidy or some shit. Or like Vlad, or like, I don't know, Anivia or something crazy.
This is where things get really interesting. I feel like
Syndra maybe? Maybe Syndra?
This is the kind of draft where you want to be picking that one up. The
Corky
I like
flex.
a lot more.
Okay, they will probably go. They'll probably go Jhin Leona or like MF Leona or.
I think it will probably be
I mean, what other support is playable
in
here?
this scenario.
Am I
Well, this
missing
is something
something?
that BLG
Nautilus?
can't know
Yeah,
for
Nautilus
certain.
is definitely not
and there's not a
playable.
lot of magic damage just yet, so Cap's probably wanting to be on a caster
Kalista
champion,
Renata. Oh
perhaps.
god, I
As
actually think
Odia.
Kalista Renata
Oh
cooks
no.
really hard
It's the
here.
champion that everyone has hated throughout all of MSI.
Oh my god.
And the Kalista Renata
I don't know,
will be
man.
locked in here
BLG's
for
comp
BLG.
looks insanely
It's so good
fucking
into
OP.
Trundle and pretty good into Rel as well. And you already have so much AP damage on the top side. And
Because Rel has
both
shield
the
break into
Rumble
Nautilus.
Ultimate and the Aurora Ultimate works so well with this low range Kalista.
I don't know,
plus
man.
the Vi lockdown.
LeBlanc?
No
Oh, he went
way.
LeBlanc! What the fuck?
Long time no see
Chat,
on
I'm gonna run
this
ads.
pick.
If you want to vote ads, tier 1 to
And
25 and
I
have subs,
to
channel.
say
Don't
it,
want
I
you back
have
for the
to
game
be
subs. Big
honest,
kiss.
I
Much
feel
love.
this
Appreciate all the
LeBlanc pick
subbers.
doesn't fit the identity of this comp
But
in
LeBlanc
really
into
any way
Vi?
to me. You're strong into the Rumble, you're strong into the squishy Renata, if you can isolate her, maybe even if you find Vi in a scenario where if you're ahead,
LeBlanc
you
into
can
Vi?
get into the jungle and harass her and push her away from some of
I
her
mean, it's
camps.
good
I mean,
in some
the burst
conditions,
damage of
but
the
it's
LeBlanc
bad in
is
others.
real, and she will get somewhat empowered
He just
by Ornn,
insta-locked
but
Vi.
It's not the kind of scaling
He's
damage
confident.
pick I thought that with this Ornn pick G2 were looking for. I thought we were going to see something with consistent damage. Sure, the Victor and the the Victor and the Rise were banned away. The Azir is banned as well by Fearless, so there weren't a ton of great options.
I do think that you have so much mobility that a lot of this like ground location-based damage that is there for BLG is going to be less effective against Caps. Like, I think it's a good idea in that front. Of course, you do still have a dash. So it's like, it's the coming back that's more blinky, right? So you go in, you start a fight, and then you can sort of get out of there without any sort of answer. That could certainly work here for Caps, and we know that this guy is just really, really good at LeBlanc. Has been in the past, at least.
LeBlanc is the type of pick, too, that could just completely take over a game, regardless of what your comp is. If you just get ahead enough with it, it doesn't matter what the enemy team is running. It doesn't matter what you're running. Yeah,
she's a magician, right? She's like,
if G2 win this, I'll be really surprised.
All on the line in this
Not to be like a Debbie Downer,
this
but
red side
I'm kind of doubting the LeBlanc a little
was a
bit.
Of a shock to me. And it's a pick that has just fallen pretty
Into
significantly
when you
out
play
of the meta
LeBlanc,
for quite some time.
you want to avoid
visual
3
update,
champions.
Right? So it has the different icons.
Nautilus,
Like, I was
Maokai,
expecting that she'd sort of like come
and Vi.
back into the meta because
these
we're
3
gonna
champs
play
have
it 'cause
point
now
and
she's
click
changed a little
CC,
bit.
and I guess Lissandra.
Just wasn't a
These
thing
4 champs
at
have
all.
point and click
At least
CC, and
definitely not in the
LeBlanc
LCK, and haven't really
hates
seen her internationally
point and click
either.
CC.
So Cap's going to be bringing that one out here. That's why we love Fearless. You really do have to get a little bit deeper into these champion pools.
You can say
Yeah,
Malzahar and
I was thinking
Morgana,
about
but these
that
aren't really
maybe
meta champs.
would've
These champs
been
suck.
strong with their comp,
I
scales
didn't
pretty well,
write
has good wave
Mookie.
clear was
Shut
the
up.
play, but
I wrote
you know,
Maokai.
again, not
It didn't say
ideal,
Mookie.
right? Like not
Yeah, it
perfect in
doesn't
this.
feel great.
Not perfect in this scenario. There's a lot more agency, I think.
I mean,
in this
sometimes
LeBlanc and Caps,
Vi
man.
can
He
look a
has
bit
to be the
silly
main
if she
character of
ults
this game.
LeBlanc.
I think if G2 are going to close
And
out
then
the
LeBlanc
series.
like WRs, but normally you ult LeBlanc when she Ws forward, so she can't go back, you know what I'm saying? And you like chain CCRS.
G2 onto the Rift once again. We are finally here as the keys loom over the Rift here now. One of them about to get crushed immediately after this game.
LeBlanc
right
mid for Caps. Holy fuck, look at that new model.
Yep, Knight and Caps facing off.
Does look a
and
bit
Arm
scary.
Also going
Wasn't
to
Knight a
lock
big
eyes
LeBlanc
here in the
player?
river. Not too much more going to happen.
Electrocute proc, the name of the game in this mid lane.
Oh, look on, look on.
Just going to get the crash down.
Yeah, crash down coming on through there. It's the logistics protocol actually picked up from On, so not able to
Okay,
shake
a bit
anyone's
of damage.
hand right now. As a
On used a
electrocute
potion.
does come on through.
W bot
from
lane.
Caps.
Yeah, Caps is like,
talk
you
to me.
electrocuted my support, but I electrocuted you.
This is gonna hurt.
Favorable trade
Okay,
in the
yeah.
mid lane,
No
but,
electrocute, not the worst.
And walks over and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm like,
Is he getting that base off
maybe
there?
That wasn't quite what was going through his inner monologue at that moment.
Must have been close though.
Everyone's going to back and reset.
Yep. We need to talk about skin choices. Of course, it is not the baseball.
Are they late in being
Trundle, so
bot?
I'm kind of okay with it. I think that one's kind
Sweeper
of
on Rel or
so
not?
boring,
Yeah,
but
Sweeper
there's
on
a
Rel.
lot of other really cool skins. Traditional Trundle always okay because you still get
Nice
Pillar of
late
Filth.
invade. Me gusta,
This
I
one,
like it.
A little bit different. A little bit
Skewmon?
newer.
Speaking
I wonder,
of Skewmon,
can they
and, yeah, we're
get
talking
back
about
to
skins,
bot
but
without
let's talk about
dying?
the pathing here. It does have a lot of vision control set up with this deep ward here, and is just going to start the Raptor cap and look for a 3-buff start as
Yeah,
the
they
full
can.
wraparound to Han Sama and Labrov
They're gonna have
is
to go the longer
here.
round.
Might be a bit of a hint to Bejuan as to what has gone down
Labrov
here with
has
the
to block.
pathing that they took.
Okay,
They will
we're good.
catch this wave here, but just playing around the Callistus, not interacting with her at level 1.
Actually, this is kind of good,
and
isn't
then
it? The wave
allowing
didn't
for
fully
this
crash,
clear
so it's
for
going to freeze on the
Skewmon.
range.
It's kind of crazy as well. G2
Which
actually
kind
able
of
to
means
pick
that
up every
Trundle
single
could
minion in
level
that
2
wave
gank
because
bot
BLG
or like
cleared it
3
so
cap.
fast.
What's
So not
going
actually
on?
losing out on anything.
We picked
as-
LeBlanc, we poke
okay,
champed in
passive
chat, and now we're
already
cat despairing
from
already.
Caps here in the mid lane. Knight continuing his good form, and we know that Aurora, if played aggressively in the mid game, in the mid lane, sorry, can really just stop you from being able to have a good time at all, ever.
Yeah, it's hard for Caps to proc electrocute till he hits level 2 one more time there, and the trade does hit it there. And we'll look for it. We're going to pan away, but we have a small pause here.
Okay.
On pause.
Flamethrowers being exchanged on the top side of the map. Of course, the Rumble feeling a little bit better about it. But that matchup, probably not
Is
one
some guy
that
chanting
we're going
USA?
to be feeling too excited about
The
continuing to
Ornn,
watch.
the Ornn will end up winning out later on, and it's just super powerful, hard to punish, hard to kill with the Rumble, but the Rumble in the early levels will have the pushing power, just have the better wave clear, can just stand on top of the Ornn and burn him, so you have some prio there. But we'll give you guys an update about this pause as soon as we can, but based on a referee here, it looks like it is something on the BLG side of things.
Yep, Ben looked like he was dealing with something. We have no idea what that was. He was pointing at something on the screen, and hopefully that is going to get resolved pretty quickly. And as we can see here, it looks like we are readying up to get this unpaused. So sepia
nice.
mode really not lasting very long. This was a discussion that we heard yesterday, Wolf, when the other boys were on. As, yeah, Dan and Jake were talking about Sephia. Is that what Dan said? Did he actually say Sephia?
I don't know.
Sephia mode?
Sometimes, you know,
They're
Ox,
talking.
when he says
Are we in
things
game?
his accent, I wish I could say them as cool as
Mod,
he does.
Mod, swap back to game.
Oh my
I
god.
think he actually said that one just wrong, though. That was my opinion. And I do want to say that Jake did
no
get
bot
that
gank.
one right.
Vi is
And
going to walk
yesterday
into
was
our
a day
top
of
side.
not getting a lot of
Or
things
is she
right.
going to
So
walk
that one-
into
that
Broken
was
Blade's
right.
lane
So
and
yeah,
he's
this one-
going to die? Is he going to die?
Coming up here, Broken Blade.
Okay.
BB, go down and flash over.
Might actually come on through here as Broken Blade.
W, now.
Going to get punished
Oh!
for his great performance. That
Oh, that
flash
was smooth.
was the right one.
Ooh, that was... Wait, what's happening? Is Aurora dead? Ow!
What?
Oh, that's big. You know why that's big? Because Beishwan used his time to gank BB instead of take top camps. So Trundle gets 3 quadrants. Trundle gets 3 quadrants of the jungle.
Comes on in.
Vi is homeless.
And the
Labrov?
aggression
No.
continues here as Labrov's having to flash away from Elk and on.
Hansamer
here
and
on this
Labrov.
bottom
Was
lane.
machen wir dann?
And
Das
Caps
verstehe...
for a bit of an angle, and my God, that is
Caps,
so
no.
much damage.
No,
Oh
you
my
rats.
God,
Get out of there.
no.
Wing forwards on 10% health.
So
Oh yes,
wants to get
double
as much
stun.
damage
And...
done as possible before he just TPs
Oh
back.
my god, if that was a
Flash out of-
centimeter
actually,
longer, we were
he
cooked.
predicted the flash, but his handshake didn't go long enough. He needs a
Oh
longer
my
arm.
god,
Not
we've
quite
all
able to
been
make
there.
that one happen, but
Alright, lock in.
both flashes down here for the G2 bottom lane. Does not feel great. At least Hansama is quirky and does have Valkyrie, but
I feel like sometimes in like the last game of a series, you know, in the deciding match, teams decide that they're not going to play
he's
as
going for bot
aggressively. You
camps.
know, they're going to try and be careful. Don't want to make
Caps
those
is
mistakes.
controlling mid very
That's
well,
not
but
these teams.
don't look at the
I mean,
CS.
These teams just want to throw themselves at each other throughout this entire early game.
Caps has this really nice lead because they killed Knight for somehow mysteriously when Knight was on Raptors.
Big
I
wave,
don't
though.
know. We'll get back to that later. But then Caps is able to
Oh, no
trade
Q,
with
no
him
Q.
and then TP back
W
in here,
forwards
so that's
now.
a pretty
Into the
significant health
chain.
advantage. You can see how he's trading here, how aggressively he knows he's in control of this lane and the wave
Oh,
speed
he
is there.
missed.
Like, Knight is struggling to play the
Mamma mia,
game.
mamma mia.
And Caps is
Close.
just chilling. Skumon here is
Ooh,
going,
I see
all
the
right,
counter
well, with
pick,
all
though. I
this
see it.
mid-route, and Knight
Raptor
who's
respawn is
TP-less
big.
West back now. I'm going to go over here and start putting the pressure
Raptor
on this
respawn is
Raptor
big.
camp, and I think On will be able to do very little to stop this.
He's going to steal the big Raptor, isn't he?
Over here is going to take a Gromp in return, I suppose,
Renata didn't get it.
but maybe not.
Yeah, they know that
where
he's
is
here.
bro
Blade's
going?
gonna move on up as well. There's a lot of stuff here
Wait, why do we
on,
chain
on
like
the
that?
ground, and Beishwan,
This
he
is going to take a
flashed,
while. Look at
but
midwave.
where are
Actually,
we
don't look at midwave.
flashing
Wait, are you
to?
going to look at midwave?
This is such a weird start to this game, and it's not good for BLG, I'll tell you.
Midwave,
I
midwave,
put it in
midwave,
the
Caps.
cons
It's
column,
big as
Wolf. I'm gonna
fuck.
Put that one in the cons column. Caps gonna be
Oh,
able to
Caps'
pick up that
situation is
kill.
bad
He's
and
got
good at the
300
same time.
health. At least
He's
Beishwan
in a
was
good
able to
spot,
do some
but he's
damage
losing
back.
so many minions and he's
I
really low
am
health.
perplexed about how this game has started.
I think it's really
I
just
am
a snowball
flabbergasted.
here that happens.
Come on,
from
push
the
out mid,
mysterious
please.
Death, right, of Knight that occurred.
I like it. It's still a mystery.
Well, I mean, he was on a Raptor. I guess he was trying to put some pressure on, then just got punished there by Skumon because Skumon was able to pick up the kill, right?
Nice, he got the push out in base.
But right after that, Caps ends up getting the trade before he TPs, and he plays super greedy but gets away with it. Then they get the
Okay,
prior
so
there, he gets the
Beishwan
trade
is
once again,
useless
so
for the
Skumon
next
can do
10
anything.
minutes
So
of the game.
Beishwan feels like
Oh
he
my
has
god,
to
Labrov.
cross map, and so he does, but then gets punished for it because it's
Beishwan
pretty
is
obvious
useless
to
for the next
G2
10
what's
minutes.
going on, and once they spot him there,
Is
there's
it
just
enough?
no way for
Is
the
it enough
Vi
for
to get
Europe to
away.
beat
So if you look at the
BLG?
gold leads here, I mean, Caps picks up the second kill there onto Beishwan, so he has a pretty significant lead himself, but the lead for Skumon is massive because he took so much of the jungle away, denied the cross map from Beishwan, so he's 20 CS up right now. It's like 5 whole camps up, and he is just huge on this Trundle, and this Vi is so significantly behind. So G2 loving this start so far.
They really are. I want to give a shout out to Skumon as well. Game 1 wasn't his best performance, but then he gets on to the incredibly comfortable Maokai, the European special in the tree.
How well
and
does
has now
G2 scale?
continued that momentum forward onto this early game play with the Trundle.
Pretty
Here's
good.
a crash down as
Look
Beishwan,
on, look on.
great
No
angle,
flash.
handshake is
Yes,
gonna be there
bailout.
to
Oh, but
put
it proc too
Labrov
early.
down.
1 for 1.
But
I'll take that.
unfortunately, the bailout doesn't happen early enough, so they're unable to benefit from that kill. Elk still bouncing around the fight.
Caps is
Not able
coming
to
up.
find
Caps
any
is
sort
coming
of
up.
reset here as Caps is walking his way forward.
He's running back down.
Skumon and Hans still in position.
I think this ends up being a relatively even trade. The kill for the Callista feels better than a second kill on the Trundle, but the fact that the Trundle is this big means that it's kind of okay at this point. A relatively even trade. They do respect the fact that Caps was missing. Knight communicates that to them, and they do back away.
Skumon,
As
you
we
have no
a bit of a
flash.
fight
Please,
here
please,
in the
please.
river.
Nice pillar.
Knight coming on through.
That
Oh,
pillar
pillar
does look
placement
weird,
was
though. Not gonna lie, that
absolutely
skin is kind of
gorgeous.
strange. Nice,
Skumon
goes for the
still
Q,
wanting
lands
to
the chain
try
from
and,
Caps.
mess
Caps
with
is gonna
this one,
pop.
though. Does have the subjugate available.
No ultimate.
But it is Caps that's the target. He is just going to back away.
Caps is not getting a lot of XP.
I just
He is
feel
sharing
like
a lot.
this game is always just
running into
a
bot side
little
jungle.
inch
Grubs are in
away
50
from a
seconds.
full-on brawl.
Come on.
Absolutely. We're constantly walking the tightrope, but with the prio that G2 have, Skumon just keeps taking the Raptors rinse and repeat, and there's just not much
Do we know where Rumble is? Caps knows. He thinks about it.
He's a whole
oh, he's sniffing.
Trundle,
he said hello.
Ultimate.
Back to
this
mid.
Should just be the dragon.
This game is weird as fuck.
They don't end up
LeBron
securing
is
the Raptors
in the enemy jungle. Nice ping.
Finally able to farm his camp. He's like,
does
thank
LeBron
God.
think about it?
Yeah. Look at his player cam there.
We're back
He's
in a
not
pause.
super
Cap
happy
spilled his drink all over the floor. I can see
Maybe
it.
it was
related
because
to the
something
pause.
was going wrong.
Yeah.
For sure, he spilled the shit over the floor.
I'm not entirely sure. We're going to check out some replays, though. We've got a lot of them. I actually kind of like the fact that there's a pause. Often don't do this time because it means we can check out some of these plays and maybe we'll see this night mystery as we do see the feats of warfare going on over. And it was a decent handshake to start things off. The bailout just not quite able to get the value.
Another pause.
Not timed well enough there.
Another pause.
It was a kill for Kalista versus a kill for the Trundle there. Target selection a little bit split for G2, but they end up getting the kill anyways there and deny the bailout value. Right now, it feels like this low econ Vi and the Aurora that's been put significantly behind are not going to operate the way
Get me
that
back
BLG
in now.
wanted them to.
It looked like Caps paused.
BLG by no means aren't able to. It's not like they're in a situation where they can't fight for objectives right now. They're not that far behind. But fighting for prio is so difficult that they are always going to be behind in the vision game when they're trying to set up for these big fights.
Yeah.
Which gives such an inherent advantage to LeBlanc. The number one thing that LeBlanc wants, besides money, obviously, and items, is vision control. And when you don't
Chat,
know
the ads are a little cooked. I'm just going to push them now. I'm sorry. There's been so many delays. I'm just going to run them. I apologize big time.
Feeling really good about what this mid game is going to look like because they have so much map
I think
control.
the pulse will be extended for a while because it looks like Alden has a problem
here
too.
And some injection of gold into these big carries here.
Chat,
for
you
the
know that these
side
ads are cooked.
of
I told
BLG
you.
for them to get back in this game. They're down. They're not out, but G2 really building a significant jungle lead in this game off of just a little bit of prio, and a lot of this on this Caps pick. He's getting value out of LeBlanc already.
He certainly is. And we were talking already about the fact that the Vi is such an incredibly important pick throughout this tournament.
It's funny how people complain about the ads, and then when the ads run in a Baron fight, they're just going to rage quit. I'm trying to do it in a time where you're not going to miss anything.
I just want to say, like,
they were going to run in 28 minutes.
the way that he's performed towards the end of this series.
It's been a big redemption arc for him. I feel like this tournament has been a big redemption arc for Lebrov as well.
Yeah,
Let it happen.
And,
Let it happen!
You know, G2...
Okay, so it's either option A, let it run during Baron, option B, cancel my Twitch contract, or option C, run them during a pause.
You know, you mentioned Skumon.
Like what?
They messed up the timing with the feather pullback and the smite, and what felt like an unlosable situation just turned on its head and it fell apart. Because we could have been looking at a 2-0 here for G2 if things gone just a little bit differently, right? But they still...
It could have been a cringe 7-gamer, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it would have been so sad and frustrating.
But they still keep their mental fortitude. They still are able to stay focused, and we'll see if BLG could do the same, because right now they need to.
Yep. Well, Lebrov and Hansama down here towards the bottom side, now laning against Bin as the lane swap has occurred. And we haven't Blade taking a bit of damage towards the top side of the map as the Equalizer is going to be employed just to grab some tempo
Okay,
back.
I mean, they were giving grubs for Drake. It's what it is.
Touched on the fact that this Ornn, who's laning into a Kalista with 2 null magic mantles, is really behind. And we can talk often about how Ornn doesn't need gold that much because he's going to get value with ornaments later. He's a low econ champion that could do a lot with his ultimate in team fights even if he doesn't have items. But being this far behind starts to raise your eyebrows because it also just gives such a free...
So G2 get Drake, BLG get grubs. Now BLG's comp is not that good at using grubs. It's good at getting the first blood tower, right? But it's not like it's going to be a side lane threat.
Here, I just want to, I need to admit
but
something.
I think G2's comp getting Drakes is really good.
Yeah, I really need to. So we've got a bigger TV here that we're casting off. So I feel like things are in a lot higher definition that I'm watching in comparison to maybe the cast monitors that we have back at home. Never really has been an issue, but I have just realized that Null Magic Mantle isn't a dress. I always kind of thought it was the kill. As now Elk could be in trouble.
Double TP.
Ram is just gonna
Double
crash into
TP.
him. And
Double TP. 1 R button. We'll take that. Dance, Broken Blade. Dance.
And why are they both capes? You got a Negatron cloak and an Olmet. Why is this two capes?
What is Atlas? What is he cooking?
He's very resistant to That's.
I thought a mantle was the thing that goes above your fireplace, so I didn't think that the
What
word
is he
had
cooking?
anything to do with what it was.
Atlas, if you're like, oh no, Wizard's coming to get me, do you grab your chainmail? No, you grab your cloak. Okay, you grab your mantle.
Oh, that is such a good point. You're not like, oh, better grab my helm. And perhaps, you know, I just haven't thought about it very often.
Beishwan is so cooked this
in
game.
the shape of a kilt or a dress, you know, and like
G2 just keep those dragons stacking.
Off my chest.
But I feel like, man, give Caps some solo XP.
No, I won't, but you just did. But it's okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I only
Why are they
told
talking
you,
about
so
dresses and
I'm
mentals?
Sure no one's going to,
it's LCK cast.
LCK
LCK cast they fucking ramble.
It's okay. Labrov
Sometimes it gets so deep you don't even know where you are anymore.
And as you can see, he is in the enemy side jungle, right? Like G2 are playing really far up.
I've heard conversations like, if Bs exist, does that mean Cs exist? And then does that mean if Ds exist, then Es exist? Like, it gets fucking wild.
And G2 will have a big amount of control. As speaking of control,
where are the A's?
Really pulling this one back on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you know, it's going to get a little bit tougher once that Leandres is done too, to deal with this Rumble in the game state where you just don't have a lot of farm, you don't have a lot of items just yet. The Rumble's still bootsless as well, mind you, as he is just going to TP right back in. And I got to say, the lead that we saw for the Trundle in terms of gold, you know, it's one of those things where it doesn't necessarily matter if you don't fight and if the buy isn't going to be necessarily relevant, but the prio they've gotten from it and how much vision control they've had. I mean, look at the bottom side of the map. Anytime Bejuan wants to move around that area, they know exactly where he is, and if he isn't showing, they know he's topside because they can see everything that is on the bottom side of the map right now.
I love that BB's going full MR, good stuff.
It is very powerful.
Like the one level lead, the full level lead, you know, has now decreased to like a half level lead or a third level lead here for Scuman.
I mean, it was about 45 years ago since he's picked this champ, probably, yeah.
Well right now to continue to control the map. The Drake spawns in 70 seconds here, and that is going to be a really pivotal moment.
Triforce Trundle is massive.
A little scary.
That's a big spike.
Some of the mobility is going to be available there as the chain is not going to
Chat,
get the
does Caedrel play the game, or does he just cast it?
Bouncing back.
I'm a challenger level player, and I do play the game sometimes.
That, of course, is one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game.
Nice. Still low.
He has W and E, he has E. Oh, he gets cancelled. Big kill by Labrov James.
Not going to allow him to bounce through that circle at all. And Knight is just destroyed.
Yeah, just not able to quickly flash his way out of that one, unfortunately. Good combo there. The Trundle that's so huge that has, you know, the second completed item.
Drake in 30. Drake in 30, no relevant though. Hands don't die. Just cue the wave.
Has picked up is just so big.
And he boops.
Yeah. The Trundle's just going to chomp.
Okay, saving his mana. I like that.
And now Caps has full control of mid, and they can just turn this into a
We
dragon take.
We got the tower plates.
First. 20 seconds until that Infernal spawns.
No Rumble ult. Nice flash out of the Rumble ult. Do you have ults? No, you don't. Maybe we can trade. Nice chunk by Caps. Rumble no ult. BB no TP. Just wait for BB. On's in river for some reason.
The dragon is going to spawn like
Caps R. Q. Auto execute. Oh, he flash E. Got him. Oh, and then he goes back on the bin flash. And then he goes back on the bin flash. Oh my god, that was crazy. Wait, that was nuts. Can we kill On?
Not doing too much here, but Scumon will get shut down.
Where Caps just completely broke their ankles.
And doesn't really like
holy shit. Where's BB? Are we giving this Drake?
Is
Caps dead tonight?
Here. Yeah, there is
yes,
Knight flashing forward. Manages to take down Caps here. And BLG will be able to answer very, very nicely.
I guess
maybe a slight overstep as Elk looking to try and take down Labrov. Doesn't necessarily have a massive
amount of does he die?
They didn't have TP, but he's getting a lot of push in that top lane all
no
the
flash
while.
Kalista.
So at least they get that on the cross map here. A few plates picked up for the Ornn. But so
BB,
much
you've
was
got to
used
carry this
there
game
by
now.
Caps and G2 to secure that kill on the Bejuan that they couldn't really continue to contest
for the
Prio
someone
on the
this
Dragon.
wave.
I think
Please,
G2 tried
someone
to do
help
too
him catch
much
this
there.
wave.
Could have been happy with a small win, wanted the bigger one.
Some
and
big
ultimately
spikes
do
coming
end up
out for
getting
E2
punished, have to
soon.
reset, and that means that BLG,
Look at Caps'
despite that
items.
initial pick for G2, will get this Dragon and tie things up here. The gold
Triforce
lead
for Hans
G2
Mama in base.
has shrunk significantly. It's really just 300 now, the advantage they hold.
Yep, it is barely anything, and it's going to be a Chemtech Soul here as well. One Dragon apiece between both of these teams. We're going to check out this fight once again. This very extended
Holy fuck,
fight,
Caps.
as we can see.
Yeah,
Can we just get the Caps replay? Like, are you kidding?
They outplay. Bejuan ends up taking so much damage.
That LeBlanc
here
was
from
nasty.
Caps, and then
look at this.
decide, okay,
WRQ, auto attack, flash E. Watch this. R, auto attack, Q, flash E proc. Or it's actually flash auto electric proc. Then he. Oh my.
Tricks them there.
So cool.
Very clean play.
Like it. That's
oh my god.
And then you mimic the
it was insane what Caps did.
After the W.
But what happens
and then he died. But it was kind of cool.
All of his tools here. Scumon is left out to dry as G2 at the same time we're trying to hold Dragon. And then Caps can't survive either as the Rumble shows up here in the bottom lane. No TP for the Ornn means it was a great win. It was a big win. It was cool. It was a kill. It was a big LeBlanc moment. But the bigger picture here is BLG take the objective and take
Oh yeah, Rumble no flash. Oh yeah, LeBron James with the pillar, with the Trundle. Dead, big kill. Nice. That's gotta be a Herald, right? Surely, but he does have TP, but we don't have ults now. Think about it.
Again, Spin really didn't want to die and didn't want Ben to get away. That is going to be successful.
Oh, what about diving the Vine? No Q. We're getting TPP'd on, but we got a big Blast Cone. Get the tower, get the tower. Nice pillar. Get him. Nice knock. Watch out for Knight. Big ward. Oh, this is going to hurt.
Can they keep themselves alive as the
Oh,
rest of the BLG
sidestep.
cavalry turns up?
On. Handshake W. Okay, 1 for 2. Look at mid tower, maybe. We didn't get Herald, though.
Yeah, he sacrificed
First
himself
tower
to
is
get
good,
out
though.
there. They end up getting a kill in the turret, though. On top of the kill, they already picked up
TP
onto
from
Ben,
Rumble.
so it's still
I
a big
mean, I didn't
trade
want
up
that
here
tower
for
anyway.
G2.
Caps
You
needs
can
to
see
catch
their
gold.
gold
He has
lead
TP
now
up soon, though.
as extended again.
G2
So
are
they
taking
dropped
the
down to
fight to them,
300
man.
And the quintuple that back up to 1,500 for the play. And a gold lead actually accumulates.
Now, my
here for
biggest
Broken Blade.
concern
It's just been
is
given so much
Skew on this
additional
up
time.
1.8k gold.
They've kept it even.
That's the gold lead.
Just completed, but now has another.
Everyone else is
Negatron.
behind.
That one I know is a cape. I didn't think it was a jellyfish ever.
Does Trundle with a
Not
2k
one
gold
time,
lead
I
carry the game
promise.
alone?
But he's going to be building into that item number 2 pretty quickly.
You know what I'm saying?
Herald will go
Double
over
AP
here
solo lanes. He has
to
Merc
the
Treads. He's
side
going
of
Spirit
BLG.
Visage.
We'll see how they utilize it, but we'll go back to this play here. So when you look at the map, you can see that unfortunately the Renata is just too far away here to make an impact.
He needs Randuins, or like not Randuins, maybe Frozen Art.
They back away and then say, well, Bejuan, you can take the farm. But that's a Vi, though, and I think this call is a little bit suspect, just simply because alone, if it's just a Vi and the rest of the team has vision, they could just collapse on her and kill her.
Caps.
And they get the turret as well.
Fighting Bin.
well,
Goes back. Dodges the Rumble ult. And into the BB Ornn. Boom! Boom!
Gorgeous though, as Broken Blade comes in and says,
Beautiful.
"Thank you very
Lost
much for all
Ratone's
that work
jersey,
you've
bottom
done,
left. Check it
Caps.
out. Did you see
You
it?
can
I
get
saw
out of
it.
here now, and the G2 fans feeling pretty happy about how this game has headed over the last little while as On going to get stunned up. There's a Magnus Storm.
Okay,
once
no
again
flash.
as he
They didn't have
flashes
Kalista ult.
to get himself out of the way, and Beishron was thinking about going in, but decides instead that Vault Breaker needs to be used as an escape.
They're losing in mid. They're going to lose this bottom turret to a split-pushing Ornn.
Yeah,
very
BB's been
dangerous.
split pushing a lot.
the Ornn
I mean, the
lead
good
is
news
starting
is
to
G2
become
has a lot of
very real.
tanks.
Like he's cresting
Very
nearly
tanky, very
1,000
fed
gold
tanks.
advantage over his lane opposition here in
And I
the
guess
Rumble, and Ben has been
BLG's comp is
focused,
very
he's been
burst heavy except for
targeted.
Kalista.
And I mean, this is
So
just a
maybe
huge
the
problem. You
tanks
look at
just
the gold lead,
just
yeah,
do
there was
the
that big
tanking, you know what I'm
dent after
saying?
The disaster that happened bottom lane for G2, but they just bounce back and continue to put that pressure on. This wild card pick of the LeBlanc, we didn't doubt it because we know it's Caps. We know what he's capable of, but we didn't think it necessarily with this composition and team fights it was going to work out. But with the
Also,
early game
Ornn
control,
with
how well
levels
he played
is
around
great.
Skewmon, how strong
10
the
flowers to
counter
4,
was,
great.
The trapping of Knight, right? That snowball with the teleport takeaway, the kill they get there. It's just been kind of this domino effect that's given G2 full map control from start to finish in this game. Now they're going to take even this mid turret down that they dented earlier. And I mean, the gold lead just gets bigger and
Okay,
bigger.
didn't
Looks
want that
like
mid tower yet. It might die to minions though. Wait, they're Kalista ulting. What the fuck? Wait, is that guy? Didn't Elk do that at Worlds? Can we kill him? He did the same thing. Okay, maybe this time he's maybe. Oh! No, that's a big shotdown on Trundle, isn't it?
Not going to need the bailout because he just pulls all the sticks from this troll and takes him down.
Someone died
Hansam
too.
are also going to be executed by Knight, who finds him off to the side, and in
Oh,
the
come
blink
on,
of
really?
an
Oh,
eye,
come on. Oh,
BLG
come on,
will
really?
take control. They'll look to take down this outer turret, and they get themselves right back to gold parity, or at
Plus
least
one charge.
definitely close.
Yeah, plus one charge goes through.
Oh, come on, really?
And they're
Really?
actually just looking to
Really?
take this inner out
Come
straight
on.
up, and they will get it. A big turnaround there.
That's it.
And we've seen LPL Kallistas do big work across the years.
Mid tier 2, mid tier 1, bot tier 1, Drake, shutdown, LeBlanc.
So much damage there,
Trundle
forced the
dead.
flash out, so the Rend couldn't connect, but he just changes targets and takes out Skewmon.
Can we fight the Drake?
I mean, at this point,
Thoughts?
BLG should just be able to get this dragon straight up for free. There's
So
nothing
far
that Broken Blade
away.
can do about
The
it
screen
at
broke.
this moment in time. And the rest of the team is
Just got
still
fucking
licking their
jump
wounds
scared.
from that double turret take. And like you said, back to gold parity here. A Drake lead now in the hands of BLG.
Well, G2 looking for another skirmish. We are going to check out this fight a little bit beforehand. This is like, he is so incredibly confident as they commit everything. They're like, no, he's overextended. We will kill.
The Berserk comes through here. They can't get a kill, but Lebrov goes super low. Has to flash away to get out of Rend range. And then Elk is just super confident. He's like, well, I just pivot over to the Trundle. Barrier comes out. And as long as that health doesn't hit 0, he does not care. He's got a Renata with him. You know, like it wasn't even close. He wasn't worried for even a second. He's just like, I'm going to maximize my DPS. I got my support here. And it doesn't matter if my first target gets away. I just go for the next one.
Still fun. Still fun.
Yep,
Just
exactly
big throws.
I do respect it from Skumon.
Look
of
on.
course, you know, you do want to try and at least get something back in those moments, but it doesn't quite work out as Otacon has already been started. Skumon is just
Caps, go
it.
now. Can we pincer them here?
Look for the turn. The
Look, Renata. Nice one. Rumble ulted. Caps, you have W up.
For the top side of the fight, the equalizer goes
Caps
down.
W's out. 90
Not
piece.
quite getting the value that he's looking
Vi
for.
could ult.
And G2
To the side. LeBron James on tonight. No flash. Big knock up. Down goes Beishuan. 2 kills. Volume increase. Go Otacon now. Go Otacon now.
BLG having to deal with the fact that both of their utility
Good fighting.
are dead.
G2 are able to identify they have this pocket of vision on Otacon, can start it up, and because they have the Ornn who can engage from so far away and the follow-up is real, they can just say, we start Otacon if you come anywhere
Double
towards
smite from
us,
Rel.
You're doomed. You're
Look at Caps' items. He bought the fucking Hex deck and Rabadon's upgrade from Ornn, and that's it. Now go fight
The
them.
Aurora teleport comes in so incredibly late from Knight, and he ultimately just has to flash out. And this is a huge win here, is look at how little control goes over to the side of BLG here. Like, LeBlanc is flanking. Caps gets the initial kill here on the Renata off of the start. And then they're just so split up. Like, yes, the Aurora is going to show up here to try to bail out this fight, but it's just too late. Can't actually get in. And then they look for the turn here with the Magnet Storm, and it's just a flash from Knight out. Vi goes down. And it's a huge win, not only in kills, but also, as you mentioned, the Otacon going over 27 petals to 12. The numbers here and experience are starting to stack up, which is so valuable for an Ornn.
Otacon is big, 27 flowers.
As quickly as possible.
With Ornn as well, it's a lot of hidden gold.
Such an important
That's not a
item
dress,
for
by the way.
Grundle. Yeah, that one isn't. I know that one is actually just a shirt, right? Like kind of a shirt.
That's the one armor, the glowing armor. You're like, okay, Wizard's coming for me. I get the glowing armor.
And Force of Nature was like that as well. Force of Nature, I understood. Kaenic Rookern, is that one of the Gotcha Claws?
Scientists are still trying to figure out what a Rookern is.
I think it's a Gotcha Claw. I think that's what it is, as we can see. Like, you can see it there. Like, now that it's off cooldown, it's a Gotcha Claw. I think that can be confirmed. That one I'm not silly.
Not gonna lie.
It was a utility belt.
I think Lebrov's had a good series overall.
Triforce is obviously a
Big Arnold
fan. As G2 do get the knock up here onto On, but he does have the hostile
No flash
takeover.
fight.
That's used only onto Broken Blade, though, who is looking borderline immortal at this point in time.
Okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
Exactly right.
That's all the damage onto Trundle. Go, Caps, go! That did nothing. That was a WR. It did nothing. Was there a locket or something? Come on, this is you, Hansama. BB standing on it. LeBron James onto the Kalista. They have bailout. Hansama, please tell me you have flash. Flash now. Flashes to the right. Caps on the bottom. Knight fighting Caps. Caps gets the chain. The E back.
So extraordinarily low.
And they were so close to having an incredible bailout moment there. I mean, he had the flash. I thought for sure he goes in and looks for the reset there, but they are too timid to do it.
How did
the fight is so split up. And
they did have Locket. I was running wide that LeBlanc's WR did 0 damage.
Secure a kill. Caps goes in. You don't think about LeBlanc's distortion as a big AoE damage ability, but in moments like this, when everyone's so packed up in that tight ball in a choke point,
50 seconds on
ends
Drake,
up
go
doing
round
a
2
big
now.
amount of work there. It was a very close call there for G2, though. With those low health bars and Elk running amok, that could have actually gone disastrously and given BLG back the lead. They are just narrowly able to escape. However, still a significant lead here for Elk, 1,300 on this Kalista pick. That's going to have a little bit of longevity in this game, but man, G2 just will not give away map control. They have all this pressure every single time
Caps has
there's a
sorcerer shoes
neutral
or what?
objective setting up. They're like,
Arm
all right,
guard.
we're gonna
Okay, I don't mind
We're
that.
going to push them away. We're going to take those jungle
It's
camps.
a mid group. It's a mid group.
Cap's going to take a back timing here. As his death cap picks
Vi
up, the
ulting
arm
Trundle
guard
is
can
great, but I
TP in
think
if
that
he
the
needs to, but I think he's
situation
got
was
just
too
enough
much
time to
terrain
walk
for LeBlanc
over
to play.
With 10 seconds to spare.
Or an
And this
upgrade on the
may be
Mura mana.
last stand here for BLG if they get wiped on this fight, which is, by the way, just for a second Chemtech Drake here for G2.
On is
They should
walking
not
up so
overextend
far.
into This.
Yep, the Mana Zane actually completed here as well. The Hansama just in the nick of
Can
time.
just kill him?
As On is
Okay,
taken
no
so
Kalista ult.
low. Fate's Call going to be used though, and we'll see whether BLG can get the turnaround.
Okay, can you just
as
kill?
they do decide to throw
What
him
the
in
heady?
on top
Oh,
of
LeBron!
the bailout.
Oh, into the Ornn! Oh, again the fish one! Into the knock up! Oh my god, they're actually gonna win! Let's go, G2, go in the mid!
G2 are looking at semifinals.
Maybe don't end mid.
Like they really
Baron?
are. there.
Oh yeah, we
And
learned
that's
from our
that,
mistakes
you know,
last time.
just a
Don't
second
end
Drake
mid.
here for G2. It's just
Don't
a
end mid.
Chemtech
Oh,
Dragon.
don't do Baron
We
either.
could
Go
probably
Dragon.
just say,
Okay,
well,
let's
we
play
don't
it really
have
safe.
Let's look for
Let's
something
play it
else
really
to
safe.
commit. Anyways, the Fate's Call has to be used so early in the fight. Never a hostile takeover. The combo with Broken Blade and LeBron, the Magnet Storm and the Call of the Forge God just
We play it
rips
safe, we take the
BLG
Dragon.
a new one. The timing
Rips
of this
BLG
so
a
good for
what?
G2. They grab this Drake for free and now can reset.
LeBron
Topside
redemption
player
arc
goes
is
back to
crazy.
Caps, who, like I mentioned before, didn't have to TP. They can now put their eyes towards this Baron because Broken Blade also has TP. They can clear that vision. Coming in here with the control vision as a support, like you're playing Renata here on. I just can't agree with this decision. Doesn't end up using the ultimate here and is just burst
Good
down,
timing
which
from
means he
LeBron.
has to Fate's Call.
Perfect timing.
But why BB? Why was he the target? That's my
He even
big
froze
bit
the
of
screen
doubt
with
is
his
LeBron's
engage.
setup and then the knockdown here. Just beautiful.
Well, I think it was one of those moments where you're like, I have to Fate's Call for safety, but I got to turn that into a positive somehow.
BLG is
But
4-0
Hansamu was so
against
far
G2 in
away,
series, 10-3 in
he
game
also
score.
had his Valkyrie available. Like, you're
Let's
not gonna
go!
get him.
Let's
You're
go!
not gonna get Caps
Let's go,
on
Dylan!
LeBlanc. So,
Hey, look at Beishwan.
Actually, like, reacted to that one
What?
that time. As
Free
down
kill.
goes Beishwan yet again as we hop out of the replay. And G2 going from good to good. And that's the jungler, guys. Baron is now up and available, and G2, they can head over there. Maybe not
series
wanting
doesn't
to
matter.
go for
It
any
matters
sort of
to me.
50-50s.
It really does.
Not a 50-50 because the jungle is dead, but Knight's alive. And we all remember game one. Still, they're just going to make sure that BLG cannot get anywhere near this pit. And things are very, very dark on the Rift
Look
right
at
now
Knight.
as Caps
Oh,
gets
Caps
off
gonna get a lot of
towards
damage
the
here.
side.
Big
Knight
Arnold.
is discovered by the LeBlanc as the
They have Kali Soul
is
still.
going to get so
Caps
much
versus
CC
Knight.
down.
Oh,
Bin is
stop
just
watches the ult.
melting.
Flash the
As
combo.
Caps
Yes,
goes
now
gold,
kill him.
Flashes out of the way of the
Caps.
buttons that Knight is trying to
Oh,
get
it's such a
down.
cool
Another
1v1.
ray of skill
Yes!
comes in.
That was so well played by both sides.
In the mid-off as
The
we
Caps
just
versus
saw
Knight
as
1v1 on the
Caps
side there
gets
was
the solo kill
crazy.
on the right-hand side of the team fight.
yeah, golden hourglass for the golden hand. He takes him out in that side fight. And Caps just
Yo, Caps, this
putting
game was
Knight down.
completely
This is
fried.
Knight we're
Why
talking
isn't
about.
LeBlanc
One of the
meta?
best mids
Bring it
ever
back.
played in
was
the
performing
LPL.
the best today.
And he was the best
TP back
performing
from
player
Caps.
here for BLG, but Caps, man, the king of EU, G2's franchise player says, I am
You have Q
better
flash,
today
LeBron.
in
I
this
see it on
final
your
game.
keyboard.
In this wild card
Okay.
pick of the LeBlanc, as we have a fight for the Baron.
This
Nice.
is getting a little bit messy now. as the
Okay,
cease and
kill him
desist
over the
comes in.
wall.
Beishwan
Nice,
is
Caps
going
kills
to
Elk.
take the exit. And now going to look to go
Someone in
back
the crowd
as
is
Caps says,
screaming.
No, Elk, you're not
Oh.
allowed to play the game. It's okay,
Boom.
just a rocket from downtown. As Hansama did see
This
him
is
at
our
the
world
front
final.
on the control ward, and they take down the Baron.
No flash.
G2
Hex flash.
Gonna follow
Hola.
Bin to his base, I think, and look to try
Nice
and take
pillar,
down
nice
Lisa
kill.
and
Oh
inhibitor
my
turret.
God, they actually are gonna
Phenomenal
do it.
pillagers
They're
there,
actually
as we
gonna do
saw, as G2 looking to just clean up the scraps.
I mean, these are some really long death timers. They can get
Arnold.
some serious base damage done
Nice,
here.
knock up onto
They really
Knight.
can. On gonna flash
My
out the way
FPS
the
is
Ornod,
dropping.
but I don't think that's gonna
I
save
don't
it.
care
The
though.
handshake is going to be top
Another
of the
kill.
morning for
Oh,
Caps,
that's
as
GG.
then he
That's
goes
GG.
down. Knight also not going to get bailed out of
Yo, this could have been a
one.
3-0.
And G2 really
I'm not gonna lie,
got like
BLG
in
looks
these
really
last two
weak.
games.
With
They're
Beishwan and
really
On's
sweet, or at
form,
least the
it's
mini one.
really low.
This best
But
of three is they will
G2
break the base.
It's a big
we'll
wave.
take it.
Elk is gonna be the first
Momentum,
to respawn here, but he alone
turn
is not gonna be
around,
able to defend this push.
happiness,
I mean, it needs to be really hard.
wins.
The Rumble equalizer
EU
up
finally
in
on the board for
15.
international
They're gonna have
wins.
to play for it.
You love to see
They
it.
have no money either. It has ballooned to a 10,000 gold lead with the Baron available as well. These
You can see it. They beat FlyQuest. They beat BLG. Yes, it was a best of one. Yes, it's a best of three. But it must make them so happy, right? Actually, something to take from MSI and EWC. There's something to take from all of this. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. We can make it happen. We just gotta keep grinding.
They get the pleasure of obliterating the key.
Yes, they might be tired.
BLG
Yes, their
home.
jungle support are weak.
Vengeance
But it's
is
hope.
Sweet for
And I'll take hope any day
G2.
from
And
anyone,
it all
anywhere,
just
because they're
came
0 right now.
together with this early game. The dominance of Caps in the lane. The aggressive, greedy trade when his enemy teleport is down. He takes the risk because he knows he can snowball that. It means that someone could get
okay,
so
G2
much
versus
fun.
Genji or
But the
FlyQuest.
bounce back for the team that
FlyQuest
struggled
versus
to
Genji
secure those
tomorrow.
objectives in game one. They were so close to securing. They crushed game two, and arguably an even more one-sided game three to move to knockouts and change the narrative here for 2025. And G2 looking good. And who says the hope of Europe is dead? Not in this tournament. LEC looking strong.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty good as MKOI still yet to play. Is
Caps,
thankfully
great
Fancy is
series from
alongside with
Caps.
BB because I think that he is MVP of the day. This guy on the
I feel like it's just been a drought, and finally there's rain. Oh my god!
My God.
We made it!
Is Key going to get absolutely obliterated, much like he did to Bin today? So Fancy, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. G2 have finally done it. They were able to break
BB.
BLG's curse after
BB
2
form
years
great.
of losing. Oh my God, BB, there's so much to talk about. Let me start first with Game 2. You had a statement performance. Walk us through what happened.
You know, after this MSI performance, I had to prove myself, and I had a great chance here at EWC, so I took it. You know, I wanted to redeem myself.
Absolutely, you did. That happened for sure. But I do want to ask, coming into this tournament, everyone was looking at LCK and LPL teams, and everyone was underestimating EU. What do you like to say to them right now?
I mean, we're still the underdogs coming from MSI, you know, but we have to be respected, of course, right? We just beat LPL. I'm very excited for what's to come, but we have to stay humble for now, you know, and take it as it is, you know.
Absolutely.
Take it as it
you
is.
are 2 steps away from claiming this trophy and winning an international event. Do you think that this is the G2 version that can win the whole
now?
Yeah, 100%. We all believe it. You know, we ride with the wave. I think we found a very good recipe on winning the games, you know. So I'm looking forward to playing against.
Crush
I
the
believe
key
it's going
now.
to be AL. I'm not 100% sure, but any team.
I know it's
that
Gen G,
will-
isn't it? Or
we
are they
will
on
be
the
facing
AL
someone
side?
strong now, so I'm very excited.
Absolutely. Well, the good thing about Esports World Cup is that when you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's
Gen G.
key. Just tell me how you feel right now.
It's going to be my first time, so I'm looking forward for it.
Crush the key.
Yeah, absolutely, you're doing it. Let's go to the key crush machine and just
Crush
let
it.
you know that you have just
EU,
guaranteed
finally.
$160,000.
160K for that win. Hey!
This moment for yourself.
160K for that BO3 win. Crush now. Crush. Cameraman, faster. We need to increase the horsepower on this thing. This shit's fucking faster. Come on. Did it move backwards? Come on. Oh yes, I need to hear a crack. I want a crack. Hey, cameraman, back! Crush and crack. Now, snap, snap. Ooh! Walks away, refuses to elaborate. W.
And the G2 faithful have been rewarded. It has been multiple years of losing, coming
Fifth
close,
time's the
whether it was
charm.
a best of 3, a best of 5. BLG got the best of G2, but not today. It was the reverse sweep, a 2-1 victory for G2 to the joy, pure joy to everyone inside the STC arena wearing the G2 colors. And it has
This
to
tournament
feel
so
good.
far,
We had the
BO1
chance to
wins,
sit down with Broken
and
Blade
EU taking over.
in the
Bro, I'll
studio
fucking
earlier.
take it.
And it was his goal to defeat
I'll take
an
it.
LPL squad. Standing right now with one of the
I
members
will
from the LPL
take
squad
it.
is Kitty. Take it away.
No matter what, I'll take it.
G2 finally find their revenge at an international
Ooh,
stage.
Elgin's
By my
view.
side, BLG Elg. So I know that you guys have had a very long rivalry for 2 years now. Unfortunately, you guys
But I
fell
think
short,
that
so what went wrong today?
Beishwan knew, maybe, but Beishwan should know that he's being replaced, apparently. There's a rumor that JJ's joining BLG for summer. So, I think maybe BLG had some issues this tournament.
I just think that we don't play that well comparing to G2.
And I do want to talk about the Game 3 draft. So we saw that you guys decided to go with the Kalista Renata, and ever since the start of MSI till now, the second international that we've seen in the past few months, Kalista Renata has had a lot of controversy around this bot lane duo. So why did you decide to go with this champion duo?
我们想聊一下第3场的这个 BP 选择。我们注意到你选择了卡莉斯塔和列娜塔这个组合。从 MSI 开始的时候，其实这个组合就饱受争议，然后一直很难拿下一个胜局吧。然后你在这个 BP 上面是怎么想的呢？
首先我觉得我们整体阵容在4、5楼能够选出卡列，然后就是以两边阵容来说，卡列肯定是当时的最优解吧。然后胜率的话，其实我倒觉得就还好嘛。然后，但是因为我们在第3局的比赛内容其实就是比较差吧，所以说导致输掉游戏。
I do think that composition of Kalista and Renata doesn't really matter during this match, and I do think that it's a good pick when we were choosing the meta
bot lane
for
doesn't
this
matter.
particular match. I just don't
He's
think
staring
that
at the
performed
camera.
that
He's
well
just
during
staring
the
at me.
game itself.
The Kalista curse continues, and there are a lot of BLG fans here at the arena. So do you have anything to say to the fans as you
He's
exit
secretly
EWC?
saying jungle diff.
就是可能比较可惜，但是其实现场有非常多的 BLG 粉丝，你有没有想跟他们说的？
就是，我觉得比较可惜吧，因为我们以这样的一场比赛，然后输掉这一次
He's blinking in Morse code, jungle diff
很可惜吧。然后就希望我们在夏季赛的时候，就第3赛段的时候能够就是打得更好吧。然后也非常感谢就是现场来支持我们的粉丝，谢谢你们。
Is that G2 fans? WG2 fans, big W.
I do want to say thank you to all my fans. Of course, it's a bit sad to actually lose and stop right here at this EWC. I just want to thank again to all of my fans, and we'll do better.
Thank you so much, Elk. I'm looking forward to see you back in the LPL and back to you guys at the desk.
Okay. A G2
Thank
win.
you very much, Kitty and
Yeah.
Cheryl, for the translation.
I think BLG are in a lot of problems, right? They're replacing their jungler for summer. Maybe Beishwan already knows that, so he's under a lot of pressure or he's a bit upset from it, right? Beishwan overall wasn't like the best replacement. He's fixed some problems, but there was a lot of problems in general. On's form is really not that good at all. And so if jungle support are struggling really hard, the game's just become very difficult to play on the map. So I think BLG will look a lot stronger at Worlds when they get JJ. And On turns it around. But G2, you can't discredit them, man. Like, they pick LeBlanc, confidence. They lost game 1, which was a game that they won. It was a free win. They're mentally scarred against BLG. They got Baron stolen from them. They're down 0-1. And they go 2 games in a row, they win. With good, confident team fights, objective starts, and like solid play overall. So yeah, you don't take too much credit away from G2. Solid stuff. Also, the LeBlanc pick, I liked it a lot. I think I think Caps really had a strong performance on LeBlanc. That was insane.
Necessarily the draft by Elk. BLG will head back on over to the LPL in the upper group and try to make their way back onto Worlds. Their next opportunity for international play.
If BLG get JJ, who will IG get? IG will get Wei.
Slot. And for G2 and Finn.
Look at this chat. Let's rewatch it real quick because this was fucking sexy. Someone in chat wants me to rewatch it for them. It should be here, I think.
Max absolutely alongside with game 1. They were so to try and take it beautifully. The BLG
So
cannot get anywhere
Caps
near
is on a pink here. He's on, yeah, no, he's out of vision.
things
Sorry.
are very, very dark
W's over the wall.
on the rift right now.
Waits. E's Knight.
Caps gets
Q's Knight. Knight gets the E combo and W's away.
Knight is
Then
discovered by the LeBlanc. It's the on.
the second root hits, I think, from his ult.
He's going
Knight gets a Q on him.
so much CC
Auto attack. Pops the ult. Stopwatches the ult damage. Now he knows Knight has a QE up.
melting.
So Caps instantly flashes to the right. So Knight's Q misses, but he doesn't have E actually, so he didn't use E. So the Q misses. Then Caps W's forwards, gets the E on him. Again, Knight flashes. Then Caps goes back to his W, gets hit by the E, but he gets the kill. Man, in that 1v1 in normal speed is crazy. It's actually like such a clean 1v1.
On the rift right now as Caps gets off towards the side. Knight is discovered by the LeBlanc as the on is going to get so much CC down. Bin is just melting as Caps goes golden, flashes out of the way of the buttons that Knight is trying to put down, and another array of skills comes in.
Crazy.
Beautiful right now as Caps
Crazy good.
get to the light. Cap mids ever to play in the LPL now as the cease and desist comes.
Also, let's go through something real quick. Trundle. Look at Trundle's health. Do you see that? Do you see Trundle's health bar? Do you see it?
To go back as Cap says,
Okay, now watch this.
You're not allowed to play the game. It's okay, just a rocket from downtown.
W on the ground. Baron finish.
Summer did see him go into that brush on the control ward, and they take down the Baron. G2 gonna follow Bin to his base, I think, and look to try and
It's
take
Trundle
down
passive.
this inhibitor turret. Phenomenal.
He heals from things that die nearby based on their max health.
Just clean up the scraps.
And it's just something that is so comfortable for these players, and they know
And he
how
has
to
Spirit
execute,
Visage, and he has W,
especially in
and
these fearless
they have
drafts,
Chemtech, I
in
think, as
these
well.
Game 3s, Game 4s, Game 5s. That is when you see these champions come
Okay,
out.
so
That
Koi
is so nice.
tomorrow
Can show
is
that
Koi
you
versus
can
T1
stand, that is just-
and FlyQuest
we
versus Gen
have
G.
our picks and we use them to such
Winner
great
of Koi
extent.
T1 plays against
It was
AL.
great to see a
Winner of
return to
Fly Gen
form
G
for
plays
G2
against
this
G2.
tournament. This is kind of the G2 that I feel like a lot of people expect when you go international. The G2.
Oi, oi, oi. Starts
match
tomorrow
with
at
these
10,
Eastern
no,
teams
11
and even
a.m.
take down
CEST.
BLG now, something they haven't been able to do. So
11 a.m.
it's cool
CEST.
seeing them on their signature picks, and I think Scuman and Broken Blade to me deserve a lot of praise for this series because although all of G2 played well, I think that BB and Scuman both stepped up a lot because
Okay,
they didn't
chat,
have the
so I'll
greatest
see you
MSI
tomorrow, deal?
showing. They received a lot of criticism, and they didn't let
Some
it
great
get
games,
them
crazy
down.
good games.
They kept their confidence. They leveled up a lot.
Also,
and I think
tomorrow, we might have a surprise show match against an Eastern team from MSI/EWC. It's not confirmed yet. Hopefully we can get confirmation tonight or early tomorrow morning. But after the 2 series from EWC, we might get a Los Ratones versus Unknown. So we're going to try and work on that, see if we can make it happen. Would be an amazing show match. We'd do a best of 3 or maybe 3 games. I don't want to announce it formally properly yet like we're doing this, but after EWC it might happen. We still need confirmations from a few parties. But there's going to be 0 English on the enemy team,
How does he keep doing it? And it's something that
which
he's
would bang.
struggled to convert into the international stage lately. But to see him execute this against such a strong team that is VLG gives me so
There's the
much
bracket.
confidence.
Actually, quite a nice bracket. I think it's nicely evenly spread. It's not actually like too egregious, you know. Gen G T1 opposite sides of the bracket, you know. T1 Koi AL. I think it's pretty fair.
FlyQuest after FlyQuest defeated Furia earlier in the day. On the opposite side, it was AGAL over Hanwha Life Esports to get the LPL representative in the lower side of the bracket up against T1 or Movistar Koi after Movistar were able to get the victory later on. And with those victories, that means those keys
EU,
got
baby.
crushed.
EU.
It was
EU.
CFO's key.
Okay, chat. I will see you tomorrow. Deal? I'll see you tomorrow early. It's going to be a long day tomorrow as well with lots of games of League of Legends. You know the drill. So shout out to all the lurkers, bidders, gifts, shout out, subbers, donuts, resubbers. I hope you're enjoying the streams. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, morning, evening, wherever in the world. Take care. Stay safe. Enjoy yourself. And don't be too hard on yourself. Have a good day. Have a nice day. Look after yourself. Treat yourself. And I'll see you tomorrow. W stream, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye, chat. Bye.